At the tender age of 3, one's fate is seemingly sealed by 10. The first kiss is bestowed, and at 20, one becomes the devoted bodyguard of a grand CO. Yet, how could this childhood companion be so easily swept away by others? All these years of martial training, what do they amount to? Behold her, a delicate plum blossom overshadowing her childhood sweetheart. Alas, the unfortunate truth is that she has been the one oppressed from beginning to end. 5 years later, Mommy, why doesn't the adorable little one have a daddy? How should I know? Go ask your daddy. Xia Yuxun, fixated on the television screen displaying a pair of newlyweds, spoke without turning her head. Half an hour later, at the wedding banquet shown on screen, a chubby toddler clung to the groom's leg, shouting, "Daddy." The man stared intently at this miniature version of himself. Where is your mommy? At home, watching TV. Xia Yuxun spat her drink onto the screen. You little rascal, are you setting your mother up for trouble? This truly exemplifies the irony of nurturing flowers that do not bloom, while unwittingly planting willows that flourish into an Amazon rainforest. Don't come any closer. Your complexion is ghastly. Being near you now will leave me traumatized, Xia Yuxun said, her disdain evident as she turned her face away. Xia Yuxun. Lung Siqing's voice was unmistakably stern as he gripped her chin with a force that could shatter it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go. Xia Yuxun winced, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. You woke me thus. You must take responsibility. His morning grumpiness was palpable, especially when he was unwell. Am I not responsible enough? If you don't eat for 2 days, aren't you hungry? He'll go make you something. She knew him all too well. He would never cook for himself, nor would he seek medical attention when ill, relying on his robust constitution to indulge in reckless behavior. Hungry. Lung Siqing leaned down to kiss her lips. Some things, once ignited, become difficult to restrain. Xia Yuxun, you ought to feel fortunate that I still harbor a semblance of compassion for you. Otherwise, having you as my lover would not be out of the question. Xia Yuxun's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat as she laughed nervously. I knew you were hungry, resorting to anything. Lung Siqing let out a muffled chuckle, poised to act, but suddenly changed his mind, his expression clouded with annoyance. Her bewildered gaze nearly caused him to disregard all caution and leap towards her. Turning away, Lung Siqing erupted into a fit of coughs. Xia Yuxun, filled with concern, patted his back while complaining, if you can't manage, don't pretend. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she dashed into the kitchen. What do you want to eat? Lung Siqing remained silent, his fiery gaze piercing through her. Clearing her throat, she said, You're sick. I shouldn't be upset with you, but I truly didn't mean it. Only then did Lung Siqing reluctantly avert his gaze, just like last time. It wasn't until he retreated to the bedroom that Xia Yuxun understood, feeling a wave of relief as she prepared the ingredients. With porridge simmering on the induction cooker, Xia Yuxun took the opportunity to hand him a thermometer. Lung Siqing lay still, merely watching her. What are you staring at? Open your mouth. Ah, Xia Yuxun insisted, prying his lips apart to insert the thermometer. She touched his forehead, furrowing her brow, so hot. How long have you been burning up? What if your brain gets damaged? Even if you dislike hospitals, you could at least hire a private doctor. As she pulled the blanket up over him, she added, even if you don't want others to see you sick, at least call your fiancé to take care of you. Xia Yuxun retrieved the thermometer, squinting at it. Ugh. She gasped. You're not a fool yet, despite your fever. Her frustration with this man, who mistreated his own health, was palpable. Xia Yuxun, sit further away. Lung Siqing rubbed his temples, gazing at her. Suppressing her grievances, Xia Yuxun moved to the farthest corner, lowering her head. I know I'm annoying. You'll leave soon, and won't be a bother. Lung Siqing hesitated, choosing silence as he rested his eyes. The sound of steam rising from the kitchen prompted Xia Yuxun to rush over, turning off the induction cooker. She ladled a bowl of porridge, wrapping a damp cloth around its base before bringing it into the room. After placing the porridge on the bedside table, she set a dry towel on his blanket. Once everything was prepared, Xia Yuxun awkwardly said, The porridge is ready. Eat it while it's hot. If you find it hard to speak, I can call Miss Bai to keep you company, especially since you're home alone like this. Lung Siqing's expression froze, irritation evident. Xia Yuxun, you truly meddle too much. Xia Yuxun laughed off his annoyance. That's just me. Always meddling. I wouldn't even glance at a superstar endorsing a company. Yet if you frown, I rush to ask what's wrong. It's always been this way. I'm just so meddlesome. I've already opened the window for ventilation. Remember to close afterward. There's still plenty of porridge left. Just heat it up again tonight. Anyway, I'll take my leave now. Unable to endure his silence any longer, Xia Yuxun grabbed her bag, and turned to exit. As she reached the living room, the sound of a ceramic bowl shattering echoed from inside. Xia Yuxun hurried back, finding most of the porridge spilled onto Lung Siqing's wrist, the rest splattered across the floor. Without uttering a word, she silently cleaned up the mess, retrieving ice cubes from the refrigerator to cool his burn. "It's fine, I'll get you another bowl." The typically unbothered Xia Yuxun showed no sign of impatience. Her usual slow reactions were sharp as she immediately noticed his distress. Despite her carefree demeanor, she remained attentive when it came to him. "Why?" Lung Siqing gazed at the girl who blew on the porridge before offering it to him. "Xia Yuxun, at times, I truly wish to discover the limits of your patience with me. Because if you don't eat, you won't even have the strength to scold me." Xia Yuxun replied innocently. With a resigned sigh, Lung Siqing ruffled his hair, yet cooperatively opened his mouth. After finishing, he did not immediately dismiss her. "Bring me the documents from the table." Xia Yuxun hesitated, reluctant to comply. "Then I'll go myself." With a swift motion, Xia Yuxun darted over, retrieving the documents. "Workaholic," she muttered in discontent, but her heart ached seeing him rubbing his eyes as he perused the papers. "You're so exhausted, let me read them to you. Just lie down. Let me know when you need a pause," Xia Yuxun suggested. "Can you manage?" Lung Siqing asked skeptically. "Why not?" Xia Yuxun challenged, snatching the document, only to be taken aback by the dense text entirely in English. Fortunately, she had recently been revisiting her studies, and this level should not pose a challenge for her. Lung Siqing listened in surprise as Xia Yuxun read the document fluently, indicating that her university years were not spent in vain. With one hand behind his head, he reclined leisurely, his gaze fixated on her lips as they moved with each word. His intense stare made Xia Yuxun uneasy, causing her voice to gradually diminish. Upon completing one document, she moved on to the next, only to discover it was in Korean. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. Suddenly, Lung Siqing spoke. "Xia Yuxun, do you know your voice is remarkably soft when you read English?" "Ah, is that so?" Xia Yuxun scratched her head in confusion. "Indeed, it's even softer when you read Korean." Lung Siqing replied earnestly. "How soft?" She blinked innocently. "So soft it makes one want to misbehave at the very sound." Chapter 108. Terrifying driving skills. It was astonishing how quickly he regained the strength to tease her. She felt a strange sense of gratification. Suddenly, the melodious atmosphere was shattered by the abrupt ringing of a mobile phone. Cold Siqing's phone. "Which hospital?" "Understood. I'll head there immediately." He answered the call, uttering a few terse phrases, his expression turning grave. "Ah Chung, what is wrong?" Xia Yuxun inquired anxiously. "Siche's heart condition has flared up," Cold Siqing replied. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxun's countenance grew somber as well. How could this happen? Didn't Ache recover? It was merely a temporary remission, Cold Siqing stated as he rose, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Xia Yuxun hurriedly rushed to support him. "Are you going to the hospital now?" "Yes. But in your current state." "Fine, you indeed need to go to the hospital," she conceded, exasperated, as she fetched his clothing. Do you need my assistance?" Xia Yuxun asked, her arms awkwardly holding his clothes, caught in indecision before him. "Hurry up." Cold Siqing, lacking the strength, reluctantly acquiesced to her help. "Oh." To her astonishment, he accepted her offer, leaving her momentarily stunned. "Why are your hands trembling?" Cold Siqing raised an eyebrow at her. Xia Yuxun, a mix of embarrassment and anger, yanked off his shirt, exclaiming, "Do you think everyone is as understanding as you?" This recollection of a past incident in the office resurfaced in her mind. Cold Siqing. Must she always speak so dramatically? "Wait." Just as Cold Siqing reached for the car door, Xia Yuxun dashed over, insisting, "You sit in the back. I'll drive." Cold Siqing frowned, hesitating for a moment before resignedly taking a seat in the back, fastening his seatbelt with utmost seriousness, sighing, "I hope I make it to the hospital alive." It was widely acknowledged that Xia Yuxun's driving skills were abysmal, yet there was a reason behind it. 10 minutes later, she sped to the hospital, executing a stunning drift to a halt, drawing gasps from onlookers. "Miss, what kind of car did you drive before?" A trendy young man excitedly approached her. "An F1 racer. I'm with the Global Adventurers Association. Care to join, young man?" Xia Yuxun, ever diligent, seized every opportunity to recruit new members, suddenly transitioning from F1 to a regular vehicle. Wasn't he that bound to be shocking? Before she could finish her thought, Cold Siqing seized her collar from behind and pulled her forward. Miss, may I have your phone number?" The young man foolishly called after them. silenced by a cold glare from cold Sicheng. Xia Yuxun, behave yourself, cold Sicheng warned through gritted teeth. Ache's condition is uncertain. Let us hurry, she retorted, disregarding his admonition as she grabbed his wrist and rushed forward. Which ward? Cold Sicheng, exasperated, replied, Xia Yuxun, who has been rambling on. In front of the emergency room, the elegantly dressed Mrs. Cold paced anxiously. Mom, how is Siche? Cold Sicheng asked urgently. A sharp clap echoed down the empty corridor as Mrs. Cold unexpectedly struck Cold Sicheng across the face, leaving Xia Yuxun in shock, frozen in place. What just happened? Chapter 109. The Confrontation, Sicheng. What promises have you made? I implored you time and again to take good care of Xiao Che, to prevent him from overexerting himself. Yet you handed over all company matters to him, leading to his heart condition flaring up. Now, Xiao Che's life hangs in the balance. Are you satisfied now? Mrs. Cold's emotion surged, her voice rising in distress. Xia Yuxun could hardly believe her eyes, unable to fathom that Cold Sicheng's mother would utter such words. While she had always been stern with him, she had previously shown genuine concern for his well-being. Mrs. Cold continued her emotional outpouring. How could you be so heartless? Knowing that Xiao Che is unwell, incapable of competing with you, why would you still push him to this extent? The entire company is yours. I only offered him a vice president's position, yet you seem intent on eliminating him. Xiao Che is your biological brother. How can you be so cold-hearted? How could I have given birth to such a son? Xiao Che, it's my fault. I should never have allowed you to return to the country. Cold Sicheng maintained a stoic expression throughout his mother-esque tirade, his face betraying no emotion. Yet, his impassivity seemed to exacerbate her anguish. Mrs. Cold shoved him forcefully. You ungrateful child. If anything happens to Xiao Che, you shall receive nothing. Cold Sicheng stumbled back a step, and Xia Yuxun rushed forward to steady him. Fuming at Mrs. Cold, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her urge to disrespect an elder, and spoke with as much calmness as she could muster. Mrs. Cold, may I speak for a moment? I am an outsider, and I understand that I have no standing here. I merely wish to ask you one question. If the president aimed to monopolize power, why would he not simply prevent the vice president from taking on any responsibilities, allowing him to relax entirely? Why would he entrust such essential joint ventures to him, revealing all company secrets? Don't you think, as a mother, you are being unfair? You only acknowledge that the vice president fell ill after working for 2 days. But do you realize that the president works far more arduous hours throughout the year, only succumbing to illness a few days ago? He entrusted the matters to the vice president because he had no other choice, as it was too critical and could only be handled by his most trusted brother. Cold Sicheng furrowed his brows, pulling Xia Yuxun behind him. Xia Yuxun, you should go home. I want tea leave, she declared resolutely. She is your mother. Others can say what they will, but she cannot unjustly accuse you. Xia Yuxun's eyes brimmed with anger, reddened with emotion. Mrs. Cold, taken aback, retorted, what a sharp-tongued girl. Since you claim to be an outsider, don't waste your breath here. I know you've been relentlessly pursuing my Sicheng since childhood, and now you hypocritically come to berate me for trying to please him. Let me make it clear. As long as I'm here, you shall never set foot in the Cold family. Who cares about entering your Cold family? What you value is worthless in the eyes of others. Xia Yuxun shot back fiercely, stepping out from behind Cold Sicheng. The Cold family's entire enterprise paled in comparison to a single strand of Cold Sicheng's hair. She wanted nothing from the Cold family. All she desired was him. Ah Chung, I cannot marry you. However, when I become capable one day, I shall certainly marry you. Chapter 110. Trouble at the company. Cold Sicheng, oblivious to her internal monologue, listened to her words. Reflecting on how someone who despised wealthy families and cherished dignity could endure the pressures and grievances of those who sought power. Perhaps one day, the reason she ceased to love him would not be him, but rather her own dignity forbidding her from doing so. Madam, what is going on? Asked the hurriedly arriving Bai Qianning. Bai Qianning, clad in formal attire and panting, appeared anxious. Madam, what happened? As soon as I received your call, I rushed over from the meeting. Please don't cry. Take your time to explain. Qianning, my life is so miserable. Being bullied like this, and my son doesn't say a word. Mrs. Cold lamented, collapsing against Bai Qianning's shoulder in tears. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianning cast a triumphant glance at Xia Yuxun before gently comforting. Madam, Sicheng is very filial. Some people are merely attempting to sow discord. Please don't unjustly accuse Sicheng. Xia Yuxun, her temper flaring, was about to retort when the emergency room door suddenly swung open and a doctor emerged. Upon the doctor's immediate approach to Lung Sicheng, his demeanor was one of utmost cordiality. "Mr. Lung, what brings you here in person? How is Siche?" Without hesitation, Lung Sicheng inquired directly. When he was brought in, it was quite perilous. However, thanks to your generous sponsorship of the hospital, the batch of advanced medical equipment arrived just yesterday. The cardiac specialist accepted our invitation a week ago, ensuring that your brother was out of danger and his condition has stabilized, the doctor replied candidly. The tension in Lung Sicheng's brow eased slightly. Xia Yuxun, astonished, observed Lung Sicheng's dedication. He had gone to such lengths for Siche, even establishing a private hospital solely for him. This institution had effectively become Lung Sicheng's personal asset, which explained the deference she noticed from the doctors, nurses, and even the director during her previous visit. Noticing Lung Sicheng's pallor, the doctor expressed concern. "Mr. Lung, you don't look well. Would you like me to arrange a room for you to rest?" "No need." Lung Sicheng waved dismissively. "Retrieve all of Siche's records. I wish to review them." "Of course. I shall attend to it immediately." The doctor hurriedly instructed a nurse to fetch the files. At that moment, Mrs. Lung's expression reflected her realization of having wronged her son. Hesitating to voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by the abrupt ringing of Lung Sicheng's phone. "What do you mean? Clarify." His voice rose sharply. On the other end, the department head's voice was fraught with confusion. "President, those documents were handled by the vice president. I truly have no knowledge. I am not interested in your attempts to evade responsibility. I require solutions. Immediately inform all departments to halt operations." Lung Sicheng's breath quickened. Yes, President. However, we have already signed a contract with the O Group. If we cease production now, the company will incur losses exceeding 100 million. Perhaps it would be wiser to overlook slight quality issues? The supervisor suggested cautiously. Lung Sicheng nearly crushed his phone, his voice icy. "Director Wang, with that statement, I could terminate your position on the spot." Chapter 111. Heartache by Qianning cautiously inquired, "Sicheng, what has transpired?" After hanging up, Lung Sicheng cast a fleeting glance at her. "If I recall correctly, you were responsible for overseeing the quality of the bidding company. But you surely cannot be oblivious. Why did the bid containing substandard materials end up in Siche's hands?" "I expect an explanation." By Qianning's face drained of color. "Sicheng, I do not comprehend your meaning. What exactly has happened? Do you not understand? It is astounding that amidst such a grave situation, you, as the production director, still inquire what the issue is." Bai Qianning trembled in panic, recalling how she had been entangled with Li Yunjia in recent days. The bidding documents had been promoted by him, suggesting she could secure the lowest price and save the company a significant sum, prompting her to recommend them to Lung Sicheng without foreseeing the disastrous consequences. Could it be that she had abandoned a meeting to rush over for this matter? A single thought consumed her. This was truly the end. "Mother, I entrust Siche to you. The company is facing an issue, and I must attend to it personally. You may think me heartless for leaving now, but it is the reality," Lung Sicheng declared before hastily departing. "Qianning, what has happened at the company?" "Mrs. Lung grasped Bai Qianning's hand, her urgency palpable. Bai Qianning averted her gaze. "It's just a minor mistake Siche made while working. Please do not worry. Sicheng will resolve everything." "How could this happen? What should we do?" "Ihua is still on vacation in the Maldives, and now the company is in turmoil. How shall I explain this to him?" Mrs. Lung was frantic, unsure of how to proceed. "Everything will be fine. Do not distress yourself. Sicheng will be able to manage," Bai Qianning reassured her, albeit with uncertainty. From that moment, Xia Yuxun had remained silent, following Lung Sicheng closely. Once in the car, she handed him a bottle of water, a few fever-reducing pills, and a towel wrapped in ice, her tone frosty. "Take the medicine first, rest afterward, and place this on your forehead. It will alleviate some discomfort." "What did you acquire these?" he asked. "When you weren't paying attention," she replied as she started the engine. While driving, she dialed Lung Sicheng's personal physician. "Hello, Dr. Zhang? Please come to the company immediately." "Who is this?" A disgruntled male voice responded, accompanied by a woman's irritated tones. "Mr. Lung's personal assistant." Xia Yuxun fibbed without flinching. "I can't leave right now." "Oh, darling, are you trying to drive me mad? Well then, I'm hanging up." Xia Yuxun's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. You think the company pays you a lavish salary to indulge your affair? If you can't come, we shall find someone who can. As she prepared to hang up, the man's frantic voice reached her. Wait. Don't hang up. I understand. I'll be there right away. What are you summoning him for? Came Lung Xiqing's raspy voice from the back seat. To ensure that you aren't left to die alone, Xia Yuxun replied, her voice suppressing irritation. What is it that you're so upset about? Lung Xiqing furrowed his brow. It's clear you know I'm upset. Best not provoke me further. As he was about to erupt, he unexpectedly caught sight of her tear-streaked face in the rearview mirror. Chapter 112. Reward I haven't cried. Why are you crying? Xia Yuxun immediately retorted. You're cold-hearted. Of course, you wouldn't shed a tear. Lung Xiqing, how can you be so heartless? You're cold to everyone, especially to yourself. During a moment of traffic delay, Xia Yuxun turned, removed the icy towel, and gently touched his forehead, then took a tissue to wipe the water dribbling down his face from the melting ice. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing grasped her busy hands. What are you doing? Xia Yuxun felt a shiver at his gaze. Xia Yuxun. Refrain from using foul language in the future. Go to hell. After all this time, you merely offer me that? Upon arriving at the company and parking in the garage, Lung Xiqing stepped out of the car, instantly transforming into a figure devoid of fatigue, adopting a demeanor of cold severity. Xia Yuxun, you should return. So once you've used me, you cast me aside. Truly heartless, she huffed, tossing her bag in defiance, ready to leave with dignity. In truth, I had intended to reward you with a kiss, but Lung Xiqing's voice trailed off. Xia Yuxun was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson, indignantly retorting. Who would care for that? Lung Xiqing stepped closer, cornering her against the car door. What do you intend to do now? She glared at him suspiciously. Leaning closer to her ear, he resumed his unfinished thought. However, you know I'm ill. So what? What was he trying to convey? Why couldn't he just articulate his thoughts in one go? As his voice softened, he gently tugged at her shoulder, his warm lips brushing against her skin, causing her to shiver. As she attempted to pull away, he pressed a fervent kiss to that very spot. Xia Yuxun, bewildered by his sudden advance, found herself momentarily lost, only to discover that he had slipped out of her sight. With a slight tilt of her head, she caught sight of the ambiguous mark he had left on her shoulder, and she hurriedly pulled her clothing up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, internally cursing him as a pervert, a complete pervert. Ah Chun, I once declared that you are an oak tree, and I wish to be a cotton tree beside you, sharing both joys and hardships, striving together. Even if we cannot become lovers in the future, you shall always remain my most cherished kin. After leaving the company building, Xia Yuxun took a deep breath and dialed Mingxuan's number. Hello. Just as she was about to speak, a woman's sultry voice echoed from the other end. Annoyed, she thought, don't answer it. How disappointing. The call was abruptly cut off, leaving only the beeping tone. Xia Yuxun grimaced at her phone, perplexed. What was going on? Did none of them think to turn off their phones while working? With no other choice, Xia Yuxun decided to visit Mingxuan's office in person. Half an hour later, she arrived and said, Hello, I am here to see your president. Could you assist me in reaching him? The secretary, dressed flamboyantly, scrutinized her with a judgmental gaze. Women who come here to see Mingxian are either clients or his lovers. And Xia Yuxun's plain attire and outdated black-rimmed glasses clearly did not fit that mold. I don't have an appointment, but it's urgent, Xia Yuxun replied hesitantly. Given the phone call earlier, he should still be busy. Was it inappropriate for her to come at this time? Just as she contemplated retreating, the secretary received an internal call and then looked at Xia Yuxun with newfound enthusiasm. Excuse me, are you Miss Xia Yuxun? Yes. I apologize for the earlier oversight. Please follow me. The president is waiting for you. The secretary's demeanor transformed completely, leading her with a beaming smile. Although internally she was sweating bullets, wondering when their president's taste had become so eclectic. Moreover, there was already someone above him. What did this mean? Was it a three-way? It seemed his preferences had shifted from light to heavier. All right, thank you. The secretary's suggestive gaze made Xia Yuxun uncomfortable. Besides, was it just her, or had this secretary's attitude changed dramatically? Women truly are fickle creatures, and Xia Yuxun found herself astonished today. When the elevator reached the 12th floor, the secretary gestured, Miss Xia, please come this way. The president is inside. Oh, thank you. Xia Yuxun noted that Mingxuan's office was situated on a separate floor. away from the main working area of the employees. Could this arrangement facilitate certain activities? Xia Yuxun's thoughts turned impure. Standing outside the door, she hesitated for a long moment, finally gathering the courage to knock. However, just as her hand touched the door, it creaked open, revealing that it had only been ajar. Inside, a man and a woman were entangled. The woman's back turned to her, seated on Mingxuan's lap with her legs wide open, while Mingxian buried his face in her neck, facing the door. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his head, his eyes, usually so enchanting, now clear and piercing, locking onto the stunned Xia Yuxun. Finally roused from her shock, Xia Yuxun stammered, "I'm sorry for interrupting," and instinctively moved to close the door behind her. The woman, startled by the sudden intrusion, attempted to rise, but Mingxian held her down, smirking, "Darling, what are you afraid of? Weren't you just insisting on continuing?" "But there's someone." Xia Yuxun's hand froze mid-motion. The woman's voice suddenly struck a chord of familiarity. "Annie," she blurted out in disbelief. Mingxian's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Xia Yuxun, it truly is you." "Xiaoxia, how could it be you?" Annie hurriedly adjusted her clothing and hair. Her demeanor flustered as she nervously regarded Xia Yuxun. Xia Yuxun felt a wave of mortification wash over her. She had only given Annie the number that morning, and now, by afternoon, she had already been in Mingxuan's bed? Clearing her throat, Xia Yuxun remarked, "Annie, I ascend to your efficiency a bit too swift?" Annie shot her an annoyed glare. Mingxian, regarding Xia Yuxun with no hint of jealousy, barked, "Get out." Senior, I truly didn't mean to intrude." Xia Yuxun awkwardly rubbed her nose, understanding that a person with unfulfilled desires might not be in the best of moods. "Who told you to leave?" Just as Xia Yuxun turned to exit, Mingxian slammed his hand on the desk, causing her to freeze in place. His gaze shifted to Annie. "You leave." After dismissing Annie, his attention returned to Xia Yuxun. "Come here." Thus, Annie exited, and Xia Yuxun found herself retained. In Chapter 114, Title Conditions, Mingxian donned a burgundy shirt, 3 buttons undone in a careless manner. His already captivating features appeared even more alluring as he leisurely rested his chin on one hand, a disingenuous smile playing on his lips. "If I'm not mistaken, you have come not out of regret for introducing me to another woman, but rather for your own sake. Take your time, Xia Yuxun," he continued. "I can postpone the delivery, ensuring that Lung Xiqing will not meet a disastrous fate this time. I can accommodate your purpose for visiting, provided you agree to one condition." Although the Mingxian before her was still recognizable, he exuded a strangely unfamiliar aura. Xia Yuxun suppressed her unease and cautiously inquired, "What condition?" Ultimately, her response confirmed all his suspicions, shattering his heart with not a hint of hesitation. Upon her words, Mingxian let out a self-deprecating laugh, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table as he drawled, "The condition is for you to accompany me for a night." Xia Yuxun was momentarily taken aback, disbelief washing over her features. "Senior," clearly pleased with her shock, Mingxian rose, approaching her with the languid grace of a predator, his voice dripping with charm. "Darling, why the surprised expression? Senior, what is wrong with you?" The air grew thick with an unfamiliar and menacing energy, causing Xia Yuxun to back away in trepidation. This version of Mingxian was genuinely frightening. He lunged forward, encircling her waist, cutting off her escape route. Leaning in closer, his breath, laced with the scent of wine, brushed against her ear. "Darling, weren't you willing to do anything for him? Wouldn't you brave fire and water without hesitation? Now, it's merely for you to spend a single night with me. Yet you hesitate for so long? It seems your so-called love for him is rather shallow. Xia Yuxun, you are truly hypocritical. Not only hypocritical, but also cruel and detestable." Xia Yuxun stood in shock, unable to fathom that such words could escape Mingxuan's lips. She struggled to discern whether the man before her was indeed her senior. Her voice trembled. "Senior, what? What has happened to you? Do you know? It is your innocent and pitiful expression that has ensnared me, making me relent time and again, only to be hurt like a fool. I Haven tea." Xia Yuxun gasped, her breath quickening. "Haven tea? Then what are you doing now?" He smirked. "You look so pitiable. It's irresistible to want to pin you down. How about it? Just sleep with me for one night, and you can help your Chun out of this predicament. You won't be at a loss. He is not my senior." No. Xia Yuxun shook her head fervently. in the next moment, overwhelmed by emotion. She lifted her head, inadvertently colliding with Mingxuan's chin as he leaned in. Caught unawares, he grimaced in pain. Observing his discomfort, Xia Yuxun momentarily forgot her fury. Rushing forward to massage his chin while apologizing profusely, "I'm so sorry. Senior, are you all right? Does it hurt? It's all my fault for having such a hard head." As she rubbed, she noticed that his temperature felt unusually high. Moving her hand from his chin to his forehead, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are you so hot? Are you running a fever?" Xia Yuxuan's hand turned crimson. Today had been overwhelming. She had already endured so much, and now, Mingxuan's words had deeply wounded her, making her heart feel like it was being slowly tortured, suffocating her. With her head bowed, her face shrouded in shadow, she let out a low laugh. "Huh? Both of you think I'm being overly concerned. No matter what I do, it's wrong. I'm always a nuisance, never right. You're all deities, standing high above me, free to treat me however you wish, scold me, slander me, bully me. Everyone bullies me. Even you, Senior. What have I done wrong? Even if I were to die, you should at least let me understand." By the end, her voice had nearly reached a breaking point. She didn't want to remain in this place for even a second longer. Wiping her face, she hastily turned to leave. "Don't go, just a few steps away." She was suddenly pulled back into Mingxuan's embrace. Xia Yuxun stiffened. "Let go. If you don't let go, you can bite me." The moment those words left Mingxian's lips, Xia Yuxun found herself silenced, her previous thoughts lost. With his chin resting on her shoulder, he refused to release her. Mimicking her tone, he lamented, "Well, I just had my jaw dislocated by you, and now I have a high fever that might turn to pneumonia. My beloved junior only cares that Lung Xiqing is ill and that his company is on the verge of bankruptcy. She doesn't know that I'm also feeling miserable and desolate. Now, you want to bite me? Go ahead, bite me. After all, you no longer want me. My existence holds no meaning." In the next moment, Xia Yuxun abruptly turned, wrapping her arms around Mingxuan's body, her shoulders trembling violently. Mingxian was utterly bewildered by her reaction. "Xia Yuxun, what are you doing? Even if you're moved, there is no need for this." As he spoke, he sensed something was amiss and cupped her face, discovering that she was silently crying, her cheeks streaked with tears. His heart tightened painfully. "Hey you. Xia Yuxun, why are you crying?" "I'm not crying. Enough already. Don't cry anymore. If you do, I'll hit you." Yet, Xia Yuxun seemed to defy him, her sobs growing louder until she was weeping inconsolably in his embrace. Mingxian, feeling defeated, gently stroked her back, almost pleading, "Please stop crying. Can you, dear? You're making me feel worse. I'm still a patient. Can you show me a bit of understanding?" Beast. Beast, she choked out intermittently. "What did you say? I can't hear you." He had never seen this usually bright and spirited girl so heartbroken. Xia Yuxun lifted her tear-stained face. "Beast, why did you say such things? Why did you treat me this way? You scared me. You frightened me." Mingxian stared blankly at her, allowing her to pound on him as she vented her feelings. Yet, a sweet sensation blossomed within him. Her intense reaction suggested that she still cared for him. "Senior, please don't act like that in the future. It frightens me." Xia Yuxun buried her face in his chest, sobbing. Mingxian, both helpless and heartbroken, patted her back. "It's my fault. It won't happen again. How was I to know you were so fragile? You've always been fearless. Haven to you? But you are also at fault. Why would you do something so outrageous as giving my number to other women?" Before he could finish his reprimand, Xia Yuxun began wailing anew, prompting him to soften his tone. "This time, I was genuinely upset with you. Do you realize how hurtful your actions were?" Xia Yuxun sniffled, her face filled with remorse. "Senior, I'm sorry. I want to give your number to them again. I truly didn't know they would bully you. I've caused you pain." Mingxuan's lips twitched, gritting his teeth. "You little rascal. Are you mocking me?" "Xiaoxuan, if I were to tell you that I seem to have fallen for you, would the timid you be so frightened that you would run away immediately? I've never seen you as a woman before, and you have never regarded me as a man. How can we possibly transform our relationship? Enough. Stop crying. Look at what you've done to my shirt." "Senior, what is it?" "You look better in a white shirt," Xia Yuxun murmured. "What is wrong with black? People say I look more appealing in black." Xia Yuxun wrinkled her nose in distaste. "You've never seen an ugly black fox, have you?" Mingxian pinched her nose playfully. "Xia Yuxun, are you trying to provoke me?" She wriggled out of his grasp, throwing herself into his embrace. "Xia Yuxun, are you trying to crush my heart?" With a tender gaze, Xia Yuxun looked up at him. "Senior, You smell like my mother. Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, processing her words for a good 10 seconds before realizing that Xia Yuxun had already evaded his wrath before he could react. The two of them began playfully chasing each other around the room. Xia Yuxun, you better not run. Mingxian chuted. Breathless, Xia Yuxun hid behind the sofa, sticking out her tongue in defiance. Senior, I meant it. Your embrace really does remind me of my mother. You're still saying that. Mingxian leaped onto the sofa, pulling her back into his arms. Xia Yuxun squealed, taken by surprise at his sudden move. You rascal. If you can't catch me, you'll lose. Yelling 1T help you. Let everyone downstairs know what's happening here. Mingxian tritoned. Initially, Xia Yuxun covered her mouth, then provocatively shot him a glance. They're probably used to it by now. If they can't handle this, how can they work under you? And what about you? What do you think of me? Mingxian narrowed his eyes slightly. Xia Yuxun blinked thoughtfully. Before I knew your identity, I had heard that the heir of the O family was a renowned womanizer. But now, connecting you to the president of the O Corporation is a bit hard to accept. Nevertheless, you are still my senior. And that hasn't changed anything for me. Well, besides, you've always been a bit of a flirt. Are you trying to argue with me about who's more of a flirt? Mingxian tapped her on the head. I don't want to. Absolutely not. Xia Yuxun shook her head vigorously. What I mean is, I'm just charming, not flirtatious, okay? Xia Yuxun fell silent, pondering. Is there really a difference between charm and flirtation? Xia Yuxun, can you please give me a normal reaction? Mingxian felt exasperated. Did she not feel even a hint of melancholy upon hearing him say such things or learning about his past relationships? Please, I'm perfectly normal. I don't know who's abnormal here. Xia Yuxun's voice dwindled, but he seemed genuinely not normal. Suddenly, Mingxian leaned closer, baring his teeth. So, what was it like in Lung Xiqing's embrace? He suddenly reverted to a topic she had nearly forgotten, leaving Xia Yuxun momentarily stunned. Chapter 117. I want to go to your house. You're not suggesting the feeling of a father, are you? Xia Yuxun nearly spat blood. Senior, please don't scare me. When did you and Lung Xiqing, develop such an abnormal relationship? Xia Yuxun feigned terror. Xia Yuxun, be serious. Mingxian thundered. Instantly, Xia Yuxun straightened her posture and earnestly replied, It's just the feeling of Lung Xiqing. Mingxian's expression faltered slightly before he sighed. I understand. What did he understand? She herself was still perplexed. Yuxun, were you happy that night? Really happy? But I was so sad. You told me not to worry about you, and I felt so down. Mingxian closed his eyes in pain and then glared at her. Xia Yuxun, you're such an ungrateful person. Xia Yuxun, filled with guilt, shook his arm and sweetly said, Senior, you're still mad. I'm not mad. Not at all. Why would I be mad? He retorted, despite his denial. Each word he uttered seemed laced with irritation. Soda. That night was my fault. I should have treated you like that. I haven't felt good about it all these days. No need to apologize. It's my fault for being insensitive. You were eager to frolic with Lung Xiqing, and I spoiled your good time. It's my fault for lacking tact. Mingxian turned away, refusing to look at her. Xia Yuxun circled around to the other side, persistently shaking him. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I've already faced my retribution. Initially unwilling to engage with her, Mingxian couldn't help but ask, what retribution could you possibly face? They rejected me for lacking skills and left me stranded in the car. And I spent the whole night in the cold wind on the highway. Are you serious? Mingxian interrupted, his face lighting up with delight. Xia Yuxun leaned back slightly, casting him a sidelong glance. Senior, can I interpret that expression as schadenfreude? Mingxian pointed at her forehead and scolded. Xia Yuxun, you deserve it. Now you realize your mistake. Why didn't you figure it out sooner? You keep saying sorry, but why didn't you come looking for me after such a long time? The other day when I ran into you, you treated me like that. If I died one day, it would probably be from the anger you caused me. Xia Yuxun covered her forehead and hesitated to explain. I didn't want to trouble you. You've already worried so much about me. You were angry and didn't care, which also helped you save some energy. Afraid of troubling me? Then what about Annie? Why did you come to find me now? Mingxian shouted. It was this damned, inexplicable reason that had kept him fuming since that night. Xia Yuxun covered her ears as he shouted, moving to the far side of the sofa. Senior, I truly apologize for the Annie situation. I thought she was just infatuated for a moment. I didn't expect her to be so bold. Mingxian scoffed coldly. She doesn't have her guts. At most, she sends some boring admiration messages. Today, She was sent by the Lung family to explain the situation and asked if I could modify the delivery deadline of the contract. And then she took the opportunity to seduce me. Then, he tried to see Xia Yuxun's reaction, knowing the outcome would likely infuriate him to the point of illness. So that is how it is. No wonder she appeared here. What did you say about the contract? Xia Yuxun asked cautiously. Xia Yuxun, is this all you care about? He coughed. Senior, please don't get agitated. I won't ask anymore. How about I take you to the hospital? What is the point? I've been running to hospitals all day. I'm not going to the hospital. Then where do you want to go, Your Majesty? I want to go to your house. Chapter 118, I don't mind. Thinking of the mess at home, Xia Yuxun felt utterly distressed. I am totally destitute. My home is barren. It might be a bit of an imposition for Your Majesty. Implicitly meaning, it's fine, I don't mind. Xia Yuxun was in a frenzy, sincerely gazing at him. Senior, you don't realize my dad went to South Korea for an exchange vacation. And I'm all alone at home. It's a total pigsty. There is hardly room to stand. Mingxian remained expressionless, repeating, it's fine, I don't mind. Yet inside, he thought, how could I not know? Of course, I know your dad isn't home. Xia Yuxun averted her gaze and cursed under her breath before forcing a smile. Senior, you should go to the hospital when you're sick. I don't have a doctor at home. What if something happens to you? I can accompany you to the hospital. Mingxian remained silent, merely looking at her with a half-smile. Xia Yuxun felt uneasy under his gaze, first glancing out the window, then at the ceiling, finally focusing on the floor, wishing desperately for a crack to crawl into. You don't have a doctor at home. What does that matter? Mingxian asked slowly, his deliberate pace testing her mental endurance. At that moment, Xia Yuxun felt cornered on the sofa. If Mingxian moved closer, she might fall off. Well, I have pots, bowls, spoons, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, she stammered. It must be said that Xia Yuxun was still quite inexperienced. Even a slight lie was easily seen through, especially by someone as cunning as Mingxian. His eyes narrowed, glinting with insight. Xia Yuxun, are you hiding a man at home? Though phrased as a question, it was entirely assertive. Xia Yuxun immediately displayed a horrified expression, for Mingxian's words had unwittingly become prophetic. Truly, he was a cunning fox. Seeing her expression, which was tantamount to an admission, Mingxian felt an urge to strangle her, yet his tone was unnaturally gentle. It seems I guessed right. Xia Yuxun, you've really made progress. You've learned to keep a concubine in a golden house. Just a moment ago, you said you were infatuated with Lung Xiqing. Who would have thought my guess was wrong? You're quite the free spirit, aren't you? Enough. Enough. Senior, it's not what you think. It's absolutely not what you imagine. Xia Yuxun couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted him. Mingxian, suppressing his rage, retorted, if it's not like that, then what is it? Last time I asked you, you said you willingly went on a blind date, and I didn't believe it. Turns out you really were willing. Fine, I should congratulate you for not hanging yourself on one tree. You finally decided to try dying on a few nearby trees instead. But what about that previous tree? Is it dead or alive? Shouldn't that have nothing to do with you anymore? Why are you still looking for me because of that tree? Isn't that a bit too philanthropic? At that moment, Mingxian wanted to ask, why couldn't that tree be me? If it were me, at least I wouldn't let you hang yourself. Seeing Mingxian genuinely angry, Xia Yuxun lowered her head and had no choice but to admit, it's just that I was abandoned by Lung Xiqing, right? That person saved me on the highway. Later, I happened to pass by a bar and saw him being beaten by a crowd, so I rescued him. After that, he ran away from home and was homeless and injured. I couldn't bear to let him stay alone, so I let him stay for a few days. Also, he is not a man. He is just a kid, still underage. After explaining, she felt a bit relieved. Chapter 119. Obey for 3 months. Xia Yuxun, do you think I'll believe that? Xia Yuxun sighed deeply, utterly helpless. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. How could I so easily take a stranger home? I know what I'm saying is hard to believe and understand, which is why I figured it would be better not to tell you. See, you really don't believe me. Mingxian crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow as he regarded her. From your tone, it seems I'm my fault for believing your lies. How could I dare? It's all the servant's fault. Xia Yuxun replied sullenly. After a moment of inscrutable silence, Mingxian displayed a nonchalant expression, stating, whether it's one or two, they're both hidden. I don't mind squeezing a bit more. Xia Yuxun was taken aback by Mingxian's unconventional behavior, her eyes widening in frustration. But you're still running a fever. How can you not go to the hospital? It was maddening. These men were all so willful. Mingxian, appearing indifferent, replied, "It's fine. I've already taken antipyretics." Xia Yuxun, utterly baffled, lamented, "Why must you insist on coming to my house?" "Because I like it," Mingxian replied with a teasing smirk. There had been a chance for reconciliation, but now knowing that there was a ticking time bomb at her home, he felt compelled to go. "You're driving me crazy. You're acting like a child," Xia Yuxun complained. With an air of arrogance, Mingxian retorted, "Remember, you need something from me now, so mind your attitude." Xia Yuxun was momentarily stunned, then incredulously asked, "Are you suggesting that there might still be room for negotiation regarding the contract?" Mingxian shot her a sidelong glance. "Let's see how you perform. What exactly are your conditions? Speak plainly," Xia Yuxun impatiently demanded. This girl was audacious enough to find fault with his lack of straightforwardness. "If you obey me for 3 months, I shall spare him," Mingxian said, observing her reaction with keen interest. "Obey." Xia Yuxun cautiously considered the implications of this word. Mingxian dismissed her with a glance. "I won't force you into anything morally questionable, nor will I take advantage of you." I wonder who proposed those conditions in the first place," Xia Yuxun thought, her face reddening. "No way, 1 month at most. I'd rather be your servant and endure your oppression. The previous incident was my fault, and if I don't do something, I won't feel at ease," Xia Yuxun declared. Mingxian frowned. 3 months? You have no right to negotiate with me." Xia Yuxun shrugged nonchalantly. "Just 1 month. If not, then forget it. I didn't come to you to barter in the first place. However, if it can be resolved in the process, that would be ideal." Mingxian revealed a flicker of astonishment. "Xia Yuxun, are you playing me?" "No. Did I ever say that was my intention?" she retorted innocently, then added with earnestness, "Senior, I am not so thoughtless as to manipulate your decisions through emotional leverage. I would never let something I cherish be tainted by interests. I only came to ask you one thing. As for whether you choose to strike at Long Xiqing, I won't interfere with your decision and acknowledge that I lack the influence. Moreover, if I were to do so, it would be an insult to him. I believe he is not at a point where a woman must endure humiliation for him." Chapter 120. By my will she understood Long Xiqing too well. Should he ever discover these circumstances? Moreover, she never anticipated that Mingxian would make things difficult for her. She thought he might only scold her a few times. The development of events was as uncontrollable as a wild dog. Thus, Mingxian's unusual and even excessive behavior left her perplexed. She sought answers, yet there was a subconscious fear of clarifying the situation. "You lack that influence. It seems you possess some self-awareness," Mingxian remarked with a bitter smile. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, what do you wish to ask?" It must be said that Xia Yuxun's words not only astonished him, but also caused him to regard her with newfound respect. Though he had grown accustomed to her unpredictable insights, he remained surprised and intrigued by her each time. She consistently brought him delight that was hard to resist. "What benefits would it bring you if this collaboration fails?" Xia Yuxun asked earnestly. Mingxian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled knowingly. "No benefits. While I could receive a hefty penalty fee and temporarily disrupt the Lung Corporation for a few months, it wouldn't be advantageous for the O Corporation. In fact, it would negate all previous efforts, and finding new partners would be quite troublesome." Xia Yuxun frowned, then why? Before she could finish her thought, Mingxian interjected. "Because I want to." "Senior," Xia Yuxun exclaimed, slamming her palm onto the coffee table. Was this guy intentionally provoking her? Mingxian leisurely crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. "I speak the truth. I simply cannot stand Long Xiqing's self-assured demeanor and his arrogance. I want to see him stumble. It delights me, and I relish it. Is that so wrong? Everyone knows I have a conflict with Long Xiqing. He knows it too, yet he still chose to collaborate with me. If today's outcome arises, it is his own doing. When he made his decision, he should have anticipated this. And let us not forget he has a good little brother." "You're insufferable," Xia Yuxun exclaimed, her expression one of utter exasperation. Mingxian exhaled a cloud of smoke towards her, his demeanor growing colder. "You keep circling back. Even if you take a long detour, it all comes back to helping Long Xiqing." Irritated, Xia Yuxun waved away the smoke and snatched the cigarette from his hand, extinguishing it. "You're ill. Why are you smoking?" "No smoking." After extinguishing it, she continued, "I want to deny that I truly want to help him to the best of my ability, but I have my principles. At the very least, I won't accept something that comes with strings attached." I want to care for you, not because of Lung Xiqing, but simply because you are Mingxian. If it brings you joy and clarity in your decisions, why would I refuse? Mingxian rested his chin on his hand, intrigued by her perspective. I never would have guessed. My dear, you keep calling me a fox, yet the one with the most fox-like qualities is you. The moment she heard my dear, Xia Yuxun felt a chill run down her spine. She humbly bowed her head. I must thank you for your influence and guidance. Isn't there a saying, those who associate with vermilion become red, and those who associate with ink become black? Chapter 121. Deceptive and too cunning. Those who associate with vermilion become red, and those who associate with ink become black. It seems I misjudged you. Your feelings for Lung Xiqing have not yet reached the point of irrationality, and my heart is greatly relieved. Xia Yuxun immediately countered, don't misunderstand me. I've long lost my reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't have foolishly come to you, shocked and furious. Xia Yuxun, allow me to be honest. Just now I was testing you. If you, for that scoundrel, were to forsake your dignity and self-worth, complying with my every demand like a self-sacrificing little wife, I would gladly sacrifice the entire O Corporation to ensure Lung Xiqing's misery. Xia Yuxun's expression darkened completely, feeling as though she might be played to her demise by this cunning old fox. It was a perilous game, where a single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. So now, what is your decision? She asked, striving to appear calm and composed rather than resentful. Mingxian shot her an irritated glance. You only trust that Lung Xiqing has the capability to handle everything? Is your president just a figurehead? What do you mean? Xia Yuxun asked, bewildered. Mingxian settled at his desk, deftly manipulating his laptop before turning the screen towards her. Xia Yuxun cast a suspicious glance at Mingxian. Then her gaze fell upon the laptop screen. The next moment, she gasped in shock. The deceased fox had, surprisingly, prepared a new contract well in advance and had set it to be sent at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Xia Yuxun stared in disbelief, muttering to herself, insidious. Truly insidious. You had already made a decision, yet still played me like a fool. Mingxian smirked wickedly. Well, you still need to come to me willingly. Xia Yuxun fell silent. In comparison to these men, her attempts at scheming seemed utterly futile. Since you had already made up your mind, why not inform Annie when she arrives? Why set the time for 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow? Mingxian wore an expression that suggested he knew she wouldn't understand. First, I bet you would come find me, and I waited for you to present yourself. As it turns out, I won the bet. Second, why should I ease their concerns so early? I might as well stir things up for a while. Otherwise, it would be too easy for that cold Xichun. Thirdly, my dear, I can change my mind at any moment before the email is sent. Who knows? I might have a change of heart if I'm in a bad mood. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxun dashed across the desk, leaning over with a sense of urgency. No way. Senior, you are so wise and perceptive, a veritable reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. How could you possibly act so irrationally? I trust you won't be swayed by emotions. After all, impulse is the devil. Mingxian gazed at her with a calm smile and said softly, Darling, it pleases me that you trust me. And I trust you too. Trust you with what? Xia Yuxun blinked. Trust that you possess the ability to drive me to madness. Mingxian gritted his teeth. Xia Yuxun wiped her sweat and chuckled awkwardly. Ah, Senior, you flatter me. Was he scolding her or praising her? Mingxuan's lips curled into a smirk. Flattery? You deserve it. Xia Yuxun. In chapter 122, her inner turmoil raged. Ah, it seems Senior has me at his mercy. Indeed, it is better to offend a petty person than to offend a senior. The thought that she would endure a hellish existence until 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, and be at their mercy for the following month, left her in despair, tears streaming down her face. Observing Xia Yuxun's ancienne expression, ou Mingxian honnête, Xia Yuxun. Do you truly think that a minor task will be the end of the world? You're already indebted to me for several matters. Did you know? You still owe me from last time. I want to make it difficult for you. I'll collect everything at once, so you have no choice. 3 months it is. What? When? A dreadful omen had arrived. Mingxuan's expression darkened as he realized she had completely forgotten. At 6 years old, she remembered the color of Lung Xiqing's underpants. It could not recall something so recent. While I was teaching you how to pursue men, you agreed to surrender yourself, with conditions of my choosing. You really don't remember? Ah! Xia Yuxun fell silent, realizing how good his memory was. Simultaneously, she lamented her unfortunate fate. wondering how she had encountered such extraordinary men. Was there not one pure, innocent, and kind-hearted man who would allow her to trample upon him? No. She firmly believed that there would eventually be a man destined to endure her whims. Xia Yuxun reassured herself. However, the methods he taught her were ineffective. As she struggled, Mingxian nearly lost his patience. Xia Yuxun, haven't you realized? If it's not working, it only proves one thing. Lung Xiqing has no feelings for you. All along, it has been you who has been deluding yourself. I've known that for ages. Don't need proof? That is precisely why I need you, the expert in love strategies, to teach me. Xia Yuxun shot him a sideways glance. But are you certain you taught me earnestly? This time, it was Mingxian who seemed guilty of him. How could I not have taught you? It's just your wooden brain. Seeing Mingxian cough, Xia Yuxuan's heart softened. If you insist, then stay at my place. With your demeanor, it's clear you want to take care of yourself. As for Aiken, he should still be busy with work and damage control. She was fully aware of everything, but couldn't reveal it to him, wanting him to feel at ease. Why can't I tell him? I could easily inform him and put his mind at rest. Xia Yuxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Yet the next moment, she heard Mingxian leisurely say, "Oh, by the way, darling, let me remind you once more, I may change my mind at any moment. You could tell him right now." And he would not only be left in vain hope, but also unable to prepare for it. Xia Yuxun felt dejected. "Senior, why? Why are you so insistent on opposing Lung Xiqing?" "Because I find him displeasing," Mingxian replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Indeed, it was the quintessential Mingxian response. The thoughts of this cunning fox were beyond ordinary comprehension. Why must they be arch-enemies? She felt like a sandwich caught in the middle. The inevitable outcome was clear. Xia Yuxun was coerced into submission for 3 months. Chapter 123. Misfortunes at home. Throughout the journey, Xia Yuxun repeatedly cautioned and advised. The temper of the individual at home was rather volatile, but he was still just a child, so she hoped he would be more forgiving. Upon reaching her doorstep, she discovered the door ajar. Why is the door open? A wave of ominous premonition washed over her. It seemed as though it had been kicked in. Mingxian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the shattered door strewn across the ground. "It appears you've brought back quite the predicament. My exquisite antique carved mahogany door. Who could do this?" Xia Yuxun seethed, rolling up her sleeves and charging forward, leaving Mingxian behind. Her home had been besieged. Upon entering, she found a row of men in black suits and sunglasses standing with their backs to her. Before she could ascertain the situation, a white figure emerged from the group and dashed towards her. The force of the tackle nearly knocked her over. "Sister, if you don't come back soon, I'll be taken away by bad people." Xia Yuxun looked down at Nangong Mo, who was sobbing in her embrace. Then at the men who had turned to face her with fierce expressions. Her heart swelled with righteous indignation. Who dares to bully my Mo? For the first time, Nangong Mo did not reject the name Mo, but stared at Xia Yuxun in surprise. This foolish woman thought she would be frightened by such a scene, or perhaps that she would simply hand him over. "Forget it, considering your commendable performance. I want to add to your troubles. Besides, even if he wanted to trouble you, I doubt he would have the chance. After this return, he will be thoroughly grounded." In an unexpected turn of events, Nangong Mo was astonished to see the men display what appeared to be respect upon seeing Xia Yuxun, not daring to act recklessly. The scarred man, who had been notoriously arrogant and dismissive of Nangong Lin, stepped forward with a timid demeanor, addressing her respectfully. "Miss Xia, we apologize for the intrusion. This young master is our little heir, and we are here to escort him home. We mean no harm." Xia Yuxun blinked in confusion. "Oh, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere?" The scar man nodded eagerly. "Yes, indeed. At Mr. Nangong's banquet." That occasion had left a deep impression on them, as Nangong Lin's treatment of Xia Yuxun was unforgettable, making it impossible to forget her. Moreover, the last time those unscrupulous deeds that disrupted Xia Yuxun's matchmaking were all orchestrated by him. Xia Yuxun exhibited a look of sudden realization. "So, you are under Nangong Lin?" Upon uttering this, Nangong Mo stared at her in utter astonishment. She actually recognized Nangong Lin? How could this be? Xia Yuxun, equally perplexed, gazed back at Nangong Mo Beitang Mo. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind, prompting both Xia Yuxun and Nangong Mo to turn around to see a man. Equally astonished, Mingxian felt an acute sense of irony and fate. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation, Xia Yuxun, you cannot be telling me this is your hidden delicacy, right? Chapter 124. I one T let you escape. Upon seeing Mingxian, the scarred man wiped his sweat nervously. My goodness, this lady before him was already difficult to handle, and now another had arrived? If they failed to bring her back this time, they would surely face dire consequences. Ultimately, they indeed suffered. Mingxian coolly stated, you all may leave for now. I will explain to Mr. Nangong. Nangong Montak. Nangong Montak. He was indeed Nangong Mo. Upon hearing Mingxian's words, Xia Yuxun was filled with rage. That peculiar Uncle Nangong Lin had given birth to such an adorable son. What a genetic anomaly. Before the unfortunate subordinates of Nangong Lin departed, they were still yelled back by Xia Yuxun. My Qing Dynasty vintage carved mahogany door must be compensated. Miss Xia, we will definitely deliver it. Thus, the group arrived in grandeur and departed in disgrace. After their departure, Xia Yuxun, Mingxian, and Nangong Mo entered the room. The three sat in silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Eventually, it was Mingxian who broke the silence, suppressing his anger as he growled, you little rascal have quite the audacity. Running away from home is amusing. I assent it. I nearly ran my legs off searching for you, and yet you frolic about carefree. Nangong Montak, intimidated by Mingxian's yell, hid behind Xia Yuxun, who looked at him with deep sympathy. How familiar was this scene? The only difference was that the one being scolded had transformed from herself to him. Why are you looking for me? Nangong Mo quickly inquired, peering out. Mingxian's low growl escalated into a loud roar. You little brat. Do you believe I want to send you back right now? Everyone knows the only person you recognize here is me. Your sudden disappearance has bombarded me with inquiries from that bunch of people, all questioning your whereabouts and suspecting that I've hidden you away, and you dare ask me why I'm looking for you. My first intention upon finding you is to give you a good beating. Run. I want to let you escape. Hearing this, Xia Yuxun felt swayed. It seemed that the senior was also quite miserable. No wonder his complexion was so poor, and he had become feverish from exhaustion. What astonished her further was that Mingxian could indeed lose his temper to the point of cursing. Nangong Mo truly had a knack for it. As Mingxian moved to grab Nangong Mo, the latter, frightened, dove into Xia Yuxun's embrace. Sister. Xia Yuxun had no choice but to shield him. Senior, please don't frighten him. Seeing that the boy was unreservedly clinging to Xia Yuxun, his head rubbing against her chest, Mingxian felt his temper flare to the brink of explosion. Nangong Mo, I give you 3 seconds to come here immediately. No. Nangong Mo clung tighter to Xia Yuxun's waist, unwilling to let go. For now, she was his lifeline. Mingxian, exasperated, ruffled his hair, staring intently at Xia Yuxun. His silence speaking volumes. You must comply. You must comply, Mo. It's not that sister is unwilling to help you. It's just that she is also in a precarious situation herself. Mo, you two should have a proper talk. Xia Yuxun attempted to push him away. I have nothing to say to him. I don't want to talk to him. He just wants to send me back. Nangong Mo expressed his rejection. Finally, Mingxian erupted, extending his long arm to yank Nangong Mo from Xia Yuxun's embrace. You ungrateful brat. If I wanted to send you back, I would have bothered with you earlier. I could have done so long ago. Chapter 125. All of them are ungrateful wretches. Sister, Nangong Mo felt as if his ears were about to burst from the shouting. Are you all hungry? I will prepare dinner. Xia Yuxun, naturally, dare not assist him, slipping into the kitchen under Nangong Mo's woeful gaze. In the kitchen, while Xia Yuxun was slicing radishes, she couldn't help but feel her face flush from the sounds echoing from the living room, nearly cutting her finger in her excitement. Mingxian, you scoundrel. What right do you have to control me? Do you think I want to control you? Had I known that day in Italy, I should not have saved you. You ungrateful pest. You regret saving me? I regret being saved by you. Who cares? Regret being saved by me? If I hadn't saved you, you would have been incapacitated by those men. Get lost. They are my friends. They would never treat me like that. Do you think everyone is like you? Friends? Damn it. Friends wouldn't act like this. This bastard. If you dare touch me again, I will kill you. Xia Yuxun was already envisioning the dramatic scene unfolding in the living room, her imagination racing. The innocent and awkward little victim, the furious and explosive little aggressor. Oh, sparks flying, passion surging, a tempestuous clash. Why did it suddenly go silent? Continue, continue. Xia Yuxun anxiously urged in her mind. Hey, are you all right? Nangong Mo's voice sounded somewhat panicked. Xia Yuxun held her breath, straining to listen. What the heck? I wasn't even using much force. Did it really hurt that much? I merely tugged lightly. Xia Yuxun bit her lip, her expression one of disbelief. Heavens! Could it be that the senior was counterattacked by the little victim? Oh, your forehead is so hot. Are you ill? One after another. All of them are ungrateful wretches. Hiss! What does that smell? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxun's nerves tensed. Smell? What smell? Could it be that thing? Mingxian continued. It seems to be the scent of something burning. Xia Yuxun suddenly snapped back to reality, gasping as she turned off the heat. Once she finished preparing the meal and brought it over, she found Mingxian with a bruised face, leaning against the sofa with a brooding expression. Xia Yuxun helped him sit up, coaxing him to take some fever-reducing medicine, then placed a cold towel on his forehead. The food will be ready soon. You should rest for now and don't argue with the child. Tears welled up. Why did that sound so off? It made it seem as if a wife was speaking to her husband. Mingxian's expression softened slightly, but he still sulked in silence. Nangong Mo sat cross-legged on the floor, his face stern as he watched Xia Yuxun's obsequious demeanor, a wave of inexplicable anger bubbling within him. Xia Yuxun first went to the kitchen to serve the dishes, then placed a plate of dark radishes down before leaning close to Nangong Mo, asking, What happened between you and him? That mark on his face? Impressive. I don't want to talk to you. You're disloyal. Nangong Montak scoffed, turning his head away to ignore her, still upset about her earlier abandonment. I had no choice. Please let me explain. Thus, Xia Yuxun dragged him into the kitchen, assigning him the task of preparing Mingxian's favorite sweet and sour fish, while recounting her tragic experiences. Chapter 126. Unsolicited flattery is either treachery or theft. The more Nangong Mo listened, the more astonished he became, until his mouth could hold an egg. How did you come to know these two? He truly could not fathom where this woman derived her prowess. Xia Yuxun impatiently waved her hand. Why are you so curious? Little child, what is your relationship with them? Could it be? Nangong Mo mused, upon noticing the mischievous glint in his eyes. Xia Yuxun immediately understood that he was harboring some unwholesome thoughts. She promptly gave his head a light smack. I have a past as both a subordinate and a superior to Long Si-chun. Besides that layer, we are childhood friends, and I share an alma mater with Mingxian. Child, could you not indulge in such thoughts? What is our relationship? Without warning, Nangong Mo asked. Xia Yuxun wanted to say that they were akin to a master and a pet, but instead cleared her throat and replied seriously, Since you call me sister, we are certainly siblings, but we aren't blood siblings. To you, I must seem like a stranger. Nangong Mo scoffed, a flicker of loneliness flashing in his eyes. Ungrateful little rascal. Would I treat a stranger to meals and drinks, and worship him like a little deity? Without a second thought, Xia Yuxun seized Nangong Mo by the ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You crazy woman. How dare you pull my ear? Even my mother never did that. Nangong Montak Violet Pitifuli. This is justice. Suddenly, Nangong Mo fell silent, pondering why. Why are you so kind to me? Xia Yuxun chuckled softly, caressing his cheek. Although you lack wealth, you possess charm. Any semblance of gratitude Nangong Mo felt was instantly extinguished. Indeed, kindness without reason often harbors ulterior motives. After preparing sweet and sour fish, Nangong Mo remained uncooperative. Why should I seek to please him? Come now. After all, he did assist you greatly this time. Xia Yuxun exclaimed as she noticed Mingxian sleeping on the couch, wrapped in a blanket. She approached him, giving him a gentle nudge. Senior, it's time to eat. Mingxian groggily opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Upon seeing Xia Yuxun, he appeared slightly dazed. She felt his forehead, noting it was cooler. You seem better. After a proper sleep tonight, let us eat now. I have no appetite. I want to sleep, he murmured, trying to drift off again. Being ill is no excuse to skip meals. You must eat something, Xia Yuxun urged. Just then, Nangong Mo dashed over, seizing Mingxian by the collar and forcefully dragging him to the dining table. Xia Yuxun stared in disbelief. Mo, be a bit gentler. Oof. I'm not being coerced by him. Why should I treat him gently? Nangong Mo grumbled as he bit into a rib. Mingxian, apiaring wiri, rested his chin on one hand, staring intently at Nangong Mo. Are you certain you're not being coerced? Nangong Montak pausit. his chopsticks halting midair before shifting to the sweet and sour fish, placing a piece of fish belly into Mingxian's bowl. Uncle, eat fish. I made this especially for you. It's my first time cooking for someone. Xia Yuxun marveled at Nangong Mo's capacity for adaptability and sudden shifts in demeanor. Chapter 127. Sleepwalking Strikes Again. Too much vinegar. Xia Yuxun immediately sampled a piece, noting it was indeed a bit sour. But, Senior, I thought you enjoyed vinegar. So I let Mo add a bit more. Both Nangong Mo and Xia Yuxun wore innocent expressions as they gazed at him earnestly. Looking at the ceiling. These two are already enough to drive me crazy. I can hardly survive this dual onslaught. Fortunately, with ample guest rooms in the house after dinner, Xia Yuxun tidied the room next to hers for Nangong Mo and added an extra blanket for Mingxian. Nangong Mo was quite displeased with the extra guest, but being in a vulnerable position, he suppressed his discontent. The following morning, Xia Yuxun awoke to a grave realization. In a panic, she bolted upright, flinging off the covers. Oh no, I forgot to remind Senior to lock the door. When she hastily opened Mingxian's door, she was met with a scene too exquisite to behold. On the modest bed, Nangong Mo clung to Mingxian as if he were a child, sleeping soundly. Xia Yuxun felt a headache coming on as she contemplated how to remedy the situation. She couldn't possibly move Nangong Mo, quietly approaching the bed. She intended to wake him before Mingxian noticed, but as she opened her mouth, Mingxian stirred and slowly opened his eyes. Upon spotting Xia Yuxun crouched at the foot of the bed, her mouth covered in fear, he smirked playfully, his voice languid and seductive. What mischief are you up to, spying on me so early? Xia Yuxun maintained her startled demeanor, but managed to point toward Mingxian's embrace. He glanced down, noticing Nangong Mo nestled in his arms. Xia Yuxun shut her eyes in despair. However, after a prolonged silence without any angry outbursts or kicks, she cautiously opened her eyes to gauge Mingxian's reaction. To her astonishment, he simply got out of bed carefully and tucked the blanket back around Nangong Mo. Xia Yuxun followed him out in a daze. Mingxian settled on the couch and sneezed. Xia Yuxun quickly draped a blanket over him. Senior, you're not angry, are you? He stifled a cough as he replied. That boy, doesn't he fear catching something from me? Cough, cough. Senior, did you already know that Mo has a sleepwalking condition? Yes, he has done this before. This is not the first time. He used to hide at your place? That explains it. I was puzzled as to how you could remain so calm, even if you weren't angry. It turns out you've dealt with this before. I remember the first time he did this. I screamed so loud, I almost brought the roof down and kicked him out. Gripping Xia Yuxun's shoulders tightly. What did that boy do to you? Senior, where are your thoughts going? He is still just a child. Xia Yuxun protested. Absolutely not. I'll arrange for him to stay at a hotel. Xia Yuxun felt a pang of sympathy. There is no need for that. Is there? He is quite pitiable. Mingxian shot her a glance. If he doesn't go, then you must. And I'll accompany you. Chapter 128. Hidden Intentions. Even without and confirming Mingxian's opinions, he already knew the outcome. President, your coffee. And gently knocked before entering with a cup of coffee. Perhaps due to Lung Xichen's prolonged illness and late-night work, he appeared diminished, his concentrated demeanor evoking a sense of empathy. Thank you. Also, please reserve a banquet at the hotel and contact General Zhao from Yongxin. Cold Xi-chun instructed without lifting his head. Of course, I'll take care of it. Wait. President, what is it? And turned back eagerly. When you visited Mingxian yesterday, what did he say? What was his attitude? And looked somewhat disappointed as she replied. O's attitude was ambiguous and hard to decipher. He merely said he would consider it. This was Mingxian's insidious nature, neither fully committing nor denying, keeping one in a state of uncertainty. Cold Xi-chun shook his head in exasperation, encountering a character who seemed to relish in manipulation. He felt as though he had become a hypothetical enemy. In their previous encounters, he had always gained the upper hand, yet this time he had to admit total defeat. After some thought, and spoke, President, actually O's stance wasn't he entirely closed off. I was trying hard to persuade him when Summer Yusun interrupted. Yesterday, she intended to employ her charm, but unexpectedly, she was interrupted by that reckless Xia Yuxun. Naturally, Annie felt that Xia was trying to usurp her achievements, which stirred dissatisfaction within her. What does that mean? Cold Xi-chun's brows suddenly knitted together. I sought out President O yesterday, and just as our conversation was gaining momentum, Xia arrived, and President O impatiently dismissed me. I can't fathom Xia's true intentions. Annie's agitation only grew as she spoke. Having heard that Xia's relationship with President O was rather complicated, coupled with the possibility that Xia harbored resentment over her recent dismissal, it seemed likely she was seeking revenge. I think I heard President O mention something about repaying him, perhaps spending a night with him. Cold Sechen's expression darkened dramatically, and he barked leave. I do not wish to hear any more baseless conjecture. Yes, President. Just moments ago, Annie had found Cold Sechen's weary demeanor pitiable, yet now he appeared terrifying. She hastily retreated. Cold Sechen's fingers unconsciously clenched, the sharp edge of the paper slicing into his fingertip, causing crimson droplets to fall. Mingxian disregarded the advice and went to work that morning, though his hours were rather alarming, arriving at 10:30. By the time he drove to the company, it would be nearing 11, and he would only stay for half an hour before returning. It was a rather lackadaisical approach for a president. One could hardly understand what he was doing. He even had the audacity to call it work efficiency, claiming half an hour was sufficient. Upon waking the next morning in Mingxuan's bed, Nangong Mo displayed remarkable calmness, clearly accustomed to waking not in his own bed. He grabbed a pillow, ruffled his hair, and shuffled to the kitchen in search of Xia Yuxun. Awake, little piglet. Have you no sense of time? It's only 11. I'll catch a bit more sleep before lunch. Just as Nangong Mo turned to leave, Xia Yuxun hurled a tomato at him. Eating and sleeping. Do you wish to turn into a pig? Life offers little joy anyway. Nangong Mo caught the tomato and took a bite. His languid posture against the doorframe, cradling a large white pillow, made him appear as though he had stepped out of a comic, truly a sight to behold. You believe you're fleeing, yet expect any excitement? Perhaps you should reconcile with your family and bask in the sunlight once more, Xia Yuxun quipped. Nangong Mo, irked by this topic, swiftly changed the subject. Where's the uncle? He went to work. Oh, right, you sleepwalked again last night. The senior said he feared you might catch a cold from him, so he suggested you drink the honeysuckle on the table. Oh, Nangong Montak responded Dodi. What is wrong? You look rather lifeless. You haven't caught a cold, have you? Xia Yuxun asked, noticing his pallor. Isn't the uncle sick? Why is he at work? Nangong Mo inquired, his expression somewhat awkward, revealing his concern. Xia Yuxun's lips twitched. It seemed he had developed admiration for the man's dedication. No need. He just left half an hour ago and should be arriving at the office now. Thus, Nangong Mo's expression darkened. The image of that man could hardly shine. President, Mr. Li has been waiting in the reception room for quite some time. As Mingxian arrived at the company, a flamboyant secretary rushed to greet him. Understood. The secretary noted that the president appeared significantly better than that morning, suggesting he had a pleasant evening. In the reception room, Li Yunjia had been waiting from 8 until 11, nearly succumbing to impatience. Upon seeing Mingxian, he looked as though he had spotted light in the darkness, his eyes sparkling with hope. President O, you truly made me wait, Li Yunjia exclaimed, nearly in tears. Is there something you wish to discuss? Mingxian replied, pleased as he perused the meticulously organized documents. He was well aware that his selected secretary was not merely ornamental. Li Yunjia, brimming with excitement, declared, how about this? I told you Cold Siken would falter. The penalty fee is no small matter. Mingxian raised an eyebrow, non-committal. It was a classic case of mutual destruction from which he could benefit. I'm more intrigued by how you accomplished this. Even if Cold Siken was absent for a couple of days, without an insider, those disqualified bids would not have been secured. That is for you to worry about. As long as you do not agree to amend the contract, they are bound to face severe penalties. If they choose to proceed with the error, it could even lead to the complete downfall of the coal corporation. Li Yunjia's arrogance only amused Mingxian. Did he truly believe in such grand victories? And how can you be so certain I will not agree to amend the contract? Li Yunjia froze, bewildered. Why would you consider changing it? Mingxian shook his head internally. It was no wonder Li Yunjia lacked the capacity to stir any significant waves, fixated solely on immediate gains. He recognized that reasoning with such a person was futile and lazily retorted. Heroes often falter when faced with the allure of beauty. But before he could inquire further, Mingxian glanced at his watch and indicated that it was time to leave, suggesting they could discuss matters another day. Li Yunjia had no choice but to depart. In the afternoon, Mingxian had no intention of returning to work. He intended to savor the time before 9 the next morning. Upon arriving back at the Jingwu Hall, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of cooking. From a distance, he spotted Xia Yuxun fiercely swatting at Nangong Mo, who was attempting to sneak a taste of the dishes. No stealing. The senior hasn't tea returned yet. One bite, one tea hurt. He is sure to have eaten at the office. He said he would come back for dinner. Humph. No wonder you bought so many ingredients. I knew it wasn't tea for me. Nangong Mo's jealousy shone through his violet eyes, while his blue eyes sparkled with envy. Listening to Xia Yuxun defend him, Mingxian felt a wave of amusement and cleared his throat. Upon seeing him return, Xia Yuxun dashed over to eagerly take his briefcase. Senior, you're back. At the dining table, Nangong Mo felt irked by Mingxian's smug demeanor and remarked sarcastically, offering unsolicited favors? One must be a thief or a schemer. Xia Yuxun discreetly kicked Nangong Mo under the table, insisting, who says that? My heartfelt intentions for the senior are pure. Let the heavens bear witness. Nangong Mo feigned gagging. Mingxian shook his head in exasperation. These two were truly unexpected companions. Suddenly, Xia Yuxun's eyes widened as she stared toward the entrance, exclaiming, a door from the heavens. What on earth? Have you lost your mind? What door from the heavens? Mingxian and Nangong Mo inquired as they followed Xia Yuxun's gaze. They saw two bodyguards, clad in black, swiftly installing a door panel to replace the one that had been kicked in. Oh my, is that the legendary antique carved redwood door from the Qing dynasty? Xia Yuxun exclaimed, rushing over to admire it, drooling at the sight. This is no mere door. It's an antique. Sweetheart, do you like the door? My taste is impeccable. ISNT it? Outside, Nangong Lin, with an innocent smile, emerged from a flashy red Ferrari. Xia Yuxun's lips twitched as she glanced at Nangong Lin, surrounded by his entourage of bodyguards, and replied awkwardly, it's nice, but it means I'll have to sleep in front of the door every night. Why? Nangong Lin inquired, puzzled. Because she fears being stolen from and must guard the entrance. Mingxian's timely explanation resonated, while Nangong Mo had already vanished into the shadows. Gazed at with a hint of surprise, then turned to, initially suspecting that his subordinate might have fabricated the report about the boy's whereabouts. Little did he expect that young master was indeed present. Are you here to take back? Inquired. In a corner, scoffed at the thought. Would he really come to fetch him? Only if the sun were to rise in the west. Did not answer directly, but instead countered with a question. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, do you truly not want that iceberg anymore? It seems to be the most challenging time for that fellow. And I thought you would certainly choose to accompany him. Was utterly speechless. You came all this way just to gossip about me? Did not deny it, adding that he might as well bring that rascal back home. Summer's heart sank. She wished he could discern the priorities better. I am quite clear about my intentions. Asserted earnestly. I've been standing outside for quite some time. Sweetie, want you invite me in for a seat? Reluctantly, ushered inside, and then leaned closer to, whispering, would it run off to? Sighed. Inside the room, frustrated, yanked the curtains down. Observing the glances cast at, he realized the man harbored ulterior motives. Did he intend to exploit a supposed debt of gratitude to ensnare? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. That foolish woman was too naive. She would undoubtedly be no match for her. What if something truly went awry? No, he could turn a blind eye to others, but not to, had gone to find, leaving only in the living room. His demeanor suddenly serious, warned, do not act rashly. Instantly grasped his implication, replying, thank you for your concern. But I know what I'm doing. What about furrowed his brows? I have nothing to do with him. She retorted immediately. Let us hope so at that banquet. I noticed that boy had some interest in you. I fear he might take this opportunity to make unreasonable demands of you. You, my dear girl, are so stubborn that I genuinely worry you might do something utterly reckless. Remarked. Eyes widened in indignation. Please do not speak carelessly. Is definitely not that kind of person. Could only shake his head in resignation, knowing that could harm without leaving any trace, showing no mercy to those he deemed unworthy. However, I must caution you that those who appear harmless are often the most perilous. Is certainly not as he seems. Yunavi, girl, you have stirred the ire of individuals who are not to be trifled with. You are overthinking things. I do not believe they are as you describe, argued defiantly. Unable to convince her, wore a face of worry. Moments later, emerged with, who transformed into a defensive little hedgehog upon seeing. The two men bore no resemblance to a father-son duo. Rather, they exuded an animosity akin to bitter rivals. Thank you for your help these past few days. Expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble at all. It's quite adorable, she replied. To S' astonishment, returned with without a second thought, even urging him to hurry. Am I dreaming? She thought, waving goodbye while still in disbelief. She had prepared herself for an impending showdown. What did you say to back there? Inquired curiously. Shrugged. I didn't say much. The child probably just misses home. In truth, he had said little more than, you know your father is notorious for his romantic escapades. If you choose to stay here, it gives him a reason to visit daily now. They truly found themselves in a world of their own, as eagerly anticipated the night's arrival. My dear, this time I shall not let you slip away, he vowed, determined to defeat in both the business and romantic arenas. In the ensuing quietude of the house, only and remained. Thankfully, her fever had subsided. Absently, she measured temperature, crouching before the cabinet with a vacant stare. Lost in thought, this was not the first time he'd seen such despair etched on her face, and he understood its origins. In a week, her would be engaged to, I know, replied, placing the thermometer in the drawer. What she was unaware of, however, was that due to unforeseen circumstances at the company, their wedding had been postponed by a month. Nevertheless, it hardly altered the situation. Will you keep me company tonight? She asked, her voice subdued. Preoccupied with strategizing for the evening, was momentarily taken aback by her request, nearly doubting his hearing. Was it possible? After all his meticulous planning, she was now offering herself up? It was far too easy, lacking any challenge. The frustration nearly drove him to despair. Why must she always defy logic? This woman represented that infinitesimal error in his otherwise controlled life, forever eluding his grasp. The more elusive she became, the more he longed to conquer her. Just a moment ago, Summer had been despondent, but now she brightened, exclaiming, "Let us go drink." She quoted the poet, "When one has wine, one should rejoice. Let tomorrow's troubles be faced tomorrow." Upon hearing her recitation, felt a headache coming on and couldn't resist countering. Libai also said, "Drawing a sword to sever the water only makes it flow more fiercely. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens it." From a scientific perspective, your approach is merely an evasion of reality, a self-deceiving, passive attitude, rather than a proactive one. Summer, now agitated, retorted, "Well, I declare that tonight I shall not return until I am intoxicated. Are you coming or not?" A glimmer of intrigue flashed in S' eyes as he smiled enigmatically. "I shall accompany you to the end." Initially, Summer planned to buy a few bottles of beer to indulge in her frustrations, but insisted on treating her to dinner at a hotel, claiming it was a reward for his care over the past few days. When had he become so agreeable? She pondered, could this be the genuine manifestation of kindness that hides ulterior motives? Regardless, a free dinner was too tempting to decline. Had she known she would encounter someone there, she would have adamantly refused this opportunity. "I can choose the dishes, right?" she eagerly asked. "You've asked numerous times. Order as you please," replied, bemused by her cunning smile. "Once you agree, you must not go back on your word." As she retreated while speaking, her smile suddenly froze. Before her was approaching with a middle-aged man in a suit, discussing something, followed by several familiar faces. He must be mingling for work, she thought. If he were to see her with, especially in such a context, it would only fuel his misunderstandings. As tried to distance herself from, he suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, burying his face in her neck. The angle created by his tall frame easily suggested an intimate embrace to anyone observing from behind. "Hey, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, struggling to free herself. But by then, had already vanished from sight. "You probably didn't notice this, right?" He was too busy dealing with matters to pay attention. Xia Yuxun tried to console herself. Mingxian immediately straightened up and casually said, "Let's go. Time for dinner." "Wait, you can't leave. You need to clarify your words." Xia Yuxun fiercely blocked his path. Just moments ago, he had clearly been turned away from Long Xiqing, making it impossible for him to have noticed Long Xiqing behind him. Thus, she dismissed the notion that he had deliberately acted for Long Xiqing's benefit, leaving her puzzled about his inexplicable actions. Unbeknownst to Xia Yuxun, a mirror across the hotel lobby reflected their figures. Sudden inspiration strikes. "May I embrace you? Is a reason necessary?" Wearing an expression that suggested she was overreacting. "What kind of decorum is it to embrace in public? I thought you were educated." Xia Yuxun retorted, exasperated. Mingxian, with utmost seriousness and sincerity, replied, "Next time, I shall restrain myself and only embrace you when we are alone. Just knowing is enough." "Oomph. No, wait." Xia Yuxun fumed. "You can't hug me even when no one is around. Where's your decency?" At that moment, the two entered a private room. and Mingxian abruptly closed the door behind them, pinning her against it. He brazenly wrapped his arm around her waist and said, "I will embrace you. What will you do about it? You lecher. Even a rabbit wouldn't eat the grass near its burrow." Xia Yuxun shot back angrily. Mingxian leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing her ear. "Why can't I embrace you? If I can't, why can Lung Xiqing?" He smirked. "A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. I return that phrase to you, Xia Yuxun." "Stop it, senior." The warm breath against her ear was too intense, his tone dangerously reminiscent of the unsettling incident in the office. Xia Yuxun's timid avoidance only fueled his desire to dominate her further. "You still haven't answered my question." He leaned in closer, his lips almost grazing her skin. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Xia Yuxun. "Senior, let go. If you don't, I'll throw you over my shoulder. I just recovered from a serious illness." "You heartless brat." Mingxian gritted his teeth and released her, convinced she would indeed follow through with her threat. The server entered to set the table, and the previously thick air of tension finally began to disperse. Xia Yuxun sighed in relief, feeling a strange unease about Mingxuan's behavior that night. He had returned to his usual self, as though nothing had transpired. However, this calm felt eerily like the stillness before a storm. Xia Yuxun, the kind of person who indulges in food when troubled, ordered an array of dishes: spicy crabs, steamed crabs, boiled crabs, Thai curry crabs, flavorful tomato sauce crabs, and a giant seafood vegetable soup. Staring at the table laden with crabs, Mingxian nearly lost his composure. No wonder she had been asking earlier if she could order anything. It was all premeditated. "Come on, I didn't let you eat crabs just once." Was it necessary to retaliate like this? Xia Yuxun ignored him, happily digging in while chugging down beer. After several bottles, she dramatically pointed a small crab at his face. "De claving ou Mingxian, listen up. You're not allowed to take advantage of me anymore." Chapter 134, I will eat, and what of it? I will eat, and what of it? Xia Yuxun, slightly intoxicated, felt a dizzying rage, thinking he might shamelessly snatch her crab. Mingxian, do you have no humanity? You won't even spare my beloved little crab." Mingxuan's gaze fell on her delicate hand as he drew closer. Xia Yuxun panicked, desperately trying to reclaim her crab, only to feel a sharp pain in her finger as the crab slipped from her grasp onto the table. She quickly withdrew her finger, blowing on it in pain while giving Mingxian a resentful look. He defiantly glared back, merely attempting to start with an appetizer. Learning her lesson, Xia Yuxun decided not to provoke him further, burying her head in her beer. Mingxian crossed his arms, his expression dark as he watched her with an intensity that suggested he wished she would drink herself into oblivion. Initially, his goal had been simply to outdo Lung Xiqing and prove his charm, aiming to make her forsake Lung Xiqing and fall for him. However, now that he recognized his true feelings, mere affection was insufficient. He desired not only her heart, but also her body. To defeat an enemy, one must avoid confrontation with strength and instead strike at their weaknesses. Despite his eloquence, he had been unable to penetrate her heart through various encounters. Thus, he resolved to claim her body first, gradually winning her heart thereafter. Women often harbor special feelings for their first man. With only 7 days left before Lung Xiqing's impending engagement, Mingxian felt urgency. If he delayed any longer, he might lose all chances. Though this method was one he had hoped to avoid, he had no choice. Xia Yuxun was resilient, impervious to his advances, compelling him to invade her most vulnerable areas. He contemplated this while unabashedly casting his gaze over her. Sensing his stare, Xia Yuxun instinctively pulled a plate of her favorite crabs closer, aware that overeating could upset her stomach. Mingxian gently but assertively took the crab from her, wiping her greasy hands clean with a napkin. Oddly, Xia Yuxun didn't attempt to reclaim the crab, her expression suddenly sorrowful, tears brimming in her eyes. Mingxian, taken aback, felt defeated as he sighed. "Go ahead and eat. Eat as much as you like. I'm done with you." Xia Yuxun sniffled, clutching a small crab in her hand, momentarily ceasing her tears. However, as she resumed eating, her tears flowed freely once more. "Senior, I feel so miserable." Mingxian grew alarmed, fearing she had truly upset her stomach. "What's wrong? Did you eat something bad? I told you not to eat so much." Chapter 135, Strike First Senior, Sob. Xia Yuxun lifted her head and collapsed into his embrace. Mingxian, concerned, disregarded the greasy marks she left on his pristine shirt, gazing at her with seriousness. "Xia Yuxun, No more tears. Tell me what's wrong. Senior, I'm so anxious. Anxious? Mingxian blinked in confusion. Anxious for what? Just go to the restroom if you need to. No one is stopping you. Xia Yuxun pinched his back fiercely. Achun is getting engaged. Mingxian gave a wry smile. Is that what you're anxious about? There are only 7 days left. After today, 6 days remain. 6 days, what can I do? Her tone was laced with unprecedented despair. Why not try forgetting him in those 6 days? Mingxian suggested, devoid of hope. Xia Yuxun murmured dreamily. You expect me to forget someone I've known for over 20 years in just 6 days? Indeed, Xia Yu, I can help you forget him. Tonight, I will help you forget. Trust me. Mingxian crouched before her, gazing intently into her eyes. However, Xia Yuxun completely disregarded his heartfelt sentiments, abruptly rising with fervor and seizing a colossal burger, declaring with an assertive tone, in this situation, I cannot afford to wait any longer. The early bird catches the worm. The bold thrive while the timid perish. I shall make my powerful intervention and eradicate this marriage at its nascent stage, ensuring they are destined to be worlds apart. With no hope for this lifetime, Mingxian gazed at her impassioned fervor in admiration, thinking to himself how utterly insane her determination was. Even more astonishing was the realization that he found her reasoning quite compelling. Shouldn't one indeed take the initiative? My dear, I must express my gratitude for your reminder. An hour later, Xia Yuxun was thoroughly intoxicated, stumbling and relying on Mingxian for support. Senior, where are you taking me? Sing Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star for me, please. I want to hear it. Sing quickly, or I won't leave. Settle down. After finally bringing her to the predetermined room, Mingxian was nearly exhausted. Reeking of seafood, he cast a glance at Xia Yuxun, who had quickly rolled into the bed sheets, before grabbing a change of clothes and heading to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, he found that Xia Yuxun had successfully transitioned from the bed to the floor. Hey, wake up. Go wash up before you sleep. Mingxian shoved a nightgown into her hands, forcing the dazed Xia Yuxun into the bathroom. With her mingling scent of seafood and alcohol, he certainly could not tolerate her in such a state. Once she entered, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sank into the sofa, lighting a cigarette. He was determined to get what he desired, by any means necessary. Yet, as the moment grew closer, doubt began to creep in. Perhaps it was because he cared too much. Just as Xia Yuxun emerged, her unsteady steps caused her to trip, but she nonchalantly brushed off her backside and plopped down onto the sofa, turning on the television. Mingxian's gaze followed her, intrigued as she settled beside him. What was she planning now? I want to watch a movie, Xia Yuxun declared, picking up the remote. Mingxian grimaced. It was nearly midnight, and did she not wish to sleep? What are you doing? Senior, what movie is this? As he was at a loss for words, he glanced up, and upon seeing the passionate scenes on the screen, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Even in her hazy state, Xia Yuxun squealed as the screen's male figure took a powerful stance, clutching a nearby pillow and burying her face into its soft fabric, trembling. Hey! As Mingxian leaned closer, Xia Yuxun shrieked, leaping from one end of the sofa to the other. Mingxian was startled by her exaggerated reaction. It was merely a romantic film. Surely she had seen one before? How could this happen? How could this happen? She repeated, resembling a frightened rabbit in disbelief. What do you mean? Mingxian inquired, amusement evident in his tone. The sounds emanating from the television grew more intense, and when a woman screamed, Xia Yuxun yelped, her voice more animated than the actors themselves. What are they doing? She shrank further into herself. Of course they are. Shut up. Don't say it. Xia Yuxun interrupted, her innocence shining through. I always thought those films were fake. How could they be real? It's terrifying. Mingxian nearly burst into laughter. This girl was so naive. Such childish films had long lost their effect on him. Yet tonight, with her here, those images and sounds suddenly became remarkably enticing. Darling, open your eyes. I won't. As Xia Yuxun fumbled for the remote to turn off the television, Mingxian snatched it away, deliberately amplifying the sound. The sound effects of this film are rather impressive. He murmured, lowering his voice near her ear. It's so indecent. She protested. Mingxian, you pervert. How could you show me this? You're corrupting a child. Her indignant accusation came muffled through the pillow. First, I didn't show it to you. You turned it on yourself. Second, are you a child? He retorted, stealthily snatching her pillow. As she shut her eyes and covered her ears, she began chanting, all who engage in battle stand ready, Evil spirits, depart swiftly. Evil spirits, retreat swiftly. Retreat, retreat, depart, depart. The Great Wall will never fall. The Yellow River flows endlessly. A chilling ringtone suddenly shattered the charged atmosphere, effectively dispersing the intimate tension. Xia Yuxun triumphantly concluded that her incantation had worked. Who was this divine being that banished the evil spirits? Listening to the eerie ringtone, Mingxuan's face turned pale. Xia Yuxun, for heaven's sake, can you elevate your taste? Xia Yuxun glanced at her phone and immediately hung up. Ah, no wonder the evil spirits retreated. Whose call was that? Mingxuan asked, his irritation palpable as he glanced at her phone screen. Who is it this time? You always choose such baffling nicknames. Xia Yuxun remained silent, her expression shifting to one of solemnity as if she was making a significant decision. After a moment, she declared, I will rise to reclaim my rightful place. After taking a deep breath, Xia Yuxun resolutely lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on the television screen without blinking. What was she up to now? Mingxian watched in astonishment as her demeanor shifted, his interest in her newfound determination peaked. Was that call from Lung Xiqing? He probed. Xia Yuxun did not shy away, responding with a simple yes. Mingxuan's irritation flared as she had changed her reference, only fueling his anger further. Xia Yuxun, are you out of your mind? Is he really that charming? Just as he was about to launch into a tirade, Xia Yuxun suddenly squealed and dove into his embrace, her small hands clutching his shirt tightly as she peered through her fingers at the screen, trembling at the intense scenes. Heavens, will it hurt? It's too cruel, too bloody, too terrifying. The softness that suddenly fell into his arms left Mingxian momentarily dazed. Xia Yuxun, this is a romantic film, he stated slowly. I know, she continued to shiver. Are you sure you know? Because it seems to me you're watching a horror film, he exclaimed, unable to contain his sarcasm. What nonsense! Horror films are not this frightening. This is simply gruesome. How could she do that? That's so disgusting. Xia Yuxun babbled, burying her head deeper into his embrace. You still want to watch something so terrifying? Mingxian raised an eyebrow. Xia Yuxun mumbled, well, I want to learn. Mingxian was struck speechless by her innocence. After a moment, he suppressed his emotions, pondering. For him, the ringtone sounded again, and Mingxuan's expression darkened as he pressed the button to dismiss it. After several repetitions of this exchange, Mingxian threw his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Xia Yuxun was startled by a sudden outburst and was about to speak when Mingxian interjected, Xia Yuxun, I will ask you one more time. Are you studying this for him? If it weren't urgent, Lung Xiqing wouldn't keep calling. Xia Yuxun, feeling agitated, exclaimed, why'd you throw my phone? My dear little one, you met a tragic end. She lamented as she crawled to retrieve her broken device. Mingxian seized her waist, forcefully pulling her back and pinning her onto the sofa. Senior, you're on top of me. Xia Yuxun protested, feeling dizzy from the impact. Isn't this what you wanted to learn? I'll teach you, Mingxian stated, slipping his hand beneath her clothing. Regretting the choice of her conservative sleepwear, he thought that if only he could simply pull the belt to resolve the situation. Xia Yuxun anxiously evaded his touch, shouting, Mingxian, where are your hands going? Stop. At that moment, Mingxian was relentless, but Xia Yuxun was too restless, her thrashing limbs nearly striking his sensitive areas. He narrowly avoided her flailing legs, panting, Xia Yuxun, dare to move again and see what happens. Why can't I move? I will move, Xia Yuxun defiantly replied, flailing her arms and legs. Mingxian endured several hits from her small hands, his face bearing the brunt of her rebellion. This was not a playful encounter. It felt more like a brawl, and she was a seasoned opponent. As he observed the little devil beneath him, Mingxuan's fierce demeanor gradually crumbled. Please just behave, he pleaded. I refuse to, she retorted. I called you to press me, to bully me. I am not easily trifled with. When Xia Yuxun became unruly, it was as if 9 bulls could not restrain her. A fact Mingxian was painfully aware of, and he found himself at a loss once more. He cried as a punch landed on his left eye. Let us stop this, shall we? He begged, but another blow struck his right eye. Having fought many battles, Mingxian understood a woman's sensitive points well. While soothing her, he discreetly explored her. I refuse to believe that I cannot handle a little girl. Suddenly, Xia Yuxun let out a laugh, startling Mingxian, who glared at her with bloodshot eyes. What are you laughing at? Senior, please stop, she replied. Why? Don't you like it? He asked, leaning in suggestively. It tickles. She giggled, twisting away to evade his hand, burying herself in the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. Fuming, Mingxian felt his temper rise. Xia Yuxun, you are simply infuriating. This girl's ability to ruin the atmosphere is astonishing. He now fully understood why Lung Xiqing had refrained from pursuing her. She was like an innocent child, completely unguarded, viewing him merely as a playmate, utterly oblivious to the nuances of romantic tension. Training this Na'vi girl would undoubtedly require more than a single day. Overwhelmed by guilt, he desperately attempted one last approach. Xia Yuxun, weren't you eager to learn? Please cooperate a little, will you? If the so-called technique involves being ravaged like those women in the movies, I would rather not learn. It's a disservice to students. After declaring this, Xia Yuxun kicked Mingxian without hesitation. Xia Yuxun, you dare to kick me? You're finished. He was caught off guard and nearly fell, feeling as though his back might break. Oh, I need to use the restroom, Xia Yuxun suddenly exclaimed, her face changing as she stepped over the fallen Mingxian and hurried to the bathroom. Mingxian, weary and recovering from illness, slowly climbed back onto the sofa, realizing with dismay that he was no longer capable. Xia Yuxun, you're too cruel. It became evident that the strategy of getting her drunk before acting was a grave miscalculation. When Xia Yuxun finally emerged, exhausted, Mingxian was already asleep. Impressive. No wonder he is a senior. He can sleep through such a shocking film. She tiptoed out of the bedroom, bringing a blanket to cover him. Just as she was about to slip away, Mingxuan's voice suddenly echoed behind her. Are you going to find him? Isn't he asleep? She replied, hardening her resolve to face him. I'm still not at ease, she confessed. Mingxuan's face was obscured in shadow as he replied, yes, go ahead. Xia Yuxun was taken aback. Had she heard correctly? Mingxian actually agreed? If the master gave permission, what was she waiting for? Then I'm leaving. However, just as she took a few steps, Mingxian called out, wait. Master, do you have any instructions? She asked, sounding subservient. Xia Yuxun, stop pretending. Mingxuan's voice was colder than ever. Xia Yuxun did not turn around. Pretending at what? I like you. You've known this for a while. Haven't you? His voice was gritted with frustration. Xia Yuxun stiffened, her hands clenched at her sides. Xia Yuxun, stop pretending. You were very clear-headed tonight. Mingxuan's tone was unwavering, his gaze turbulent. Senior, I don't understand what you mean. Xia Yuxun bit her lip, her body trembling slightly. Xia Yuxun, I'm blinded by my infatuation for you. What of it? He threw off the blanket, rising to seize the bewildered Xia Yuxun, carrying her back toward the bedroom. This was no longer a game. It was the genuine act of a man toward a woman. He despised his indecisiveness and lack of resolve. Tonight, there had to be a conclusion to their relationship. Xia Yuxun was terrified, the fear she felt now far surpassing that day in his office. She recalled Nan Gonglin's words, the more harmless something seems, the more dangerous it can be. Why not resist? His hands gripped her waist tightly, nearly merging her into his very being. She could sense her fear, her body trembling in a way that was both heartbreaking and inciting destruction. Xia Yuxun's eyes turned red from pain, yet she resolutely remained silent. Senior, I beg you to wake up. I don't want us to become like this. Regrettably, the dim lighting of the room concealed her immense terror and helplessness. If Mingxian had noticed her expression, perhaps he would have felt compassion. She innocently waited for him to awaken as he had that day and to reassure her that he had acted on impulse. However, he did not. Mingxian had completely lost his sanity, callously removing her glasses and lowering his head. Please, senior, be clear-headed. In the face of danger, she instinctively wanted to strike. But upon contemplating the consequences, she hesitated, realizing they may never return to their former selves. Xia Yuxun, I assure you, I am very clear-headed. I am fully aware that I want you. Even if I am insane, it is you who has driven me to this. With a roar like a cornered beast, reason faded away. She waited and waited, but hope eluded her. The familiar person she longed for remained absent. Instead, she was met with a despair that was all too familiar, buried deep within her memories. Amidst darkness, only coldness remained. The entire world felt as though it belonged solely to her, with no one to hear her cries or rescue her. As the light in Xia Yuxun's eyes dimmed gradually until it vanished completely, leaving her feeling hollow, she whispered, Mom, are you here to take me away? Mom, I'm sorry. Xiaoxun will never dare again. Mom, please don't hit me or abandon me. Mom, it's so dark and I am so afraid. Mingxian finally sensed something amiss, his entire being trembling as he switched on the bedside lamp, staring in disbelief at the girl beneath him. Xia Yuxun's gaze was vacant, her expression dazed, as if she had been struck by an overwhelming shock, lost in a particularly terrifying and fearsome experience. What on earth has he done? Yuxun, wake up. It is my fault, all my mistake. Please look at me. I'm so sorry, truly sorry for frightening you. Mingxian anxiously patted her cheek, yet she remained in a stupor. Suddenly, he recalled Xia Yuxun mentioning her family's history of mental illness, jokingly suggesting that she might have inherited it from her mother, albeit in a latent form yet to manifest. At the time, Mingxian had teased her, clearly asserting that it was a dominant inheritance, calling her a lunatic. Now, witnessing Xia Yuxun's abnormal reaction, a possibility exploded in Mingxian's mind. He hurriedly stumbled to the living room to get dressed, shouting, Yuxun, wait. I will take you to the hospital. Xia Yuxun seemed oblivious to his words. The door swung open and shut. A small figure darted out. Yuxun, don't run around. Mingxian, half-dressed and desperate to catch up, fell to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. In the cold, desolate villa, Lung Xiqing leaned against the sofa, an arm draped across his eyes. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, abrupt and urgent, reminiscent of that fateful day, leaving him momentarily disoriented, unsure of reality or illusion. Lung Xiqing, are you dead? If you're alive, make a sound. Xia Yuxun pressed the bell repeatedly, then resorted to banging on the door. As always, her demeanor was brash. I give you 3 minutes. If you don't open the door, I'll leave. 3 minutes passed. Just when he thought she had departed, her voice rang out again. Considering you're a patient and moving slowly, I'll grant you another 3 minutes. Unaware of the turmoil Xia Yuxun faced that night, he remained oblivious to her bluster. A mere facade to deceive herself into believing she was unafraid, utterly unafraid. Yet, ultimately, she could no longer hold on. Ah Chung, please open the door. Her voice began to lose its strength. Ah Chung, I want to see you. Please don't ignore me. Her tone had transformed into one of utter supplication. She pressed against the door, slowly sliding down. Ah Chung, I'm so scared. I beg you come out and see me. Ah Chung, please don't disregard me. Teetering on the edge of despair, she mustered her last ounce of strength in a futile grasp for hope, only to discover it was all an illusion. The silhouette of the boy had long vanished into the distant past, accustomed to relying on him in moments of helplessness. She knew that even when he acted disdainful and impatient, he would still pull her up, even when he insisted there would be no next time. This time, however, it seemed there truly would be no next time. He would no longer concern himself with her. When those hands were no longer there, she truly felt the sound of her world collapsing. The heavens shattered. She had always believed herself to be strong. It was only at this moment that she realized. Without that pillar of support, she could not cope with anything. Xia Yuxun, you are the weakest, the most useless person. She sat blankly on the floor, murmuring to herself, indifferent to whether anyone else was present or if he could hear her. Ah Chung, I'm sorry. It's only now that I realize I've been so self-righteous, thinking I was protecting you. In fact, I'm the most selfish person, for I cannot live without you. Thus resorting to all manners of despicable tactics to keep you by my side. I have been a mistake since birth, a blunder that brings disaster to others. Without me, Mother would not have died. Without me, the senior would not be in such pain. Without me, Ah Chung would not be so troubled. He would not have to bear the burden of me. After a while, all sounds finally ceased, and the night returned to silence. Inside, he found himself yearning for her to repeat her earlier words, to grant him another 3 minutes, perhaps then he would. He did not understand what he was feeling, nor why he was angry. He frantically dialed her number, desperate for news, yet when she stood outside his door, he found himself reluctant to see her. Perhaps she had deliberately left her entangled lover to seek him out. Should he feel gratified? She cared for him so deeply, enough to fly over from another man's bed at the mere sound of his call in the dead of night. Lung Xiqing remained motionless on the sofa, a statue amidst the chaos within, until the gentle patter of rain began outside. The sound of raindrops against the glass was crystal clear, each drop a cold reminder striking at his heart. He was at a loss, utterly unable to apply his usual reason and strategy when it came to her. If she was indeed his calamity, he was fated to endure it. When he finally lost control and opened the door, the rain poured heavily, but she was no longer outside. A foreboding sense of dread surged within him as he rushed into the downpour. He did not know what he sought, what he wished to reclaim. He merely ran aimlessly, searching for her, as if that act of seeking was an end in itself. She was gone, just as she had been when he abandoned her on the road. After he turned away, she had vanished from sight. Half an hour later, Lung Xiqing returned empty-handed. Sitting on the sofa, a bitter expression on his face. I must be going mad. Xinjiang, Xinjiang. The doorbell rang unexpectedly again. Lung Xiqing sprang to his feet, rushing to open the door. Is Yuxun here? The moment he saw Mingxian, he felt a crushing sense of hope shatter, plummeting into despair. Mingxian gazed at Lung Xiqing, astonished by his disheveled appearance. Seeing him silent, he pushed past him forcefully. Xia Yuxun, come out. He searched room by room, convinced she was hiding somewhere, unwilling to face him. Yuxun, don't be afraid. It's my fault. I will never act that way again. Mingxuan's voice trembled with guilt and panic. She is not here. Lung Xiqing's cold voice cut through the tension from behind him. Impossible. She wouldn't come here. This is the only place she could possibly be. Mingxian gasped heavily, ruffling his hair in frustration. With those words, Lung Xiqing's brows furrowed deeper. Wasn't she supposed to be with you? Did something happen? Mingxuan's gaze shifted, evasive. Yes. Where is she? Mingxian asked urgently. She left. Hope was granted only to be dashed. Mingxian nearly choked on his despair. She left? You didn't see her? How could you let her go? Mingxian's agitation escalated, prompting Lung Xiqing to finally sense something amiss. His face a mask of frost. What happened? Mingxian stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, overwhelmed by the realization of his own wrongdoing. It's all my fault. Entirely my fault. He buried his head in his hands. I almost forced her. Before he could finish, he received a solid punch from Lung Xiqing, who had already dashed out the door before he could comprehend the situation. Mingxian stood there, his face bruised, lost in a daze, intermittently chuckling to himself. I'm such a bastard. Cold Xiqing is not, I am. The thought of her enduring such circumstances without resistance, of her unwavering trust in him until the very last moment, while he callously trampled upon that trust, filled him with a self-loathing desire for self-destruction. In his quest to defeat one person, he had destroyed the most significant person in his life. Even if he emerged victorious from this battle, he would still be left in ruins. Chapter 142. Identification of the corpse when the company manager called. Brimming with excitement over the agreement from the O Corporation to alter the contract, Cold Xiqing flatly rejected the changes. He insisted on terminating the contract as originally planned, compensating for the breach, and signing anew with Yongxin. President, you must be joking. The manager, still reeling from this declaration, was hit with another bombshell. Additionally, effective immediately, all joint projects with the O Corporation are to be scrapped. Cold Xiqing disregarded the manager's dismay, abruptly ending the call, a bitter sense of destiny flickering in his eyes. He never anticipated that he would succumb to such impulsiveness one day. Xia Yuxun, I have ultimately lost to you. In this commercial war, both sides were left battered and bruised. That girl had always been adept at hiding. During childhood games of hide-and-seek, no one could ever find her. He recalled one day when she concealed herself in a large tree, falling asleep as she hid. They searched for her throughout the day, but she remained unfound until dusk descended and all the other children returned home. He despised this game, loathed her absence, and detested the feeling of being unable to locate her. That night, just as despair was setting in, he passed by that very tree, and she fell from its branches, landing directly in his arms. At that moment, he lay on the ground, dumbfounded, gazing at her drooling form as she nuzzled against him. And he could not help but embrace her, saying, "Little Sun, please don't ever let me lose you again," unbeknownst to him. That single utterance would keep Xia Yuxun lingering before him for many years to come. Standing beneath that tree now, Cold Xiqing found himself frozen in place, yearning for her to miraculously descend from above once more. If he was silence, calmness, and reason, she was his complete antithesis, his voice, his chaos, his irrationality. He had longed to discard this opposite, yet failed to realize that without it, he would be rendered incomplete. Miracles this time, no miracle came. He clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear. Cold Xiqing, miracles do not manifest every time. After that rainy night, Xia Yuxun vanished as if she had evaporated from the world. In her absence, his life returned to a semblance of order, yet left him feeling achingly lonely, paralyzed by anxiety. For 3 days and nights, Mingxian scoured all of the city and its neighboring towns, and by the third day, his search even extended abroad. Cold Xiqing merely remarked on his efforts. Even if she were to take her own life, she wouldn't go that far. This remark sparked a series of uncharacteristic confrontations between the two men. Exhausted from their exchanges, they collapsed onto the floor. During these days, they refrained from watching television or reading newspapers, fearful of hearing the news they dreaded most. They even endured several grim visits to identify unidentified female corpses, each time returning drenched in cold sweat, the terror still fresh in their minds. That night, was she with you because of me? A bead of sweat trickled down Cold Xiqing's forehead, tracing a path down his cheek like a tear. Mingxian snorted dismissively. Don't flatter yourself. Though I suggested she spend a night with me as payment, she did not agree. Don't think you hold any significance in her heart. Chapter 143. If this isn't love, Xia Yuxun, I have always known, always been aware, he mused, even as he chose to remain lucidly ensnared in this illusion of happiness. Yet, before Cold Xiqing, his pride forbade him from acknowledging this truth. Cold Xiqing suddenly lunged forward, gripping Mingxian's collar tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Noticing his demeanor, Mingxian sneered, "What are you angry about? My conditions or her choice? Do you even care? Will any of this matter to you?" Anger. No, quite the opposite. Mingxian's words revealed the stark reality. The relationship between Xia Yuxun and him had not progressed to the extent he imagined. Otherwise, Mingxian would not resort to such despicable methods to win her over. Simultaneously, he found solace in knowing she had not lost her sanity and done something to disappoint him. She understood him better than he had anticipated. Cold Xiqing. Though reluctant to admit it, you know her better than I do. Tell me, would she act foolishly? Mingxian had been tormented by guilt to the brink of madness these past few days. Cold Xiqing shot him a sidelong glance, scoffing, "Don't inflate your own importance. You don't wield that kind of influence. Even if she were to act foolishly, it wouldn't be because of you. If I hadn't turned her away when she was most vulnerable, none of this would have transpired." Mingxian's forehead throbbed with indignation. Are you truly going to argue over something so trivial? It's merely a fact, Cold Xiqing replied coolly. Mingxian fell silent for a moment before finally voicing his greatest concern. "Yuxun, are you certain she's all right?" That night, she seemed strange. Cold Xiqing's back stiffened, and he sprang up, racing out to continue the search for her. "Hey, you haven't answer my question," Mingxian called after him. Cold Xiqing's demeanor all but confirmed Mingxian's suspicions. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and on the 7th day, there was still not a single shred of news. Both men were on the verge of collapse. Cold Xiqing's health, already precarious, deteriorated further due to the strain of the past few days, culminating in a fever that developed into pneumonia. Ultimately, Mingxian could no longer bear to watch and forcibly rendered him unconscious to take him to the hospital. Standing before the hospital bed, Mingxian glared with frustration. "You'd better stop pretending to be strong. You aren't the only one concerned for her. This entire situation is fundamentally my fault, and I will take responsibility for finding her. I don't want her to see you in this state when she returns. You have no right to command me," Cold Xiqing retorted as he shoved aside the nurse attempting to administer N4. Stumbling, he dashed out, determined. "Xia Yuxun, even if I must search every inch of the earth, I will find you." Mingxian watched Cold Xiqing depart, a realization dawning upon him. That foolish girl had not loved in vain. He had always thought her affections were unreciprocated. Yet it seemed she had understood far more than he had imagined. What had driven two once close individuals apart? Cold Xiqing. What had clouded your understanding of your own heart, if this isn't love? Then what truly is? He had always believed Xia Yuxun lacked emotional intelligence. Yet it became evident that even the most formidable can encounter a foe with a negative emotional quotient. Xia Yuxun often stated, "Strike first to gain the advantage." The latecomer suffers the consequences. The bold thrive while the timid perish now. He indeed sought to intervene robustly, attempting to stifle her burgeoning love for Cold Xiqing before it could blossom. Yet ultimately, he had failed to tear them apart, leaving them still bound together, with no hope for the future. All this time, he had been oblivious to where things had gone awry. It was only through retracing their shared memories with Cold Xiqing that he discovered the truth. He had intervened far too late. The seed of love in Xia Yuxun's heart had already grown into a towering tree. Chapter 144. Mysterious news in the southern outskirts of a city. A tranquil private resort was surrounded by vibrant red maple trees, the air fresh and crisp. However, in recent days, various experts from medical schools could be seen hurriedly coming and going outside the resort. In a vintage and opulent bedroom within a courtyard, an elderly man resembling a butler stands respectfully with his hands clasped over his abdomen, bowing slightly in the center of the room. The man seated at the desk is shrouded in shadow. Though his expression remains obscured, the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the desk reveals his anxious mood. "How is she?" he inquires. The old butler sighs softly. The young lady remains as she always has. No one can approach her. Those doctors have been thoroughly beaten back before they could even come near. The man shakes his head, bemused. "Let us not trouble her with those inept fools. Whatever you do, don't provoke her. Aside from bringing her meals and water, no one is allowed near that door." "Yes, sir. By the way, how are those two boys faring?" "They are still searching for the young lady." The butler reflects, adding, "It seems that the Cole family's son is quite ill." "Hospitalized?" The man raises an eyebrow. "He was admitted, but left within mere moments." The butler replies honestly. The man snorts in disdain. Now he yes in a hurry. Where was his urgency before? He deserves to suffer. I warned him long ago that he would regret it eventually. "Sir, what shall we do now?" The butler inquires uncertainly. If it weren't for the girl, I would have surely lost my patience with those two brats." The man expresses his dissatisfaction. "To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. To cure a heartache, one must administer the right remedy. Trying so many doctors has proven futile. It seems her ailment can only be healed by the one concerned. Fetch Scarface for me. I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, sir," the butler responds before departing. Behind him, the weary man in the shadows rubs his temples. 2 hours later, Cold Xiqing and Mingxian unexpectedly meet at the Mayan Mountain Villa in the southern suburbs. "What are you doing here?" Mingxian exclaims, seeing Cold Xiqing leaning against a maple tree with his eyes closed. Cold Xiqing remains silent, merely raising a hand. In the next moment, Mingxian pivots slightly and deftly catches a paper that Cold Xiqing tosses to him. Upon reading its contents, Mingxuan's expression shifts to one of surprise. "You received this too? Damn it. It can't be another one of those ridiculous false leads, can it? Everyone knows we're searching for Yuxun, and it's not the first time someone has pretended to have found her just to extort us. This time is rather intriguing. It's not in a dumpster, a back alley, or a nightclub, but such an upscale venue. Who knows if it's real or not?" "What do you think?" Cold Xiqing remains with his arms crossed, leaning against the tree, silent. "Hey, Cold Xiqing," Mingxian shouts in frustration. "Will it kill you to say something?" Still ignored. "I truly don't understand how that girl can tolerate you." Mingxian fumes, finally realizing how torturous the past years with him must have been for her. After at least 20 minutes of his ranting, Cold Xiqing finally murmurs, "She likes me." Those 4 words are like a spark igniting Mingxuan's fury. How shameless can you be? I've seen disgraceful behavior before, but this is beyond anything. You're just flaunting, aren't you? I'll make sure you're worlds apart. You'll have no hope in this lifetime. Cold Xiqing, for the sake of Xia Yuxun, not only terminated that contract but also completely shut down O's family, a move that caught Mingxian entirely off guard. If he had any uncertainty about Cold Xiqing's feelings before, this action confirmed the significance of that girl in his heart. Birds of a feather flock together. Cold Xiqing remarque, succinctly assessing, ou Mingxian incessant châté. You, Mingxian seeds, you understand that well. So it's clear you and Yuxun have no future. You're simply not in the same world. Cold Xiqing replies expressionlessly. Do you think after treating her like that, she would still choose you? Even if we're at the Mariana Trench, you're merely at the East African Rift. His words are piercingly sharp. After just 7 days with him, Mingxian feels severely injured, now holding Xia Yuxun in immense esteem. It's a miracle she is still alive, and you haven't driven her to her death. He can't help but scoff. In fact, I should be the one grateful to still be alive, Cold Xiqing retorts. Mingxian pauses, then scoffs dismissively. So you're just as helpless against her. I thought you were something special. 10 more minutes pass, and Mingxian anxiously checks his watch, wondering why no one has arrived yet. The more he observes Cold Xiqing's calm demeanor, the more irritated he becomes. Suddenly, a phone rings, and Cold Xiqing answers promptly. Have you found anything? President, we've located the information. This Mayan Mountain Villa is... Mingxian. Close enough. Overhears the conversation. realizing that cold Siching has already gathered all the necessary details. Just as the assistant is about to reveal something crucial, an elderly man dressed like a butler emerges. "Gentlemen, our master requests your presence." In the next moment, the assistant mentions a key name, Nangong Lin. Upon hearing that name, cold Siching nearly stumbles, his nerves having relaxed suddenly. Nangong Lin. If it's him, there might really be news about Xia Yuxun. When they arrive, they find Nangong Lin lounging comfortably, with his legs casually draped over a table. "Do you have news about Xia Yuxun?" Cold Siching asks directly. It seems that Nangong Lin, who had previously shown great concern for Xia Yuxun, would not miss this opportunity. "Where is Yuxun?" Mingxian queries urgently, his mind racing, perplexed about how Nangong Lin became involved in this. Yet his primary concern remains Yuxun's whereabouts. Nangong Lin leisurely observes the two men's anxiousness, deliberately prolonging the silence as they fidget. "Speak up," Mingxian exclaims in frustration. Nangong Lin had initially intended never to allow these two rascals to see her again, but now he feels a sudden urge to let them witness her current state. "Follow me." However, on this occasion, Nangong Mo evidently had no intention of sparing him any dignity. In the past, he had never dared to confront him. Even the mere sight of his gaze would render him speechless with anxiety. Yet, at this moment, fury completely consumed him. Nangong Mo cast a haughty glance his way, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, I shall depart." Just as Nangong Lin sighed in relief, Nangong Mo continued, "However, I shall take her with me." "Absurd. You have no right to take her away," Nangong Lin retorted angrily. "What authority does a capricious person like you have to reprimand me? Why do I lack the qualifications? She's the one I found." At this point, Nangong Mo was utterly engulfed by rage and regret. For days prior, when he discovered her wandering aimlessly by the roadside, she was incessantly uttering phrases like, "Senior, why did you do this, Achen? Open the door, do not ignore me. Do not leave me alone." Glancing at her body marked by ambiguous traces, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Mingxian. And that scoundrel, Lung Siching, did he truly care for her? How could she find herself in such a state after only a few days apart? He cursed himself for his lack of vigilance, failing to recognize Mingxuan's ulterior motives. That beastly man, he had deliberately diverted Nangong Mo's attention, intent on harming her, and he had foolishly walked away. Why was he so naive? Fortunately, it was he who had found her. Never had he felt such relief. From Xia Yuxun's words, he inferred that after her escape, she had sought out Lung Siching. But that cold-hearted man had completely ignored her. Nangong Mo was infuriated, driven to seek vengeance against the two men, yet ultimately chose to discreetly hide her, allowing them to search in vain. "Search all you want. You shall never find her." As Xia Yuxun's condition deteriorated and her mental state crumbled, he finally panicked. In this place, he had no connections. The only person he could think of was Nangong Lin. It was only then that he gradually realized that although Nangong Lin's attitude towards Xia Yuxun was peculiar, it was certainly not romantic. The one with ulterior motives was, in fact, Mingxian, who had been misleading him all along. Thus, relinquishing this concern, he was left with no choice but to seek Nangong Lin's assistance, with the stipulation that he must keep her whereabouts secret from those two scoundrels. He could not bear to see her harmed again. In Chapter 147, "Come back when you've matured," Nangong Lin cared for Xia Yuxun more than he had anticipated. This was Nangong Lin's private estate, a place he visited yearly without fail, signifying its profound importance to him. Yet, he allowed a seemingly irrelevant person to reside there, providing the best servants and psychological experts. Just as he began to appreciate Nangong Lin's efforts for Xia Yuxun, he was confronted by the very two individuals he detested, leaving him feeling utterly disappointed and resentful of Nangong Lin's betrayal of trust. Nangong Mo cast a helpless glance at his son, aware of his own culpability, and ultimately softened his tone, advising, "Little Mo, the one who ties the bell must untie it. What do you intend to do? Allow them to harm her once more? She's already in this state. If she sees those two..." Tears nearly brimmed in Nangong Mo's eyes. He could not fathom why he cared so deeply for someone he had known for only a few days, why he was so agitated on her behalf. Yet, witnessing the once vibrant girl reduced to her current state filled him with profound sorrow. Some individuals remain strangers throughout a lifetime, while others, despite only a day of acquaintance, may become confidants. I apologize for intruding, but I am not here to witness your quarrel. Lung Xiqing interrupted, his tone laced with impatience. Monxion, tout imploré. Regardless of the circumstances, can I at least see her first? Impossible. Please leave. I will not allow you to see her. Nangong Mo resolutely blocked the door. Nangong Montak, what has happened to Yuxun? I beg you, tell me. Mingxian grasped Nangong Mo's shoulders, shaking him in desperation. Why, even now, can I not see her? Nangong Mo glared coldly at him. You are nothing but a beast. The crude words emerging from the lips of such a handsome youth felt remarkably out of place. Minguon forced a smile. Yes, I am a beast. What must I do to earn the right to see her? Nangong Mo scrutinized him, finally uttering, Return when you have matured. Defeated, Mingxian leaned his head against the door behind him, exclaiming Little Mo. Get lost. Nangong Montak, balancing a food tray in one hand, attempted to push him away but found it futile. Mingxian took the tray from him, offering, Using both hands will make it easier. Nangong Mo roared in fury, Get out, get out, get out. Immediately regretting his outburst, he lowered his voice, pleading, Please leave. Do not pressure her any further. What do you want? Mingxian, you failed last time, and now you wish to force her again, do you? And you, Lung Xiqing. You are worse than a beast. He continued to shout, Get out, get out. I will not allow you to provoke her again. After a brief struggle between Nangong Mo and Mingxian, they suddenly realized Lung Xiqing was missing. Nangong Mo turned to Nangong Lin, casting a wary glance. Where's Lung Xiqing? Nangong Lin shrugged innocently. He left 3 minutes ago. He must be attempting to sneak in through the back. Nangong Montak. Monxion. Chapter 148. I know you were there. Sneaking in? How could that be? Was that window made of paper? Nangong Lin stroked his chin. Well, it appears so. The estate's architecture was quite antiquated, featuring retro designs. Indeed, the window could very well be flimsy. In the next moment, a loud crash resonated from within the house, clearly indicating someone had entered. How cunning, Nangong Mo thought, realizing this sly individual was even more treacherous than Mingxian. He had been so careless, focusing solely on Mingxian, that he had forgotten about this scoundrel. Nangong Mo wasted no time, rushing inside. Where are you? Lung Xiqing had already searched the entire room, but found no sign of her, his expression darkening ominously. Upon seeing this, Nangong Mo exhaled in relief, then coldly remarked, I never claimed she was here. Mingxian, incensed, rushed forward and seized Nangong Mo by the collar. Are you toying with me? Nangong Mo calmly pried Mingxuan's fingers away, enunciating each word, Do not accuse me. When have I ever toyed with you? The emphasis on the word you was particularly pronounced. You, Mingxian, filled with rage, pointed at him before despondently collapsing to the ground. Lung Xiqing furrowed his brow, glancing at Nangong Lin. Nangong Lin leaned against the door, adopting a detached posture, clearly indicating he could not assist. He feared if he spoke now, his son would be driven to madness. Furthermore, he was intrigued to see just how well Lung Xiqing understood Xia Yuxun. Monxion, lacking strength, crouched down, cradling his head in despair. Yuxun, where are you, where are you? I cannot endure this any longer, truly. You might as well kill me. Please come out. His shoulders trembled weakly, his head bowed low, displaying a profoundly pitiful vulnerability. Nangong Lin's expression faltered. That scene unexpectedly stirred a memory within him. Little Mo, perhaps you should tell him. Nangong Mo shot Nangong Lin a glare, clearly opposed to the idea. He was resolute in his decision, unwilling to acknowledge Mingxuan's state. Her life was in his hands. He could not afford to be merciful. Meanwhile, Lung Xiqing was incessantly pacing within the room. What more are you searching for? She is not here, they have all been told. So you must leave? A flicker of anxiety crossed Nangong Mo's face as he rushed to usher everyone out. However, as he approached Lung Xiqing, he was deterred by the chilling intensity of his gaze. The earlier panic and the deliberately hushed tone had already betrayed some hints. Xia Yuxun was definitely present. Beads of sweat dotted Lung Xiqing's forehead. Whether from illness or the urgency of the moment, he paced restlessly like a trapped beast within the confines of the room. Xiao Sun, I know you are here. You must be here. He took a moment to steady himself, closing his eyes in meditation before slowly reopening them, his piercing gaze landing on the intricately carved mahogany wardrobe in the corner. A knot formed in Nangong Mo's throat as he attempted to intervene, but it was too late. With determined strides, Lung Si-chan flung open the wardrobe door. There, curled up in the cramped corner, was the delicate figure of a girl. Her long eyelashes peacefully resting as she slept, traces of tears still glistening on her cheeks, clutching a floral pillow tightly in her embrace. Chapter 149. A life-threatening situation for a brief moment. Lung Si-chen's heart swelled with relief, only to be quickly seized by anxiety. He reached out, longing to envelop her within his embrace, yet hesitated, fearful of startling her. In that instant, tears that had been held back for too long fell upon the girl's face. Xia Yuxun. Witnessing this scene, the previously furious Nangong Mo found himself unable to disrupt the moment. Mingxian slowly lifted his gaze, incredulous at the sight before him. Yuxun, why is she hiding in the wardrobe? Shoo! Nangong Mo hurriedly rushed over to cover his mouth. Keep your voice down. Be careful not to wake her. If she doesn't wake, how can I explain myself? How can I apologize? Mingxian fretted, his urgency reflecting his guilt, oblivious to the fact that Xia Yuxun's state was precarious. The pillow in her arms obstructed Lung Si-chen's embrace as he attempted to retrieve it. The sleeping Xia Yuxun instinctively clutched it tighter. Before Nangong Mo could resolve the situation, he saw Lung Si-chen's intention to take away Xia Yuxun's pillow and panicked, rushing to intervene. No, no, please don't touch that pillow. Why? Lung Si-chen furrowed his brow. Because it could be life-threatening. No sooner had he spoken than the girl in Lung Si-chen's arms slowly opened her eyes. Nangong Mo's face drained of color, and he instinctively recoiled. The anticipated sound of a slap resonated in the room. After delivering a resounding blow, Xia Yuxun swiftly scrambled down from Lung Si-chen's grasp and darted back into the wardrobe, slamming the door behind her. Silence enveloped the room. Nangong Mo swallowed hard, relieved that the outcome was far better than he had feared. He had braced himself for a deadly confrontation. Lung Si-chen's face bore the clear imprint of the slap as he muttered a curse and yanked at the wardrobe door. Bang! Just as he pried it open, it was immediately shut on him from the inside. He attempted again, only to be thwarted once more. After several futile attempts, Lung Si-chen's patience wore thin. He forcibly opened the door and dragged Xia Yuxun out. Ah! She shrieked, biting down hard on his hand. Ugh! The pain made Lung Si-chen grunt. Yet he did not relent, holding her tightly around the waist with one arm, while the other remained firmly gripped by her teeth. Blood quickly filled his mouth as she seemed repulsed by the taste, coughing violently before releasing him and launching a flurry of kicks and punches at anyone who came near. Though she had lost her grasp on reason, her ferocity was undeniable, and Lung Si-chen barely managed to withstand her onslaught, now covered in bite marks and bruises. Despite being the victim, the sheer desperation and madness reflected in Xia Yuxun's eyes tugged at his heartstrings even more. Finally, Nangong Mo could no longer contain himself. Lung Si-chen, let her go. Can't you see how terrified she is? Can't you see she is suffering? Mingxian stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the girl in such a frenzy was indeed Xia Yuxun. Lung Si-chen, enough. He rushed forward, prying Lung Si-chen's hands away. In that moment, Xia Yuxun seized the opportunity to retreat back into the wardrobe. Chapter 150. A deteriorating situation, let go. Lung Si-chen growled, striding forward without hesitation. Xia Yuxun could only scream in despair, incapable of articulating anything else. She no longer recognized the man before her, rejecting any touch or approach, overwhelmed by fear and panic. You frightened her. Mingxian remarked, stepping closer, only for Xia Yuxun to emit an even more frantic scream. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mingxian's eyes as he stepped back in a flurry. Yuxun, don't be agitated. I'm not coming closer. Don't be afraid. With one hand, Lung Si-chen gripped Xia Yuxun's wrist against his chest, while the other arm encircled her, preventing her from struggling. Xia Yuxun, calm down, calm down. In the midst of her thrashing, the embroidered pillow slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. In that instant, despair, hatred, and panic reached a fever pitch. Lowering her head, she sank her teeth into Lung Si-chen's shoulder with ferocity. The intensity of her bite sent waves of dizziness through him, causing his knees to buckle. Mingxian, having noticed the change in Lung Si-chen's complexion, rushed forward just in time to support him as he faltered. Lung Si-chen, are you all right? Are you dead? Was this man a fool? To endure such a savage bite without flinching? Xia Yuxun sobbed until her voice was hoarse, kneeling on the ground and crawling toward the fallen pillow. Once she embraced it, her frenzied demeanor softened considerably. Cautiously eyeing Lung Si-chun as though he were a ferocious beast, she inched back against the wall, still clutching the pillow. Ashen, Ashen. Upon hearing her call, the desolation in Lung Si-chun's eyes brightened. Xiaosun. Yet, despite uttering his name, Xia Yuxun did not meet his gaze. Instead, she anxiously clung to the pillow, whispering repeatedly, Ah-chun, Ah-chun, did you hurt yourself? I'm sorry. Just blow on it. And it won't hurt anymore. She leaned forward, tenderly blowing on the pillow as if to soothe it. A loud crash echoed through the room. It was Nangong Lin's fist colliding with the door. He stared at Xia Yuxun in the corner, his body trembling violently, a lump forming in his throat as he slid down the door frame, overwhelmed by emotion. The three men were so focused on Xia Yuxun that they failed to notice Nangong Lin's unusual response. Hours later, within the study, the four men were utterly exhausted. Nangong Lin sat at the desk with an inscrutable expression, while Nangong Mo wiped his brow, making a call to the kitchen to reorder dinner. Mingxian sat dazed on the sofa, replaying Xia Yuxun's frenzied state in his mind. Across the room, Lung Si-chun felt a heavy fog clouding his thoughts, relying solely on sheer willpower to remain upright. The last image of Xia Yuxun calling his name was etched in his heart, rendering him restless. It seems my decision was indeed flawed. You have only compounded the mess. Now, she refuses to eat anything. Nangong Lin finally spoke, his tone heavy with regret. Nangong Mo, furious, shot back. I warned you that it would come to this. Chapter 151. Helplessness. Nangong Lin glanced at the pale-faced Lung Si-chun. Si-chun, you should focus on recovering from your illness first. Even if you don't care about yourself. Lung Si-chun unsteadily stood up. I must temporarily entrust her care to you. His greatest desire was to take her away, but he understood that the pressures from both home and work rendered that impossible. After Lung Si-chun departed, Mingxian sat there in a daze, unsure of what to do. She was so terrified of him. His presence could only exacerbate her illness. What more can I do? After a brief moment of distraction, Mingxian rose quickly. I will return. He intended to seek the finest psychologists and mental health experts. Two individuals approached with great fervor, only to return defeated in the end. Nangong Mo also went to the kitchen to assist with meal preparations. In the study, once everyone had left, only Nangong Lin and his subordinate, Scar, remained. Scar, I want all the information on Xia Yuxun, including details about her 18 generations of ancestors. Ensure nothing is overlooked. Nangong Lin's voice trembled with urgency. Understood, boss. I will get right on it. Xia Yuxun. Her appearance, her character, the inexplicable affinity he felt for her, even her illness. Was it all merely coincidence? He had sensed something amiss for a long time, but had been too afraid to confront it. Now, it seemed he could no longer deceive himself. The following day, Mingxian arrived with the most esteemed experts. However, the situation showed no signs of improvement. Nangong Lin and Nangong Mo had already done everything possible. The doctors were unable to approach her, rendering any further discussion moot. The experts assessed her condition as severe depression, which had previously been latent but had now erupted due to some trigger. Mingxian incredulously protested. That can't be. With her cheerful disposition, how could she possibly be depressed? The experts explained that such a demeanor often masked deeper issues. The more cheerful someone appears, the more severe their condition may be. Typical symptoms of depression include low mood, diminished interest, pessimism, sluggish thought processes, lack of initiative, self-blame, poor sleep and appetite, and even suicidal ideation in severe cases. Yet, she exhibits none of these symptoms. Exactly. So how could this be? Consider this. If someone represses all negative emotions to the extreme while maintaining a fade of cheerfulness, the eventual eruption will likely be far more severe than that of an average individual. Just like her current state, she is not mentally ill. She suffers from severe depression. The expert concluded. How can we cure her? Nangong Mo and Nangong Lin had heard this question far too many times in recent days. They interjected before the expert could respond. Currently, there are no truly effective treatment measures. Healing such an affliction isn't a matter of days or weeks. Especially given her severe condition, it will require external guidance and the patient's cooperation. But her current state makes that quite challenging. 2 days later, Xia Yuxun had not consumed a single drop of water. Just as everyone was in a frenzy, the long-absent Lung Xiqing finally made his appearance. From his expression, it seemed he had nearly recovered. Mingxian shot him a disdainful glance. And what difference does it make that you're here? Chapter 152. Feeding porridge. Lung Xiqing strode directly into the room, and amidst the gasps of those present, he lifted Xia Yuxun from the cabinet. Xia Yuxun struggled as always. But after days without food, she lacked the strength to resist him. Her bites felt more like gentle nibbles. Lung Xiqing held her waist, securing her on his lap while swiftly opening a white plastic bag to retrieve a steaming bowl of rice porridge. He barely managed to stabilize it as she nearly toppled it over. Each time he dealt with Xia Yuxun, one thought consumed him. Why couldn't he grow more hands? Two were simply insufficient. As she continued to squirm, he remained unperturbed, allowing her childish antics to unfold without uttering a word. Watching the scene unfold, Mingxian was incensed. Lung Xiqing, could you possibly be any more arrogant and self-righteous? Before he could finish, Mingxuan's eyes widened in shock. What on earth is that scoundrel doing? In the astonished gaze of the others, Lung Xiqing first sipped the porridge himself, then immediately pressed his lips against Xia Yuxun's. Cough, cough. Xia Yuxun sputtered, some of the porridge spilling out, but a fair amount managed to go down as well. With a bit more experience, he gently pressed her jaw open with one arm, while blocking her resistance with his lips, coaxing her to swallow. By the third mouthful, Lung Xiqing's lips were already bleeding from her bites. Is this too violent? Although it seemed somewhat effective, it was certainly better than letting her starve. Nangong Lin raised an eyebrow. His verbal skills are quite impressive. Nangong Mo shot a glare at Nangong Lin, irritated. At your age, you should be more serious. Nangong Lin cleared his throat, attempting to redirect the conversation. His son had become increasingly bold, glaring at him without fear, a sensation he found oddly pleasant. By the fourth spoonful, Xia Yuxun suddenly raised a pillow to block his feeding attempts. This time, he was wise enough not to provoke her with the pillow, patiently waiting to see what she would do next. In a rather devious manner, Mingxian thought to himself, Yuxun, bite him to death. That scoundrel is infuriating. Nangong Mo cast a sidelong glance at the flustered Mingxian. What's got you so worked up? That scoundrel. How dare he? I believe he possesses more courage than you. He speaks his mind when necessary. Nangong Mo remarked nonchalantly. Mingxian was at a loss for words, feeling his frustration reach new heights. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxun cautiously peered out from behind the pillow, her long eyelashes fluttering as she carefully regarded Lung Xiqing. More? Lung Xiqing endeavored to soften his tone. Would you like some more? Despite his gentleness, his voice startled Xia Yuxun, causing her to retreat behind the pillow once more. After a while, she tentatively emerged again, licking her lips. Acheng! Lung Xiqing furrowed his brow, quickly realizing she was referring not to him, but to the pillow in her arms. Acheng! Eat! She repeated, offering him the pillow. At a loss for how to respond, Lung Xiqing hesitated. Chapter 153. Who are you calling a wildcat? Mingxian approached with a grin. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. As soon as Mingxian drew near, Xia Yuxun retreated behind the pillow, revealing only her eyes. Mingxuan's heart shattered into pieces, and he retreated to a corner, despondently sulking. Observing his forlorn demeanor, Nangong Mo felt a flicker of sympathy, but it quickly dissipated. He deserved it. Lung Xiqing scooped a spoonful of porridge and made a feigned gesture toward the pillow, claiming he had fed her. All right, I've eaten. Now it's your turn. Xia Yuxun, now exceedingly hungry, had perhaps not felt it before, but upon tasting the porridge, she ceased to resist and obediently consumed what Lung Xiqing offered. Clearly, she was averse to the cold, hard spoon, glancing instead at Lung Xiqing's relatively softer lips. Once finished, Xia Yuxun ungratefully patted her backside and swiftly retreated to her wardrobe. Cold Siken, holding her tightly, dared not move for fear of startling her. Upon standing, he realized his legs had gone numb, and even the slightest movement brought him piercing pain. Just as he set down the bowl, his phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned and answered. Hello, President. The chairman and his wife have arrived and are waiting for you in the office. Wang, the director, spoke with palpable urgency. Cold Siken seemed to have anticipated this. Responding with a stoic demeanor, I understand. I will be there in 20 minutes. You seem to be in quite a predicament again. It is truly lamentable that a president of a multinational corporation must constantly be at the mercy of others. Mingxian seized the opportunity to mock him. Cold Sikan ignored him, turning his gaze to Nangonglin. I will return this evening. Nangonglin nodded, adding, you can't possibly serve. Porridge again tonight, can you? I will make arrangements. What reckless method will you employ this time? Are you aware that your impulsive actions could be detrimental to her? Mingxian was visibly frustrated. No, I intend to take her to America. I have already contacted a doctor. Cold Sikan shot him a cold look. She does not require a psychologist. On what grounds do you assert that she does not need one? Why must everyone adhere to your dictates? Do you believe you are the only one concerned for her? Mingxuan's voice escalated in anger. The doctor has repeatedly warned against any form of stimulation during this period, or it could potentially escalate into schizophrenia. Do you comprehend the essence of science? Cold Sikan replied coolly, I understand her, and that suffices. Mingxian found himself at a loss for words. Cold Sikan departed, while Nangong Mo handed Mingxian a cup of tea. Do you not tire of shouting every day? Why do you behave like an agitated wildcat upon seeing him? Mingxian is expression d'arconed. You little brat, do you wish to die? Who are you calling a wildcat? Nangong m'a scrutinisé Mingxian creusely. What, pray tell, are you truly afraid of? Are you concerned they might rekindle their past? Having known each other for so many years. If there were something, it would have manifested long ago. Cold Sikan has never harbored such feelings for her. Your fretting is utterly unnecessary. Besides, she is nearly engaged to someone else. Nangonglin shook his head as he exited the room. These children are still far too immature. Cold Sikan has never entertained such sentiments for that girl? Huh, how is that possible? He has harbored those feelings for so long, they have become rancid, like a splendidly toxic mushroom, to break through and then to establish oneself anew. Cold Sikan is merely treading water in shallow depths. Remaining within the Cold family business will only erode his talents and ambitions. Nangonglin has long realized that with his capabilities, he should not be constrained by that old fogey, Cold Huai, merely confined to the family enterprise. Xia Yuxun may not be your obstacle, but rather the turning point and opportunity for your success. Chapter 154. Accusation. The elder Cold couple sat on the sofa, their expressions grim, exuding an air of reproach. Cold Sikan sat at his desk, casually flipping through some documents before raising his eyes to meet the steadfast gaze of his father. Chairman, did you enjoy your vacation? Cold Huai huffed. Do you even acknowledge me as chairman? Pray tell, what have you been up to these past few days? Not only have you inflicted significant losses upon the company, but also recklessly terminated all joint ventures with the O family. Amidst the chaos, you vanished for a full week, all to pursue a woman? And what do you expect me to do now? Cold Sikan replied, his tone laden with exhaustion. If Mingxian is insincere, then such a partnership is dispensable. My absence has not only avoided negative repercussions, but has also allowed me to identify a host of capable leaders and dismiss an unqualified employee. Everything has been meticulously arranged, and I am not accustomed to explaining each detail to others. When confronted by my father's accusatory tone, I felt an unprecedented chill. Cold Huai was further enraged by his words. What tone is that? What do you mean by what do I want? It is I who should be asking you. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Beside them, Lady Cold echoed her discontent. Sikan, you have gone too far this time. You cannot simply dismiss Qianning. After all, she is your future daughter-in-law. How do you expect us to explain this to the Bai family? Cold Huai's face darkened. Our families have been friends for generations, and after years of cooperation, you nearly ruined it all. Had I not intervened, how would you have resolved this? They entrusted their daughter to you, not to subject her to humiliation. Cold Sikan remained silent as his parents continued to bombard him with accusations. It struck him as absurd that if the blame were directed at Sikan, it would be acceptable. Yet now, even the daughter of another family was being used as a weapon against him. Baikian Ninkis Akriyevet. Cold Sikan felt powerless against his parents' conclusions drawn from one-sided narratives. If it were anyone else, he could respond with indifference, yet these were his parents. Should he voice a single fault in by Qianning, they would accuse him of shirking responsibility, perhaps even claim he lacked compassion. Cold Sikan refrained from speaking, which only served to infuriate Cold Huai further. What does your silence signify? I have nothing to say. You may have nothing to say, but I do. The wedding cannot be delayed any longer. I will grant you 1 week to become engaged to Qianning. As for the contracts with the O family, send someone else to renegotiate and salvage what can be salvaged. They've already sent a fax agreeing to amend the contract. Did you genuinely wish to provoke me to death? Furthermore, I heard you dismissed old you. He is a veteran of the company, and you. Before Cold Hawaii could finish, Cold Sick Hen interrupted him, a glimmer of profound disappointment and resignation crossing his features. No problem. Everything will be done as you say. I have no objections. Cold Hawaii huffed, momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to chastise his son further, Cold Sick Hen continued, as for company matters, I will no longer involve myself. With that, Cold Sick Hen pushed back his chair and exited the office. Chapter 155. The president storms out. Cold Hawaii was initially stunned, then trembled with rage, grabbing a nearby teacup and hurling it. You insolent brat, what do you mean by this? Do you think the Cold family cannot function without you? I warn you, once you step through that door, do not expect to return. Cold Sick Hen casually wiped the blood from his brow, saying nothing. This was not the first quarrel of its kind. Employees outside the office overheard the commotion, treating it as mere entertainment, yet they never anticipated that this time their boss would truly storm out. What? What should they do now that their leader has fled? Though Cold Hawaii held the nominal position of chairman, Cold Sick Hen had been managing the company for years. With his departure, the organization was left leaderless, sending everyone into a flurry of panic. Meanwhile, Lady Cold was equally alarmed, staring blankly at her husband. Why, what are you doing? Sick Hen has left. What should we do? Hurry and send someone to bring him back. Silence. No one is to seek him out. I, Cold Hawaii, do not have only him as a son. Cold Hawaii gasped for breath, his chest heaving with fury. Hawaii, calm down. Take care, or you might fall ill again. I will be driven to my grave by this reckless child. Inside the office, Cold Hawaii's rage echoed while outside. Employees whispered among themselves. Goodness, what is happening? The chairman is furious. After all, he is his own son. He has lost his temper. Could it be related to the joint venture with the O family? That was not entirely the president's fault. It was clearly the director's lax oversight. And the vice president lacked experience. The president was ill during that time. How can they place all the blame on him? Sheen fairly defended. Though Cold Sick Hen was known for his strict demeanor, his approach to handling matters was entirely commendable. However, it is indeed somewhat perplexing that the president later rescinded all contracts with the O family. Someone whispered softly. Sheen Fei disdainfully scoffed. What do you understand? Is there anything our president does that isn't difficult to comprehend? Should he explain each matter to you? With your intellect, the time he spends explaining could have secured several billion-dollar deals. Meanwhile, a few female employees were discussing among themselves, speculating that the chairman and his wife were likely brought in by Qian Ning, noting how the president had distinctly separated personal matters by dismissing her from her position and postponing the engagement banquet, which must have made her anxious. That woman is truly excessive, so eager to marry? Indeed, it's outrageous. The president has left in anger. What are we to do now? Good riddance. They have driven him away. Let us see who she will marry now. Some employees who had past grievances with Lung Sichen scoffed. Let him go. Can the Lung Corporation collapse without him? I've had enough of his icy demeanor. It's best if he never returns. Xiaochun, you are too harsh. The president merely rejected your proposal. Is it necessary to hold a grudge this long? Besides, your proposal was rather poor. If I were the president, I would have fired you long ago, not kept someone like you. You, what did you say? Say it again, if you dare. Enough, enough. The chairman is coming out. Lung Hawaii gazed at the company he had painstakingly built, observing the unfamiliar faces engrossed in their work. He wanted to call someone out to ask questions, but suddenly realized he couldn't even recall their names, an unprecedented sense of defeat washing over him. Chapter 156. No one will take her away. Years ago, he had once dominated the business realm, and now, after 6 years of witnessing the company rise from the brink of collapse to its current glorious state, he felt entitled to enter high-end communities as the chairman of the Lung Corporation, mingling with social elites and receiving their respect and adoration. Even now, he had not extricated himself from his vanity, continuously believing he was still the Lung Hawaii of yesteryear, unwilling to let go of the company entirely. He failed to realize he was no longer the man he once was, nor did he acknowledge who had fought to build everything that existed now. He thought without the Lung Corporation, Lung Sichen would be nothing, believing he would return obediently one day. Yet, He was unaware that it was the absence of Lung Si-chun that rendered the Lung Corporation truly insignificant. How could a business survive without its core and soul? In the evening, at Mu Yin Villa, the moment Lung Si-chun arrived, Nangong Lin enthusiastically greeted him, exclaiming joyfully, "What's this? Finally had a falling out with your family? Ha ha ha! Congratulations! Shall we go out for drinks tonight to celebrate?" Lung Si-chun shot him a glance. Is this schadenfreude? He was already accustomed to Nangong Lin's quick and accurate news. Nangong Lin chuckled. How can that be called schadenfreude? I genuinely wish to congratulate you. So, what are your plans next? Come to my place? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Lung Si-chun raised an eyebrow. Of course. It's about seizing the opportunity first. Nangong Lin grinned, appearing cunning. That might disappoint you. It's merely a family dispute. Lung Si-chun casually replied while fiddling with a large bag of hot pot ingredients he had brought. Nangong Lin feigned disappointment. Just you? I fear you're the only one thinking that way. Nevertheless, it might be good for you to be away for a while. People tend not to cherish what they have until it's lost. Upon hearing the last sentence, Lung Si-chun's back stiffened imperceptibly. Nangong Lin's words always seemed to carry deeper meanings, and he couldn't tell if it was intentional or unintentional. How is Yuxun? Leng Si-chun inquired. Nothing much. After you left, Ming Xian insisted on taking her away. Before Nangong Lin could finish, Lung Si-chun dashed to the wardrobe like an arrow, trembling as he opened the door. As soon as he opened it, someone pulled him back in such haste that he didn't even have time to see her face. But that was enough. She was still there. Nangong Lin casually strolled over, patting his shoulder. Aren't you being a bit too anxious? I hadn't finished my sentence yet. All those who attempted to take her away have failed, including Ming Xian himself. That girl executed a perfect shoulder throw, dislocating his arm. Later, he still wouldn't give up, but upon seeing her stubborn resolve to slam herself against the wall, he was terrified and dared not provoke her again. He just went to the hospital for a cast. It wasn't long before Xiao and Mo accompanied him. Only then did Lung Si-chun let out a sigh of relief. Nangong Lin looked at the wardrobe, his expression unusually serious. You can rest assured about one thing. She is with me, and I won't let anyone take her away, including you. You seem to lack the authority to interfere with her freedom, Lung Si-chun warned, watching Nangong Lin cautiously. Chapter 157. Food Therapy in Just Half a Day. Lung Si-chun sensed a sudden shift in Nangong Lin's attitude towards Xia Yuxun. He found it difficult to articulate the feeling. If previously, Nangong Lin had appeared as an outsider, observing them with indifference, now he seemed genuinely serious. What could have prompted such a significant change in his demeanor? I certainly have the right, for I intend to adopt her as my goddaughter, Nangong Lin replied. Lung Si-chun stared at him in astonishment. A goddaughter? Nangong Lin nonchalantly nodded, as if discussing something trivial. I will seek her consent. If she is unwilling, I will not force her. Nangong Lin's special attitude towards Xia Yuxun was something Lung Si-chun had noticed early on, and his recent statement completely shifted his perspective. Initially, he had considered their relationship in a romantic context, but now, the notion of adopting her as a goddaughter disrupted his previous thoughts entirely. Of course, he had no time to ponder Nangong Lin's intentions. He only wished to see Xia Yuxun return to normal before Xia and Mo Lin returned. Are you planning to have her eat this tonight? Nangong Lin asked curiously, observing Lung Si-chun's bustling activity. Lung Si-chun nodded, continuing his preparation. She enjoys spicy food, especially when she is feeling down. Before long, the enticing aroma of spicy food permeated the entire room, whetting the appetite. Well, good luck to you. I had intended to join you for dinner, but my stomach isn't up to it. Nangong Lin remarked with a smile. Ah, by the way, the ambulance is waiting outside. I prepare it specially on standby 24 hours a day. If you can't hold on, just call me. Leng Si-chun helplessly. I'm not as foolish as Ming Xian, willingly throwing myself into danger. The first time I forced her out was to gauge her level of aversion to people. The second time, after she'd been hungry for so long, she posed no real threat. At this point, there would be no danger. If she had just eaten her fill and you went to provoke her, that would indeed be courting disaster. Nangong Lin immediately applauded. Ming Xian would surely bleed out upon hearing this. Lung Si-chun set the table, stating, right now, she is not too serious. At least, she still resists and has a sense of self-preservation. Do you know? At her worst, she completely isolated herself from the outside world, unable to see, hear, or even feel pain. She would just sit there like a lifeless doll. Lung Xichun couldn't help but recall those moments. He had never shared these experiences with anyone, yet now he felt an inexplicable urge to express them. Why did she become that way? Nangong Lin asked, his posture stiffening, a grave expression crossing his face. Lung Xichun's gaze shifted slightly. As he had anticipated, Nangong Lin would indeed inquire. Because of her mother, Lung Xichun replied. Xichun, if you have time, let us talk. I wish to know more about this girl. When Nangong Lin spoke these words, there was a hint of hesitation and unease, as if she feared being seen through. Lung Xichun nodded calmly in agreement, indicating he would find time. Well, then I shan't disturb your dinner. Nangong Lin chuckled lightly as she departed, yet her laughter concealed an abundance of obscure meanings. Shortly after her departure, a narrow crack appeared in the cabinet. Lung Xichun did not even glance in Xia Yuxun's direction. He merely continued eating, seemingly savoring each bite. Despite his inability to tolerate spicy food and the oppressive gloom that had stripped him of all appetite. Finally, she cautiously emerged, cradling her beloved pillow, akin to a small creature lured from its lair by the promise of sustenance. Lung Xichun had prepared a Japanese-style low table, with ingredients laid out on a nearby vegetable rack, inviting one to sit cross-legged. In a nonchalant tone, he suggested, "Please, take a seat," and resumed his own activities, treating her as if she were an ordinary person. At least, that was the facade he maintained. Xia Yuxun hesitated before kneeling across from him. Yet she did not touch her chopsticks, merely gazing at him with a foolish look. Lung Xichun, caught momentarily by her doe-like, glistening eyes, remained unfazed and asked, "Would you like to eat together? You can help yourself to whatever you desire." He then placed a portion of mushrooms into her small bowl. Yet Xia Yuxun continued to simply watch, her eyes reflecting a yearning, yet stubbornly unmoving, clutching her pillow even tighter. "Do you not like it?" Lung Xichun sipped some ice water, pondering how she could possibly enjoy such spicy food. Xia Yuxun looked down at her pillow, murmuring, "Achun. Achun doesn't like it." Lung Xichun's grip on the cup trembled at her words. Achun doesn't like it. As Xia Yuxun stood, clutching her pillow, intent on leaving, Lung Xichun's gaze sharpened. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace, gazing at her bewildered, innocent face before leaning down to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. In that moment, he desired her presence more than ever, even if she harbored resentment towards him. He could not bear the thought of being treated as a stranger. He suddenly realized that nothing else mattered. When he chose to leave the company, he had felt no sorrow or reluctance, only an unprecedented sense of liberation. Yet without her, he felt as if the entire world had lost its meaning. What significance did his existence hold if it was solely him, alone, shrouded in loneliness? Once, he despised her clinginess and the constant trouble she brought, often contemplating that if she were to vanish, he would find peace. However, in her absence, he discovered that it was not peace, but solitude. When she had forgotten him completely, the world became eerily silent and frightening. After being unexpectedly kissed, Xia Yuxun waited in vain for food, feeling deceived, and bit him in frustration. Furiously, she climbed out of his embrace, her small hand poised to strike, only to be firmly grasped by Lung Xichun, who held it against his chest. "Little Sun, look at me. Do you truly not recognize me?" For a fleeting moment, Xia Yuxun's expression flickered with confusion. The farthest distance in the world is not life and death, but standing right before you, yet being unrecognized. She, who was still herself, looked at him with such a fearful, unfamiliar gaze. Even during her most severe bouts of social withdrawal, at least she had relied on and trusted him. In those times, when she felt unwell, she would hide away like an injured creature, refusing to let anyone approach. Yet seeking warmth in his embrace, she would refuse any food offered by others, yet never rejected what he brought to her lips. Even if it was her most loathed celery, she would disregard everyone's words, losing control in moments of excitement, yet would become unusually obedient at his mere few words. "Little Sun, stop messing around." Just moments before, she had been recklessly throwing things, yet now, she joyfully leaped into his arms. Once, she had depended on him so utterly and trusted him completely. Yet now, she trusted no one, not even him. He had always hoped she would grow stronger on her own, anticipating the day she would no longer need him. However, When that moment arrived, he felt an unprecedented sense of loss. Lung Xiqing, despite knowing her preferences and habits, failed to understand her heart. In resignation, he called for someone to bring food he himself enjoyed. Upon seeing this, Xia Yuxun indeed appeared satisfied. Chen likes it. She gleefully fed a piece of shrimp sushi to her pillow. Meanwhile, Lung Xiqing busied himself preparing dishes for her, cooking up all her favorite foods, blowing on each bite to cool it before offering it to her. Her flushed face and enticing lips constantly provoked his reason. A steam bun fell onto the pillow, and she immediately fussed over it, fiercely flattening the bun in retaliation. Watching her tenderly care for the pillow, Lung Xiqing felt a mix of amusement and pain, as the wound on his forehead seemed to throb more intensely. Their interaction was both peculiar and warm. Hours later, Nangong Lin arrived to check on them, expecting chaos. She was taken aback to find that Lung Xiqing had prepared a meal. It appeared the issue of dining had been resolved. Chen, shall we sleep? Someone sweetly and enticingly suggested, not to him, but to her embroidered pillow. Lung Xiqing glared at the damned pillow, his eyes aflame with jealousy. Realizing he had reached a point of envy towards an inanimate object that served as her substitute. Xiqing, are you sure you want to sleep here? Nangong Lin asked, somewhat exasperated. Is there a problem? Lung Xiqing perched on the edge of the bed, raising an eyebrow at her. It's not me who has a problem. It's you. Nangong Lin pondered with concern. What if at night, your instincts take over in you? Lung Xiqing sighed. You seem to be worried about the wrong person. Cough, cough. Even if Yuxun pounces on you, you must remain composed, understand? After many reminders, Nangong Lin finally departed. Lung Xiqing watched helplessly as Xia Yuxun quickly retreated back into the cabinet to sleep with her pillow. This girl was indeed a bundle of contradictions. Despite her fear of confined spaces, she sought solace in them, now that she was finally willing to eat. The next consideration was how to coax her out of the wardrobe. That night, he slept fitfully. Even the slightest movement on his part would alert her. In the dead of night, he intended to quietly carry her back to bed, but as soon as he opened the door, a foot kicked out at him, promptly slamming the door shut again. Resigned, he retreated to the bed. Lying on his back, sleep eluded him, his focus solely on the small figure in the wardrobe. Just as he began to feel drowsy, the dark room suddenly burst into light, only to plunge back into darkness repeatedly until a thunderclap reverberated through the air. Wah! Chen is not afraid. Chen is not afraid, came Xia Yuxun's whimpering voice from the cabinet. Lung Xiqing opened the door to find her curled up in a corner. Trembling, as she noticed the door opening, she instinctively reached out to pull it shut, only to flinch back at the sound of thunder. Despite her fear, she was foolishly comforting her pillow. How endearing yet heart-wrenching it was, rendering him breathless. Little Sun, don't be afraid, come here. Lung Xiqing coaxed gently. God knows, seeing her like this made him long to pull her into his embrace and shower her with care, yet he feared that his rashness might frighten her further. Chen, do not ignore me, she called out repeatedly, her voice laden with despair as if the entire world had forsaken her. I am here, Xiaoxuan. He yearned to convey his existence to her, yet she was ensnared in her own world, utterly unresponsive. He stood before her, but she could not perceive him. She preferred to clutch a lifeless pillow rather than place her faith in him again. The ache of having invested all her trust only to have it evaporate was a burden she could not withstand a second time. Thus she chose disbelief. Consequently, she recoiled from the outstretched hand, too afraid to grasp it. Outside, thunder rumbled and lightning illuminated the sky, tearing through the tranquility of the night. She was merely 3 steps away from him, desperately covering her ears and screaming. That 3-step distance loomed like an insurmountable chasm between them. She dared not cross it, and he could not bring himself to compel her. Cold Xiqing helplessly sank to the floor, leaning against the foot of the bed, the agony in his stomach intensifying, and blood seeped from the wound on his forehead. Xia Yuxun gazed at the bloodied man before her, her small face paling in shock. Xiaoxuan, do not be afraid of me, do not fear me. Cold Xiqing, unable to bear it any longer, grasped her hand, but she struggled fiercely. He feared she would, as Nangong Lin had warned, choose self-harm if overwhelmed, so he gradually released her, allowing her to retreat further into the shadows. They remained in this stalemate for what felt like an eternity. She endured despair and terror while he could only watch in helplessness, knowing that any action he took could cause further harm. Cold Xiqing, in anguish, buried his hands in his hair, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Xia Yuxun, please. The only response was her panicked sobs and cries. No matter what, he could not afford to collapse again. Cold Siqing mustered the strength to rise, seeking medication for his stomach. Xia Yuxun buried her face in the pillow, her eyelashes trembling as she lifted her head. Was he leaving? Thunder roared outside, shaking the very ground. The moment Cold Siqing turned, unexpectedly soft arms lunged at him, causing him to stumble and fall onto the bed behind him. The small woman who landed in his embrace clutched his white shirt tightly, her big eyes shimmering in the darkness, reflecting a look of abandonment, full of grievance and accusation. Her body trembling. Xia Yuxun. Cold Siqing's voice was hoarse and agitated. Boom! Xia Yuxun covered her ears and screamed. Xia Yuxun, do not fear, it is all right. Everything will be fine. Cold Siqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he allowed her to rest against his chest. He propped himself up slightly, and she immediately clung to him in panic. Do not be afraid, I will not leave. Cold Siqing bent down to remove her shoes and socks, then lay her down, covering her with a nearby blanket. Chapter 161. I only wish to be in your embrace. Xia Yuxun burrowed into the blanket like a koala, her hands and feet cold with fear, instinctively seeking warmth. With her ear pressed against his strong heartbeat, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Cold Siqing gently patted her back in comfort, treating her like a fragile treasure, wanting to hold her tightly, yet afraid to do so, cradling her trembling form with joy at having her back. Finally, the sound of torrential rain echoed outside. He selfishly hoped the storm would linger, wishing for the tempest to intensify. He had always believed in the triumph of human will over nature, a staunch materialist. Yet at that moment, he could not help but be grateful for the rain. Lowering his gaze, he saw her peacefully sleeping in his embrace, the glimmer of tears on her lashes prompting him to lean down and kiss her, unable to resist the urge to explore further, his lips brushing softly against hers. Suddenly, he felt all the pain in his forehead and stomach dissipate, leaving only a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. The following morning, the rain ceased, giving way to clear skies. He had not slept all night, his fingers entwined in her hair, greedily drinking in the sight of her cherubic face nestled in his arms. He fought the urge to awaken her in any way. Cold Siqing's focus was entirely on Xia Yuxun, completely oblivious to the sound of knocking or footsteps approaching the bedroom door. Outside, with one hand holding breakfast, Mingxian stood on the stone steps, frozen in place, taken aback by the intimate scene before him. Why was Cold Siqing spending the night here? Why were they sharing the same bed? He found himself utterly at a loss. Nangong Mo glanced at Mingxian with a hint of sympathy and took the items from his hands. Your hand is inconvenient. Let me help you. Ahem, I believe she. They probably do not need. Mingxian, wordlessly, turned and exited. Inside, Cold Siqing narrowed his eyes dangerously in the direction of Mingxian, instinctively tightening his hold on Xia Yuxun, eliciting a displeased whimper from her, which startled him into realizing his grip and causing him to panic and loosen it. Nevertheless, Xia Yuxun awoke. She blinked, first in confusion and then clarity, suddenly sitting up and exclaiming, Aiken! Where is Aiken? Where is Aiken? Where is Aiken? Without waiting for a response, she dove into the blanket, frantically searching, even inspecting Cold Siqing's body. Where is Aiken? Aiken is gone. Aiken is gone. She was so frantic that beads of sweat formed on her forehead, as if she had lost her very soul. Cold Siqing, while adjusting his disheveled clothing, desperately tried to reassure her. Xia Yuxun, look at me. I am here. Were you searching for? Aiken is gone. He no longer wants me. Xia Yuxun was on the verge of tears. Ignoring Cold Siqing, she began to rummage through the room barefoot. In no time, the entire place was in disarray. Finally, she collapsed onto the floor, bursting into tears, her head bowed in utter despair. As she cried, she first noticed the man's feet, then the pillow slowly extending toward her. Here, Cold Siqing's voice rang cold and lifeless. Xia Yuxun unceremoniously seized the pillow and clutched it to her chest, timidly raising her tear-filled eyes to Cold Siqing, earnestly stating, You are a good person. Cold Siqing forced a smile. It was the first time in days that she had genuinely spoken to him. Yet, Xia Yuxun, I do not wish to be merely your good person. I long to be the one in your arms. Chapter 162. Simply defeated by her, the rain continued to drip steadily from the eaves in the corridor. Mingxian stood on the stone steps, his figure appearing strikingly fragile. Nangong Mo, concerned, asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Mingxuan's silence chilled the air further. It thundered last night. Although such weather. Ahem, that is not what I meant, I mean. The more he spoke, the more convoluted it became, and Nangong Mo struggled to offer comfort. I just want to say your sister must have been frightened. Just as Nangong Mo was at a loss for words, Mingxuan's phone rang. The phone rang for quite some time before he finally answered. "What is it?" "Boss, someone from the O family called this morning requesting a meeting with you. It seems to involve negotiations." The subordinate on the other end reported. Mingxian expression shifted in surprise. Négociation? With whom? Cold Xiqing? No. They said it was an invitation from the chairman. Decline it. Mingxian hung up the phone, pausing for a moment before hesitantly dialing again. "Hello, Mom. I am returning to Italy tomorrow." On the other end, a woman's voice filled with joy exclaimed, "Dear, didn't you say you couldn't come back because of something? Your birthday, you must come back." Mingxian replied with a smile. "Good son, Mommy is waiting for you. By the way, Mommy has arranged a surprise for you." "Isn't it supposed to be me giving you a surprise? You being able to return is already a huge surprise for me." Mingxian listened to his mother's delighted voice, suddenly realizing that perhaps this was not so bad after all. At least someone was happy. Nangong Mo frowned. "Are you leaving?" "Yes. I will only make things worse." Mingxian spoke nonchalantly, yet his tone betrayed a sense of desolation. "This isn't like you to concede so swiftly," Nangong Mo prodded, his voice tinged with provocation. He was disheartened to witness such a lack of spirit in him. Expecting a rebuttal, he was taken aback when Mingxian merely offered a bitter smile and admitted, "Yes, I've surrendered. Not to Lung Xiqing, but to her." "When will you return?" Nangong Mo questioned, unconvinced that he could truly let go of Xia Yuxun. "I will return as soon as possible. I know a renowned psychologist in Italy. I plan to invite her over." Initially, I intended to take Yuxun with me to Italy, but she refused to accompany me, so I must return personally. I hesitated for a long time due to my concern for her. Now it seems that I would be better off distancing myself and engaging in something that might be of slight assistance. Let her be happy with her Achun. I will retreat to a corner, nursing my own heartache while gradually fading away with memories of her. Observing Nangong Mo feigning nausea nearby, Mingxian shot him a fierce glare. "You heartless wretch, my spirit is shattered. Could you not show a modicum of sympathy?" Nangong Mo retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Hypocrisy at its finest. You are merely plotting in the shadows, consumed by your bitterness, preparing for a grand comeback. If you were to give up so easily, he would no longer be Mingxian." Unfazed by the taunts, Mingxian smiled with an air of fortitude. "By the way, do you know what is happening with the Lung family? How has the chairman taken control?" Mingxian inquired with suspicion. Nangong Mo recalled snippets of conversation he had overheard while passing by Nangong Lin's study. Pondering aloud, "I just saw Lung Xiqing's head, and it truly resembles the rumors. It seems this conflict has escalated significantly. He might even leave the Lung family to establish his own reign." Suddenly struck by a thought, he gasped nervously and continued, "If that happens, his engagement to Bai Qianing is likely to be nullified. I believe Lung Xiqing does not love Bai Qianing as much as the rumors suggest. Their relationship seems primarily rooted in familial alliance. If Lung Xiqing loses that tether, your situation becomes increasingly precarious. From what I observe, his feelings for my foolish sister are rather ambiguous, and a careless misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. If he solidifies his intentions, your peril intensifies. Who knew you were so gossipy?" Mingxian remarked, his expression darkening at Nangong Mo's serious yet comical demeanor. Realization dawned upon him. No wonder there was a call from the company earlier about the Lung family seeking reconciliation. I suspected Lung Xiqing would not authorize such a move. However, every situation has its duality. Is independence that simple? You are overly optimistic. Without the support of the Lung family, what does he have to win against me? Nangong Mo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I must admit, I prefer your usual arrogant demeanor. Come, let us eat. Consider it our final breakfast." "Ugh, childish banter. By the way, that is my future sister-in-law. You must keep an eye on her, understood?" Mingxian urged anxiously. Nangong Mo shrugged. "Uncle, I assure you, I will remain impartial. I truly regard her as a sister. Whoever treats her well and brings her happiness shall have my support." "You little rascal. Repeat that." Mingxian snapped. All right. At worst, I'll report to you daily." Nangong Mo hastily placated him. "Is that all?" Au manqueront se med dissatisfié. Well, should the need arise, I might have to intervene in matters of the heart. When would such a need arise? Oming Xuan's complexion shifted between hues. For instance, hugs, kisses, gentle caresses, and so forth. Nangong Mo teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Damn it! Silence! Om Mingxian exclaimed, suddenly reluctant to leave. Remaining would mean enduring the sight of them in an affectionate embrace, while departing would only stir the pangs of longing. In the bedroom, Long Xiqing persistently coaxed Xia Yuxun, who remained hidden in the wardrobe. Xia Yuxun, are you really not coming out? Xia Yuxun busily counted the tassels on her pillow, unresponsive. Xia Yuxun, I'll take you out to play. You said I was a good person. I would never harm you. Trust me. Long Xiqing continued his gentle persuasion. Xia Yuxun, without glancing at him, pouted and kissed the pillow, murmuring, "Ah, Chun, good morning." Long Xiqing felt a surge of frustration. She would rather kiss a pillow than meet his gaze? When had his charm diminished to such an extent? Just then, Nangong Lin strolled in and witnessed this scene, lazily leaning against the doorframe, shaking his head. Xiqing, this approach is futile. Can't you see she has no interest in you? Perhaps you should try the beauty strategy. Strip down and lie on the bed. She'll surely come out. Long Xiqing contemplated Nangong Lin's suggestion with genuine seriousness, questioning nervously. Do you think that would work? As a usually astute and rational Long Xiqing pondered this, Nangong Lin could only smirk, amused by the turn of events. After Nangong Lin departed, Long Xiqing remained lost in thought regarding the feasibility of this plan. Regardless, progress had been made, although she still hid away. At least she no longer locked the wardrobe door. Thus, he could still see her and ascertain her well-being. The beauty strategy, under normal circumstances, it would undoubtedly succeed. However, given her current state, it might only frighten her further. Adjusting one's tactics according to the situation was crucial. What approach would be most suitable? Long Xiqing's mind raced with possibilities. By afternoon, while sipping tea, Nangong Lin curiously observed Long Xiqing and the incongruous pink bamboo basket he carried. Xiqing, what delightful surprise have you brought this time? Come, show me. Sitting beside Nangong Lin, Long Xiqing carefully placed the basket, covered with cloth, onto the table. What is it? So mysterious? Nangong Lin's curiosity intensified. Long Xiqing took a sip of tea, declaring, "It's something that will make her scream, something she will want to cuddle, something irresistible." Nangong Lin raised an eyebrow. Isn't that you? Long Xiqing's expression darkened. Nangong Lin chuckled, ready to unveil the cloth, only to hear Long Xiqing urgently caution, "Be gentle, don't startle it." Nangong Lin recoiled, startled. "It's alive?" Setting down his teacup, Long Xiqing picked up the basket, anxiety evident in his voice. "I'm going to find her. I'll accompany you." Nangong Lin eagerly followed. Inside the room, Xia Yuxun still clutched the pillow, dozing in the wardrobe. Long Xiqing approached cautiously, softly calling, "Xiao Xuan, Xiao Xuan. Wake up." From the basket, the sweet sounds of small animals emerged, awakening Xia Yuxun with a start. As Long Xiqing lifted the cloth, a fluffy little creature peeked out, its tiny tail wagging excitedly. Xia Yuxun blinked, then gazed intently at the puppy. The two shared a moment of silent connection. The once bear man, now transformed into a chubby dog in the basket. Nangong Lin chuckled. Well, it seems the beauty strategy has turned into a dog strategy. It must be said that Xia Yuxun has an extraordinary affinity for dogs. The moment a puppy spots her, it joyfully rushes towards her as if it has encountered a long-lost family member. Long Xiqing swiftly scoops up the puppy, preventing it from leaping at her. "Xiao Sun, do you like it?" he inquires, cradling the small creature. Xia Yuxun nods, her sparkling eyes more luminous than the puppy in his arms. "Pudding, pudding," she softly calls out, extending her hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nangong Lin looks on with a mixture of confusion and concern. Something seems amiss with the little girl's expression. Could it be that joy has turned to sorrow? Chapter 165. Adorable little pudding. Long Xiqing's demeanor suddenly softens as he strokes the puppy's head. "Xiao Sun, this is Pudding. Pudding wishes to play with you. Would you like to keep it company?" Xia Yuxun eagerly nods, extending her arms. "Pudding, come here." Yet, instead of approaching, Long Xiqing retreats with the puppy in his embrace. "Come here, Xiao Sun." Xia Yuxun inches forward slightly, only to retreat once more, her gaze filled with longing and urgency for the puppy in his arms. Her pitiful expression nearly compels Nangong Lin to intervene and snatch the puppy for her. However, Lung Xiqing remains unmoved, continuing to distance himself. Do you want it? Hurry over. Startled by his urgent tone, Xia Yuxun shakes her head vehemently. No, no. Lung Xiqing's heart sinks, his disappointment palpable. Really don't want it? At that moment, Nangong Mo returns just after seeing off Mingxian and walks into the room, only to witness this bizarre scene. The usually stoic Lung Xiqing is holding an adorably plump puppy. It would be more fitting in Xia Yuxuan's arms. What on earth is he doing? Catching a glimpse of Nangong Mo, Lung Xiqing unexpectedly thrusts the puppy into his arms, coldly instructing, throw it away. Nangong Mo stands there bewildered, clutching the puppy that has suddenly landed in his embrace. What? Before he can fully comprehend, Xia Yuxuan suddenly rushes towards him, wrapping her arms tightly around his body. Nangong Mo stumbles back a step, struggling to regain his balance, his expression one of shock, clearly unable to process the peculiar embrace between a dog and a person. Sister? What exactly are you all playing at? Pudding, please don't throw Pudding away. Don't throw it. Xia Yuxuan shakes her head while tears stream down her cheeks. The poor puppy, squeezed in the middle, wriggles uncomfortably and jumps down with a soft thud. Fortunately, its plump body cushions the fall, and it quickly bounds out of the room. Pudding, Xia Yuxuan exclaims, chasing after it barefoot. The three men exchange glances, a mix of surprise and joy illuminating their faces. Nangong Mo, in disbelief, exclaims, she went out? She actually went out. Nangong Lin sighs. It's the first time in over 10 days that she left this room. And she did it of her own accord. Without a moment to spare, Lung Xiqing hurriedly picks up her shoes and rushes after her. Xiao Sun slowed down. Cursed be the day, he never expected that little ball of fluff could run so swiftly. Pudding, don't run. Xia Yuxuan dashes barefoot down the damp corridor, at risk of slipping at any moment. Lung Xiqing watches anxiously, and just as he fears, her foot slips, sending her sprawling forward. Xiao Sun, he cries, sprinting towards her. Ouch, Chang, that hurt. Lung Xiqing, unfortunate enough to serve as her cushion, lets out a grunt. What does it hurt? His chin collides with her forehead, and despite the sting from his scraped arm, he tenderly rubs her reddened brow. Xia Yuxuan, sprawled on him, scrambles to rise, kneeling atop him. Upon realizing that Pudding has vanished, her expression shifts to one of utter confusion, and her nose twitches as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Xiao Sun, your hands are cold, he murmurs, his heart aching as her hands rest in places they ought not to be. Chapter 166. Falling into the water, do you want Pudding back? Lung Xiqing's tone is strained. Xia Yuxuan nods fervently. Really want it? She nods again, determinedly lifting her right hand. Raise your hand, he instructs, but Xia Yuxuan obediently raises her left hand instead. Lung Xiqing's lips twitch in frustration. She quickly switches to the other hand. Correct. He exhales in relief, yet he finds it disheartening to be tormented by her antics. Kiss me, and I'll summon Pudding back. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly makes his request. To his surprise, without hesitation, Xia Yuxuan leans in and pecks his cheek, merely brushing against it. Is that all? No, do it again. Lung Xiqing raises an eyebrow, slightly satisfied but still wanting more. After contemplating, she shifts to kiss his other cheek. Again, she seems to be missing the mark. Feeling deceived and thoroughly aggrieved, her misty eyes accuse him, and she angrily attempts to climb off him to search for the puppy herself. Lung Xiqing swiftly extends his arm, yanking her back down and capturing her lips with his own. That's right. Remember this for next time. After a lengthy, deep kiss, he sits up, retrieving a whistle from his pocket and holding it near her slightly swollen lips. Blow. Whoosh. Xia Yuxuan obediently blows hard. Lung Xiqing furrows his brow. Is that too much force? Her exuberance is astonishing. After such an extended kiss, she still has the breath to blow so loudly. Indeed, as soon as the whistle sounds, a small white dot comes sprinting from a distance, diving into their embrace. Pudding. Xia Yuxuan beams with a radiant smile, a sight that momentarily leaves Lung Xiqing in a daze, making all he has done in recent days feel worthwhile. In the garden, the three men sit at a table, their gazes fixed on Xia Yuxuan frolicking with the plump puppy on the grass. Has she truly begun to heal? After all, she no longer appears depressed, right? Nangong Mo hesitantly inquires, observing her joy. Nangong Lin shakes his head. It's likely still too soon. She only connects with the puppy, even Lung Xiqing, despite his persistence. can only get close to her through coercion and persuasion. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing, who has been silent, stands up and strides purposefully towards Xia Yuxun. Nangong Mo and Nangong Lin follow his gaze, realizing that Xia Yuxun has dashed into the water to retrieve her fallen pillow. The puppy stands at the edge of the pool, wagging its tail and barking as if cheering her on. Xiao Sun, come back. Lung Xiqing groans, watching her wade into the water. Aiqing, don't worry. I'll save you soon. Though it is still early autumn, the recent downpour has left the air quite chilly. Xia Yuxun, half submerged, shivers but stubbornly inches toward the drifting pillow, now slowly sinking. Growing anxious, she takes several bold steps forward, only to slip and fall into the water. At this moment, Lung Xiqing reaches the edge of the pool, disregarding his expensive suit, and jumps in to rescue the coughing Xia Yuxun. Chapter 167. I can share my bed. What on earth are you doing? Get a grip. It's just a pillow. Coughing violently, Xia Yuxun's eyes well up with tears at his reprimand. Just as he begins to move, she clutches his shirt tightly, pleading, don't go. Don't leave Aiqing. Save him. Cough. Save Aiqing. Lung Xiqing gazes down at the woman in his arms, her expression one of desperate longing, and his heart clenches painfully. No, this cannot continue. She must let go of that pillow and recognize herself. Ignoring her pleas, he resolutely turns to leave. Don't. Xia Yuxun cries out, her voice breaking, please, I beg you. Let me go, I must save Aiqing. As Xia Yuxun struggled in vain, despair washed over her. Yet a sudden determination took hold. She swiftly wrapped her arms around Lung Xiqing's neck and forcefully pulled him down, pressing her lips against his. Lung Xiqing was utterly taken aback by her unexpected action, standing frozen as her cool, soft lips timidly brushed against his. Nearby, the Nangong father and son spluttered their tea in shock. Save Aiqing, save him. After what felt like an eternity, she finally released him, carefully pleading with tears glistening in her eyes. Lung Xiqing surrendered completely, his defenses lay bare. How could he harden his heart against such a Xia Yuxun? It was impossible. He held her close, stepping slowly toward the sunken pillow, gently bending down to retrieve the soaked pillow from the basin, and handed it to her. Aiqing. Xia Yuxun trembled as she cradled the pillow, gazing up at him with a foolishly worried expression, asking breathlessly if Aiqing would die. Lung Xiqing sighed softly, assuring her no. Really? Xia Yuxun lowered her head, her delicate lips brushing against the pillow as she blew softly. What are you doing? Lung Xiqing looked at her, puzzled. Artificial respiration. Not just Lung Xiqing, but all three men present were left speechless, caught between laughter and tears. Upon returning home, Lung Xiqing insisted that Xia Yuxun take a hot bath and change into pajamas. Perhaps realizing how much more comfortable the bed was, she now refrained from retreating into the wardrobe unless startled. When Lung Xiqing emerged from the bathroom, Xia Yuxun immediately crawled from the head of the bed to the foot, anxiously asking, is Aiqing done washing? Yes. Lung Xiqing produced a freshly prepared pillow identical to the previous one. Satisfied, Xia Yuxun embraced the pillow and nestled back under the covers. After a moment, she opened her eyes again, gazing at the desolate figure standing by the window. Lung Xiqing, frustrated, slammed his fist against the windowsill. What must I do for you to look at me, to regain your trust in me? Suddenly, a warm little hand covered his rigid fist. Lung Xiqing slowly raised his head. Are you tired? Xia Yuxun had approached him at some point, her eyes filled with trepidation and concern. Was she truly worried about him? Lung Xiqing stared at her incredulously, feeling a wave of vulnerability wash over him as he gently embraced her, whispering, it's all right, just a little. Xia Yuxun hesitated, not wanting him to touch her, but recalling his bravery in saving Aiqing, she decided against hurting him. Do you want to sleep? I can share my bed with you. Lung Xiqing, resigned, tightened his embrace. Xiao Sun, are you intentionally trying to torment me? Chapter 168. Taking her home, though still fearful of close contact and easily startled, Xia Yuxun had become accustomed to being gently guided outside. Thus, Lung Xiqing resolved to implement his next plan. When he proposed taking Xia Yuxun back to the Jingwu gym, Nangong Lin's expression darkened, resembling a father whose daughter was being whisked away. Beside him, Nangong Mo cleared his throat to break the tension, stating, honestly, returning to a familiar environment should be beneficial for her condition. Nangong Lin shot a sharp glare at Nangong Mo, who had dared to speak out of turn, then turned back to Lung Xiqing. You are barely managing your own affairs. Do you truly have time to care for her? At the very least. I've been here with her all this time, Lung Xiqing replied. Xia Yuxun had appeared somewhat listless these past few days, preferring to sit alone in silence, which worried him and reinforced his desire to take her home. That doesn't prove you can be there for her at all times. You must understand that she could be in danger at any moment. Only I can ensure her safety here. Nangong Lin remained steadfast. Lung Xiqing countered. The safest place isn't necessarily the best for her health. Nangong Lin scoffed. Although it's her home, you must realize it's also very close to yours. The Lung family could cause trouble for her at any time. What does the Lung family have to do with this? Lung Xiqing bristled at the mention of his family's name. You know full well that Lung Huai has long since fallen out of touch with the times. And Lung Xiqing lacks the capability to manage such a vast enterprise. It hasn't been long, and the Lung family is already in disarray. You leave so carelessly, thinking it will have no consequences. Aren't you afraid of collateral damage? Nangong Lin's words struck home. Lung Xiqing's expression darkened, not only from Nangong Lin's aggressive stance, but also because he recognized the validity of the threat. However, that did not mean he would yield. President Nangong, your enemies are scattered across the nation, and your lovers are as numerous as the fish in the river. Do you truly believe your special treatment of Xia Yuxun won't bring her trouble? Lung Xiqing retorted. Nonsense. I am her. Nangong Lin suddenly stood up. His words cut short as he stormed about the room, fuming. Nangong Mo watched the two men argue, feeling helpless to interject. They remained at an impasse until Nangong Lin was unexpectedly called away to the branch office, forcing him to depart. Lung Xiqing, not one to let a golden opportunity slip by, swiftly took advantage of the situation to usher Xia Yuxun into the car. By the time Nangong Mo realized what was happening and gave chase, Lung Xiqing had already sped away, leaving behind only his well-trained subordinates, each brandishing a Colt 2009mm pistol aimed at their heads. How strange, thought Nangong Mo. Despite Lung Xiqing having lost his power, where had these well-trained, well-equipped subordinates come from? Though he stood on Lung Xiqing's side, believing it was better for Xia Yuxun to return home to recuperate. This time he truly didn't intend to let things slide. Nangong Lin had specifically charged him to keep a close watch on Xia Yuxun. Yet, looking at the current situation, how could he possibly intervene? Chapter 169. Benefits in the car. Xia Yuxun held the pillow in one hand and a little pudding in the other, curiously peering out the window. Pudding had a bad habit of chewing on things, especially enjoying nibbling on Xia Yuxun's beloved pillow. She anxiously snatched the corner of the pillow from Pudding's mouth, exclaiming, Pudding, don't bully Chen. The round little Pudding whimpered, looking pitiful as it lay down, letting out a soft whine. Hearing the little creature's sorrowful sound, Xia Yuxun felt remorseful for her harshness. She gently patted its head in consolation, saying, I'm sorry, Pudding, but what you did was wrong. Promise not to do it again, okay? Whimper. Pudding wagged its tail, closed its eyes, and pretended to sleep, but it was actually sneaking glances at Xia Yuxun. Before long, when Xia Yuxun was momentarily distracted, Pudding sprang back to life, biting onto the pillow again, shaking its little head vigorously. Pudding, if you keep this up, I will truly be angry. Xia Yuxun lifted the pillow high above her head. However, Pudding bit down too tightly, and when she raised the pillow, the fluffy little creature was lifted into the air along with it. Even in this precarious position, Pudding remained stubbornly attached. Xia Yuxun was on the verge of tears, torn between her affection for Chen and her reluctance to scold Pudding. Through the rearview mirror, Lung Xiqing observed the adorable scene unfolding behind him, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Realizing Xia Yuxun was genuinely distressed, he quickly pulled out a bag of dog treats, tearing it open and tossing it back. Pudding immediately released the pillow with a yelp, lunging for the treats. Seizing the moment, Xia Yuxun hugged the pillow tightly to her chest, warily eyeing the little creature whose tail was wagging like a tiny motor. Leaning forward towards the driving Lung Xiqing, she extended the pillow towards him. What are you doing? Lung Xiqing cast a glance at the pillow that had been so indulged by Xia Yuxun, his expression clearly unfriendly. Could you please help me keep an eye on it for a while? I'm worried that Pudding might bully him again, Xia Yuxun said with a pitiful tone. Lung Xiqing helplessly pinched his brow, extended his hand, and carelessly placed the cursed pillow beside him. This way, Pudding would be unable to reach Chun. Xia Yuxun smiled with delight. Then, with an instinctive gesture, leaned forward and lightly kissed the corner of Lung Xiqing's lips, sweetly saying, Thank you. Afterwards, She nonchalantly returned to her seat, leaving someone to grapple with the tumultuous emotions stirred by her innocent act of warmth. Though she feared his proactive closeness, she knew he could easily entice her to take the initiative herself. Upon realizing this, she found herself quite well trained. As they approached the western suburbs, a blinding light suddenly shot towards them. A black Mercedes was barreling down the road, blocking their path. Lung Xiqing slammed on the brakes. Awa! Awa! Pudding yelped in panic, and Xia Yuxun comforted the little creature by petting its head. After retreating a short distance, Lung Xiqing revved the engine and swiftly maneuvered to evade the car's blockade. Behind them, the pursuing vehicle remained relentless. Xiaoxuan, duck down. Quickly. Just as Lung Xiqing's warning fell from his lips, a sharp gunshot echoed in the air. The moment he heard the gunfire, a chill ran through Lung Xiqing's heart. Indeed, it was not Nan Gonglin's pursuers. Who would dare to so brazenly target Xia Yuxun? Chapter 170. Assassination. However, bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out, clearly intended as warnings. It seemed they did not wish to harm, but rather to capture. Awu! Awa! Pudding continued to bark in fright. Pudding! Pudding! No! In a state of panic, Pudding unexpectedly leaped from the car window. Pudding! Stop! Stop! Xia Yuxun cried out in desperation. Lung Xiqing's heart softened for a moment, and he slowed down. But the car behind them had already caught up, maneuvering in front to block their escape. In her anxiousness, Xia Yuxun opened the car door and dashed out. Xiaoxuan. As Lung Xiqing listened to the cacophony of gunfire outside, his heart raced with fear. Xia Yuxun finally caught up with Pudding, joyfully scooping it into her arms, blissfully unaware of the surrounding danger. Be careful. Lung Xiqing suddenly tackled Xia Yuxun to the ground, narrowly avoiding a bullet that whizzed past his shoulder. Just then a tall, sturdy man emerged from the car, illuminated by the blinding headlights, rendering his features nearly indistinguishable. The man stepped closer, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Lung Xiqing, hand over the woman, and you may leave. In that moment, Lung Xiqing recognized these men as Nan Gonglin's enemies. Given that Xia Yuxun resided with Nan Gonglin, it was evident she was under his protection. The Lung family would certainly be wary of Nan Gonglin's influence, even if they sought to harm Xia Yuxun. They would not be so audacious as to confront Nan Gonglin directly. The only individuals capable of such boldness were those whom Nan Gonglin had crossed. They likely intended to abduct Xia Yuxun for some form of negotiation. Everyone knew that Nan Gonglin was notoriously ruthless. He would not flinch even if his own son were held at gunpoint. This time, they must have learned of her significance as his weakness. Nan Gonglin was excessively confident, believing he could protect anyone, which led him to carelessly dote on Xia Yuxun. Little did he know that this time, he had miscalculated. Hold on for 5 more minutes. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Lung Xiqing resolved to buy time. Xiaoxuan, don't be afraid. It's going to be fine. He reassured the trembling Xia Yuxun nestled against him while calmly inquiring, who sent you? Though he knew this was a futile question, it was necessary to engage in meaningless chatter at that moment. For someone like Lung Xiqing, who rarely indulged in such trivialities, this was quite a challenge. The leader of the group impatiently replied, that's none of your concern. Just hand over the woman. Do you know who I am? Lung Xiqing felt an urge to bang his head against a wall, for the man had just called his name. Yet, the adversary assumed he was being provocative and arrogantly retorted, do you think you still hold the title of the Lung family's young master, the CEO of the Lung Group? The Lung family has publicly declared that you have no connection to them. Even if you were to die out here, the Lung family would not care. Although he had anticipated this, hearing it from an outsider still caused a pang of pain in Lung Xiqing's heart. He never imagined his father would go so far. Chapter 171. The pink pig flying in the sky. Big brother, what's there to discuss with a lost dog? Hurry and bring that woman back for a proper handover. Several underlings chimed in, yes, big brother. Don't waste time with him. It could lead to unforeseen troubles. Wait, one last question. Lung Xiqing suddenly interjected, mentally counting down. Moments later, the sound of approaching engines filled the air. His men had arrived. A sigh of relief escaped Lung Xiqing as he held his breath, waiting for the opportunity to escape. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. He needed a moment of distraction to catch them off guard. At that moment, Xia Yuxun unexpectedly lifted her head from his embrace, her face alight with excitement as she pointed towards the sky behind the approaching car. Look, the pink pig is flying in the sky. Turning around, the group collectively glanced back. Lung Xiqing was left dumbfounded, Could this truly work? Seizing the moment, he swiftly scooped Xia Yuxun back into the car, while she continued to gaze longingly at the sky, exclaiming the pig, "It's pink. I want it." He had thought her a genius playing the fool, but it seemed she was simply naive. In truth, there was indeed a cluster of pink pig balloons floating in the sky. It was part of the evening entertainment at Times Square. By the time the men realized what was happening, they had already been surrounded by Lung Xiqing's reinforcements. "Boss, I'm late," Liang Qian said, wiping sweat from his brow as he exited the vehicle, profusely apologizing. "Is sister-in-law all right?" Lung Xiqing felt no displeasure at the title. "She's fine." Seeing Lung Xiqing's expression, Liang Qian knew he had made the right bet. After following his boss for so many years, he was well aware that this woman would undoubtedly play a significant role in the future. It seemed she was about to become the sister-in-law. He would need to curry favor with her from now on. Although the situation had been brought under control, a sense of foreboding lingered in Lung Xiqing's mind. The pink pig. Xia Yuxun had pressed her face against the car window, gazing outside. Does sister-in-law like those balloons? I'll have someone buy some right away." Liang Qian immediately seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. At that moment, Lung Xiqing felt a whirlwind of emotions. He pulled Xia Yuxun closer to him in the passenger seat, finding a measure of comfort. Xia Yuxun seemed to sense his unease, blinking her eyes without resisting or pushing him away. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, a hidden gun was silently aimed at Xia Yuxun's head. "No, this angle won't do. It could harm Xiqing. We need to move to the other side. Trust my marksmanship, white beauty." "No, don't move. If you interfere, I can't guarantee where this bullet will land." "You." Bang. A gunshot rang out from Lung Xiqing's left side. His body jolted as the searing, high-velocity bullet pierced through him. Moments earlier, the reflection from the car window had startled Lung Xiqing, and in that critical moment, he instinctively shielded Xia Yuxun. Boss, are you all right?" Liang Qian exclaimed in shock. "Who the hell shot that? Was it you? Was it you?" "It was not us. I swear it was not our people. Search for them." Instantly, chaos erupted around him. However, he could perceive nothing from the outside world. All he desired was to see her safe and sound. As long as she was fine. Lung Xiqing's bloodied hand gently caressed her pale cheek. Chapter 172. Extracting the bullet, disregarding the advice of others. Lung Xiqing resolutely chose not to go to the hospital, insisting on returning to the Jingwu school. A bullet had lodged in his shoulder blade, and everyone in the room was in a frenzy. "Boss, are you sure you don't need anesthesia?" A fair-skinned young man, holding a scalpel, nervously inquired. "Xiang Yuan, your chatter is becoming unbearable," Lung Xiqing replied with evident impatience. At that moment, he sat on a stool with his upper body bare, head bowed. One hand pressed against his wound, cold sweat beading on his forehead. All right. I won't speak anymore," the young man mumbled, helplessly preparing for disinfection. Xia Yuxun was drenched in Lung Xiqing's blood, standing timidly in the corner with a small dog, straining to see him through the crowd. "Xiao Sun, come here," Lung Xiqing weakly called out. Everyone instinctively parted, and Liang Qian swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words in Xia Yuxun's ear. "It hurts. A kiss. Anesthesia." Xia Yuxun murmured in confusion, slowly approaching Lung Xiqing, her expression one of bewilderment, concerned that the crowd might frighten her. Lung Xiqing only allowed Xiang Yuan to remain, while the other stepped outside under Liang Qian's watchful eye. Xia Yuxun gazed at the horrifying wound on Lung Xiqing's shoulder, her eyes wide with shock, her face pale as an inexplicable pain welled up within her heart. "Come here." Lung Xiqing opened his arms, longing for her embrace. Instead of moving closer, Xia Yuxun retreated in panic, curling up in the corner. Her heart ached unbearably. She did not understand why being near him caused her so much pain, compelling her to flee from him in this torment that felt worse than death. Seeing Xia Yuxun's wary and repellent demeanor in the corner, Lung Xiqing's outstretched hand fell limply to his side. He instructed Xiang Yuan to begin. Xiang Yuan nodded, trembling as he wielded the knife. The bullet was lodged deeply. Extracting it would be no easy feat without anesthesia. The ordeal would be excruciating, not only for the one shot, but also for the unfortunate soul tasked with the extraction. Reluctantly, the boss continued to resist any medication that might compromise his nerves. The first incision, the second. Throughout the process, Lung Xiqing merely furrowed his brow, not uttering a sound, while Xiang Yuan was drenched in sweat. A droplet of sweat fell into Xiang Yuan's eye, causing him to falter, and Lung Xiqing immediately stifled a groan. "Boss, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Xia Yuxun panicked, struggling to steady the knife. After all, he was no professional. Even a skilled surgeon would find it challenging to extract a bullet from living flesh. "Continue." Lung Xiqing's voice emerged through clenched teeth. The cold blade pierced his flesh, sometimes grazing against the bone, each incision delivering a clear wave of pain that sharpened his awareness. "Hurry," Lung Xiqing urged. Xia Yuxun was overly cautious. If the injury had been in a more convenient location, he would have resolved it himself long ago. "No, I need to gauge the bullet's depth and precise location. It's wedged between the shoulder blade and the muscle. If I mishandle it, the injury could worsen and leave lasting ramifications. Thus I must." Xia Yuxun rambled on, while Lung Xiqing longed to silence him. Chapter 173. Anesthesia after what felt like an eternity of incessant chatter. Just as Lung Xiqing could no longer endure, Xia Yuxun finally swallowed hard and reminded him, "Boss, it's time to extract it. Damn it, it's too deep." The boss is going to be in excruciating pain. The knife tip slowly penetrated, angling to extract the bullet along with the flesh. Biting down too tightly, a trickle of blood escaped from Lung Xiqing's lips, and the towel he had gripped had long since been torn into rags. Unbeknownst to him, Pudding had jumped down and landed at his feet. At that moment, Lung Xiqing was too preoccupied to notice the small dog. Then, in the next instant, his sweat-drenched face was lifted by a pair of slightly trembling small hands, followed by a soft press of lips, a sweet breath overwhelming his senses. Lung Xiqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The girl had somehow knelt before him, her small face tilted up, affectionately kissing him. As the cold blade plunged in to extract the bullet, her soft tongue suddenly found its way into his mouth, tentatively entwining with his. "MMM." Lung Xiqing let out a soft groan. The intertwining of excruciating pain and overwhelming pleasure was indescribable. With a clang, the bullet fell into the container, and Xia Yuxun let out a sudden breath of relief, only to notice the two locked in their kiss, his face flushing crimson. Then, he hastily accelerated his movements, applying medicine and bandaging with unprecedented speed, not uttering a single word as he quickly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. "Pure-hearted child." Finally, Xia Yuxun soothingly licked his sensuous, thin lips before gradually pulling away, a hint of playful mischief curving her mouth, causing Lung Xiqing's blood to surge. "Who taught you to do that?" Lung Xiqing's voice was hoarse, the searing pain in his shoulder overshadowed by his inner excitement. "The pink pig." He said kisses could numb the pain. Xia Yuxun instinctively referred to the pink pig as Liang Qian's nickname, as he had promised her a pink balloon. Lung Xiqing struggled to grasp her meaning, shaking his head. "I didn't mean that. I mean..." He deliberately lowered his voice, nibbling on her sensitive earlobe. "Little rascal. Who taught you to stick your tongue in?" Xia Yuxun blinked innocently. "You always do that," implicitly suggesting, "I learned it from you." If she was a little rascal, then he must be a great rogue. "It seems. I taught you well." Lung Xiqing smiled knowingly. "Does it still hurt?" Xia Yuxun worriedly cradled his slightly weakened, yet still handsome face. "Yes, it really hurts." Lung Xiqing wore an expression of utmost grievance. In a hurry, Xia Yuxun lifted her head, pressing her soft lips against his. Lung Xiqing chuckled lightly, unabashedly claiming her lips, their kiss deepening as he fervently explored. She flinched in discomfort, but he showed no intention of relenting, instead holding her head firmly to deepen the kiss, until she gasped for air, her body weakening against his chest. He finally released her, gazing at her swollen, glistening lips and dazed expression, his eyes darkening. Chapter 174. Awakening my Shao Sun. For over 20 years, I have restrained myself from touching you. This enduring rejection, was it truly due to disdain, or merely my own cowardice? Can a kiss truly alleviate the pain? Xia Yuxun anxiously questioned. "Yes, it no longer hurts, but it may hurt again in the future. Will you help me?" Lung Xiqing adopted a vulnerable demeanor, appearing in dire need of protection. Xia Yuxun, filled with loyalty, nodded affirmatively. "I will. You saved me." She understood that he had rescued her, and she wished to repay him. "Is it merely because I saved you?" Lung Xiqing's expression fell into a pit of disappointment and bitterness. He had hoped that their time together, even if she still did not recognize him, would at least mean something different to her. It must be retribution. Once, every word he spoke tugged at her heartstrings. Now, it was his turn to experience emotional upheaval over her every action. Xia Yuxun felt perplexed by this transformation. Was it not due to this very reason? What could it possibly be? Never mind. I will make you understand, he sighed, gently caressing her bewildered face and tenderly kissing her forehead. She no longer recognized him, nor trusted or relied on him. Yet that mattered not. He would gradually help her reclaim all that she had lost. If she no longer loved him, he would rekindle her affection. But then what? His future had never included her, yet she descended upon him like a fierce bandit, boldly declaring, Lung Siqing, I have my sights set on you. Here are your choices. 1. I marry you. 2. You marry me. As her fervor, passion, and emotions were repeatedly met with his indifference and cruel rejections, he never witnessed her desolate and sorrowful figure. He always believed Xia Yuxun to be unbreakable, eternally vibrant, but now, seeing her in such a state, his heart ached as if it might shatter. Xia Yuxun, is there nothing else you can occupy yourself with besides clinging to me? This remark drove her to learn culinary skills, floral arrangement, and painting, activities that felt torturous to her. Xia Yuxun, enough. How many times must I repeat myself before you understand? I have no feelings for you. This declaration prompted her to cast aside all dignity and humiliation in a desperate attempt to entice him, only to be trampled underfoot. Xia Yuxun, recognize your current status. Otherwise, leave the company immediately. I do not require a subordinate who cannot distinguish between public and private matters. This ultimatum left her so terrified that she no longer dared to utter his name. Yet, when she began to refer to him coldly as president, it was he who felt the uncomfortable pangs of loneliness. He could not fathom what kind of love could inspire such a capricious girl to steadfastly love someone for so many years. Loving him was perhaps the grandest endeavor of her life. In that moment, Xia Yuxun's image shone brilliantly. He could not comprehend why her influence could so profoundly alter the worldview he had painstakingly constructed over decades. He was bewildered by the panic that ensued after the very things he had previously dismissed vanished from his life. When she embraced that pillow, calling it Aiken, when she rushed to his side, wounded, to save him, or perhaps even earlier, when her dirty little hands clutched his clothing, demanding his company and play. He realized he could not let her go. Chapter 175. A future promised, he began to resent the impulsive, jealous version of himself that had once hurt her. How many lives can one live? How many individuals genuinely care for you without any ulterior motives? He had always thought Xia Yuxun was too obsessive, but now he recognized that it was he who was truly fixated. Xiao Sun, there will be countless unforeseen events in the future, and I cannot make any guarantees. However, allow me the opportunity to promise you a future. Xiao Sun, you have succeeded. You are an invincible myth, and even the coldest heart will thaw for you. Now, I wish to attempt acceptance, but when will you awaken to hear me personally declare that I promise you a future? Outside the door, you take it. Xiang Yuan awkwardly held a plate of food and a few anti-inflammatory pills. You take it. Liang Qian deflected. Xiang Yuan angrily retorted, what business do you have? The boss is in a terrible mood whenever he is injured, and he detests eating, especially when forced to take medicine. Since the fallout with the Lung family, he is transformed into an active volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. And now, with someone from the Lung family having just visited, he is on the brink. You want me to walk into the lion's den? Whoever wants to go can go. I refuse, though usually agreeable. Xiang Yuan had principles when it came to life and death matters. If I say I'm not going, I'm not going. Outrageous. Bring it here. Liang Qian scolded him exasperatedly, before scampering over to Xia Yuxun. Sister-in-law, are you busy? Hee. Liang Qian greeted her eagerly. I'm rather busy, Xia Yuxun replied, seated on a bamboo chair in the courtyard, scratching Pudding's back. The chair was adorned with pink pig balloons. Upon seeing Liang Qian, she immediately offered a friendly smile. Little pig, it's you. Cough, cough. Yes, it's me. Liang Qian wiped the sweat from his brow, unwilling to correct her amusing misnomer. Sister-in-law, could you do me a favor and deliver this to Big Brother's room? Please, please. Xiang Yuan shot Liang Qian a disdainful glance, thinking he was not as brave as he pretended to be, begging a girl for help. Sure, Xia Yuxun said, placing Pudding on the ground, one hand clutching her pillow while the other accepted the tray from Liang Qian. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are truly magnificent. Liang Qian expressed his gratitude, surprised by her willingness to help. Who said that sister-in-law was violent and fierce? She was nothing short of kind and virtuous. Recently, Lung Siqing had been sleeping in Xia Yuxun's room, insisting that she sleep beside him each night, claiming it was to ensure he could receive medication at any moment should his pain return. Xia Yuxun, blissfully unaware of the advantage he was taking, found his reasoning utterly sound, and thus she willingly entered the wolf's den. As she opened the door, she found Lung Xiqing holding a brown notebook, his expression one of uncertainty. Upon hearing someone enter, he was momentarily startled and hurriedly concealed the notebook, appearing somewhat guilty. For in his hands was Xia Yuxun's diary, which he had discovered that morning, and he had been grappling with whether to read it or not since then. Chapter 176. It is a being he understood and believed in her feelings entirely, yet even the inquiries from the Lung family earlier that morning could not sway his emotions. His entire focus was on the diary in his grasp. Thankfully, she did not recognize it as her own diary, which brought him some relief. Xia Yuxun first placed her treasured pillow, Aiken, on the nearby sofa, then arranged the food on the small table beside the bed, placing the pills in his left palm and the water cup in his right. Once everything was prepared, she returned to the sofa to retrieve her pillow, tilting her head curiously at Lung Xiqing. "Aren't you going to eat?" It was only then that Lung Xiqing snapped back to reality and took the medication. Seeing him obediently consume his pills, Xia Yuxun eagerly rushed over, seizing his chopsticks and bowl. "I will feed you." So obedient. Suddenly, with such kindness directed towards him, Lung Xiqing felt a sense of suspicion. Sure enough, midway through their meal, Xia Yuxun hesitated and remarked, "Pudding will be so lonely sleeping alone tonight." And so, Lung Xiqing raised an eyebrow. "Can we bring Pudding to sleep with us?" Xia Yuxun asked expectantly. "No." He swiftly denied without a second thought. He was already dissatisfied with a pillow between them. There was no way he would allow a little ball of fluff to join them. "Why not?" Xia Yuxun pouted, her sulking lips tempting him to bite. "Because it does not sleep alone," he replied. "It is alone," Xia Yuxun retorted. "It is a dog," Lung Xiqing countered. Faced with his rebuttal, Xia Yuxun found herself at a loss for a counterargument, resorting to glaring at him in frustration as she continued to feed him. "We will revisit this matter later. Xiao Sun, for now, let us clear this away." Lung Xiqing employed a tactic of delay. "Are you full?" Xia Yuxun inquired. "Yes," he nodded. Xia Yuxun, with an air of capability, successfully accomplished all her tasks. "Come here." Lung Xiqing beckoned her. Confused, Xia Yuxun approached him. "Come sit." He patted his lap. Xia Yuxun blinked but remained still. For these past few days, Lung Xiqing had been feigning pain and acting spoiled to the extent that she perceived him as fragile. She feared that sitting down might crush him. "Xiao Sun, come here, be a good girl. I need your help," he coaxed gently. Only then did Xia Yuxun climb up, though she did not sit where he indicated. With his uninjured arm, Lung Xiqing pulled her onto his lap and embraced her contentedly, then asked with a hint of concern, "Are you still afraid of me?" "Not afraid." Xia Yuxun shook her head, having determined he was a good person, thus her fear had dissipated. Indeed, a good person, one who brazenly indulged in her affection. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she tilted her face up, attempting to press her lips against his. "What are you doing?" Lung Xiqing slightly recoiled. "You said you needed my help," Xia Yuxun replied matter-of-factly. That's not what I meant," he stammered, realizing he had used that tactic too often, leading her to develop a conditioned response. "Not? But it's not like we can't kiss," he added, accepting her advance as he lightly brushed his lips against hers, parting her teeth and entwining his tongue with hers. After they had indulged in their desires, Lung Xiqing finally remembered to attend to business. "Xiao Sun, what is this?" Xia Yuxun picked up the notebook he handed her, flipping it open with curiosity. As she innocently browsed through the diary, Lung Xiqing's heart raced violently at the sight of familiar handwriting, graceful yet wild. "Ah Cheng, I have endured not seeing you, not because I have forgotten, but to give you time to miss me. Yet in the end, it is I who yearns for you." The date marked the time she had taken leave after being confined in the elevator for treatment. It turned out her sudden absence was rooted in such sentiments. While he had mistakenly thought she was involved with Mingxian, Lung Xiqing was overwhelmed with emotion, but his expression darkened instantaneously upon reading further. "Lucifer Lung Xiqing, one day, I shall have you grovel at my feet, confessing your sins and begging for my forgiveness." "Ah ha ha ha," quite vivid, and even illustrated, she teased, overpowering him with her comic version. This audacious girl. Lung Xiqing seized her small hand and playfully bit her finger. "Ouch, that hurts. You bad person," Xia Yuxun exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, utterly unaware of the wrongdoing that had warranted such treatment. He actually bid her. Keep flipping, he threatened. Reluctantly, Xia Yuxun complied, muttering under her breath, Senior, let it be. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. With your protection, I shall never blossom. Ah Chung, until I bloom, I will not seek you out again. So this was her reason for leaving the company and disappearing for so long? The knot in his heart unraveled in an instant. Lung Xiqing, you are a fool and a coward. You clearly, could it be that I have been deluding myself, becoming infatuated and imagining things? Was your fleeting gentleness merely an illusion? You could hold me so tenderly, call me Xiao Sun so sweetly, yet was it all because you saw me as a sister? Just a mischievous little sister? Oh heavens, please, I would rather be your enemy than your sister. Why can't you see me as a woman? Yes, Xiao Sun, you are right. I am indeed a coward, perpetually evading you. I pride myself on my intelligence, yet I failed to realize that you see things clearer than I do. Reflecting on this, Lung Xiqing recalled the words of Si Che, realizing he had committed numerous acts that led her to misinterpret his feelings. Although he professed indifference, he often revealed tenderness and jealousy uncontrollably. How could he expect her to distance herself or deeply love him when he was the one tormenting her? Lung Xiqing could not deny feeling moved, for this diary was akin to his personal biography. It was filled with her abundant affection, joy, sorrow, and worry, all stemming from him, enveloping her and sharing in her emotions, flooding him with an unprecedented sense of happiness. He yearned to selfishly keep this diary for himself. After finishing, Lung Xiqing rewarded Xia Yuxun with a kiss, grinning mischievously, Xiao Sun, you are the one who flipped through this page by page for me. So, at ISN, Tian invasion. In the morning light, Xia Yuxun energetically rose to go jogging with Pudding, leaving him to catch up on sleep, his dark circles evident. Outside, Liang Qian and Xiang Yuan sat side by side on the stone steps, whispering. Observing Xia Yuxun's retreating figure, Liang Qian remarked, Sister-in-law seems quite spirited. How peculiar. Xiang Yuan shared his confusion. Indeed, it was strange that she could rise from bed. Did the boss? After exchanging glances, they chorused, no way. Inside, Lung Xiqing was deep in slumber when he suddenly sneezed repeatedly. Who was calling his name? Half an hour later, just as he had begun to drift off, a panic scream pierced the air. Rushing out, barely dressed, he found Xia Yuxun running towards him, trembling in fear. Xiao Sun, what is wrong? He asked, soothingly patting her back, concern etched on his face. Bad person. There's a bad person, she stammered. Bad person? His eyes narrowed dangerously. Outside, two factions were facing off, dozens of thugs attempting to break in, while Lung Xiqing's men brandished their weapons, the atmosphere charged with tension. He gestured for Liang Qian to withdraw, and the opposing side retreated as well. Then, Nangong Lin emerged from a car. After a screeching halt, Nangong Mo, panting, arrived in a silver sports car, relieved to see that a confrontation had not yet erupted. Nangong Lin's gaze first fell upon Xia Yuxun, confirming her safety before turning to Lung Xiqing. I told you, no one could take her away, not even you, Lung Xiqing. Lung Xiqing understood the fury and threat inherent in her words. He had already uncovered that the last assailants were competitors of Nangong Lin's from Italy, the OFA group. Yesterday, he had received news that OFA's stocks were plummeting, indicating that Nangong Lin had retaliated in response to the events here. Only someone as formidable as Nangong Lin, a mythic figure straddling both the underworld and legitimate circles, could achieve such swift retribution. A small, plump ball of fluff, Pudding, danced around Lung Xiqing's feet, determined to protect its master. Lung Xiqing, amused, gently nudged the loyal creature towards Nangong Lin. With a yelp, Pudding hurried back to Lung Xiqing's side, its little paws pleadingly clutching his pant leg. Useless. Lung Xiqing scoffed. Don't bully Pudding. Xia Yuxun raised her head from his embrace, her eyes filled with reproach. Lung Xiqing, confronted by her indignant expression, suddenly felt a pang of defeat. Did she truly regard Pudding as more important than him? Lung Xiqing, you are aware of my intentions, so I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Will you hand over the person or not? Nangong Lin stated directly. Let's discuss inside. He sought to avoid alarming Xia Yuxun and aimed to resolve the matter through gentler means rather than resorting to violence. In Chapter 179, titled The Contest, Nangong Lin was initially reluctant, but upon seeing a startled Xia Yuxun, the atmosphere shifted. In the living room, Lung Xiqing and Nangong Lin occupied a sofa and a chair, respectively. Only Nangong Mo and Scar remained by Nangong Lin's side, while Lung Xiqing had only Liang Qian with him. All other subordinates had been instructed to remain 500 meters away to prevent frightening Xia Yuxun. At this moment, Xia Yuxun's emotions had somewhat stabilized as she resumed her unfinished task of bathing Pudding. She speculated that Lung Xiqing might be unwilling to let Pudding sleep with him due to its habit of rolling on the ground, prompting her to clean the little creature. Enough of the excuses, Lung Xiqing interjected, not bothering to glance at Nangong Lin, his gaze solely fixed on Xia Yuxun, who was carefully placing Pudding into the water basin by the door. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Nangong Lin's anger surged again. That night, you took her away without permission and nearly caused her harm. Isn't that enough? I have always said that she is safest by my side. The one who endangered her was your enemy, and in the end, I protected her. She was unharmed, Lung Xiqing stated matter-of-factly. Nangong Lin, furious, retorted, if you hadn't recklessly taken her away, would this have happened? Damn it, I was gone for just a few days, and you dared to take her without my knowledge. Lung Xiqing, you have some nerve. Though he had anticipated that Lung Xiqing had cultivated his own faction alongside the Lung family, he remained uncertain of its true strength. Having successfully left Muyan Mountain Villa and broken through AOFA's blockade, he could vaguely gauge that Lung Xiqing was undoubtedly formidable. I do not believe you possess the right to discuss where she should be, Lung Xiqing replied. Nangong Lin, understand this. I have known her for 23 years, whereas you have no connection to her, save for a few drops of blood. His tone was sharp and unyielding. Nangong Mo, observing the two men squabbling over trivial matters, found it tedious and decided to join Xia Yuxun in bathing Pudding. Xia Yuxun looked at the suddenly appearing Nangong Mo, who held Pudding, her confusion quickly replaced by a bright smile. Thank you, she exclaimed, her small hands, covered in shampoo bubbles, happily massaging Pudding's snow-white fur. At that moment, Pudding, seemingly tortured yet unable to escape, hung limply in Nangong Mo's grasp, its head drooping in a pitiful manner. Just as both were relaxed, Pudding unexpectedly shook itself vigorously, splattering water everywhere. The two drenched children exchanged silly glances and burst into laughter. Nangong Lin watched the scene, his expression softening. But it turned icy again as he turned to Lung Xiqing. He discreetly signaled Scar, whispering a few words in his ear. Lung Xiqing, with a subtle smile, was momentarily distracted by Xia Yuxun playing with Pudding, only to realize too late that Scar had swiftly snatched the pillow Xia Yuxun had set aside and was making his way to the door. Aching! Xia Yuxun's grip loosened, allowing Pudding to plop into the water basin as she hurriedly chased after Scar. Yuxun, don't panic. I'm merely holding on to it for a moment. Come with me, and I will return it to you, Nangong Lin coaxed. Currently, updates occur around 0:30 daily, with 3 updates each day. This way, everyone can see the updates upon waking. Future changes to the update schedule will be communicated accordingly. In Chapter 180, titled I Will Save Ah Cheng, Lung Xiqing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Nangong Lin. He never anticipated that Nangong Lin would resort to such a despicable tactic. His carelessness had led to this predicament, and he felt a surge of regret. Do you think a pillow can make her follow you? Lung Xiqing scoffed. Let us see if you are more important than this pillow. Nangong Lin provocatively challenged, brimming with confidence. Aching! Aching! Please do not harm him, I beg you. Xia Yuxun immediately lunged towards Nangong Lin to reclaim the pillow, forgetting her earlier fears, now solely focused on rescuing her Acheng. Lung Xiqing pulled Xia Yuxun back into his embrace, his slightly trembling voice betraying his anxiety. Xiaosun, do not go. No, I must save Acheng. Xia Yuxun screamed, her composure slipping as she disregarded his pleas. Xiaosun. Lung Xiqing's voice rose sharply, but sensing her tremors, he softened his tone. Xiaosun, please don't go. Look, I am right here. Nangong Lin observed the scene with a disdainful smile. Is this not a violation of the rules, Lung Xiqing? If you have the capability, let her decide for herself. In truth, Nangong Lin felt no concern. He was confident that Xia Yuxun could not bear to part with the pillow. As long as she remained steadfast, Lung Xiqing would be powerless against her. Thus, he was certain of victory this time, though his methods were unscrupulous. The outcome was all that mattered. As he listened to Nangong Lin's taunts, Lung Xiqing's spine stiffened, yet he paid no heed, fixated solely on Xia Yuxun. wishing to prevent her from proceeding, hoping she would regain her composure. "Acheng! Acheng!" Xia Yuxun was oblivious to Lung Xiqing's words, her entire focus on the pillow being held hostage by Scar. The man was terrifying. Ah Chung was in his hands, and he had taken him away. What were they planning? Would they harm Ah Chung? No, let go of me. Let go of me. I must save Ah Chung. Ah Chung, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. The more she thought, the more frantic Xia Yuxun became, her inner fears escalating to the brink of collapse as she struggled violently in Lung Xiqing's embrace. The wound on his shoulder split open due to her frantic movements, and the sudden surge of pain drained the color from his face. Yet he merely furrowed his brow, stubbornly holding onto Xia Yuxun, his tone now laced with desperation. "Xiao Sun, please wake up, please wake up." Feeling uncomfortable in the man's embrace, Xia Yuxun was disturbed by his heated breath against her neck, leaving her in turmoil. The strength of his arms around her waist rendered her disoriented, and the faint scent of blood heightened her senses, overwhelming her fragile nerves and pushing her to the brink of collapse. My mind is a whirlwind. My heart aches. My body feels unwell. I cannot endure this any longer. Xia Yuxun began to struggle more violently, biting and pushing against the man who caused her such pain, instinctively using every means possible to inflict harm upon him. Lung Xiqing's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, his patience reached its limit as he roughly turned her around and roared. "Xia Yuxun, have you had enough of this ruckus?" In Chapter 181, titled Heart-Wrenching Pain, Xia Yuxun froze at a shout, a gas caught in her throat. "Xiao Sun, I'm sorry." Before Lung Xiqing could apologize, Xia Yuxun bit down on his hand and began to pound and shove against his chest. Go away. Go away. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." In that moment, the usually stoic Lung Xiqing's face betrayed a look of hurt and even grievance. Even Nangong Lin could not help but feel moved. Boss, Yang Yuan, who had refrained from acting due to a lack of orders, could no longer hold back his urge to charge forward. "What are you doing?" Liang Qian grabbed Yang Yuan, who was ready to rush in. Yang Yuan exclaimed angrily. "Sister-in-law is going too far. Look at the wound on the boss." At this moment, only Liang Qian and Xiang Yuan stood behind Lung Xiqing. Thus, they were the sole witnesses to the blood streaming from his shoulder and the torn flesh. Liang Qian sighed softly and pulled Xiang Yuan back. The complexities of relationships between men and women are often unclear. They are mutually consenting to their fates, and outsiders ought not to interfere, for their assistance might only complicate matters further. Yet, seeing the severity of the injury, Xiang Yuan, filled with anger and frustration, struck the wall with a fist. "Rest assured, there is no need to worry. The boss has weathered greater storms. This is but a gunshot wound, compared to the turmoil in his heart. It is truly insignificant," Liang Qian remarked, exhaling deeply, despite the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder, to the point where even the slightest movement felt unbearable. Lung Xiqing stubbornly raised his hand, gripping her shoulders firmly, enunciating each word with clarity. "Repeat what you just said." Summer Yuxun fell silent, staring blankly at the man before her. "Speak." Lung Xiqing's voice grew more forceful. His shout caused her eyes to redden instantly, and she blurted out, "I hate you. You are a bad person." In that moment, Lung Xiqing's gaze turned desolate. "Go," he uttered, releasing her shoulders, pushing her away as if fearing his own regret. His heart had grown numb from pain. Why should one feel heartache? Shouldn't I find solace instead? After all, the one she claims to cherish, to protect, is merely my substitute, or perhaps the imaginary version of me she has conjured in her mind. In her illusory world, she is the center, shielded from harm. Yet, in reality, I can only lead her to disappointment, causing her profound suffering. Thus, she has grown fearful, weary, and ultimately chose the illusion, abandoning the real me. A self-deprecating smile escaped Lung Xiqing as he watched Summer Yuxun turn away without hesitation, walking further from him towards the figment of her imagined Lung Xiqing. Ultimately, she had forsaken him. Slowly, he turned his back to her, unwilling to witness her departure. At that very moment, Nangong and his son, along with all of their subordinates, beheld the horrifying wound on Lung Xiqing's back. Blood had soaked through his entire shirt, transforming it into a macabre garment. Gasps of shock echoed around them. Summer Yuxun, initially preoccupied with the pillow and thoughts of Aiken, suddenly noticed the horrified gazes directed behind her, diverting her attention from Aiken. Chapter 182. Defeat the glaring crimson tainted her vision. The lonely silhouette struck a tender chord deep within her heart. Bang! As Summer Yuxun was overwhelmed by the sheer visual and psychological impact, Lung Xiqing could no longer hold on. His figure swayed. Aiken! Summer Yuxuan's pupils dilated sharply as she rushed towards him. At the utterance of that name, Nan Gonglin realized the outcome of their confrontation. Unfortunately, the unconscious individual remained oblivious to the victory he had achieved in his final moments, still enveloped in sorrow over losing her. Aiken! Aiken! Summer Yuxun cried out, shaking Lung Xiqing's body fervently. Aiken, please wake up. Don't leave me. Seeing this, Xiang Yuan hurriedly rushed over. Sister-in-law, please stop shaking him. The boss can't bear it. Summer Yuxun, alarmed, loosened her grip, trembling as she stared at her blood-stained hands. Let us get the boss inside. Liang Qian and Xiang Yuan supported Lung Xiqing into the room, with Summer Yuxun following in a daze. Outside the lavish door, the scarred man stared blankly at the pillow in his hands. Boss, what should we do now? Stay here and guard this place. If she loses even a single hair, you need not return. Nan Gonglin left half of his men behind. Yes, boss. They all wiped the sweat from their brows. For being dismissed was the most severe punishment. Neither the underworld nor the legitimate world would have a place for them. Nan Gong Mo observed thoughtfully as Nan Gonglin left in a grand manner. When he learned of Nan Gonglin's furious arrival, he had not anticipated the possibility of returning empty-handed, yet it had indeed occurred. It seemed he had underestimated Lung Xiqing's influence, considering their 20-plus years of camaraderie. Summer Yuxun. Why could she command such attention from his otherwise reckless father? From his observations, Nan Gonglin harbored no romantic feelings towards her. He was not the only one pondering this question. A few days ago, he had inadvertently discovered that his mother was also secretly investigating Summer Yuxuan's background. He couldn't help but worry. Each man surrounding Summer Yuxun could bring her endless trouble, and even Nan Gonglin could not be there to protect her at all times. The identities of Lung Xiqing, Mingxian, and Nan Gonglin were all troublesome, and such circumstances could easily render her a target. Now, he could only hope that Lung Xiqing would soon make a decisive choice. This way, everyone would find relief. After all the chaos, Lung Xiqing's wounds had reopened, the stitches pulled apart, exposing the mangled flesh and blood, a sight that could induce terror. Xiang Yuan toiled for more than an hour before managing to staunch the bleeding, carefully restitching the torn wounds with finer thread. Xiao Sun, even in his slumber, Lung Xiqing frowned, intermittently calling out name. Xiang Yuan felt some relief that he was currently unconscious. Otherwise, the pain would have been magnified several times over. Once everything was completed, Xiang Yuan felt utterly drained. Summer Yuxun leaned over the bedside, her gaze fixed on Lung Xiqing, holding his hand as if fearing he might vanish. Moments passed, and Lung Xiqing remained unresponsive until evening. Liang Qian entered with food, but Summer Yuxun refused to eat. Vil Ahandi? She asked. Her eyes reddened like a rabbit's. Chapter 183. Finally recognizing him, how could that be? Sister-in-law, don't think such thoughts. Xiang Yuan, seeing her distress, felt it unnecessary to scold her further. I cannot help him. I can do nothing. You certainly can. What you must do now is crucial. Stay with him. So the first thing he sees upon waking is you. All right, I will stay with him. In the dead of night, due to the injury on his back, Lung Xiqing lay on the bed, slowly regaining consciousness. The prolonged pressure left his arm somewhat numb. The gentle glow of the bedside lamp illuminated the empty room. Having grown accustomed to her constant presence, he felt disoriented upon realizing she was not there. It took a moment for him to comprehend. He had nearly forgotten that she had left him. With great effort, Lung Xiqing turned over, and then he froze in astonishment. Was he dreaming? He had accepted the painful truth of being abandoned. Yet upon turning, her sleeping visage was startlingly close. She lay quietly at the edge of the bed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, brushing against his skin, her sweet fragrance enveloping him. Lung Xiqing instinctively retreated slightly to get a clearer view of her. In a daze, he reached out, cautiously touching her cheek. She murmured softly, like a kitten rubbing against his fingers. Startled, he immediately withdrew his hand, but soon greedily touched her brow and eyes once more. Summer Yuxun stirred awake, rubbing her eyes childishly before lifting her head. Upon seeing Lung Xiqing, her large eyes sparkled with joy as she embraced his arm. Aiken, you're awake. What did you call me? Aiken, does your hand feel numb? Summer Yuxun, filled with concern, gently kneaded his arm, occasionally giving him light taps, and asked softly, "Is this all right?" Lung Xiqing instinctively nodded in agreement. "Do you wish to get up?" Xia Yuxun carefully assisted him to sit up, advising him not to lean as it would aggravate his injury. Cold Xiqing, still unable to fully comprehend the situation, gazed at her with a dazed expression. "Are you hungry, Aiken? I will go prepare a meal." As soon as Xia Yuxun took a step, Cold Xiqing forcefully pulled her back. "Don't go. Don't move. Does it hurt?" Xia Yuxun, reluctant to struggle, nestled against him, her voice laced with concern. "Please stay. I promise I'll be quick." She reassured him. "That's not what matters." "What matters is what you just called me," Cold Xiqing asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Aiken," Xia Yuxun responded, puzzled. "Say it again. Who am I?" He pressed, tightening his grip around her waist, leaning close to her ear. "Aiken, what is wrong? You must be so hungry that you can't even recognize yourself," she murmured. At that moment, joy surged within Cold Xiqing. She recognized him. Was this the resurrection from despair? However, a sudden thought struck him. If she could identify him, what about her condition? It seemed uncertain whether she had truly returned to normal. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively probed, "Xiao Sun, does it hurt?" The instant Xia Yuxun heard this, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, demonstrating her proficiency in soothing him through this intimate gesture. "Aiken, darling, it's all right. It doesn't hurt." Chapter 184. Unfazed indeed. She had not completely returned to normal. Cold Xiqing remained still, allowing her gentle ministrations to envelop him, softened by her affection, yet saddened by her ailment. While he found solace in this interaction, something felt amiss. Her feelings for him were not love. Rather, she treated him as. An inappropriate analogy would be that she regarded him as her child, nurturing and protecting him. This realization left him in a state of bemusement. Though her current demeanor was both endearing and charming, evoking a fierce desire within him, he yearned to see her vibrant and healthy. "Xia Yuxun, you always leave me in disarray," Cold Xiqing exclaimed as he flipped her beneath him, kissing her deeply to release the tumult of emotions she stirred within him. Their lips entwined, his fervent hands roamed beneath her clothing, savoring her supple skin. She instinctively recoiled, feeling a peculiar sensation that compelled her to flee. Yet she could not bear to harm him. Her docility acted as a potent catalyst, slowly eroding his rationality. At that moment, she foolishly clung to his neck, innocently insisting, "Take your time, don't rush. The wound, it hurts." How foolish of her to assist her own adversary. Cold Xiqing cursed under his breath, surprised at how easily she ignited all his impulses. No woman had ever been able to evoke such uncontrollable desire within him. Regardless of the emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, only she could effortlessly draw them out. He bit down gently on the tender skin beneath her collarbone, eliciting a soft whimper from her. "It hurts, but you must hurt even more," she thought. "It's fine. As long as I can help Aiken, a little pain is bearable." Cold Xiqing's eyes blazed with intensity as he gazed at Xia Yuxun, disheveled yet resolute like a valiant warrior. Was her submission a reflection of her desire to protect him? "Silly girl, I want you to be mine, completely," he thought. Since deciding to offer her a future, he yearned for her to belong to him entirely. Even if, by chance, she were not his, it would not matter. He could overlook the past. Yet, in all future moments, she would belong solely to him. Cold Xiqing's heart raced with anxiety over his uncertain thoughts. After all, during their 4 years in university, she had distanced herself from him. He had repeatedly pushed her away, and thus she had built her own life and found her own love. He had no right to impose judgment, even with all evidence confirming her feelings. He remained apprehensive, not out of doubt in her, but due to his own insecurities. For the first time, the self-assured Cold Xiqing felt uncertain about something. He had hurt her too many times, and he could not fathom the emptiness she might have felt after his cruel words and actions. With a heavy sigh, he embraced her tightly, pouring all his unease into a deep kiss. Chapter 185. Longing for you. With a creak, the door swung open. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Please continue." With a loud thud, the door slammed shut again as Xiang Yuan hurriedly retreated, flustered. Hearing movement inside, he assumed Cold Xiqing had awakened and sought to bring him some food. After knocking several times without a response, he had entered, only to stumble upon such an intimate scene. "I'm doomed. I've interrupted the boss's moment. Thank goodness I escaped in time. But the boss's wound has just been stitched up. This vigorous activity will surely undo all that effort. Why is it always me who ends up in such predicaments? Liang Qian, arms crossed and a smirk on his face, watched Xia Yuan's flustered state with amusement. I told you not to go in, but you wouldn't listen. How is it? The boss has some impressive skills, doesn't he? You, stop mocking me. Xia Yuan retorted, his face burning with embarrassment. Hey, wait. Tell me everything you saw. Liang Qian's demeanor shifted as he excitedly pursued Xia Yuan, eager for gossip. Liang Qian, can you not be so shameless? Xia Yuan protested. His neck flushed. Is asking a question that shameful? Wouldn't he, the one peeking, be the truly shameless one? I didn't peek. It was an accident. I warned you. Yet you insisted on going in. It was clearly intentional. TSK, I never expected you to have such a penchant, Liang Qian teased. Can you just leave me alone for once? I'm seriously going to fight you. In the bedroom, Cold Xiqing remained undistracted by the earlier interruption, fervently kissing every inch of her skin before suddenly enveloping her in his arms, burying his head in her neck and gasping for breath. If this continued, he would lose control. In truth, he was already teetering on the brink of losing himself. Xiao Sun, he murmured, suppressing his urges. Does it still hurt? What should we do? I'll call Xia Yuan. Xia Yuxun panicked. No, don't be anxious. I just meant to say I'm hungry. God knows how much Cold Xiqing wished he could retract those words. But he needed her to leave for a moment. Yes, he was ravenous. His eyes gleamed with a predatory hunger as he fixed his gaze on the breathless girl beneath him. I'll prepare you a meal. Xia Yuxun immediately offered. All right, he replied hoarsely, struggling to let her go. As she moved from the bed to the door, he felt an overwhelming urge to stop her several times within those fleeting seconds. He desired her, but not at that moment. He wanted her to fully grasp his feelings. He wished to give her the most perfect and unforgettable night. Cold Xiqing resolved that, even if he were not her first man, he would become the man she could never leave, in both heart and body. Xia Yuxun, you had best awaken swiftly, for I cannot guarantee that one day I will not succumb to my impulses and take advantage of your vulnerability. Little Sun, please recover soon. It has been far too long since I have witnessed your fierce and domineering demeanor. I yearn for it. It has been an eternity since I have heard your scolding, and I find myself unaccustomed to the silence. You have always been by my side. Yet here I am, missing you so deeply. Chapter 186. Dependency. Early the next morning, as Lung Xiqing rose from his slumber, Xia Yuxun, upon hearing the commotion, hurried into the room clad in an apron, grasping the hem of his shirt. Ah Chung, where are you going? I am merely going to the restroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. Where else would I go? Oh, then I shall accompany you. Xia Yuxun eagerly escorted him to the bathroom. After he finished, as soon as he stepped out, she relinquished the egg she was holding and dashed over. Ah Cheng, where are you off to now? I intend to sit in the garden. Then I shall join you. Do you not need to attend to the meal? Xia Yuxun disregarded his words, swiftly dragging a bamboo chair into the garden and urging him to sit. Now, you must rest well. Since last night, Xia Yuxun had adopted a super clingy mode, persistently inquiring about his whereabouts, his activities, and whether he would still love her upon his return. This behavior both amused and exasperated him. Indeed, after a short while, as Lung Xiqing stood up, preparing to leave the garden, he was immediately enveloped from behind by Xia Yuxun. Startled, he turned to find her eyes brimming with tears, prompting him to ask, Little Sun, what troubles you? Ah Chung, where are you going? Her voice was hoarse and broken. Lung Xiqing gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, explaining, the clothes drying in the garden were blown away by the wind. I am merely retrieving them. Is that so? She gazed at him, her eyes filled with trepidation. Of course. He observed her with a hint of concern. Once again, she had begun to rely on him, yet she did not trust him. She constantly feared his sudden departure, feeling an utter lack of security, which was why she clung to him so fervently. Every movement he made sent her into a state of alarm. Ah Chung, you sit. I will go retrieve them. I can manage. Upon hearing his reassurance, Xia Yuxun felt a slight relief. Yet, as she began to step forward, he embraced her, gently patting her back in comfort. Little Sun, do not fear. I shall not leave you. Trust me. Xia Yuxun nodded earnestly, looking at him with a soft smile before rushing out to gather the clothes. Lung Xiqing rubbed his temples in frustration, utterly at a loss as to what to do to help her recover. Having reached this point, he felt ensnared in a dead end, devoid of solutions. Suddenly, a piercing scream from outside the garden broke the silence. Upon hearing her voice, Lung Xiqing dashed out with urgency. Heaven knows how much he loathed hearing her panic cries. The last time it had been Nangong Lin, and now, who could it be? From a distance, he spotted Mingxian, who had not been seen for some time, gripping Xia Yuxuan's hands tightly, his expression fraught with urgency and pain. Yuxuan, is I your senior? Please, remain calm. I mean you no harm. Get away. Leave me alone. As Xia Yuxuan attempted to perform a shoulder throw, Mingxian deftly evaded, his dislocated arm protesting against further strain. Yuxuan, it was my fault. I was wrong. I beg you, grant me a chance for redemption. Watching Mingxian hold Xia Yuxuan's hand, Lung Xiqing's gaze turned icy with a chilling intensity. He had surmised that this area was heavily guarded by Nangong Lin's people. Who else would dare approach so brazenly? So it was this fellow who had returned. Chapter 187. Mingxuan's return, however, what difference did it make that he had returned? Nothing could alter the course of events. Just as Lung Xiqing was about to confront him with anger, Xia Yuxuan suddenly fell silent. Emerging from Mingxuan's car was a woman exuding a serene elegance, cradling a delightful baby, perhaps 1 or 2 years old, with rosy skin and dressed in a charming pink frock, resembling a porcelain doll. The woman appeared slightly older than Xia Yuxuan, yet she did not exude the demeanor of a mother. Rather, she possessed an air of intellectual beauty. The baby's dark, curious eyes flitted around before settling on the source of the greatest commotion, the struggling and screaming Xia Yuxuan. Captivated by the baby, Xia Yuxuan momentarily ceased her resistance, her astonished gaze fixed on the child. Mingxian glanced at the woman holding the baby, as if seeing a savior, and cried out, Minjing, you have finally emerged. Please, lend me your assistance. This is the patient you spoke of? Qin Minjing scrutinized Xia Yuxuan with a calm, yet probing gaze. It is her, Mingxian exclaimed, elated to see Xia Yuxuan's sudden calmness. Minjing, your presence has worked wonders. She has ceased her commotion. Qin Minjing rolled her eyes at Mingxian. Do not flatter me. It is not me. She is merely intrigued by the baby. Mingxian realized that Xia Yuxuan was indeed captivated by the child, their eyes meeting in an adorably innocent exchange. Qin Minjing approached, the baby's chubby little hand reaching out curiously, nearly brushing against Xia Yuxuan's cheek. A radiant smile broke across Xia Yuxuan's face as she exclaimed, Baby. Seeing Xia Yuxuan finally calm, Mingxian sighed with relief. Minjing, I must concede. You have indeed made a wise decision by bringing Luo along. Qin Minjing remained silent. How could she have anticipated this? She had simply brought her daughter along because she did not wish to leave her alone at home. Nor could she refuse Mingxuan's request for her to personally attend to the case. Her daughter was her most treasured possession, inseparable from her. Out of the corner of his eye, Mingxian caught sight of Lung Xiqing. While he harbored resentment towards him for unilaterally taking Xia Yuxuan away, he refrained from confronting him for the sake of her well-being. This is my friend, Qin Minjing, a renowned psychologist from Italy, Mingxian introduced concisely. Noticing Xia Yuxuan's delight, Qin Minjing cautiously placed the baby into her arms, showing no signs of wariness despite Xia Yuxuan's unstable state. Qin Minjing approached Lung Xiqing, extending her hand politely. Hello, I am Qin Minjing. Hello, Lung Xiqing, he replied with a slight nod. The name Qin Minjing certainly resonated. She was a prominent authority in the field of psychology. In his moment of despair, her arrival rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Regardless of who summoned her, he could scarcely afford to concern himself with such matters. All he desired was for Xia Yuxuan to recover swiftly, contingent upon the effectiveness of her treatment. Mingxian was somewhat astonished by Lung Xiqing's calm acceptance of the situation. Given his character, he had expected him to react with arrogance and indignation towards his assistants. Chapter 188. The adorable baby Xia Yuxuan, cradling the baby, joyfully approached Lung Xiqing. Ah Chung, look at the baby. Lung Xiqing's expression softened as he reached out to gently caress the baby's chubby cheek. Mingxian watched in astonishment, feeling profoundly disheartened. She could recognize Lung Xiqing. When had this occurred? Why was it that she could identify Lung Xiqing yet remained oblivious to him? Yuxuan, do you truly harbor such resentment towards me? Xia Yuxuan, you are correct. Impulsiveness is a devil. I find myself ensnared in a hell of my own making. Cheng, look, her hands are so tiny, and her body is so soft. She smells delightful. She is so incredibly adorable. Xia Yuxun was utterly enamored. Indeed, she is quite adorable. Lung Xiqing longed to express that she was even more adorable. Her body is soft and fragrant. Each time he touched her, her reactions were irresistibly charming. Yet, he admonished himself to cease such fanciful thoughts, unable to restrain the yearning that stemmed from his recent, overwhelming desires. Xia Yuxun playfully brushed her cheek against the baby's ass, prompting a delightful giggle in return. She isn't afraid of me at all. She even smiles at me, Xia Yuxun exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Minjing affectionately ruffled the baby's hair, explaining that Luoluo was not shy and loved to laugh, a delightful little girl, truly beautiful. This was the first time Lung Xiqing had lavished such unreserved praise upon someone, for this enchanting baby brought him immense joy. Thank you. Qin Minjing smiled gently. Witnessing others' affection and compliments for her child filled her with pride and happiness. As time passed, the baby grew restless, wriggling her tiny body in search of her mother's embrace. Xia Yuxun reluctantly returned the baby, only to nestle her head into Lung Xiqing's arms, her expression pitiful. "Ah-chung, what's wrong?" he inquired, gently tousling her hair. "I really like her. I want a baby," Xia Yuxun mumbled, with a resigned pat on her forehead. He chided, "Stop that nonsense. She belongs to someone else. I want a baby. Ah-chung, I want one," Xia Yuxun insisted, playfully rubbing against his chest. "Xiaosun." Lung Xiqing's tone was exasperated yet indulgent, their intimate exchange stirring a deep-seated frustration within Mingxian, who felt like a fool standing by, utterly excluded. Qin Minjing gazed at Mingxian, concern etched on her face, but as he turned to her, her sorrow vanished as if it had never existed. "Minjing, do you think I'm ridiculous?" "I certainly do. Not just ridiculous, but utterly pathetic. Mingxian, have never felt this helpless," he lamented, raking his fingers through his hair like a lion ready to pounce. Qin Minjing's innocent smile belied her words that would infuriate him further. "You deserve this calamity. On behalf of all the women you've hurt, I express gratitude to Miss Xia for administering justice." Mingxian raised an eyebrow at her words. "You represent?" He coughed. "You wouldn't be referring to that incident, would you?" At that moment, Qin Minjing's expression shifted, but luckily, Xia Yuxun's timely interjection diverted Mingxian's attention. Xia Yuxun playfully traced her fingers on Lung Xiqing's white shirt, exclaiming, "Ah-chung, I want a baby. Please, please, please." Lung Xiqing was about to admonish her for her audacity when her sparkling eyes met his. "Ah-chung, will you help me have a baby?" Silence enveloped the room. Not just for Lung Xiqing, but for Mingxian, Qin Minjing, and even a nearby Nangong Lin and Lung Xiqing's subordinates. All were momentarily stunned. Even the baby blinked in surprise, halting her cooing. Liang Qian stifled a laugh, barely containing himself, before sprinting away to a place where Lung Xiqing couldn't hear. Bursting into laughter, Qin Minjing couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Yuxun was indeed endearingly unique, so different from the women Mingxian typically surrounded himself with. At first glance, she seemed ordinary, lacking the allure of enchanting beauties, but after a brief acquaintance, one would inevitably be captivated by her. Her innocent face invoked a protective instinct in every man. "Ah-chung, let us have a baby," Xia Yuxun earnestly pleaded. Lung Xiqing, at a loss for how to respond, could only pinch her cheek in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, a faint blush broke through his usually stoic demeanor. "Such a thing is simply impossible. Why not?" Xia Yuxun pressed. "Baby, only you can have one." He gritted through clenched teeth. "Me?" she exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief at the notion that she possessed such a miraculous ability. "Of course," he replied, his gaze sparkling at the thought of their child, brimming with anticipation. "Really? Can I really have such a lovely baby?" she asked, both anxious and excited. He nodded affirmatively, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "If you truly wish to, I could assist you. Will you help me? Ah-chung, you're so wonderful." She gazed at him, filled with joy and gratitude, observing the naive Xia Yuxun and the scheming Lung Xiqing. Mingxian crushed a fallen fruit beneath his foot, muttering angrily. "Shameless." His words, though not loud, were perfectly audible to Lung Xiqing, who, in an unusually good mood, chose not to retaliate. The group chatted for a while before entering the living room. Upon seeing Xia Yuxun fawning over Lung Xiqing, Mingxian's irritation flared. He had learned through Nangong Mo about recent events. After all, wasn't it just a mere bullet he had deflected for her? What was so impressive about that? Daddy. Hug. Out of nowhere, Luo crawled onto his lap, breaking his train of thought. Lung Xiqing glanced at Qin Minjing and then at Mingxian. A knowing look exchanged between them. Oh, Xia Yuxun, as if it weren't chaotic enough, exclaimed, gazing adoringly at Mingxian. How impressive. Was this baby born to you? In a light-hearted scene, one day, Lung Xiqing approached Xia Yuxun, who was sitting in the sun, gazing dreamily at the blue sky. Little son, what are you doing? He asked. With a charmingly mysterious smile, she replied, Shoo, keep it down. Once I tan, no one will know I'm an idiot. In the following chapter, a consensus was reached. Xia Yuxun, yearning for a baby, called out in admiration. How impressive. Is this baby yours, Daddy? As Mingxian placed Luo on his lap, he playfully pinched her rosy cheeks, scolding, You little rascal, stop calling me Daddy. Qin Minjing retrieved Luo, instructing, Be good, call him Uncle O. Mingxian winked, Shimlessly suggesting, I don't feel that old. How about calling me brother? Qin Minjing shot him a disapproving glance. Luo, caught between the two, decided to sweetly proclaim Daddy. Cuddled in Lung Xiqing's embrace, Xia Yuxun couldn't take her eyes off the baby, filled with envy. Do you truly desire one that much? He asked, leaning down to kiss her. Without hesitation, she nodded vigorously. Then you must strive to recover. Once you do, we can have a baby. Recover? Me perfectly fine. She replied, puzzled. Lung Xiqing sighed in exasperation. Miss Qin, what is your perspective? He inquired. I need to observe further and require more information from you. When are you available? She responded. Anytime, he said, but then reconsidered, realizing Xia Yuxun was clinging to him a bit too tightly. Let us do it tonight, after she sleeps. Qin Minjing nodded, smiling. You're quite different from my expectations. How so? Lung Xiqing asked, brushing aside Xia Yuxun's playful hands at his collar. Seeking clarification. To be honest, before arriving, Mingxian had shared numerous tales about you. I had prepared myself for the possibility that not only Miss Xia, but also you would require psychological therapy to overcome your aversion. I didn't anticipate your cooperation. Lung Xiqing cast a glance at Mingxian, who showed no signs of guilt despite speaking ill of him, and chuckled softly. As long as it would bring her solace, he was willing to do whatever it took. However, if her condition did not improve in due time, he too would cease his cooperation. Of course, they reached a mutual understanding. Qin Minjing watched with gentle eyes as Luo and Mingxian frolicked together. In recent days, Xia Yuxun seemed to be particularly prone to fatigue, retiring early each night. After ensuring she was asleep, Lung Xiqing stealthily slipped out of bed, intending to seek out Qin Minjing. The girl clutched his shirt tightly even in her slumber, leaving him no choice but to remove the shirt and don another. Observing her cherishing his white shirt as if it were a treasure, he found her increasingly adorable, captivating, and utterly mesmerizing. Ashen, baby, I want. Xia Sun, whatever your heart desires, I shall provide, he replied, but do not renege on your wishes when the time comes. In the living room, Qin Minjing and Lung Xiqing sat facing each other. I heard from Mingxian that you have a family medical history. Could you shed some light on your mother's condition? Lung Xiqing appeared slightly averse to the question, his brow furrowing, yet he eventually complied. From what I understand, her condition is significantly more severe than Xia Sun's. When not in a state of crisis, she appears normal, but she can spiral into a frenzy at any moment. What specific symptoms does she exhibit? Qin Minjing inquired, jotting notes as she spoke. Most often, her outbursts are directed at Xia Sun, who suffers from claustrophobia. There was a time when her father was away, and upon returning, he found Xia Sun confined for 3 days and nights, nearly starving. I have witnessed her mother's episodes once or twice. There was an instance when she attempted to strangle Xia Sun, and another time, she held Xia Sun tightly on the rooftop, shouting for everyone to stay away and not to harm her. She seems perpetually convinced that someone intends to hurt her and Xia Sun, living in constant fear. Paranoid delusions? Qin Minjing pondered, twirling her pen. Perhaps. Beyond this, I cannot provide further details, as it is a family matter and my knowledge is limited. Qin Minjing, perplexed, asked, I heard you two have been childhood friends. Have you never discussed these matters with her? Lung Xiqing's expression stiffened. No. I noticed her injuries and inquired a couple of times, but she merely claimed it was due to a fight, and I did not press further. She always presents a cheerful and carefree facade, making it impossible to discern her true feelings. At this juncture, A hint of regret crossed Lung Xiqing's face. If I had been more attentive back then, perhaps we would not have arrived at this point. Qin Minjing nodded. Long-term repression without any outlet for expression is bound to worsen the situation. She hasn't even indulged in the most basic forms of self-pity or self-reflection. She seems to believe that as long as she maintains a smile and displays strength, nothing has transpired. Outwardly, she radiates vitality, while her inner darkness has long since decayed within her. She is too strong-willed. In truth, this is not inherently a flaw. The problem lies in the absence of someone to whom she can willingly reveal her vulnerabilities. Qin Minjing's final remark was evidently directed at Lung Xiqing. He closed his eyes in contemplative silence. Let us continue. What events trigger her episodes? Qin Minjing pressed on. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiqing opened his eyes, somewhat astonished. Did Mingxian not inform you? No, it was because he attempted to assault her, Lung Xiqing stated, then added, Xia Yuxun managed to escape. She was on the brink of collapse when she came to find me, initially banging on my door with her usual ferocity, but eventually, her tone grew increasingly feeble until she was pleading. Yet, I failed to recognize her distress and coldly turned her away. As if punishing himself, Lung Xiqing forced himself to recall every detail of that rainy night. Her every word, her pleas, the silence that followed her departure. Qin Minjing, fingers tangled in her hair, propped her head with a sardonic smile. So that's how it is. No wonder he has been so evasive about the reasons. Who would have thought he too harbors unrequited love? Now, could you elaborate on her condition? Qin Minjing swiftly regained her composure and continued her inquiry. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation extended until the early hours of the morning. Qin Minjing found Xia Yuxun's situation particularly intriguing, while Lung Xiqing was eager to expedite her recovery. Neither felt inclined to sleep. Clearly, she has lost faith in reality, or else she would not prefer to clutch a pillow as if it were a beloved. Qin Minjing analyzed. Lung Xiqing sighed in resignation. Now she recognizes me, yet she possesses a profound sense of insecurity and remains equally averse to the outside world. Making her overly reliant on you is not advisable. I believe we could approach it this way. Before Qin Minjing could finish her thought, she was abruptly interrupted by a displeased voice. Minjing, Luo has woken up and is demanding you. Qin Minjing hurriedly took Luo into her arms. Sweetheart, no need to cry. Mummy is here. What is wrong with you? Can't you hear the child wailing? Do not bully Mummy. Luo immediately craned her neck, glaring at Mingxian with displeasure. You ungrateful little one. Who do you think is doing this for whom? Mingxian shot her a glare, prompting Luo to retreat, snuggling against Qin Minjing for comfort. Mummy, sleep with Luo. Lung Xiqing glanced at his watch. I apologize. I did not realize it was so late. You should rest. Indeed, consider my suggestion. I shall. Oh, by the way. Just as Qin Minjing was about to say something to Lung Xiqing, Mingxian impatiently seized her arm and pulled her inside. I need to speak with you. In the center of the room, Mingxian paced back and forth, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Were you enjoying your chat? Qin Minjing placed Luo on the bed and replied nonchalantly. Lung Xiqing is a decent man, not at all as cold as the rumors suggest. He possesses the charm typical of a successful individual. Mingxian shot him a sidelong glance, instantly incensed. You don't mean to say you have taken a liking to that guy? Not to mention he already has a fiancée, and now he is stringing Xia Yuxun along. What is appealing about such a man? Why do two of you keep gravitating toward him? You are overthinking it. Qin Minjing paid no heed to Mingxian's words, gently patting Luo's back to lull her to sleep. I merely find him to be quite devoted, she remarked. Devoted? Qin Minjing, have you lost your mind? That is the most ludicrous thing I've heard this century. Or you can't possibly. Shoo, quiet. If Luo wakes up later, you are responsible for soothing her, Qin Minjing scolded. Mingxian glanced at Luo's sweet, sleeping visage and reluctantly fell silent. Either way, stay away from that guy. You begged me to come, and now you want me to distance myself from him? Qin Minjing protested against his commanding tone. Do not play word games with me. You know what I mean. Even if I admire him or hold feelings for him, what is it to you? What gives you the right to command me? Rarely angered, Qin Minjing found herself irked by Mingxian's remarks. Admire? Hold feelings? You, a woman who is unmarried and pregnant. Mingxian regretted his words before he could finish. Indeed, Qin Minjing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Damn it, do as you wish. It is no business of mine. Mingxian wished to apologize, but found himself unable to swallow his pride. Frustrated, he exited. The night was cool and serene. Qin Minjing gazed out the window at Mingxian, who sat despondently on the stone steps. It was the first time she had seen this usually spirited man in such a disheartened state. It seemed that even the most carefree of men could find themselves ensnared by love's trials. Men are inherently drawn to the thrill of the hunt, captivated by novelty and resistant to constraints, loathing the sensation of lost freedom. Yet, when they encounter someone they truly cherish, they willingly tether their hearts to that person, finding solace in the very bonds that once felt restrictive, reveling in joy and heartbreak alike. However, she never anticipated that this man would be Mingxian. Chapter 193. Unable to leave her, Lung Xiqing sat in the living room throughout the night. Qin Minjing intended for Xia Yuxun to seize her unwavering reliance on him, urging her to rediscover her instinct for self-protection. To achieve this, he knew he must vanish from her sight until she could confront everything on her own. Regardless, he resolved to give it a try. As long as it wouldn't harm her, he was willing to patiently explore any means. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 6 in the morning. Just as he contemplated returning for a brief nap, the door to Xia Yuxun's room swung open with a bang. He was met with her panicked expression, as if she had lost her entire world, clutching that white shirt in her hands. Upon seeing Lung Xiqing, she immediately dashed towards him, barefoot, and threw herself into his embrace, calling out, "Ah, Chun." "Xiao Sun." Lung Xiqing cradled her in his lap. The moment he saw her, the anguish etched on her face nearly shattered his heart. Like a frightened kitten, Xia Yuxun clung to his neck, nestling against him. "Ah Shen, where have you been?" "I'm right here, always." "Ah Chun, you won't leave me, will you?" She looked at him with a mixture of hope and unease. Despite having steeled himself, her current state almost instantly dismantled his resolve built over the past night. It was no longer a matter of her being unable to leave him. He found himself unable to part from her. The thought of her frantically searching for him, unable to find him, filled him with dread. He feared that such a separation would only deepen her wounds. Thus, he hesitated once more. "Ah Shen, Ah Shen?" Seeing him silent, Xia Yuxun anxiously pressed on. "I." Lung Xiqing faltered. "Anyway, you're not allowed to leave. Wherever you go, take me with you." Xia Yuxun assertively yanked on his neck, anxiously seeking comfort. Lung Xiqing, with no resistance left, captured her soft, sweet lips. The kiss deepened. "My little son, so early in the morning, are you trying to tempt me? Do you wish for my demise?" A cacophony of noise erupted, startling Xia Yuxun into Lung Xiqing's embrace. He lifted his head to find Mingxian standing at the doorway, surrounded by chaos. The two men locked eyes, igniting sparks of contention in the air. Qin Minjing, having been lightly slumbering, was roused by the commotion and upon witnessing the scene, quickly grasped the situation. A twinge of sympathy for Mingxian began to form within her. A man who had never faced adversity in love. Implement Minjing's therapy now. Mingxian chuted incontrôlablement. Lung Xiqing frowned. "You have no right to command me." Mingxian sneered. "You would prefer her to remain this way, wouldn't you? That way, she can be at your mercy." "Admit it, Lung Xiqing, you are selfish. Do not impose your thoughts upon me." "Ha, dare you deny it?" Xia Yuxun had already resolved to give up on you, attempting to forget you. And now you come, regretting and wishing to hold on. Have you considered her feelings? Have you thought about whether she wishes to continue loving you? What do you desire? To make her your lover? Or merely a plaything for your whims? Mingxian spoke in one breath. As a fellow man, he could easily discern what lingered in Lung Xiqing's mind. The question from Mingxian left him a loss for a definitive answer. Currently, he could not offer her a formal designation or a promise. Yet he certainly did not regard her as a mere lover. She was not part of his plans, and altering those plans required time. "Do not bully Chun." Xia Yuxun, incensed by Mingxian's harsh words towards Lung Xiqing, immediately placed herself in front of him, glaring at Mingxian. Mingxian was nearly driven to madness. "I bully him? You foolish woman, you've been devoured by him, yet you express gratitude." Xia Yuxun, for heaven's sake, even a fool should have limits. Do you realize your current clinginess to Lung Xiqing makes me regret my past decisions? I should have dealt you a severe blow long ago, so you wouldn't be here, adding to my troubles. Mark my words, never say you know me again. Sunflowers, kapok trees? You are merely an iron tree, doomed to never blossom. While berating her, Mingxian jabbed a finger at Xia Yuxun's wooden head. Dazed by the barrage of insults, Xia Yuxun retreated step by step. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she swatted Mingxian's hand away and shouted in frustration, Mingxian, enough! After her outburst, silence enveloped the room. Mingxian stood stunned for a few seconds before rushing forward, gripping Xia Yuxun's shoulders with fervor. Yuxun, you recognize me. You finally recognize me. Xia Yuxun stared blankly at the man before her, painfully cradling her head, closing her eyes, and shaking her head. I don't know you, I don't know. You are a bad person. Ashen. Xia Yuxun broke free and moved behind Lung Xiqing. Mingxian's heart plummeted, spiraling into chaos as he shouted. Xia Yuxun, get out here. I've had enough. Mingxian, do not be impulsive. Take it slowly. Qin Minjing quickly intervened, trying to calm him. But just a moment ago, she clearly recognized me. Mingxian dejectedly lowered his head. Did he need to berate her for her to regain clarity? Or did she only remember the version of him that scolded her? What a tragedy. Seeing his exasperation, Qin Minjing suddenly seemed to recall something, speaking earnestly. By the way, Mingxian, I still have some alprazolam, dexmedetomidine, fluoxetine, paroxetine. All might be quite suitable for you. You could give them a try. Shit. Mingxian muted irritably. He was not oblivious to what those medications were. She was indirectly calling him insane, was she not? Being tormented like this would drive even a celestial being to madness, let alone an ordinary man. Just then, Xia Yuxun, having unexpectedly reverted to normal, startled Lung Xiqing, who turned to her with earnest intent. Xiao Sun, tell me, do you recognize him? Xia Yuxun cautiously glanced at Mingxian, nodding slightly. Lung Xiqing felt a pang of anxiety. Had she truly recognized him? Yes, he's a bad person. Lung Xiqing inexplicably felt relieved. Mingxian was left speechless. Boss, there are more people coming. Liang Qian, who had been outside in the courtyard, hurried in, reporting while cautiously observing Lung Xiqing's expression. The more people naturally referred to the family of Lung. Not here. Without a second thought, Lung Xiqing replied, as his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Liang Qian cleared his throat. But this time it's your brother. Chapter 195. Why is Lung Xiqing special? As far as he knew, the boss's relationship with his family was strained, yet he maintained a fairly good rapport with his brother. Okay. Lung Xiqing indeed hesitated, and after a moment's sigh, he conceded, fine, let him in. Brother. After several days apart, although Lung Xiqing appeared worn and weary, there was a newfound sharpness in his demeanor, a testament to growth forged through adversity. Okay. Before Lung Xiqing could greet him, he saw Xia Yuxun call out excitedly, rushing towards Lung Xiqing's brother. As he observed the brothers conversing, Mingxian initially intended to avoid the scene, yet Xia Yuxun's call of a chase successfully halted his steps. Xiao Sun. Lung Xichao smiled with delight. Lung Xikan had merely informed him that Xia Yuxun was unwell, without specifying the nature of her illness. Once, Bai Qianing mentioned it was a mental disorder, but he dismissed her words as the result of jealousy and prejudice against Xia Yuxun. Now, witnessing Xia Yuxun in good health brought him immense relief. Xiao Sun, seeing you all puts my mind at ease. All of Lung Xichao's attention was focused on Xia Yuxun, completely oblivious to the astonishment reflected in the expressions of Mingxian and Lung Xikan at that moment. Ache, did you come to see me? Xia Yuxun asked joyfully. Yes, indeed. I came to see my brother, but primarily to see you. Lung Xichao, who was not accustomed to uttering sweet nothings to girls, found himself naturally expressing such sentiments in response to her radiant smile. Hee, if you say that, a chun might get jealous. Brother is not that petty. Aki, please sit. I will get you some water. Xiao Sun, you don't need to fuss. I'll just sit for a while. Then can you play with me? Xia Yuxun gazed at him with eager anticipation. Of course. Lung Xichao nodded in agreement. What would you like to play? 5 in a row. Recently, Xia Yuxun had developed an obsession with this childish game, insisting that he play with her until she was thoroughly satisfied before she would go to sleep. However, she had only ever sought his company and never that of others. Yet now, she was actively inviting Xichao to play with her. A sense of discomfort washed over Lung Xikan. All right, I will accompany you. Lung Xichao had nearly forgotten his initial purpose in coming. However, he reasoned that fostering a harmonious atmosphere was also worthwhile. Observing Xia Yuxun engaged in lively conversation and cheerful gameplay with Lung Xichao, left both Lung Sikhan and Mingxian in a state of stunned silence, their hearts tumultuous with confusion. I did not understand. Why? Lung Sikhan thought, puzzled as to why he had endured so much pain, sustaining injuries, merely to elicit a single utterance of a chun from her, while Lung Sichao, by simply appearing, received her warm attention without effort. Mingxian was even more perplexed. One Lung Sikhan was not enough, and now there was an enigmatic Lung Sichao? Frustration bubbled within him. Watching the scene unfold, Qin Minjing pondered aloud, Mr. Lung, I did not realize you had such a gentle younger brother. That does not seem to be the focus. Lung Sikan's expression darkened. Rarely opposing him, Mingxian chimed in. The main question is, my omnipotent expert Qin, can you elucidate what exactly is happening here? Why does she treat Lung Sichao so exceptionally? Chapter 196. Persuasion. Qin Minjing shrugged, concluding, Lung Sichao must be the least threatening presence in Xia Yuxun's life. As for you two, you're far too dangerous. After lunch, thanks to Qin Minjing leading Xia Yuxun away with Luluo, Lung Sikhan finally had the opportunity to speak with Lung Sichao, who had been incessantly pursued by Xia Yuxun. Upon hearing about Xia Yuxun's condition from Lung Sikhan, Lung Sichao's surprise was evident. What my sister-in-law said was indeed true. He murmured, Qianying? Yes, my sister-in-law knew about Xiao Sun's situation and told me, but I did not believe her. I did not expect Xiao Sun to become like this. A shadow of sorrow crossed Lung Sichao's face. Lung Sikan's gaze flickered. He had almost forgotten by Qianying, who had been so eager to inquire about him, and Xia Yuxun, likely out of concern that was more than mere curiosity. CK, Xiao Sun is very happy to see you. If you have the time, please come visit her more often. Despite feeling jealousy over Xia Yuxun's closeness to him, he swallowed his discomfort and made the request. Yes, I will. But, brother, when do you intend to return? Lung Sichao could no longer restrain his curiosity about the purpose of his visit. I have no plans to return, Lung Sikhan replied without hesitation. Brother, what do you mean? Lung Sichao was taken aback. What do you think it means? Haven't you heard the rumors outside? Lung Sikhan countered. The rumors do not concern me, brother. I only trust you, believing you would never betray the family. Lung Sichao declared resolutely. Betray? Lung Sikhan scoffed. Lung Sichao softened his tone. Brother, this was entirely my fault. I am truly sorry. You trusted me so much, and I have made a mess of things, causing the company significant losses and leading to arguments between you and father, which forced you to leave. Brother, I implore you to return. CK, my departure has nothing to do with you. You need not feel guilty. Seeing Lung Sichao's remorseful expression, Lung Sikan's voice softened. Brother, please do not quarrel with father. Although he says otherwise, he hopes for your return. The position of president has been vacant for too long. Lung Sichao urged earnestly. If you're here to act as a mediator, you may leave. Lung Sikhan interrupted. Brother, Lung Sichao began, but his phone rang. He answered quietly, Hello? Father. Siche, are you secretly meeting with that scoundrel? Come back immediately. The voice of Lung Huai boomed from the other end, and Lung Sikhan naturally heard it. Embarrassed, Lung Sichao stepped back a few paces. Father, please forgive brother this once. He left the company in a moment of impulse. You know very well the company is in disarray. Silence. Listen to me. Even if he regrets it and begs to return, the Lung family will not acknowledge him. Isn't he capable? He can leave at will, claiming he does not care. I shall see if the Lung family can survive without him, or if he can thrive outside of it. The call abruptly ended. Father, hello. Lung Sichao slumped his shoulders in defeat, offering a wry smile as he approached Lung Sikhan, sighing softly. The company is in chaos lately. Father is in a poor mood. So do not take it to heart. Lung Sikhan displayed a knowing expression, patting his shoulder. Siche, you need not feel torn between us. Focus on managing the company well. Chapter 197. Even in foolishness, he remembers affection, brother. Lung Sichao shook his head, feeling even more resolute that he did not wish to compete with his elder brother. He had no desire for conflict whatsoever. How can you know unless you try? Lung Sikhan regarded him with a sense of helplessness. It appeared that the only person he could not let go of in the Lung family was him. It was no wonder their mother was so concerned for him. Even he himself felt the deepest affection for this younger brother. Brother, the company cannot function without you, and our family cannot be whole without you. Is that so? Lung Sikan's response was apathetic. He did not believe his absence would affect the family in any significant way. Just as Leng Huai had said, he was not the only son. Brother, if you continue like this, it will be difficult for sister-in-law as well. She has been the one calming father and mother at home these past few days. I heard she has come looking for you several times, but your people turned her away. So she urged you to come in person? Leng Xichao scratched his head, suddenly smiling childishly. Brother, I'm truly happy. Happy about what? Leng Sikan glanced at Leng Xichao, whose expression radiated such simple, pure joy, as clear as a stream. I'm happy that you are willing to see me. Director Wang, Assistant Qin, Secretary Yin, and even your fiancé, ye have come looking for you. Yet you have not met with them. But you chose to meet me. I am very happy, truly. At that moment, Leng Xichao resembled a child who had just received candy. Leng Sikan's expression softened, ruffling his hair. You're my brother. Leng Xichao nodded vigorously. When I was bullied as a child, you always said that. I am truly happy to be your brother. It is the happiest thing in my life. Even if I were to die, I would have no regrets. Do not speak of such nonsense. You will not die. Leng Sikan immediately responded with displeasure. Brother, you know that I was sent abroad when I was young. After all this time, I can finally return home. I truly do not want to leave again and be separated from family. Leng Xiqing persisted in his attempts to persuade. Leng Sikan sighed helplessly, Xiqing. I am merely leaving the company. We are not parting ways. No, that is not it. Brother, due to my illness, I have always been afraid to plan for the future or dream. My only wish has been to work alongside you, hoping one day I could stand by your side, to support you, so you wouldn't feel so alone and weary. Every time I come close to the brink, I remind myself that I cannot leave, for if I do, you would feel even lonelier and suffer more. I strive so hard to live, yet despite my efforts, I still find myself. Xiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Leng Sikan, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples before reluctantly pulling Xiqing into his embrace, patting his quivering shoulders. Why must you be such a source of concern? I have told you, your life and your plans should not revolve solely around me. Have you been struggling alone lately? I apologize for my lack of consideration. I will explain the company's situation to you shortly. In the future, if there is anything you don't understand, feel free to reach out to me. Not far off, Qin Minjing held on to Luo Luo, while Xia Yuxun cradled Pudding. Minjing glanced at the affectionate pair of brothers in the distance, then at the starry-eyed Yuxun beside her. Clearing her throat, she handed a tissue to Yuxun. Yuxun. Yuxun replied, looking bewildered. Beside them, Mingxian rolled his eyes in disdain. What do you mean? Your saliva is dripping on a pudding's fur, even in such a state. She couldn't help but indulge in her fantasies. Chapter 198. An embrace of comfort. Yuxun hurriedly wiped her mouth, and then Pudding s. I'm so sorry, Pudding. That silly girl, so lost in her fantasies. Even if she were to lose her mind, she would still be a perverted fool. Seeing two men walking side by side excited her more than witnessing a public kiss between a man and a woman. Now, even Leng Sikan and his brother were not spared. Truly, she was something else. Sikan, typically cold and aloof, now wore an unusually gentle expression. Xiqing, slightly shorter and more delicate, stood beside him, creating a perfect visual harmony. Ah, the two of them are so well matched. Yuxun sighed dreamily, perched on the steps, eliciting a chuckle from Minjing. This girl was indeed quite unique. Mingxian, utterly irritated, seized Yuxun by the ear. I've told you countless times not to read those ridiculous comics. If this continues, you might really become abnormal. If he didn't intervene, she might genuinely convince herself she had feelings for women, and on that day, he would remain utterly unfazed. Wah, bad person, someone is bullying me. Yuxun whimpered, covering her ear with one hand while clutching Pudding with the other. She dashed between the two men, who both instinctively caught her. Xiaoxuan, what's wrong? Xiqing asked, concern etched on his face. Xiaoxuan. Sikan's tone was more resigned than inquisitive. He had grown accustomed to this recurring scenario. Someone is bullying me, Yuxun cried, burying her face in Sikan's chest, staining his expensive shirt with her tears. While he could tolerate much, one thing he could not bear was. Sikan gently lifted the pudgy little dog and set it down on the ground. Xiaoxuan, I will be thrilled by your affectionate gestures. But could you please refrain from bringing that little dog along every time? He must have been out of his mind to gift her a puppy. Meanwhile, a thought struck Sikan. What if in the future they had a child? Would it not turn into a second Pudding? Given Yuxun's affection for babies, the probability of such an occurrence was 100%. Thus, Sikan found himself enveloped in preparental anxiety. Siqing stifled a laugh from the sidelines. His brother was forever at a loss when it came to Yuxun, who alone possessed the ability to unravel his composed demeanor. Wah, brother. The bad person says, I'm abnormal. Yuxun ignored Siqing's irritation, casting furtive glances at the furious Mingxian while lamenting. Although Siqing had been engaged in conversation with Siqing, he observed Yuxun's every action, including her starry-eyed gaze directed at him and Siqing. With a fond smile, Siqing pinched her adorable little nose. You certainly need some correction. Yuxun's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, as if she might burst into sobs at any moment. Yet, the next moment took a turn. However, Xia Yuxun, you are perfectly normal. I can attest to that. Siqing leaned down, gently kissing her lips. Yuxun froze, perplexed as to how this could serve as proof, but instinctively acquiesced to his kiss. Witnessing this, Siqing's breath caught in his throat. Mingxian clenched his fist. Qin Minjing covered Luo's wide, innocent eyes. Chapter 199. Only she can't help after soothing Yuxun. Siqing and Siqing spent the afternoon analyzing the current state of the company and strategizing responses, even discussing the preferences and habits of various partners. He also reached out to several important clients to ensure their support for Siqing's endeavors. When asked when he would return, he offered a vague reply. Throughout the process, Yuxun found no boredom as she lay on the sofa, watching the two converse, her eyes sparkling with affection. After dinner, Siqing accompanied Siqing as he departed. Before leaving, Siqing could not resist asking, Brother, I respect your decision, but if you seek independence, there is no need to involve my sister-in-law. Siqing, you are addressing her as sister-in-law too soon. Siqing replied with displeasure. Are you truly going to annul the engagement? After all, this does not concern her. The partnership went awry due to my lack of experience. Siqing hurriedly explained, fearing he had caused a rift between them. Siqing interrupted. Siqing, listen to me. Things are not as you perceive, and do not believe everything you hear. By chinning is not as simple as you think. Siqing nodded. I understand. I have said before that I only trust you. Not just trust me. You must believe in yourself. Siqing corrected him with a hint of exasperation. Siqing hesitated, caught between thoughts, and finally asked, Brother, I have asked you this before, and now I wish to inquire again. Do you still love Miss Bai? Siqing glanced at Yuxun, who was patiently sitting on the threshold with pudding, and replied, I believe I have never loved anyone before. For back then, I did not know how to love. And now? Siqing's gaze instinctively fell upon Yuxun, his heart fluttering with unease, the tension causing a slight ache in his chest. As you can see, today, in front of Siqing, he made no effort to conceal his affection for Yuxun. It was an intimacy that transcended friendship or siblinghood, reserved only for lovers. Siqing's expression dimmed momentarily before he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother, I understand. I shall take my leave. Siqing smiled as usual, bidding farewell. Wait. Siqing hurried a few steps to catch up. Siqing turned, regarding him with suspicion. Siqing, I am sorry. He knew well Siqing's feelings for Yuxun. While he could be lenient with many matters, this was one he could not overlook. This was the first time Siqing had heard the words I'm sorry from Siqing. Stunned, he smiled softly, tinged with bitterness. Brother, it should be I who apologizes. I have put you in a difficult position. You two are meant to be together. You have simply taken too many wrong turns and missed too many chances. This has been more than enough. I do not wish to become your next obstacle. If given a choice, I would rather bless you both. Siqing was touched. Thank you. On the empty roads of the suburbs, after driving a considerable distance, Lung Siqing abruptly halted the car. He fumbled for the medication he always carried, trembling as he poured out a few pills and swallowed them. Leaning back against the seat, a tear slowly trickled down the corner of his eye, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. He knew he should not be overly greedy. He was already quite content, truly content. Chapter 200. Following the plan. Lung Siqing slightly propped himself up, gazing at the girl beside him, who was sound asleep. Her biological clock dictated that she would awaken at precisely 6 o'clock every morning, and now it was merely 5:50. This meant he had only 10 minutes left. Outside, Qin Minjing had already sent a text urging him on. He contemplated kissing her, but feared it might wake her. After stealing one last glance, he resolutely stood up and carefully replaced himself with a plush bear in her embrace. As soon as Lung Siqing stepped outside, Mingxian erupted in a furious growl. President Lung, is this your efficiency? Hide as far as you can. Do not let her find you. Hurry up, Qin Minjing urged. No, Lung Xiqing replied, just as Mingxian grabbed his collar, exclaiming, "Ah, you've finally revealed your true nature. You simply do not want her to recover. Why not just say so? You agreed wholeheartedly before, and now you want to go back on your word? Is it amusing to toy with people?" Qin Minjing intervened, pulling Mingxian aside to separate the two. Mingxian, did you forget to take your medication today? Can you please calm down? She said. Qin Minjing, which side are you on? Mingxian shouted back. In the middle, she replied firmly. Just as Mingxian was about to explode, the little one in Qin Minjing's arms, Lolo, furrowed her brow in distress, timidly glancing at the angry Mingxian. Daddy, Lolo is scared. Daddy, scared, she whimpered, patting her own chest with tiny hands. Lolo is not scared, Daddy. Uncle O isn't angry with you. Qin Minjing gently reassured Lolo. Despite Qin Minjing's numerous attempts to teach Lolo, she still stubbornly called Mingxian Daddy, which left her feeling quite helpless. Lolo first met Mingxian at his mother's birthday celebration. At that time, she was momentarily left on a chair to eat cake while her mother attended to something. In just a short while, her spoon fell to the floor, and being so small, she could not reach it. On the verge of tears, she caught Mingxian's eye, who promptly picked up the spoon, cleaned it, and fed her while holding her in his lap. Qin Minjing had never seen Mingxian exhibit such tenderness and affection. Watching from a distance, she was astounded, and even more so when Lolo suddenly called him Daddy. Since then, Lolo had never changed her title for him, and when alone, Mingxian indulged her whims. Daddy hug. Lolo stretched out her arms, leaning toward Mingxian for a hug. Seeing her frightened little face, he immediately softened, dejectedly scooping her up, his anger dissipating. Lolo wrapped her arms around his neck, pecking his cheek and playfully tousling his hair, cheerfully declaring, Daddy must behave. No fighting. Daddy knows he was wrong. Mingxian admitted, looking defeated. One might mistake you for a family. Lung Xiqing interjected, nearly igniting Mingxuan's fury again, but upon seeing Lolo's bright eyes, he suppressed it. Grinding his teeth in silence, Lung Xiqing, just wait. Chapter 201. Cheng is missing. Qin Minjing noticed Mingxian restraining his emotions for Lolo's sake. Lung Xiqing glanced at his watch. Only 3 minutes remained. There was a blind spot in the yard where Xia Yuxun should not find him. At this, Qin Minjing and Mingxian exchanged astonished glances. Hadn't he just said it was impossible? Have you had a change of heart? Mingxian scoffed. Lung Xiqing, uninterested in arguing, replied, I will hide, but not too far. I must be able to see her at all times. If her reaction is too severe, at least I can intervene in time. Just so you know, if any unexpected events arise, the plan will be immediately aborted. Qin Minjing nodded in understanding. I know you care for her, but please do not act impulsively. Try to hold back. Without further ado, Lung Xiqing swiftly concealed himself. Qin Minjing shot Mingxian a disapproving glance, thinking he was underestimating her. What? Is it true that women who've had children are all so sharp-tongued? You used to be much more charming. Mingxian couldn't help but retort. Qin Minjing's cheeks flushed, but she paid no mind to his earlier comments, focusing instead on his last remark. Charming? Did he really think so? But he had said she lacked flair. Just then, Xia Yuxun emerged, clutching a plush bear, her bare feet padding softly on the floor. Mingxian and Qin Minjing tensed at her awakening. Although they were helping her, it felt as if they were engaging in some misdeed. Hidden in the shadows, Lung Xiqing held his breath, observing Xia Yuxun's every move. Previously, Xia Yuxun had assumed he was in the living room, so upon awakening to find him absent, she was not overly alarmed. Indeed, Xia Yuxun first walked around the living room, searching for him. When she found no trace, her expression shifted to impatience. Her lips pouted as she clutched the bear and flitted about like a little bird calling, Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng, Ah Cheng. Watching her adorable search for him, Lung Xiqing felt his heart soften just as Qin Minjing sent a text, observing the unfolding situation. Before long, anguished cries echoed from both rooms. Ah, sister-in-law, please spare me. This is my first time. A certain pink little pig trembled, wrapped in a bedsheet. Oh my God, he was sleeping naked. Not Ah Cheng, not Ah Cheng. Xia Yuxun threw aside the blanket, stomping out as a terrified Liang Qian fled. Moments later, another agonized cry resonated from the second room. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, please calm down. I absolutely cannot betray my brother. Xiang Yuan had shrunk to the foot of the bed, ultimately tumbling off with a thud. Xia Yuxun scrambled down from the bed, calling, "Not Ah Chung, not Ah Chung." She had searched everywhere: the living room, bedroom, guest room, storage room, yet still found no trace of Lung Xiqing. Her breathing grew rapid, and panic crept into her expression as she clutched the bear tightly and dashed into the yard. Chapter 202. Those who stand against me shall perish. Yuxuan, put your shoes on first. No, move aside. Xia Yuxuan stubbornly attempted to push past him, but this steadfast wall would not budge. Frustrated, she resorted to hitting and kicking. Yuxuan, do not think that just because you seem daft, I will hesitate to retaliate. You better settle down and not test my limits. Umonxion Huad, fending off her unreasonable tantrum. Her arms, fists, feet, and even the plush bear in her grasp became weapons of her rebellion. Mingxian secretly thanked his stars that she was barefoot. Otherwise, that would undoubtedly be her most lethal weapon. As Xia Yuxun struck, her chaotic antics gradually transformed into a more controlled approach, showcasing her innate skill, compelling Mingxian to tread carefully. Meanwhile, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If her fighting style was returning to normal, perhaps this was indeed a sign of progress. Fortunately, during the time he sought to learn the craft, Xia Yuxun did not withhold her knowledge. She imparted to him the methods to counter these techniques, enabling him to manage the situation, thus preventing any undue embarrassment in front of Qin Minjing and Luo, especially before Lung Xiqing. Those who stand in my way shall perish. This classic line, often uttered by Xia Yuxun in her more combative moments, ignited a fervor within Mingxian. This girl, it seemed, required scolding or a good thrashing to regain her composure. In the shadows, Lung Xiqing observed the familiar confidence radiating from Xia Yuxuan's face, stirring within him an emotion that felt akin to joy, yet tinged with melancholy. Could it be that Mingxian was indeed correct? Did he genuinely wish for her return to normalcy? In truth, he was deeply concerned, uncertain of how to face the awakened Xia Yuxun. He harbored a plethora of worries. If she returned to her former self, would she remember the events of these days? Would she still engage with him as intimately as before? Would her love for him endure? Just as their confrontation reached a fever pitch, Luo appeared, wobbling towards them, holding her shoes and calling sweetly, "Sister, my shoes." Instantly, Xia Yuxun released Mingxuan's shoulder, her fury dissipating, replaced by a tenderness reminiscent of flowing water. She gratefully donned her shoes and knelt to caress Luo's little face, exclaiming, "Thank you, Luo is a good baby." Once her shoes were fastened, she scampered off. The mere utterance from Luo seemed to compel Xia Yuxun to obediently put on her shoes. Mingxian, panting from the exertion, felt utterly defeated, turning to Qin Minjing and exhaustively asking, "What were those medications you mentioned last time? Are there any left?" "Alprazolam, duloxetine, fluoxetine, paroxetine." "Better safe than sorry. I think I truly need to take my medicine." That wretched girl was bound to drive him to his demise. Had he known that a moment of carnal desire would lead to such a torturous existence, both mentally and physically, he would never have laid a finger on her. Moreover, the girl had never even offered him her affections. Regarding his feelings for Xia Yuxun, Mingxian still struggled to accept the reality that he had fallen for this foolish woman. Yet this inexplicable phenomenon had indeed transpired. Chapter 203. Collapse indeed in love. The one who loves more, like Xia Yuxun towards Lung Xiqing and Mingxian towards Xia Yuxun, finds themselves at the bottom of the biological chain, destined for the greatest suffering and the deepest humility. Knowing full well the outcome would be thus, he nonetheless leaped into the fray. Suddenly, he began to genuinely comprehend Xia Yuxuan's emotions, the helplessness of falling for someone, the willingness to feel small for their sake. In life, there exists that singular individual, whether they shine brightly or blend into the mundane, perhaps even failing to meet one's idealistic standards of a partner, yet they remain irreplaceable, a source of no regrets in one's lifetime. A fleeting bitterness crossed Mingxuan's eyes, yet Qin Minjing, ever perceptive, caught it, quickly diverting her gaze to Luo as Mingxuan's eyes met hers. "I'll follow her. It's inconvenient for you to take Luo, Mingxian suggested. "I must be responsible for the patient and observe her reactions closely," Qin Minjing insisted, trailing after her. Lung Xiqing maintained a prudent distance, closely following. As he had surmised, Xia Yuxun indeed ventured to the small grove where they had often played in their childhood. observing her, breathless and hopeful, rushing towards the great tree, only to find it empty both above and below. The despair etched on her face pierced Lung Xiqing's heart. She was in torment, and he too suffered for her pain. The sight of Xia Yuxun, on the verge of tears, yet resolutely holding them back, continuing her search, struck Mingxian with compassion. Concerned that Lung Xiqing might falter, he sent a second reminder after Qin Minjing, stay calm. In the small grove, what constitutes progress? Cradling Luo, Mingxian shielded her from the branches in the grove. He thought, if only she could react like a normal person, perhaps by calling Lung Xiqing or asking someone nearby for information about him. From day until dusk, Mingxian, holding Luo and accompanied by Qin Minjing, felt utterly drained. Yet Xia Yuxun remained energetically searching the mountains, exhibiting none of the so-called normal responses Qin Minjing had described. Lung Xiqing attentively noted that she would frequently pause, clutching her abdomen, her expression one of pain. To their astonishment, this time, Xia Yuxun did not weep, but instead displayed remarkable fortitude. Yet, Lung Xiqing sensed something amiss. Her reactions were excessively peculiar. He would have preferred her to be frantic or to cry outright, rather than maintain such a vacant expression. She leaped into the very pit they had once tumbled into together, crawled through hidden rock crevices, and scoured every inch of the back mountain. At last, she reached her breaking point, kneeling helplessly by the shimmering lake. Observing her expression, Qin Minjing felt an acute sense of anxiety, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. She quickly sent Lung Xiqing a third text. Hold the line. Indeed, Lung Xiqing could no longer contain himself. Watching her forlornly collapse onto the ground, witnessing her solitary figure, he yearned to rush over and envelop her in his arms, comforting her from the exhaustion and fear of searching for him all day. Xia Yuxun stared blankly at the lake, murmuring something indistinct. Lung Xiqing focused intently, finally catching a word. Chapter 204. Plan failure. Lung Xiqing concentrated, straining to hear her words. You need to wake up. Before he could grasp the meaning of her statement, Xia Yuxun unexpectedly leaped into the lake. As Lung Xiqing and Mingxian stirred into action, Qin Minjing immediately interjected. No, wait a moment. Lung Xiqing gazed at her incredulously. I've been hearing that for a full day. Enough. I will no longer trust you. Mingxian, stop him. Qin Minjing urged, frantic. The moment was critical. Xia Yuxun's leap was clearly not an act of despair, but rather one of self-redemption. If Lung Xiqing were to appear now, she might retreat into her shell, hiding in his embrace, never to emerge again. However, before Qin Minjing's words could fully resonate, Lung Xiqing had already plunged into the water. Minjing, you have gone too far this time. Even Mingxian disregarded her counsel and dove in after him. Qin Minjing stood at the water's edge, stunned, struggling to digest Mingxuan's recent words. Have I gone too far? She had forsaken her high-paying job in Italy, flown over at his behest, and spent countless sleepless nights poring over medical texts seeking solutions. And all for him to utter just that one sentence? Mommy, don't cry. Luo's soft little hand brushed against her cheek, and Qin Minjing realized with surprise that her face was streaked with tears. As the splashes echoed, she quickly wiped her tears away, restoring her usual calm demeanor. Lung Xiqing pulled the unconscious Xia Yuxun ashore, pressing on her chest. Yet she still did not expel any water. He continued the compressions and administered artificial respiration, but Xia Yuxun remained unresponsive. Desperation enveloped him, and in a fit of anger, he turned to the seemingly indifferent Qin Minjing. Are you satisfied now? At that moment, Mingxian also emerged from the water, panicked, asking, what happened to Yuxun? Minjing, please save her. Are you a doctor? Didn't you say you were 90% sure? How did it come to this? Mingxian trembled as he shouted. Qin Minjing gazed expressionlessly at the two men before her, who had lost all sense of reason. With an air of nonchalance, she remarked that the first aid had proven futile. Apart from death, there was another reason. She had not drowned at all. If I am not mistaken, Miss Xia should possess a good understanding of water. To spare your beloved woman from my torment, I shall no longer concern myself with her affliction. After uttering these words, Qin Minjing cradled Luo and departed. Indeed, scarcely had she left when Xia Yuxun slowly opened her eyes, regaining consciousness. Aiken, I feel so unwell. Beneath the water, Though exhausted, she had remained conscious until Lung Xiqing's sudden appearance led her to relinquish her struggle and succumb to a brief slumber. Xia Yuxun, you're awake. Lung Xiqing held her tightly, his heart brimming with joy at her revival. Yet, Xia Yuxun promptly succumbed to fatigue and fainted again. She had been utterly drained after an entire day of turmoil. Mingxian breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that her earlier plunge was merely an act of searching for someone, not an attempt to end her life. They had indeed acted impulsively. Chapter 205. Awakening in the midnight hour. Regardless, this method had failed. Take your people away, Lung Xiqing declared, carrying Xia Yuxun without a hint of courtesy. Mingxian bristled at his words. Lung Xiqing, what attitude is that? Minjing was only trying to help Yuxun, even if she couldn't assist. She does not deserve your disdain. Her matters are of no concern to me. Your woman, you should tend to her, Lung Xiqing retorted. Mingxuan's frustration boiled over as he struck the nearby tree with his fist. For reasons unknown. Recalling Qin Minjing's expression when she declared she would no longer care for Yuxun felt like a weight pressing against his chest, rendering him breathless. Perhaps it was because he had wronged her, causing her distress. He resolved to apologize upon his return. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her from the outset. She had traveled a great distance to assist, yet she was met with such treatment, which was undeniably unfair. That woman, even when aggrieved, never voiced her grievances like the average woman, opting instead to endure in silence. By the time they returned to the Jingwu school, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Everyone was disheartened, merely nibbling on some food. After entering her room, Qin Minjing did not emerge again. Mingxian squatted in the courtyard, smoking one cigarette after another, ignoring the incessant ringing of his phone. Inside Xia Yuxun's bedroom, Lung Xiqing devoted an entire hour to cleaning her up and laying her on the bed. After a day of chaos, he found that holding her in quietude as she slept was the most blissful moment imaginable. Xia Yuxun, I ask for nothing more. Even if you rely on me for a lifetime, it matters not. He whispered, kissing her forehead. Xia Yuxun's sleep was restless. She had been tossing and turning for days, especially prone to fatigue. After changing her clothes, Lung Xiqing discerned the cause. Her menstrual period had arrived. No wonder she had been irritable and fatigued, and the discomfort she had cradled in her abdomen earlier was due to this. How could he have let her plunge into the icy water at such a time? It was utterly reprehensible. He reclined against the bed, cradling her in his arms, his warm hand gently resting on her abdomen to ease her pain. In the dead of night, the two exhausted souls lay entwined in slumber. Xia Yuxun's body reacted intensely to her menstrual cycle, leaving her limbs weak, her back aching, her mood volatile, and her sleep fitful. Thus, it was surprising when she awakened in the middle of the night. She shifted slightly to turn over, only to feel warmth between her legs, a sensation all too familiar and unwelcome. Why must women endure such inhumane torment? After a moment of confusion, her body stiffened in realization. Why was there another person in her bed? Nangongma? No, he had long been taken away by his father. Panic surged as she registered the foreign hand resting on her abdomen, a hand that certainly did not belong to her. Xia Yuxun felt as though a herd of wild horses was stampeding through her mind. Slowly, she turned her head, and upon recognizing the familiar face, she was fully awakened. Lung Xiqing, how could it possibly be him? Chapter 206. Madness and chaos. The man beside her was indeed Lung Xiqing, the one who had bathed her, dressed her, carried her to bed, and now held her close as they slept. He had even helped her change her sanitary pad. Oh God, had he also lost his sanity during her moment of madness? Holy Mary, God has gone mad too, and does not even care. It seemed that the divine were all irresponsible, just as her mind had been overrun by a stampede of wild horses. Now it was besieged by a stampede of mad bulls, creating a cacophony of confusion. Her body felt rigid as a plank of wood, while her heart thundered like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. My precious heart, I implore you, cease your tumult. Yet, she did not wish for it to stop, merely to soften its rhythm. It was not her heart's inability to withstand the burden that frightened her, but the fear of awakening the man who held her as if she were a mere pillow. His lips were tantalizingly close, mere millimeters from her skin, and the hand resting on her waist instinctively tightened as she attempted to distance herself from his warm embrace. No, this cannot continue. Her heart was racing to the point of suffocation, and her lungs felt as if they were collapsing. Xia Yuxun shifted this way and that, desperate to escape. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing lowered his head and nuzzled her nose, murmuring sleepily, "Rest easy. I will never leave again, no matter the reason." In that moment, Xia Yuxun froze, her mind crashing entirely. It was as if, in reward for her compliance, Lung Xiqing instinctively captured her lips in a soothing kiss. "Be good, sleep now." And thus, Xia Yuxun not only froze mentally, but felt as if her very CPU had ignited. Her mind smoked, her face flushed crimson, like a steam engine on the verge of eruption. Though she had been unwell, she retained her memories and was acutely aware of his affectionate demeanor in recent days. However, experiencing it while fully conscious was an entirely different, overwhelming shock. Fortunately, in the darkness, no one could see anyone else. For now, she wished to avoid him, desperately so. The thought of the noble and aloof Lung Xiqing, who had assisted her in such intimate matters, sent her spiraling into a state of chaotic disbelief. Why had so many inexplicable events unfolded since leaving Lung Xiqing's villa? This was no whimsical tale of Alice in Wonderland. Even in dreams, she had never dared to envision such audacious scenarios. Though the circumstances were almost intolerable, she could distinctly feel how cherished she had been, tenderly sheltered in the palms of those around her. Pain intertwined with joy. And then there was Aiken. His tenderness nearly lured her into a willing surrender to drown in his embrace, never to resurface. Just a hair's breadth away, she found herself yearning to escape reality altogether. Chapter 207. Ashamed to face the world, however, when he vanished once more and she could not find him no matter how hard she tried. She suddenly realized that the illusionary world she had thought would be filled with eternal happiness had quietly shattered. In that moment of clarity, she understood how fragile she was within that deceptive realm, so easily crushed. She despised that version of herself, a self that could only wait for others to offer salvation and sympathy, a self that was utterly detestable. Once stripped of protection, she found herself with nothing. She began to long for the version of herself in reality, one that would never submit to fate, the bold and unrestrained self who passionately pursued her goals. Stumbling yet persistently striving, caught between dreams and reality, she found herself unable to make a decision. Xia Yuxun, wake up, she urged herself with all her strength, and then resolutely leaped into the water. The icy lake jolted her awake from her protracted slumber, exhausting her to the point that she only found solace when the man she had long sought, whom she had nearly given up on, held her in his embrace, allowing her to drift into a peaceful sleep. In that dream, she acted out things she would never dare to do in the waking world. She yearned for this man, desired to remain by his side, her man. Now, with the dream dissipated, she felt a powerful urge to bash her head in despair, wishing she could dig a hole and bury herself alive. Oh my God, how foolish she had been, clinging to a pillow and calling him Aiken, even feeding him. She had shamelessly adhered to Lung Xiqing, not letting him escape even to the restroom, shower, or to sleep. She had brazenly demanded kisses from him, convinced him to stay by her side. Heavens, she truly had lost all dignity. Just look at what she had done. Xia Yuxun could not bear to think further. In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, she realized the dawn was approaching, and she was still in a frenzy. What to do, what to do, what to do? The break of day meant she would have to confront it all. She gently caressed Lung Xiqing's chiseled features in the faint light. Aiken, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I didn't intend to fall ill or to put you in such difficult positions. But I am genuinely grateful you did not abandon me. That is enough. Aiken, Senior, you have both worried yourself sick over me these past days. Suddenly feeling useless, she chastised herself for being so easily defeated by a mere setback, dragging so many down with her worries and pain. The thought of Lung Xiqing's gunshot wound sent uncontrollable shivers through her. Ah, indeed, Xia Yuxun, aside from causing him trouble, have you ever done anything right? Be grateful. He has deigned to stay here with you for so long. All the affection he has shown is enough. As Lung Xiqing's breathing grew heavier, Xia Yuxun cautiously shifted, finally stepping off the bed, only to feel a rush of weakness. She quickly dressed, opened the door, and fled. She knew that once she was well, he would leave. Please, just give me a little time to gather my thoughts. I cannot face waking up to your departure first thing in the morning. The sudden emptiness in his arms left Lung Xiqing profoundly disoriented, and at last, he awoke amidst his restless searching, abruptly realizing that the person he had held was no longer there. Chapter 208. What will I do if you leave? Xiaoxuan. Lung Xiqing sprang upright. Before long, everyone still lost in slumber hurriedly got up, dressing in a panic. What happened? Where did she go? Wasn't she sleeping right beside you? Mingxian rushed over, slipping his arms into his shirt sleeves, anxiety etched on his face. Heaven knows how much he minded Xia Yuxun sharing a bed with that beast. The nights he had spent sleepless, listening for any unusual sounds from the adjacent room, ready to rush in and rescue Xia Yuxun. Boss, let's split up and search, Liang Qian suggested. Lung Xiqing nodded silently, saying nothing more, immediately setting off to find her. The warmth of her presence still lingered. She must not have left for long. Mingxian intended to join the search, but paused at the sight of Qin Minjing, who appeared perfectly composed, unfazed by the commotion. He approached her thoughtfully, asking, Minjing, do you know something? I don't know, Qin Minjing said, attempting to close the door, but Mingxian wedged himself inside. Minjing, are you still angry? I wanted to apologize last night, but you wouldn't see me. Acknowledging his own fault, Mingxian lowered his tone. Qin Minjing, exasperated, observed the stubborn Mingxian squeezing in her room and returned to her bed, calmly stating, I plan to leave. I have a flight at 9 in the morning. Mingxuan's brow immediately knitted in confusion. So soon? Why? What will I do if you leave? This question momentarily stunned Qin Minjing, yet she quickly regained her composure. This place no longer needs me, does it? How could it not need you? Of course it does. I know you must know something, right? Please tell me. Mingguan pleaded, adopting a shudlik demianor. Seeing his earnest expression, she found it hard to refuse. I can only speculate. She is leaving because she has emerged from her shell. What do you mean? Mingxian asked, tension evident in his voice. It means she is better now. Back to normal. She simply cannot face Long Xiqing right now, so she has fled. I believe she will soon gather her thoughts. Qin Minjing explained as succinctly as possible. That's impossible. Mingxian could hardly believe it, fearing that greater hope would only lead to greater disappointment. Qin Minjing yawned wearily. I've said all I need to say. Can you leave now? I need to catch my flight and would like to get some more sleep. Mingxian sat down beside her on the bed. Are you really leaving? What else would you think? Qin Minjing shot him a glance. Don't you have plans to settle down in the country for a while? I even found a place for you. I'm sorry, but you've wasted your efforts. Qin Minjing's tone remained cool and distant. What will it take for you to stop being angry? Mingxian sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Qin Minjing replied flatly, rather than dissecting my feelings here. You should go pursue your junior. You clearly have your heart set on her, so why waste time lingering around me? Mingxian was left speechless, nearly forgetting that Qin Minjing was a psychological expert, her words cutting straight to the heart. Chapter 209, A Family. He reclined back, squeezing into Qin Minjing's space and lying next to the peacefully sleeping Luo. Watching the little one's sweet face brought him an inexplicable sense of calm. What would pursuing them achieve? Watching them be affectionate? He would rather stay here with Luo. Qin Minjing stood at the foot of the bed. After a moment's silence, Mingxian suddenly spoke with earnestness. Minjing, don't go. Qin Minjing scrutinized him. Give me a reason. Mingxian affectionately robe de Luo est chic, declaring. Because Luo would miss me. Daddy. Luo, who had not seen her father for several days, felt the prickly stubble on his unshaven face tickling her, causing her to scrunch her little face in mild annoyance while her tiny fist flailed, only to be caught in Mingxuan's large hand. The sight of the two, one large and one small, appeared remarkably harmonious, like a true family. Minjing. Mingxian suddenly called out, snapping Qin Minjing from the warmth of the moment. What? Minjing, whose child is Luo? He inquired. In his mind, Qin Minjing was an ice queen, making it difficult to associate her with the notion of an unwed pregnancy. Qin Minjing fell silent, and, after a long pause, she finally answered mine. Mingguang. Fine, let it be. He didn't ask after all. It was merely a fleeting curiosity. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden. He chose not to pry further. In the rear mountains, beyond a thicket, lay a desolate slope. Xia Yuxun stood on the windswept hill, her frail garments fluttering in the breeze, her limbs chilling to the bone. Ultimately, she sank down, utterly drained. I knew it would come to this. After having possessed you, the thought of forgetting and letting go is an insurmountable task for me. Lung Xiqing, you are indeed the enigma I can never decipher in my life. Xia Yuxun, confront the reality. This step must be taken sooner or later. She resolved to return and inform him that she was well, expressing gratitude for his care during these days, and apologizing for the trouble caused. Then he would simply respond, "As long as you know." Eventually, he would depart, and everything would revert to its original state. So be it. After making up her mind, Xia Yuxun rose abruptly, but the sudden motion after squatting for too long caused her vision to darken. She staggered, about to turn away, when suddenly, someone from behind embraced her tightly, and that familiar scent engulfed her, leaving her breathless. "Xia Yuxun, are you trying to scare me to death?" Lung Siken held her delicate frame close. It had not been long since he had felt the frantic despair of not finding her. In this moment, he truly understood how cruel his previous actions had been towards her. "Ah, Chun," she struggled to speak, wishing to convey the words she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. "Are you cold?" Lung Siken turned her body around, removing his coat to wrap around her. It must be uncomfortable standing like this, right? He then gently lifted her into his arms. Xia Yuxun remained still, allowing him to carry her. Lung Siken raised an eyebrow. "Why are you silent? Where does it hurt?" Tears brimmed in Xia Yuxun's eyes as she clung tightly to him, savoring this final embrace. Truly the last time she would act so recklessly. "Ah Chun, I deeply desire to be with you. Oh, how I long for it. But not in this manner that binds you." Lung Siken sighed softly. "Do not worry. I do not blame you for wandering. It matters not where you go. I will always find you. Ah Chun, I beg you, do not say such things. Do not be so kind to me. I know you are only appeasing me out of guilt, but I fear I might take it seriously. Besides, you know my lack of self-control. Please, do not tempt me further." Chapter 210. Startling the innocent bystanders, Xia Yuxun was torn throughout the journey, ultimately opting for a rather foolish opening statement to prove her current rational judgment and reasoning abilities, asserting that she had indeed recovered. At that moment, Luo was tiptoeing, aiming to perch on Omingxuan's lap. Xia Yuxun approached and lifted her, fulfilling her wish, and without thinking, blurted out, Luo resembles the senior." After speaking, she glanced at Omingxian. "I say, Your Majesty, could she possibly be your lost little princess?" Beside them, Qin Minjing dropped the dishes she was about to take into the kitchen. Omingxian and Lung Siken both trembled simultaneously, one leaping from the sofa and the other abruptly lifting his head from in front of the television. Xia Yuxun's lips twitched as she observed the two men advancing towards her like wolves, instinctively retreating to a more advantageous position for escape. I intended to provide a little buffer before revealing this to you. After all, my erratic behavior can easily startle innocent bystanders. But I lost my composure for a moment. I sincerely apologize. I recognize my fault in causing you trouble, but ultimately, you share some responsibility in this matter, so shall we consider it settled?" Xia Yuxun swallowed hard, her expression pleading. The expressions of the two men grew increasingly complex, their gazes deepening, causing her heart to race in trepidation. She had long anticipated that awakening would lead to a barrage from these two. After her confession, she resignedly lowered her head, bracing for the impending storm. Xia Yuxun's awakening was so abrupt that both men were at a loss regarding how to proceed. Omingxian was somewhat prepared, as Qin Minjing had previously alerted him to the possibility of Xia Yuxun's recovery. On the other hand, Lung Siken was utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, as Xia Yuxun had mentioned, he had received no warning whatsoever. This girl had just dropped a bomb on him, leaving him disoriented. It turned out that when he had heard her murmur, "Wake up a bit," she had been speaking to herself. She must have begun to improve then. Qin Minjing's approach had proven effective, whereas his concern had led him to act impulsively. Just as Lung Siken was still enveloped in his disorientation, his phone rang suddenly. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. With a hint of suspicion, he answered, his gaze never leaving Xia Yuxun. A strange man's voice came through. "Hello, is this President Lung? Quite the high and mighty, I must say. After several attempts to meet you in person, I find your fiancé is currently our guest. I wonder if President Lung wishes to join us for a little chat?" "See." Lung Siken cursed under his breath, swiftly donning his coat and rushing out, with Liang Qian and Xiang Yuan closely following. As the sound of the car engine roared to life, he sped away as if he had never been there. Xia Yuxun stood there, dazed, watching Lung Siken leave without uttering a single word. She had envisioned countless potential reactions from him. Yet this was the last outcome she had anticipated. Bai Qianqing had been kidnapped, and once again, he said nothing, abandoning her to rush to her side. Xia Yuxun shrugged. It was only natural for him to hurry to her rescue, with no time to spare for a word with her, not even a single one. Everything was as it should be. She had thought it would be difficult to adjust, but in truth, President Lung remained as composed as ever, coming and going with ease. In the end, warmth dissipated too swiftly, and the one unable to adapt became her. There was nothing to mourn, merely a return to the way things were, as if these past days had never happened. Xia Yuxun hurried to the kitchen door to assist Qin Minjing in cleaning up the shards, her face alight with enthusiasm. "Miss Qin, you take a seat. I can handle this. Go on, go on." Qin Minjing observed Xia Yuxun's nonchalant demeanor, revealing a look of concern as she began to comprehend why Xia Yuxun had suffered such an ailment. It was not until Xia Yuxun, distracted, sliced her finger on a shard of porcelain that Mingxian could no longer contain himself. He rushed over, grasping her hand to halt her actions. "Xia Yuxun, enough is enough. If you're upset, just cry it out. What is this? You always do this. Do you realize how much I detest this behavior? If you want to cry, then cry. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Who are you pretending to be so indifferent for?" Xia Yuxun shot Mingxian an annoyed glance. "So, are you saying that I must cry to satisfy you?" Upon hearing Xia Yuxun's words, Mingxian was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, turning his head away in frustration. The silence that ensued between the two created an awkward atmosphere. Xia Yuxun couldn't help but recall the heartfelt confession Mingxian had made that night, causing her heart to race. Noticing her averted gaze and the faint flush on her cheeks, Mingxian let out a light scoff and playfully tapped her on the head. Incredulous. "Am I dreaming? Are you actually blushing? What lewd thoughts have crossed your mind?" Xia Yuxun's forehead was marked with a few dark lines as she raised an eyebrow. "Lewd thoughts? Oh, indeed. I was just reminiscing about that night when someone shouted, 'Xia Yuxun, I'm blind to have fallen for you.' He even tried to take advantage of me afterward. Xia Yuxun, you truly are." This time, it was Mingxian who turned crimson, finally muttering, "You have no shame." Seeing the flustered expression on Mingxuan's face, Xia Yuxun nearly burst into laughter. "Am I dreaming? Senior, you can blush too." She had braced herself for a potential outburst from him, but to her surprise, he pulled her into an embrace. "Hey, Senior, you." Xia Yuxun gasped, about to push him away, when she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Senior, you're not crying, are you?" Mingxuan's shoulders trembled more intensely, his voice cracking. "Yuxun, I thought you would never speak to me again. I believe I would lose you forever. Do you know how terrified I was when you ignored me, when you despised me and pushed me away?" Hearing the choked emotion in his voice, Xia Yuxun panicked. She had never seen him cry, nor had she witnessed him appear so vulnerable. Just as she was about to respond, her gaze fell upon Qin Minjing's forlorn figure as she walked away. Xia Yuxun stared thoughtfully at Qin Minjing, who had taken Luo with her, sensing a whiff of scandal in the air. She turned to Mingxian. "What is going on? The most innocent and unfortunate person here is clearly me. Why do you look like the one who has been grievously wronged?" With a resigned pat on his back, she consoled him. "All right, no more crying. Be good." Mingxian found comfort in her words. "Sister will buy you some candy later." He finally accepted the reality that Xia Yuxun had transformed from a naive little girl into a fierce little witch. He leaned his head against her shoulder, whispering in her ear, "Yuxun, what is it?" she inquired, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding, as she could predict what he was about to say from the way he addressed her. When he called her Yuxun, he was being normal. When he called her baby, he was feeling passionate. But now, when he called her son, it meant he was about to get sentimental. To be honest, she preferred his passionate side over the sentimental one. "I will take responsibility for you," he declared, and indeed, he wasted no time in dropping the bombshell. Xia Yuxun nodded earnestly, feigning seriousness. "You should take responsibility. You've scared me half to death." Mingxian seized the moment. "So, Yuxun, marry me." The air hung heavy with silence for a full 30 seconds. Xia Yuxun was stunned. Could this be the legendary proposal? After another 30 seconds, Mingxian could no longer contain himself. "Yuxun, I am proposing to you. Please give me a response." Her response was merely a gentle touch to his forehead. "Senior, you're not still sick, are you?" "Yuxun, I'm serious." Mingxian insisted, astonishingly dropping to one knee, his expression grave as he looked up at Xia Yuxun, who sat there in a daze. Haven't you always said that marriage is the grave of love?" she remarked, suddenly feeling a headache coming on. But do you love me? Ou m'inquiète contre. Xia Yuxun froze. Naturally, she didn't love him. She had always regarded him as a senior, a friend, a brother, even a sister. Why was he asking this now? Mingxian could discern her response from her expression and offered a resigned smile, explaining, see, you don't love me. There's no romantic feeling, so you won tea into the grave. The only one who would is me. So, you need not worry. Good heavens. He was getting sentimental again. And the worst part was that he seemed to be genuinely earnest. In a state of panic, Xia Yuxun suddenly blurted out, it's unfair to the child. It would leave a shadow on her innocent heart. Child, we haven't tea even. Mingxian shouted, what are you talking about? I meant luo. Xia Yuxun. Mingxian yelled louder than her. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Yuxun timidly covered her ears. Please don't shout. So, Miss Qin is indeed pregnant before marriage, right? Mingxian looked at her suspiciously. How do you know? Is that even a question? What married woman's husband would allow his wife to be within 10 paces of you? Xia Yuxun replied nonchalantly. Van Berge dont m'inquiète est forêt, Xia Yuxun. Are you trying to die? Only then did Xia Yuxun adopt a serious demeanor. No. In fact, it came up in conversation when Miss Qin mentioned it unintentionally. Mingxian scoffed. She discussed that with you? Xia Yuxun nodded. Talking to Miss Qin is so comfortable. She truly is a remarkable psychologist. Every time I chat with her, I can vent my negative emotions. Hearing this, Mingxian recalled his previous misunderstandings about Qin, Minjing, and began to feel guilty again. You should trust a woman's intuition. I can tell at a glance that Miss Qin likes you. And, did you dare to say there was no scandal between you two? Xia Yuxun inquired. Her curiosity piqued. I did have an encounter with her, but what of it? I always took precautions. Mingxian replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Xia Yuxun's face paled. Senior, your candor is downright terrifying. It seemed every woman around Mingxian had been ensnared by his charms. She was perhaps the only one to escape his clutches. Yet, fate can be unpredictable. What if something went wrong? As soon as Xia Yuxun uttered those words, she wished she could bury her head in the ground. Goodness, that statement was even more shocking than Mingxuan's earlier remarks. How could she have thought that? Mingxuan. As if not satisfied with the pallor on Mingxuan's face, Xia Yuxun continued. I suggest you inquire about Luo's birth date. It would be wise to have a paternity test done, just to be safe. Shut up. If you don't want to marry me, just say so. There's no need to refuse me in such a convoluted manner. Mingxuan's face displayed a hurt expression. Xia Yuxun quickly comforted him with a gentle pat on the head, awkwardly explaining, I didn't mean it that way. The main issue isn't even that. What is it? Hope flickered in Mingxuan's eyes. It's that I've never thought of you in that way. I never even considered marrying you. You're my senior. Xia Yuxun whined. Xia Yuxun, are you mocking me? That is hardly a valid reason. It's even worse than what you said before. Mingxian yelled in exasperation. Xia Yuxun fell silent, unsure of how to respond, as she was simply not adept at handling such matters. Mingxian sat down cross-legged in defeat, lamenting his misfortune. So many women cried and begged to marry him, and yet his first proposal was met with rejection. Xia Yuxun, you are truly tormenting yourself. Chapter 214, Threat. Do you still harbor fantasies about Lung Xiqing? You are fine now, and he bears no more burdens. Xia Yuxun, must you demean yourself in such a manner? After shouting, Mingxian felt that his tone was too harsh and was somewhat regretful. I apologize. Yet, Xia Yuxun remained indifferent, stating, Indeed, I still have fantasies about him, yet I shall no longer belittle myself. I believe Miss Qin's words hold great wisdom. I have exerted my utmost effort, and looking back, I find no regrets. Now all I can do is wait. Mingxian gazed at her with immense admiration, astonished that Qin Minjing could persuade such a stubborn soul. Lung Xiqing arrived alone at an abandoned construction site, as requested. Not far away, a lookout spotted him and hurried over. President Lung, you truly keep your word. This way, please. The voice belonged to the same individual who had called him earlier. Entering a dilapidated basement, Lung Xiqing encountered the expected figure. Where's Qin Ning? He inquired directly. The balding Chun Yuxing, with a slightly corpulent figure, sat on a sofa, cigar in hand, exhaling smoke as he mockingly remarked, They say President Lung is cold-blooded and heartless, yet you seem quite concerned for your fiancée. But then again, it's no surprise. That Miss Bai is a rare beauty. How many handsome suitors pursued her, Yet she paid them no mind and chose only you, Lung Xiqing. Rumors suggested that Lung Xiqing had fallen out with his family and taken a mistress. Yet Xia Yuxun wagered that he was merely putting on a facade. After all, how could he abandon such a stunning fiancée? Men are always troubled by beauty, and there is also the matter of face. Bai Qianning is, after all, his woman. If compromising photographs were to circulate, it would be a blow to his reputation. Indeed, with a single phone call, Lung Xiqing promptly arrived. Though he felt confident, the sight of Lung Xiqing's calm demeanor and piercing gaze caused Xia Yuxing's fingers, which held the cigar, to tremble slightly. Before Xia Yuxing could propose conditions, Lung Xiqing spoke firmly. The jewelry store in the city center must close and undergo complete reform. There is no room for negotiation. This is a decision I made previously, and it remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxing's plump cheeks twitched in anger, and he lowered his voice to warn, President Lung, you should think carefully before you speak. Initially, he believed that Lung Xiqing's departure would allow for a change in decisions, but he soon realized that Lung Xiqing was not easily manipulated. Firmly insisting that this was the president's decision, it could not be altered. Xia Yuxing, having been rebuffed by Lung Xiqing, had no choice but to resort to special means. Lung Xiqing's voice turned icy. The one who should think clearly is you. I have given you a chance, and it still stands. Xia Yuxing, provoked by this arrogant tone, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Lung Xiqing, understand your situation. I am the one threatening you, not the other way around. Damn it, bring that woman out. Frustrated that this threat did not sway Lung Xiqing, Xia Yuxing's sanity began to fray. With a menacing expression, he declared, do you believe I won't let you watch your woman perish at the hands of a group of men? Chapter 215, A Gamble. If that store in the city center were to close, it would sever his financial lifeline. Over the years, all his profits had stemmed from that store. He relied on it for his livelihood. With prolonged losses and Xia Yuxing's embezzlement, Lung Xiqing was compelled to enforce reform. Were it not for their long-standing friendship and Xia Yuxing's previous contributions to the company, he would have already sent him to the police. Before long, Xia Yuxing's subordinates brought Bai Qianning before them. Upon seeing Lung Xiqing, her eyes sparkled momentarily as she struggled to mask her panic. She understood that while the situation was perilous, it also presented an exceptional opportunity. Thus, when they kidnapped her, despite the security being nearby, she refrained from calling for help, intentionally allowing them to take her away. She was determined to take a gamble. Bai Qianning's hair and clothing were disheveled, her face marred with dirt and blood. Appearing quite pitiful, she closed her eyes in pain, forcing a smile as she murmured, why did you come? Do you even care about my life? Ah, no, I am being foolish. You merely care about your pride. But rest assured, even in death, I will not allow them to succeed. With that, she suddenly lunged towards the glass coffee table, her forehead striking it violently, blood gushing forth. When a woman resolves to be ruthless, she can indeed harm herself. Lung Xiqing, who had left the company, even contemplating breaking off their engagement, had been overwhelmed by the pressures of mingling with unworthy women, driving her nearly to madness. This time, by any means necessary, she must win back his heart. Qianning, Lung Xiqing exclaimed, taken aback by her drastic action. Bai Qianning, being the daughter of the Bai family, if anything were to happen to her, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the already precarious Lung family. He could abandon the company, but he could not leave behind future troubles. This entanglement would make his escape all the more difficult, and he most wished to avoid being indebted to Bai Qianning, especially after recognizing his feelings for Xia Yuxun. Seeing Bai Qianning's change in demeanor, Xia Yuxing was equally flustered. This woman had appeared fearful when captured. How had she suddenly become so resolute? At that moment, a commotion erupted outside as Lung Xiqing arrived with the police. Xia Yuxing, desperate, pressed his gun to the barely conscious Bai Qianning. Glaring at Lung Xiqing with furious eyes, how dare you call the police? With the situation escalating, Lung Xiqing acted decisively, delivering a swift kick to Xia Yuxing's arm, sending the gun flying. Just as he secured Bai Qianning, a bullet whizzed past him, narrowly missing his abdomen, igniting a burning pain. Thankfully, the bullet had only grazed his skin, leaving him with superficial injuries. The ensuing chaos was left to the police, while Lung Xiqing rushed Bai Qianning to the hospital. Lung Xiqing's brother, Lung Xichao, quickly caught up, opening the car door. Brother, let me drive. All right. I'm sorry, brother. My rashness has caused you to be injured. How are you? Fine. Lung Xiqing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. It wasn't just the recent graze. An old injury in his shoulder seemed to have reopened. Chapter 216. Have you had enough? Upon arriving at the hospital and tending to their wounds, it was already late at night. Bai Qianning sustained superficial injuries and a mild concussion. She was not in grave danger. Lung Xiqing's wounds were bandaged as well. The doctor repeatedly cautioned him that if the gunshot wound on his shoulder healed improperly and reopened, it could lead to lasting consequences, advising him to rest and avoid strenuous activities. Seeing that they were both out of danger, Lung Xichao hurried to deal with Xia Yuxun's situation. Bai Qianning, half asleep, clung to Lung Xiqing's hand, unwilling to let him leave. It was not until the early hours of the morning that, while she slept, Lung Xiqing managed to slip away. He then drove without pause to the western suburbs. The unexpected kidnapping of Bai Qianning had ensnared him, providing an excuse to escape. And now, he yearned only to see Xia Yuxun and clarify her stance. At this moment, in the Jingwu Hall, as summer was nearing its end, Xia Yuxun hastily dismissed all family members, erasing all evidence of her misdeeds, and then collapsed in exhaustion, falling asleep. When Lung Xiqing arrived, he found the Jingwu Hall empty, save for Xia Yuxun alone. As soon as I stepped outside, I was greeted by an imposing chorus of barks. I almost forgot about that little creature. Hush! Cold Siken quickly gestured for Pudding, who was wagging its tail, to remain silent. This little plump dog had finally begun to show some understanding, obediently squatting at the door as if it were guarding the entrance, likely at the behest of Xia Yuxun, who feared that the door might be stolen. Upon seeing him, the little fat dog eagerly welcomed him inside. Cold Siken adeptly climbed into the courtyard, then circled around to the back of the house, leaping through the window into Xia Yuxun's room. The moment he landed, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Looking down, he illuminated the area with his phone's glow and grimaced as he pried open the trap that had tightly caught his left foot. With a bemused expression, he discarded the trap and took a couple of steps inside, only to be unexpectedly met with Xia Yuxun, who sprang up from her bed without warning, launching an immediate assault on him. In the pitch-black night, the two figures became entangled in a struggle. As she fought, Xia Yuxun furiously shouted, "Who goes there?" It was utterly unforgivable for someone to disturb her slumber, especially after she had wrestled with her thoughts all night and had just managed to catch a moment's rest. Her strikes were fierce, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against her, leaving Cold Siken with no time to respond. "Daring rogue, how dare you invade my chamber?" she declared, delivering a kick aimed at his most sensitive area. Cold Siken muttered a curse under his breath, disregarding his injuries, intent on swiftly subduing this troublesome girl. With a sudden surge of aggression, Xia Yuxun was forced to retreat, backing up until she collided with the foot of the bed. In a surprising turn, the flower thief lunged at her, pinning her down onto the bed, just as she attempted to flip the situation in her favor. Her hands were captured and pinned above her head, rendering her immobile. "Are we done yet?" Cold Sichen's voice was hoarse and low, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Unfortunately, the scuffle had aggravated his wounds. Xia Yuxun was stunned. Was that voice really Cold Siken? How could it be? Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Cold Siken gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. "I want to see how you intend to make me suffer." Chapter 217. What do you want? Xia Yuxun struggled to create distance between them, insisting, "You shouldn't be this close." Good heavens! How often had she found herself using this line? Who was it that had clung to her so persistently? Who had not spared her even in the bathroom, shower, or while sleeping? "That was because I was foolish and naive," Xia Yuxun retorted immediately. "I would prefer you remain that way forever. At least then you wouldn't avoid me, reject me, or despise me." Cold Sichen's voice bore a hint of bitterness. "I do not avoid you, reject you, or despise you," Xia Yuxun quickly clarified. What on earth was wrong with Cold Siken today, spouting such bizarre words? As she continued to speak, a sudden whiff of blood caught her attention. Just as she reached to turn on the bedside lamp, her hand was firmly grasped by him. Cold Siken inhaled deeply, resolutely asking, "Xiao Sun, I only want to ask you one question. Once I do, I'll leave immediately." Xia Yuxun eagerly responded, "Speak freely. I promise to answer honestly. Then you must leave right away." Her heart raced at the thought of his question. Even more terrifying was the ambiguous position they found themselves in. She feared she might lose control and retaliate against him. "Do you still love me? Do you still want me?" In the stillness of the night, Cold Sichen's anxious inquiry startled Xia Yuxun to her core. I, President, are you drunk? Or are you sleepwalking? Please stop this. Drunk? Or sleepwalking? After contemplating, Xia Yuxun concluded that the former was more likely. I'm serious. Cold Sikin looked at her helplessly. No, please don't take this seriously. Earlier that day, Mingxian had declared his seriousness, nearly scaring her to death. Now, to have another man do the same, would she even be able to survive? What was happening? Why had the world turned upside down overnight? Mingxian proposed to her, and Cold Sikin was asking if she wanted him. Wasn't it obvious? Of course she wanted him. But could she have him just because she desired it? Was she rejecting him? Cold Sichin's insecurity morphed into anger. The thought of her potentially not loving him one day left his heart feeling hollow. Xia Yuxun, what do you mean? Cold Sichin pressed closer, his lips nearly brushing against her skin. His warm breath was tantalizingly close, yet her heart felt icy cold. Suddenly, Xia Yuxun regained her composure, averting her gaze to escape his suggestive lips, and coldly scoffed. Serious? Fine, I see you're seriously toying with me. Is the game over now? Can you release me? I am not your toy, to be discarded when you're unhappy and summoned back for your amusement. Xia Yuxun was astonished by her own audacity to confront him. But she could no longer hold back. The wounds he had inflicted on her heart earlier that day still stung painfully. Are you angry? Cold Sikin frowned, disliking her mocking tone. Does it matter whether I am angry or not? Xia Yuxun scoffed, forcefully pushing him away, just as she tried to rise. Cold Sikin swiftly pinned her down again. What do you want from me? Xia Yuxun was ultimately provoked by him. Feeling Cold Sichin's breath drawing nearer, her heart raced, and she began to resist with all her strength. Chapter 2:18. I like you. Cold Sikin had just seized her wrist when her knee came up unceremoniously, catching him off guard. As he raised his hands to shield himself from her knee, her other hand swung up, nearly scratching his face. Her soft body writhed beneath him, desperately trying to escape. After a flurry of struggle, both were left panting heavily. Xia Yuxun's chest rose and fell dramatically. After a brief moment of quiet, she prepared to muster her strength to push him away, only to inadvertently touch the dampness of his abdomen through his shirt. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Cold Sikin groaned as he captured her hand, preventing her from pressing down further. What's wrong with you? Xia Yuxun exclaimed anxiously, retracting her hand. Are you calmed down yet? If not, I won't retaliate. You can do as you please. After saying this, Cold Sikin reluctantly released her hand. Xia Yuxun hurried to turn on the light. Cold Sikin, about to stop her, remembered his promise and retracted his hand. When the light illuminated the room, it revealed a scene of chaos. Blood splattered across his white shirt, her pink nightgown, and the blue bed sheets. After a moment of stunned silence, Xia Yuxun shot him a furious glare. You lunatic! Cold Sikin, caught off guard by her gaze, averted his eyes. Xiao Sun, Xia Yuxun coldly interrupted. Cold Sikin, I am no longer your bodyguard. Cold Sikin clenched his fists slightly. I know, nor am I your medical kit. I know, and I am certainly not your subordinate. Therefore, I am under no obligation to concern myself with your well-being. I know, just go. I can overlook your trespassing. Xia Yuxun regarded him with an expressionless face, her tone excessively indifferent. Yet when she pushed him away, she instinctively refrained from applying too much force. After a moment of silence, Cold Sikin clutched his abdomen and stepped down from the bed. The moment he turned, Xia Yuxun noticed wounds on his shoulder as well. The image of him collapsing before her, drenched in blood, crashed in her mind like a thunderclap. Did he truly care for her? Was it possible that he had begun to develop feelings for her? Could it be? Despite the chaos he had caused, wasting so much of his time, he could only be more annoyed with her. How could he possibly like her? Indeed, it seemed impossible. Yet why did he go to such lengths? Was he merely playing games? With a plethora of beautiful women available to him, why did he choose her? Xia Yuxun sat on the edge of the bed, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Observing his unsteady, wavering steps, she wished to call out, yet remained silent. Just as she was entangled in her thoughts, Lung Siqing abruptly halted, slowly turning to face her with an expression of profound hurt. Xiaoxuan, do you truly wish to drive me away? Is that really your intention? Xia Yuxun, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, replied without hesitation, absolutely. Her words rang with an undeniable contradiction. However, darkness had enveloped the outside world. It was dark when you arrived, she remarked, her lips twitching slightly, her expression impassive. But I am injured. Lung Siqing's countenance bore a hint of grievance. Thus, you should hasten to the hospital. Xia Yuxun retorted, taking a deep breath and enunciating each word deliberately. Yet, Lung Xiqing furrowed his brow. But what if I bleed excessively before reaching the hospital? And Xia Yuxun could no longer contain herself. Could you refrain from saying but? However, I haven't had the chance to tell you that I like you. In an instant, Xia Yuxun felt as if struck by thunder, her body trembling. Her voice quivering as she exclaimed, Lung Xiqing, I can endure your cold words and your heartless treatment, for at least that stems from disinterest. One cannot force affection. Thus, you reject me to spare me from despair. However, I cannot tolerate your manipulation, your deceit, and the mockery of my feelings. You believe I'm toying with you? Lung Xiqing's voice rose slightly, unable to fathom that his heartfelt declaration could be perceived as a jest. Xia Yuxun, filled with indignation, retorted, Is it not so? With a soft sigh, Lung Xiqing replied, Xiaoxuan, I haven't sunk to the level of seeking amusement by running here, injured, in the middle of the night. Xia Yuxun scoffed. Are you implying that everything you said is genuine? That during this time, the esteemed CO Lung has unfortunately contracted the foolishness of Xia Yuxun? Lung Xiqing, bemused, looked at her. Liking you equates to foolishness? What kind of logic is that? You. Xia Yuxun was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing's gaze fell upon a particular part of her body, deepening in intensity. Xia Yuxun, following his line of sight, instinctively tightened her loosened collar from their earlier struggle. Lung Xiqing raised an eyebrow. What is there to hide? I've seen every inch of you. Lung Xiqing, you can perish. Xia Yuxun grabbed a nearby pillow and hurled it at him. The next moment, to her astonishment, the pillow struck Lung Xiqing squarely in the face, causing him to topple over. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the bed to assist him, exclaiming, Are you serious? Are you really that fragile? It was merely a pillow. Is this the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back? She mumbled to herself. Xiaoxuan, refrain from mixing metaphors, Lung Xiqing said, propping himself up. In my current state, I fear I won't be able to walk out on my own. Could you assist me to the car? He looked at her with a pitiful expression, sweat trickling down his forehead, disappearing into the slightly open collar of his shirt, an almost indescribable allure. Get back to bed, Xia Yuxun shouted in exasperation as she helped him up. Lung Xiqing leaned heavily against her petite frame, his head bowing closer, his lips inching toward her ear, playfully biting her earlobe. I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. Xia Yuxun, flustered, threatened, If you don't stop your antics, I will unleash Putting to bite you. I would prefer your bite. Besides, I haven't done anything but speak. His mischievous demeanor incensed Xia Yuxun, yet she couldn't bring herself to retaliate. Her cheeks flushed as she stormed off to fetch a cold towel and a first aid kit. Carrying the medical supplies and a basin of water, she entered the room, closing the door behind her. Lung Xiqing sat on the bed, his gaze fixed intently on her. Xia Yuxun reached out to remove his disheveled tie, methodically unbuttoning his shirt. But when she reached the last button, it stubbornly refused to budge, causing her to break into a sweat. As she glanced up, she caught him watching her, and in a moment of frustration, she forcefully flicked the stubborn button, sending it flying across the room. What are you staring at? I'll sew it back on tomorrow. She snapped. With a huff, she continued her task. The shoulder wound was not severe, merely a slight tear, and it was swiftly attended to. The more troublesome injury was the fresh wound on his abdomen, bleeding profusely, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Why does he always manage to turn himself into a crime scene? She pondered, positioning him to lean against the headboard. Ensuring no pressure was applied to his shoulder or abdomen, she crouched at the edge of the bed, gently applying medication to his wound. To expedite the drying of the ointment, she leaned in to blow softly on the injury, entirely oblivious to the anguish her actions were inflicting upon Lung Xiqing. His groans began to escape him, his breath becoming increasingly labored, his long fingers gripping the bed sheets tightly. Xia Yuxun mistook his reaction for pain, reassuring him. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. However, your suffering is self-inflicted. Being a hero comes at a price. As she spoke, her hand momentarily paused, a bitter smile gracing her lips. You were injured for her, yet you seek my help for healing. What does that even mean? Xiaoxuan. Her face remained cold as she interrupted. You need not say anything further. Once the medication is done, you should return. I will pretend nothing happened tonight. Continuing her task. Just as she was about to lean in to blow on the wound again, she inadvertently noticed a tent forming between his legs. Startled, she sprang back. Her face flushed crimson, her hands clutching the cotton swab and medication bottle, gaping at Lung Xiqing as if he had transformed into a monstrous creature. It was truly beyond her comprehension. This was her first encounter with such a situation. Lung Xiqing's eyes were slightly closed, his expression one of unbearable pain, repeatedly whispering, Xia Yuxun. Xia Yuxun. Stop calling me, Xia Yuxun exclaimed, panic-stricken, as his voice conjured unspeakable images in her mind. Damn it, cursed him Mingxuan. It's all his fault. She was certain that her recent exposure to certain films had left her with an unfortunate aftereffect. I need to change the water. The best course of action was to flee. As she set down the medication and cotton swab, she attempted to escape, only to have Lung Xiqing shift to the edge of the bed, reaching out to pull her back towards him, his hot breath igniting against her cool neck. Don't go. In a panic, Xia Yuxun instinctively jerked away, only to hear him wince in pain. Damn it, he's bleeding again. With no other option, she crouched back down, stammering, You must remain still. The medicine isn't finished yet. Just be patient. Xia Yuxun, I fear that may not be possible. Lung Xiqing replied with a wry smile. Why is it not possible? Aren't you supposed to have strong self-control? She pressed, anxious. Because your touch possesses an uncontrollable magic, he murmured, his voice hoarse. Lung Xiqing, you are shameless, Xia Yuxun retorted, her face aflame as she glared at him. Repeat that if you dare. She always sensed something amiss. Why was Lung Xiqing suddenly so gentle toward her? He even restrained his desires for her. Did this mean he had feelings for her now? Had he finally developed feelings for her? Xia Yuxun discreetly stole a glance at his reaction below, a clear indication of his arousal. Yet, she hadn't done anything this time. Xia Yuxun wore an innocent expression. Every movement of Lung Xiqing was dismantling the walls she had built around her heart, yet she still dared not accept this reality. Because if this turned out to be another disappointment, she could hardly fathom the agonizing pain of a sudden fall from grace. How could one trust a person who had harbored disdain for over 20 years when he suddenly professed his affection? Xia Yuxun was utterly bewildered. Her long-cherished aspiration had finally been realized, yet the treasure chest of victory lay before her, tempting her, while she dared not open it or confront the truth within. Xiaosun, come here. Xia Yuxun shook her head vigorously. She had no intention of approaching him. Her mind was already a tangled mess, and getting closer would only complicate things further. I told you, I want to touch you. He hadn't forgotten her current predicament. Xia Yuxun regarded him with suspicion. I'm truly in discomfort, Xiaosun. Stop calling me. I'll come over. What do you want? As soon as Xia Yuxun drew near, Lung Xiqing pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her forehead. I just want to hold you. Xia Yuxun was momentarily taken aback. Lung Xiqing understood that no matter how he expressed himself, this girl would find it difficult to believe in the sincerity of his feelings, especially given his previous cruelty towards her. It was only natural for her to distrust him. This matter could not be rushed. He would have to take his time and prove it through action. After so many years of her taking the initiative, it was now his turn to take the lead. He placed her small hand against his chest. Can you not feel my heartbeat? The firm, marble-like texture of his chest stirred something within Xia Yuxun, nearly leading her astray. She glanced at the window, the floor, the ceiling, but refused to meet his gaze. Something hard pressed against her leg, causing discomfort, and the moment she shifted, it elicited a groan from him. Xia Yuxun awkwardly cleared her throat. Are you feeling unwell? What do you think? Lung Xiqing ground his teeth. Should I step back then? Why step back? Stepping back means you solve it yourself. Don't be unreasonable. You said you wouldn't touch me. Xia Yuxun hastily replied. Are you suggesting I? Lung Xiqing's gaze was fierce enough to seem as if he might devour her whole. Xia Yuxun instinctively recoiled, recalling the adage that a man's first time was meant for his own hand. Such matters should be quite normal, right? But wait, this was Lung Xiqing, tall, handsome, with women flocking to him. How could he possibly need to solve his own urges? Why not call one of your lovers? Xia Yuxun suggested, genuinely trying to be helpful. Xia Yuxun dared to repeat that. Lung Xiqing's tone turned icy, his deep eyes freezing any flames of anger that might have flickered within. Upon hearing those words, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Xia Yuxun. It was undoubtedly the most reasonable thing he had said all night. She was still accustomed to his fierce demeanor towards her, which left her wondering if this was somewhat perverse of her. Naturally, she dared not repeat it, but her next words were even more audacious. If you wish to remain chaste for your fiancé, he You may go find her. I could drive you. Ah, then how considerate of you. You are truly attentive and virtuous. Long Xiqing's fury turned to a mocking smile as he crossed his arms, regarding her with an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down her spine. Xia Yuxun, oblivious to the underlying tone of his words, felt a pang of disappointment when he showed no intention of refusing. You wait here. I will change clothes and then take you. Xia Yuxun, are you courting death? His sharp rebuke echoed in her ears like thunder. Xia Yuxun almost faltered, and before she could react, Long Xiqing scooped her up and laid her back onto the bed, pouncing on her like a predator. She felt utterly wronged, vowing to the heavens that she had no idea what had provoked the formidable CEO. She had no intention of inviting disaster upon herself. The pain on her neck made her let out a muffled groan. Are you a pudding? Your little teeth are quite sharp. Curse it. You think you're the only one who bites? Xia Yuxun retorted angrily. As Long Xiqing's lips lingered on her brow, she bit down on his chin in retaliation. The sudden pain made him recoil, and when he looked at her again, his eyes were ablaze with desire. If Xia Yuxun had any shred of rationality left, she would have refrained from provoking him further, but alas, she was devoid of such restraint. She defiantly glared back at him, wiping the drool from her face. Have you finished gnawing? Is this what you call skill? Your technique is rather lacking. How dare you criticize me? Before she could continue, a pillowcase was shoved into her mouth. Xia Yuxun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he dare? MMM. Without needing to guess, Long Xiqing understood her muffled protests. You pervert. You're a despicable fiend. Ah, Long Xiqing, you have finally revealed your true nature. You are nothing but a bandit. With her mouth silenced, Xia Yuxun continued to glare at him, her eyes pleading for some semblance of freedom. In an unexpected turn of events, Long Xiqing's domineering yet gentle actions did not instill fear within her. Instead, a peculiar sensation enveloped her heart, rendering her nearly incapable of rational thought. What was this strange feeling? Why did this encounter feel different from all the previous ones? It was as though something had shifted, and she could not pinpoint what had changed. Their touches, once filled with pain and humiliation, now stirred an odd sense of being cared for, of being valued. Noticing her distraction, Long Xiqing bit down hard, prompting a muffled whimper from Xia Yuxun, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, Long Xiqing, you are doomed. Xia Yuxun silently vowed as she discreetly began to loosen the tie, binding her hands. Do you think such childish tactics can bind me? She thought defiantly. With his anger subsiding, Long Xiqing's voice turned deliberate as he leaned closer. Xia Yuxun, listen closely, I want you. MMM. Xia Yuxun continued to protest. Long Xiqing's brows furrowed in confusion. What nonsense was she mumbling? Despite knowing it was likely unfavorable, he removed the pillowcase from her mouth to hear her out. As soon as it was gone, Xia Yuxun shouted, Long Xiqing, you are inhumane. You're a beast in human clothing. No, worse than a beast. Let me go. I'm done. I know I was wrong. I don't like you anymore. Is that fine? In an instant, Long Xiqing regretted allowing her to speak, his pupils narrowing in rage. Don't like me? Who granted you permission to stop liking me? Who allowed it? Upon witnessing Long Xiqing brazenly unzip his pants, Xia Yuxun abruptly shut her eyes. What are you doing, Long Xiqing? Do you have no humanity left? You are fully aware of my situation today. He certainly was. Nevertheless, there exist numerous methods. He would teach this Na'vi girl one by one. Xia Yuxun thought Long Xiqing was truly going to force himself on her, and her eyes ignited with fury, transforming her into a veritable volcano ready to erupt. Long Xiqing, you heartless fiend, you are doomed today. Finally, the knot was undone. With a ripping sound, her fingers tore away the tie from around his neck. Then came a crashing thud as Long Xiqing, newly dressed, fell to the floor, landing on the back of his head. Xia Yuxun swiftly wiped away any remnants on her leg, hastily dressed, and then stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the man sprawled on the ground, letting out a cry of despair. After a prolonged wait, with no sign of Long Xiqing regaining consciousness, she noticed blood seeping from his lower abdomen. Panic began to set in. Hey, Long Xiqing. She approached and kicked him, yet he remained unresponsive. Hey, don't play dead. Xia Yuxun crouched down, shaking his body, but still, there was no reaction. Even his breath seemed to have vanished, and the sight of the blood was unbearable. Aiken, don't scare me. Xia Yuxun hoisted him up cradling him against her chest. Aiken, wake up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push you. Truly, I apologize. I already recognize my mistake. Please don't play dead. Her voice trembled with emotion. Yet, the man in her arms lay still, as if lifeless. Xia Yuxun, trembling, pressed her hand against his wound, frantically searching for her phone to call for help, only to realize it had long since broken. She rummaged through Lung Xiqing's clothes, but his phone was nowhere to be found. Despair engulfed her. Chapter 2:24. No more injuries, Aiken, hold on. I'm taking you to the hospital. Please, you must not be hurt. Xia Yuxun struggled to drape Lung Xiqing's arm over her shoulder, but after only a few steps, she faltered under his weight. Aiken, did I hurt you? Please wake up. As long as you do, I'll do anything. I won't be angry with you anymore. Aiken. Xia Yuxun lay weeping on his chest, her heart shattered. What had just transpired? Were you truly unperturbed? Not angry at all? Then take back your words of dislike from me. I'll take them back. Whatever you wish. As long as you're well, just... Xia Yuxun suddenly ceased her tears and speech, staring blankly into his deep, unwavering gaze. Aiken, are you all right? Xia Yuxun, foolishly oscillating between tears and laughter, found solace in his presence. As long as you're not angry, I'm fine. After regaining a semblance of composure, Xia Yuxun froze, and then a wave of fury washed over her as she gazed at him incredulously, shaking her finger in accusation. You deceiver. Were you just playing tricks on me? Without such theatrics, how would you have expressed your true feelings? Lung Xiqing attempted to lean in for a kiss, but Xia Yuxun quickly pushed him away. Lung Xiqing, you have gone too far. Do you have any idea how terrified I was, thinking you had died? How could you joke about such things? Xia Yuxun shouted in a fit of rage. Lung Xiqing realized he had genuinely frightened her this time, wishing to comfort her, but only met with her resistance. He grunted in pain from his abdomen, causing her to freeze, and he seized a moment to hold her close. There, don't cry. It was my fault. I shouldn't have deceived you. Tears streamed down Xia Yuxun's face as she cried out in frustration. Lung Xiqing, I detest you. You self-important scoundrel. Do you even grasp how terrible you are? Yes, I am terrible. However, I truly lost consciousness for a brief moment, unsure if I had a concussion. Later, seeing how worried you were, I couldn't bear to wake up, fearing you would be angry, so you thought that justifies deceiving me? Lung Xiqing, do not ever use such matters to trick me again. It is absolutely forbidden. Xia Yuxun glared at him fiercely. Lung Xiqing immediately swore earnestly, I promise. I will never do it again. Aiken, I don't want you to die. Xia Yuxun, heartbroken, leaned into his embrace, holding the still shaken Xia Yuxun. Lung Xiqing felt warmth spread through him as he listened to her scolding, her complaints, and her vexation. Xia Yuxun helped him sit up, carelessly tossing a blanket over the disarray on the bed, then blushing slightly as she helped him lie down. Here for you. Xia Yuxun handed him the medication and cotton swabs. What are you doing? Lung Xiqing raised an eyebrow. You'll apply it yourself. Xia Yuxun stubbornly shoved the items into his hands. Lung Xiqing rubbed his nose, resigned to the task. Watching him awkwardly tug at his shoulder and abdomen, Xia Yuxun felt a wave of regret and slapped her forehead, reclaiming all the items from him. Lung Xiqing looked at her innocently. He had followed her instructions. So why was she angry again? No more injuries. Xia Yuxun pressed down firmly, intending for him to remember the pain. Understood. Lung Xiqing, however, showed no sign of anger, chuckling as he tried to embrace her. Xia Yuxun twisted away, shooting him a glare. Behave yourself. Do you still not think you bled enough? Chapter 2:25. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? All right. Lung Xiqing feigned a compliant demeanor. This time, Xia Yuxun dared not directly blow-dry his hair, but instead grabbed a book to fan him, much to his regret. Xia Yuxun wrapped her arms around his waist, fastened the bandages, and impatiently asked, What now? Your face is so red. What are you thinking? Lung Xiqing asked with interest. Xia Yuxun shot him a fierce glare. How dare he ask? Even now, she could feel the lingering sensations of friction along her thighs, rendering that area exceedingly sensitive. Today, Lung Xiqing was quite peculiar. Despite her harsh demeanor, he seemed utterly unperturbed, even appearing in good spirits. Did he take the wrong medicine? Yet, she found herself rather fond of his current demeanor, feeling a sudden closeness between them, though the slight proximity was insignificant compared to the vast Mariana Trench. Miss Ba must be very moved, right? Xia Yuxun suddenly posed a question, causing Lung Xiqing to pause, pat her head, and replied cheerfully, "It is indeed quite moving." Hearing him say this, Xia Yuxun found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding in response. "Oh." Lung Xiqing glanced at the book in her hands and raised an eyebrow. "Strategic thinking and competitive advantage? Have you been having trouble sleeping lately?" Xia Yuxuan's face darkened. Reading such a book would only bring nightmares. Remembering her diary, where she mentioned wanting to pursue further studies, as well as the motivational notes on her windowsill, Lung Xiqing casually flipped through the book, unexpectedly discovering her diligent notes and highlights. "Are you planning to take the entrance exam for graduate school?" he asked, feigning disinterest. Xia Yuxuan nodded. "Why?" He was suddenly eager to hear her articulate her reasoning. Xia Yuxuan hesitated, responding matter-of-factly, "Because I'm bored." Before achieving success, she preferred to keep her ambitions to herself. Otherwise, if she failed the exam, it would be too embarrassing. As expected, "I knew you wouldn't speak the truth," Lung Xiqing thought, choosing not to expose her. Instead, he said, "If you have questions, feel free to ask me." Xia Yuxuan regarded him suspiciously. "You're acting strange tonight. Why are you suddenly so nice to me?" "Oh, is this kindness? How have I been nice to you?" Lung Xiqing inquired with a knowing smile, not forgetting how shamelessly he had just tormented her. Xia Yuxuan shot him a disdainful glance. Comparatively, his behavior was still lacking. "Although I am aware that you are merely flattering me and cannot fulfill your promises, I still appreciate your kind intentions." "Who says I am just flattering you?" Lung Xiqing replied with a hint of frustration. "Why does this girl always doubt him? You are so busy. How could you possibly have time to answer those trivial questions of mine? Now that I have left the Lung Corporation, I am unburdened and free. How could I be busy?" Lung Xiqing leaned against the headboard, speaking leisurely. "What? You have left the Lung Corporation? Is it because of the collaboration with the O Corporation? That matter has already been resolved, hasn't it? The senior should have sent you the revised contract by 9 o'clock the following morning." Xia Yuxuan said anxiously. "How do you know so much?" Lung Xiqing furrowed his brows. Did you really make that deal because of me?" Chapter 226. A poor metaphor. Lung Xiqing's expression was now terrifying, and Xia Yuxuan timidly moved to sit on the sofa. "If I told you that things are not as you imagine, would you believe me?" "What do you mean?" "As long as you say it. I hope you can be honest with me. We should be together, shouldn't we? Why is it that whenever you encounter a problem, you only think of Mingxian? We should indeed be together, shouldn't we?" Hearing these words, Xia Yuxuan's heart jolted. This was the first time Lung Xiqing had actively linked himself with her. Gathering her courage, Xia Yuxuan declared, "I have never betrayed you, nor have I engaged in the kind of dealings you believe I have. The email was pre-sent by the senior. It has nothing to do with me. The incident at the hotel was purely accidental. From start to finish, my efforts have been futile, and I have only complicated things further. I always thought my endeavors could change something, only to discover that everything was under your control. I feel insignificantly small before you." Lung Xiqing raised an eyebrow. Being small does not mean one can be disregarded. It depends on our position. For instance, a grain of sand in a shoe. Your metaphor is equally poor. Xia Yuxuan replied, speechless. Lung Xiqing chuckled. "Why sit so far away? I won't bite. Come here." Joking aside, the things he had done were terrifying enough to be akin to consuming her. Nevertheless, Lung Xiqing's rare smile compelled her to obediently walk over. In a posture of confession, Xia Yuxuan lowered her head and slowly recounted everything to him. Before she knew it, they were lying together. "Why have you stopped? Continue." Lung Xiqing rested his chin on her forehead, his fingers toying with her soft hair. Xia Yuxuan rolled her eyes. "What more is there to say? Do you think I'm telling you a bedtime story? Regardless, I have disclosed everything I needed to. Think whatever you like. Let this matter be, but in the future, no matter what happens, you must consult me first." Lung Xiqing asserted. "Why?" Xia Yuxuan asked foolishly. "Doesn't he fear trouble? There is no reason. Just do as I say." Xia Yuxuan muttered her dissatisfaction, thinking he had transformed, yet he was still the same tyrant. "What about the company matters? I truly do not understand your thought process. After all, the O Corporation has finally compromised, yet you not only rejected it, but also terminated all joint projects with them. Have you lost your mind? No wonder the chairman is so angry. Because he bullied you." Lung Xiqing understood that no matter how many grand reasons he had, this was the key motivation. When he uttered this, Xia Yuxuan's mind buzzed, as if a light bulb had gone off. Suddenly, she grasped something significant. She vaguely guessed. After a while, she foolishly asked, "Then, your departure from the Lung Corporation is related to me? Lung Xiqing nodded, of course. Xia Yuxun gazed at him in astonishment. Why? If I had not left the Lung Corporation, I would have been engaged to Qianning by now. Lung Xiqing replied. Right? A week has already passed. Could it be? Has he not yet become engaged to Bai Qianning? Seeing Xia Yuxun's bewildered expression, Lung Xiqing realized that it was too much to expect her to figure out on her own, so he had to clarify. Chapter 227. Confession. Do you know? When I saw you hiding in the cupboard, clutching a pillow, and calling out to me, I realized that I am still the same as back then. Although I used to detest it, when I had not fallen in love with anyone, I thought marrying anyone would be the same as long as the woman met my standards. But now, that person has appeared. I can no longer marry any other woman. Upon saying this, Lung Xiqing sighed softly. Xia Yuxun, you know I'm not good with words, nor am I skilled at charming girls. There is no need for you to charm girls. It has always been the women who charm you. Xia Yuxun muttered, her heart racing faster. The implication behind Lung Xiqing's words made her anxious and uneasy. Therefore, I do not know what I should do for you to believe me. He did not continue his sentence, still unaccustomed to expressing his feelings openly. This girl had already compelled him to make exceptions time and again. Suddenly, Xia Yuxun awoke to the realization that Lung Xiqing was he currently trying to charm her? She felt somewhat shaken, but more so, fearful. She knew Lung Xiqing's personality too well. There was nothing that could make him lower himself like this. Previously, he had always treated her from a position of superiority, never having spoken to her on equal terms. It seemed Lung Xiqing could see through her thoughts. He grasped her hand and kissed it, saying, Xia Yuxun, I do not wish to be the unreachable son in your heart. I merely want to be the man by your side. Do you understand? Furthermore, you say you want to strive to blossom, but without nourishment, flowers do not bloom. May I have the honor of being your exclusive gardener? Xia Yuxun was stunned. Why did these words sound so familiar? How did you know about blossoming? Ah, I remember my diary. You actually peeked at my diary. Lung Xiqing, with an unfazed expression, replied, Xia Yuxun, you forgot. You were the one who flipped through it page by page for me. Moreover, that is not the point. I was waiting for your answer to my earlier question. Wait. No, my mind is a bit muddled. Earlier today, the senior proposed to me, and now you. You are confessing to me? Confession, heavens. I'm going to go crazy again. Xia Yuxun frantically ruffled her hair into a tousled mess. What did you say? Mingxian proposed to you? Lung Xiqing grasped her wrist, his expression as if he wanted to devour her. Seeing Lung Xiqing's fierce expression, Xia Yuxun finally felt at ease. He had returned to normal, which had scared her to death. Xia Yuxun, take me seriously. Did you agree to him? Lung Xiqing asked anxiously. Xia Yuxun rolled her eyes at him. How could I? Lung Xiqing exhaled in relief, completely unprepared for how quickly Mingxian had acted. The following time became Lung Xiqing's solo performance. He knew there were too many things for her to digest all at once, but he decided to reveal them slowly. 2 hours later. Well, I understand now. All this means you have decided to give me a chance, considering I have pursued you faithfully for over 20 years. It's nearly 3 o'clock. Can we please sleep? I am truly exhausted. At this crucial moment, the teachings of Mingxian from years ago came into play. Xia Yuxun fought hard to suppress her excited emotions, reminding herself to remain reserved. God knows she was already on the verge of bursting with excitement. Chapter 228. Embracing sleep, however. I will sleep in the next room. Xia Yuxun yawned. Stay here. You are not going anywhere. Lung Xiqing forcibly pulled her back. Xia Yuxun knew that if she refused again, he might retort, it's not like we haven't slept together before. So she yielded. The two embraced and fell asleep. The next morning outside, the pudding suddenly began to make a commotion, followed by an extremely startling voice from outside. Yuxun. The sound jolted Xia Yuxun awake from her deep slumber, illustrating its formidable impact. Chen, get up quickly. Hurry. What is the matter? I don't have work today. Lung Xiqing grumbled as he wrapped his arms around her waist. My father has returned. Xia Yuxun urged him frantically. This revelation fully roused Lung Xiqing. Why so sudden? Didn't you say he would be back in 2 days? How would I know? Just get dressed and leave the way you came. Xia Yuxun lamented, tousling her hair. Oh my goodness. I feel as if I'm caught in an illicit affair. Hearing the sound of footsteps, it seemed Xia Molan had already entered the courtyard. In a flurry, Xia Yuxun hastily dressed Lung Xiqing, adjusting his tie and pushing him towards the window. Quickly go. Seeing her desperate urgency for him to vanish, Lung Xiqing felt a surge of irritation and stood still. Hey, hurry up. If my dad sees you. And what if he does? You'll find out sooner or later. Find out what? I am innocent, she retorted. But once that door opens, I might as well jump into the Yellow River to cleanse my name. Just go already. Otherwise, my father will surely break my legs, skin me alive, and reduce me to ashes. Xia Yuxun implored, pinching his arm in desperation. Ouch! Lung Xiqing rubbed his arm. Xia Yuxun, are you being a tad exaggerated? Furthermore, you should realize that even if this door remains shut, you won't be exonerated. With her hands on her hips, Xia Yuxun declared, who says I'm not innocent? You're just framing me. Lung Xiqing stepped closer, teeth clenched. You've already touched, embraced, and kissed me, and we slept together all night. Your innocence is long gone. Xia Yuxun, feeling a headache, tapped her head and pushed him away. All right. Let's not talk about innocence. Everything from red to violet belongs to you. Oh dear. Can you please return to your palace now? At that moment, Xia Molin's footsteps approached the living room, and they could faintly hear him setting down his luggage and boiling water. Yuxun, are you there? I returned early. Odd, it's already 7. That girl should have been back by now, he muttered to himself. Inside, Xia Yuxun glared fiercely at Lung Xiqing and hissed, Lung Xiqing, are you leaving or not? I'm not leaving. Lung Xiqing childishly countered. In a fit of rage, Xia Yuxun seized his tie, gritting her teeth. Speak. How do you wish to die? If I must choose, I'd prefer to die in ecstasy, he replied, his finger caressing her lips. You, Lung Xiqing, are you trying to drive me mad? How could I bear to? He chuckled lightly, spinning her body and suddenly pinning her against the windowsill, leaning down to capture her lips in a fierce kiss. At that moment, Xia Yuxun's mind, previously ablaze with urgency, short-circuited. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted them. Xia Molin stood at the door, calling, Yuxun, are you still asleep? Yuxun, MMM. Xia Yuxun frantically pounded on his chest, but he remained unfazed. Yuxun, I'm coming in. The doorknob turned, and Lung Xiqing abruptly released her. I'll see you tomorrow night, he whispered urgently. I got it. Xia Yuxun, completely frazzled, responded, with one last reluctant glance at her. Lung Xiqing jumped out the window. Simultaneously, Xia Yuxun dashed back to the bed. The next second, Xia Molin entered the room. Yuxun, feigning a just-awoken demeanor. Xia Yuxun rushed toward him. Dad, what brings you back? You little rascal, here at home. I thought you had gone missing. Why are you sleeping in so late? Xia Molin expressed his relief upon seeing her safe. I ran and came back to catch up on sleep. Dad, could you have a bit of faith in me? I've been well-behaved while you were away, she replied, stealthily kicking Lung Xiqing's blood-stained white shirt under the bed. By the way, Yuxun, have you seen my white shirt? I've looked everywhere for it. And another shirt is missing too. Xia Yuxun froze. She had given the white shirt to Lung Xiqing last night, and the other shirt was likely worn by Nangong Mo. What a disaster. Sorta. Dad, I forgot to pick it up that night. The wind must have blown it away. Xia Molin shrugged it off. Just 2 shirts gone. It's no big deal. This is far better than I anticipated. What did you expect? If you were to cause trouble, this entire house could be in shambles. You definitely have that capability, he retorted. Ha. Dad, you have so much confidence in me. Xia Yuxun chuckled awkwardly, realizing she had indeed not given her father any peace of mind. She wondered if he would go mad if he knew what had transpired these days. By the way, what happened to our front door? Xia Molin inquired suspiciously. Oh, a wealthy driver accidentally backed into it and insisted on compensating me, Xia Yuxun explained, having prepared her story in advance. Xia Molin eyed her skeptically. Yuxun, you haven't been extorting anyone, have you? That door is worth at least several $100,000. Extort? How poor is my image in my father's eyes? Xia Yuxun waved her hands dismissively. That's a counterfeit. Xia Molin finally nodded, albeit still unconvinced. Just as Xia Yuxun sighed in relief, Xia Molin added, I saw a little dog at the door just now. That is when I picked up. Xia Yuxun quickly replied, eager to divert the topic. By the way, Dad, how was your trip to South Korea? If he continued asking questions, she might not hold her composure much longer. After managing to placate Xia Molin, the phone suddenly rang. Xia Yuxun hurried to answer it. Hello, Jingwu Martial Arts School. Who is this? Hello, Yuxun. It's Nangong Lin. Nangong, sir? How did you get my home number? Xia Yuxun asked in surprise. Xiao Mo gave it to me. On the other end, Nangong Lin felt reassured hearing Xia Yuxun's normal response. She had truly recovered. Lung Xiqing, I want to hold this against you this time. Oh, do you need something? Xia Yuxun inquired. Yes, I need to arrange a school for Xiao Mo, and it happens to be your alma mater. I was hoping you could help me take him there tomorrow, if you're free, Nangong Lin requested, somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxuan's excitement surged. Mo is going to see university? Yes, due to some special circumstances, I plan to settle down in the country, so I've arranged for him to attend school here. However, I'm not familiar with the area, and my relationship with Xiao Mo isn't very close, so I must trouble you. Not a problem. Leave it to me. It's merely a small favor, and I can also visit my alma mater, Xia Yuxun readily agreed. The next day, in truth, even if Nangong Lin hadn't requested her help, she had intended to visit the Nangong family to express her gratitude. What began as a fleeting encounter had turned into such devoted assistance from them. Sir, Miss Xia has arrived, a servant announced, leading Xia Yuxun into a study. Nangong Lin, with no regard for appearances, had his legs crossed on the desk. Upon hearing Xia Yuxuan's arrival, he quickly straightened up, greeting her warmly. Yuxuan, you're here? Please, take a seat. Where's Mo? Isn't he supposed to report to school today? No rush, no rush. Yuxuan, how is your health? Nangong Lin asked with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Nangong. Everything is just fine. Xia Yuxuan patted her chest. Nangong Lin scrutinized her for a moment. Raising an eyebrow, Yuxuan, are you in a good mood? Xia Yuxuan blinked. Am I? Of course. It's clearly written on your face that you're feeling splendid. Nangong Lin teased. Xia Yuxuan touched her face, a bit embarrassed. Is it really that obvious? If I'm not mistaken, it must be that Lung Xiqing has finally had a breakthrough. Nangong Lin remarked meaningfully. Judging by the little girl's blissful expression, it was unmistakable. Xia Yuxuan scratched her head, feeling shy at the remark. It's so nice to see your happy smile again. I could truly missed it. Lung Xiqing has finally done something commendable. Nangong Lin sighed, supporting his chin as he gazed at her. What on earth has been happening these days? Mingxian, Lung Xiqing, even Nangong Lin, none of them seem normal. Each more sentimental than the last, especially Lung Xiqing. I still find it hard to believe. I truly wonder if he has undergone a transformation. Or perhaps it is the second possibility. After all these years, I finally discover he is a rare gem hidden beneath his reserved demeanor, silent until he suddenly captivates. Yuxuan, the reason I sought you out today is to discuss something important, Nangong Lin pondered. What is it? Xia Yuxuan asked, somewhat suspicious. It was the first time she had seen Nangong Lin display such hesitation and anxiety. After much deliberation, Nangong Lin finally spoke. Yuxuan, I hold great affection for you, and thus, I wish to adopt you as my goddaughter. I hope you would consider it. Goddaughter. Xia Yuxuan was taken aback. OMG, this legendary figure, who had always dominated her imagination, actually wished to adopt her. A light chuckle escaped Nangong Lin as he observed her astonished expression. You need not provide me with an answer immediately. Take your time to contemplate. All right, let me take you to find Xiaomo. As Xia Yuxuan followed Nangong Lin to the door of Nangong Mo's bedroom, a cup suddenly flew out, hurtling towards Nangong Lin. The nearby servants gasped in shock. With quick reflexes, Xia Yuxuan flung her bag to block the cup, the harsh sound of shattering glass echoing, soon followed by an array of unidentified projectiles launching from within. Yuxuan, are you all right? Nangong Lin hurriedly shielded her behind him. I told you, my affairs are none of your concern. Whether I attend school or not is irrelevant to you. You have neglected me for 17 years. And now that you suddenly feel cheerful and remember you have a son, must I accept your charity? Who do you think you are? Inside, Nangong Mo had slammed his fist against the glass window, blood covering his hands. Chapter 231. Hero saves beauty Xiaomo. You're bleeding. None of your business. Tell him to leave, or I will. Can you please refrain from saying too much? I'm begging you for mommy's sake. Lina anxiously persuaded, glancing at the pale-faced Nangong Lin at the door. Oh dear. I unintentionally witnessed their family dispute. The world of the affluent is indeed complex. Xia Yuxuan shook her head, hiding behind Nangong Lin. She had assumed Nangong Lin had everything under control, only to discover he had not even managed to settle things with Nangong Mo. However, this situation was indeed peculiar. Earlier, she had heard Mo mention that Nangong Lin never cared for him. Why was he now so eager to arrange school for him? A sudden awakening of conscience? That seemed unlikely. If he had realized it, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Xiaomo, quickly apologize to your father. He arranged a school for you out of concern. Linna earnestly urget. Tell him to retract that ridiculous concern. Haven't you heard the saying that excessive kindness without a reason is either deceitful or sinister? Nangong Mo retorted with scorn, glaring at Nangong Lin defiantly. Nangong Lin, have you suddenly realized that this useless son of yours holds some value? You can simply state it directly. No need for such roundabout tactics. Seeing Nangong Mo speak so disrespectfully to Nangong Lin, Lina's temper flared. Xiaoma, you have gone too far. With a swift motion, Lina raised her hand, and Nangong Mo, overwhelmed with despair, closed his eyes, anticipating the sting of a slap. The sound resonated, yet he felt no pain as expected. Yuxun, what are you doing? Nangong Lin rushed over, anxiously checking Xia Yuxun's slightly swollen cheek. Nangong Mo stared incredulously at Xia Yuxun, who stood protectively in front of him, utterly confused. Why are you here? Upon seeing her swollen face, Nangong Mo bellowed. You foolish woman, who allowed you to rush over here? Call me sister, you little brat. Xia Yuxun shot him an annoyed glare. Xia Yuxun, it's you again? Lina looked lost as she observed the unfolding scene. The concern and tension Nangong Lin had displayed piercing her heart, along with Nangong Mo's unexpected care for Xia Yuxun. Sully, I didn't mean to intrude on your family matters, but that's just how I am. I tend to act before thinking. Xia Yuxun's mind buzzed. Although it seemed she had only muddled things further, she felt no regret. Had that slap landed on Nangong Mo's face, such a beautiful face would have been ruined. What a pity. Yuxun, why don't you talk to Xiaoma? Nangong Lin waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Once the others had departed, Nangong Mo promptly closed the door, rushing to Xia Yuxun's side, cradling her face. You foolish girl. Does it hurt? It hurts so much. Xia Yuxun lifted her face, her eyes misty as she gazed at him, her small hand tugging at his shirt. Xia Yuxun's glasses had been knocked off, and as Nangong Mo beheld her plain face and aggrieved eyes, his heart raced. Yet, Xia Yuxun secretly reveled in her cunning, chuckling inwardly. Hey, little brat, you think you can challenge me? While I may lack the talent for seduction, I excel at the art of self-sacrifice. Flustered, Nangong Mo bent down to retrieve her glasses. Attempting to mask his embarrassment, I'm sorry, your glasses are broken. It's all right, I have a spare. Xia Yuxun cheerfully produced an even uglier and more exaggerated pair of black-framed glasses from her bag. Update notification. Apologies, dear readers, starting today for the next week. I may only be able to maintain 2 updates daily. I will work to restore 3 updates as soon as possible. Chapter 232. Applying medicine. Nangong Mo looked at her helplessly. Wait a moment, I'll go find the medicine box. He rummaged through cabinets until he located the medicine box and approached her. Let me help you apply the medicine. No, I should do it. Xia Yuxun snatched the medicine box from his hands, pulling him down to sit. Why did you rush over earlier? Nangong Mo asked awkwardly. I don't know. My feet moved on their own. Xia Yuxun lowered her head, focusing on applying the medicine. She realized she was becoming quite adept at these matters, as the men around her always seemed so fragile and easily injured, leaving her to play the role of the hero, saving the beauty. Though, being a hero had its charm. Why are you so good to me? Nangong Montak Mambut. Because you are good to me as well. If you hadn't found me, I wouldn't even know where I am now. So rest assured, I will protect you from now on, Xia Yuxun said, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Sister, you seem to be in a great mood. Nangong Mo raised an eyebrow, mirroring the expression Nangong Lin had earlier. Why do you say that? Xia Yuxun felt a bit annoyed. Why did everyone notice? Because your face is currently inscribed with 4 characters, Nangong Mo replied. What characters? Previously, Nangong Lin had mentioned 5 characters on her face, and now Nangong Mo claimed 4. Nangong Mo, spring, heart, surging waves. Xia Yuxun hurled a pillow at him. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? Nangong Mo caught the pillow, making a playful face, and suddenly felt the shadows of recent days dissipate. Confined to the villa these past days, he had grown to loathe the cold, hypocritical atmosphere. Yet, at that moment, simply because she was in the room, the entire mansion seemed to transform into a warm and welcoming haven. 17 years of solitude have borne only one redemption, whether in joy or sorrow. I have always borne it alone, never once contemplating that a day would come when someone would appear, simply wishing to protect me. Xia Yuxun, in her vexation, collapsed on a bed behind her, gazing at the ceiling above, silently pondering. Do you know? Since I awakened in the early hours of yesterday, I have come to realize that I may not have truly awakened at all. What on earth do you mean? Can you clarify your thoughts before speaking? Nangong Mo, having arranged the medical kit, pulled up a chair and settled down before her, listening intently. Just moments ago, her emotions had been like a volcano ready to erupt. Yet now they felt as if they had plunged into a serene valley. I want to say that I feel as though I am dreaming. A dream so beautiful that I never dared to imagine it. Even the slap from your mother just now couldn't wake me. Xia Yuxun suddenly sat up. Glipping Nangong must hunt. Strike me once. Are you out of your mind? Hitting you would only hurt me. Nangong Mo shot her a glance, withdrawing his injured hand. Xia Yuxun let out a wail and flopped back down. Mo, I don't think I'm losing my mind. Rather, it is this world that has gone mad. Do you know? Lung Xiqing said he actually likes me. Nangong Mo was taken aback, eyes wide with shock. Sister, are you sure you're feeling better? Go. Xia Yuxun scoffed lightly. I knew you would say that. Sister, there is actually another possibility. What if you were sleepwalking? Or perhaps Lung Xiqing is the one sleepwalking. Nangong Mo pondered this. You might as well die. See, even you don't believe it. But that's how it happened. Can even stars deviate from their orbits? Xia Yuxun's worldview was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 233. Can you be a little more reserved? Whether stars can stray from their paths, I cannot say, but it seems, despite not knowing how you accomplished it, I am truly in awe of you. I have never genuinely admired anyone before. Lung Xiqing was the only one, and now you have successfully taken his place. Nangong Mo remarked with a smile. Ah, if this continues, I shall go mad. I need a way to vent. Xia Yuxun rolled around on the bed, clutching the blanket. Sister, I want to remind you, while dazzling stars are alluring, getting too close risks being scorched by their heat. Nangong monta kautionet. I know. That is why I have been striving to become the kind of woman who can stand by his side. Do you not find it arduous? Xia Yuxun shook her head. Striving for someone I adore is not difficult at all. Once you have someone you wish to protect, you will understand. As she spoke, Xia Yuxun suddenly remembered the matter at hand, springing up. After all this talk, I still haven't addressed the main issue. Are you going to see university or not? I specifically came a long way to help you enroll. I'm not going. Nangong Montak replied resolutely. Why not? Although C University is slightly inferior to a university, it is my territory. If you go there, no one will dare to bully you. Xia Yuxun asserted confidently. Please, that is not the point. Nangong Mo said helplessly. All right, let's get to the point. Are you going or not? Xia Yuxun leaned closer, her eyes sparkling like a puppy's, gazing at him. I will not go. Why should I let him dictate my life? Nangong Mo turned his face away. Go on, go on. That's his alma mater. Can you show a little respect? Xia Yuxun rested her head on his knee, nuzzling. Hey, can you not be so clingy? Nangong Mo cleared his throat and pushed her away. Please, I am much cuter than pudding. Xia Yuxun protested, then earnestly added, You fool. Why aren't you going? If you attend classes, you can stay on campus. Don't you want to escape from home? Your parents are planning to settle down here. Do you intend to return to Italy alone? Upon hearing this, Nangong Mo hesitated. Mo, just go. Fine. Ultimately, it was the sight of her bruised face that swayed him. Throughout the journey to C University, Xia Yuxun was practically floating with excitement. Drive faster. I have a date tonight, she urged anxiously. Nangong Mo sighed, unable to bear looking at her. Sister, can you tone it down a bit? What is wrong with me? You have been grinning like a fool the entire way. Wipe your drool. Don't get on my silver charm. Xia Yuxun continued to beam. I am simply happy. Do you know? Xia Yuxun, have been unfortunate for over 20 years, and now fortune has finally smiled upon me. The senior who always criticized my inability to distinguish genders has proposed to me, and the icy, invincible mountain I have pursued for years has confessed to me. Just now, my idol even said he wants to take me as his goddaughter. Do you understand what it means when fortune falls from the sky? That's it. Ha ha. Bury me, please. Bury me. Go ahead and gloat. But did you agree to Nangong Lin's proposal? Nangong Mo asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Unconsciously, he found himself hoping she would refuse. Not yet. Why not? Because I still feel like I am dreaming. Let me wake up first. May you never awaken. Chapter 234. Captivating thousands of young women by Qianying stubbornly rejected all the doctors. Get out, all of you. I don't want treatment. I don't want. Just leave me to die. Yesterday, he risked his life to save her, held her, brought her to the hospital, and stayed by her side throughout the night. Yet, She had just received news from the spy that Lung Xiqing had left in the middle of the night to go to Xia Yuxun's place, and the following morning, he was seen leaving her house. What transpired last night was evident to anyone with eyes. She could not fathom why this had happened. She thought she had succeeded, only to find herself utterly defeated. Qinying, what is wrong with you? The doctor said you refused to change the dressings? Upon seeing Madame Lung enter, Bai Qinying immediately burst into tears. Annie, silly child, don't cry, don't cry. He came to rescue you. At least that proves he still cares for you. Men are just fickle, acting on a whim. You mustn't blame Xiqing. Auntie is counting on you to persuade him to return. Madame Lung sat down beside Bai Qinying's bed, kindly holding her hand. But what else can I do? Even when I was injured, he still went to find that woman. There are many ways to keep a man. The most effective one now is. Madame Lung leaned in closer, whispering, to marry him because of a child. Marry him because of a child. Bai Qinying's eyes widened in shock. Yes, as long as you have his child, will he still refuse to marry you? After all, you two are bound to be together eventually. Auntie is waiting to hold her grandchild. Is that really possible? Since Xiqing is my son, I know him best. But whether you can conceive depends on you. Bai Qinying's face flushed as she pondered. She had not intended to have a child so early, but now, hearing Madame Lung's suggestion, she felt tempted. It seemed this was the only method left. She must conceive Xiqing's child before any other woman could. After completing the paperwork for Nangong Mo, Xia Yuxun took him on a tour of the campus. Throughout the journey, they attracted attention at every turn. Senior, hello. Senior, long time no see. Senior, your boyfriend is so handsome. Senior, can I touch your boyfriend since he is so good-looking? Senior, I want one too. I want one too. The number of such flirtations was simply countless. Xia Yuxun, why does everyone know you wherever we go? Nangong Montag exclaimed in exasperation. Of course, otherwise. How could I be protecting you? Xia Yuxun replied proudly. Nangong Mo mumbled, forget it. It would be good if you don't sell me out. Xia Yuxun hurriedly reassured him, hey, don't be angry. I didn't let them touch you, did I? Do you even dare to say that? The women at your school are like wolves. He regretted being soft-hearted and coming with her. Our school has a predominance of liberal arts students, resulting in a higher number of girls and boys, with handsome young men being exceedingly rare. So, when a strikingly attractive guy finally appears, can the girls not be thrilled? Indeed, you have arrived at just the right moment. With your looks, you could undoubtedly win the heart of this year's campus heartthrob, perhaps even rivaling the popularity of O Mingxian. Xia Yuxun exclaimed with an expression of admiration. Uncle? Upon hearing O Mingxuan's name, Nangong Mo's expression shifted with surprise. Yes. He also attends C University and was the campus heartthrob back in the day, captivating countless young girls. There was a junior in our department. What was her name again? All right, it seems to be AI Duo. The moment that girl saw her senior, she cried all night after returning to her dormitory. Chapter 235. I sell my body. Not my talent, no, why? Uncle, are you tormenting me and innocent girls? Xia Yuxun waved her finger, stating that it was their first meeting. So how could that be? Then why? Nangong Mo's curiosity was piqued. The next morning, her roommate also inquired why she cried, asking if she missed home, to which she replied through tears. I've never seen such a handsome man in my life. Xia Yuxun laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. That girl was overwhelmed with joy. Nangong Mo couldn't help but chuckle. That's more like it. Look, my Mo looks so lovely when she smiles. Xia Yuxun was finally satisfied. Thank you, I feel much better. Nangong Mo expressed her gratitude. You, dear, are simply too melancholic. Learn to enjoy life, sing while drinking, for life is fleeting. Being a bit more carefree would do wonders. Me, melancholic? Nangong Montag was rendered speechless. If others said that, it would be one thing, but this person, diagnosed with severe depression and autism by numerous experts, was the one calling her melancholic. Indeed, she was feeling rather down. As they walked part way, Xia Yuxun suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. I need to go to the toilet. Do you see the cafeteria ahead? Wait for me at the entrance. We'll go eat together afterward. All right, I'll wait for you. Nangong Mo gazed longingly at Xia Yuxun as she dashed away. Today marked the happiest day since his return to the country. She accompanied him to register, to collect books, to find his dormitory, to organize his bedding, and to buy daily necessities one by one. She held his hand and told the dormitory manager, Uncle Wang, this is my little brother. Please take good care of him. She patted his shoulder and said to his roommate, this is my buddy. Don't bully him. Got it. He genuinely cherished the feeling of having her worry about him. It must be said that Xia Yuxun navigated the school with remarkable ease. Nearly everyone knew her. More astonishingly, she could freely enter the boys' dormitory, having charmed the manager with just a few words. The consequence of her wandering into the boys' dormitory was that she bumped into a shirtless boy who had just finished showering. The boy screamed and crossed his arms, pleading, "Senior, please spare me. I sell my body, not my talent." To which Xia Yuxuan's reaction was to scrutinize the boy more closely. What is so appealing? He is wearing so much. At that moment, the boy was merely clad in a pair of shorts. Instinctively, he pulled the bold girl into his embrace, exclaiming, "Xia Yuxun, don't look." Remembering that scene made Nangong Mo's face flush once more. If Xia Yuxun saw him like this now, she would surely say, "I'm not blushing. Why are you?" Oh, how true the uncle's words were. She seemed utterly devoid of a woman's awareness. Suddenly, at the entrance of the cafeteria, a girl with freckles screamed, "Wow, look over there. There is a handsome guy. Oh, so handsome." Another girl with a baby face sparkled with excitement. "Really? Oh dear, ever since Senior left, I've been utterly devoid of hope." Across from the cafeteria, a tall girl squinted. "Where's the handsome guy?" "Where?" "Here, here. Quickly call the others." Chapter 236. Causing a sensation, the tall girl quickly dialed her phone. "Hello, old six. There's a handsome guy at the entrance of the cafeteria. Level, fresh meat. Attributes, 183 centimeters tall, 67 kilograms. Measurements 98-69-91. Size 40 shoes. Hello, old one. Is the handsome guy wearing a white Hermes shirt and Igbra jeans?" Right now, his brooding gaze should be directed towards, the ladies' restroom. Over. "Huh. Old six, how do you know?" "Of course. Just turn slightly to the left and look up at a 45-degree angle." Thus, the tall girl turned and looked up, spotting the baby-faced girl at the entrance of the cafeteria. Old six, you're here too. Your position is even better than mine. Pure jalousie. But thankfully, I have an innate advantage. Of course, where there are handsome guys, I shall be. Weren't you just betting with me yesterday that after Mingxian left, there wouldn't be another like him at Xia University for the next 100 years? Why are you so clueless? Confucius said, "Time flows like a river." Do you understand this principle? Stop talking nonsense. I want to take a picture of the handsome guy. Over. The baby-faced girl hung up the phone and aimed her camera at Nangong Mo. As soon as Xia Yuxun exited the restroom, she was greeted by a vibrant scene at the cafeteria, where girls were rushing in frenzied excitement. "Oh my God, what on earth is happening? I only asked Mo to wait for me at the entrance." Xia Yuxun was utterly astonished. What was up with these girls? They seemed as though they had been given a shot of adrenaline. But this scene felt oddly familiar. Mingxian often generated such commotion. To find Nangong Mo, Xia Yuxun had to squeeze through the crowd. Hey, don't push." "Ugh, my bra strap nearly snapped." Upon hearing her strong voice, the crowd turned to look and then suddenly fell silent. Isn't that Senior Xia? The legend of Xia University, undefeated in every regard. Didn't she graduate already? Has she come all this way just to see the handsome guy? More and more people recognized Xia Yuxun, speculating wildly, and instinctively parted to make way for her. Then, everyone watched as Xia Yuxun approached the handsome young man. Two girls cried, embracing each other, "What should we do? What should we do? The handsome guy is going to be taken by the senior." After much effort, Xia Yuxun finally squeezed through, panting as she stood before Nangong Mo. "What on earth have you done?" Nangong Mo feigned innocence. "I'm merely standing here, quietly waiting for you." "All right, I believe you," Xia Yuxun replied helplessly. At that moment, murmurs arose from the crowd. "It seems the senior knows the handsome guy," the freckled girl remarked suspiciously. The baby-faced girl exclaimed, "Wow. As expected of my most admired Senior Xia. So swift in action. How they progressed to first base, second base, third base. Or perhaps a home run. Do I still have a chance? Woe is me." Another shriek escaped the baby-faced girl. The senior has gone beyond the pale. What about Senior?" Sighing, Xia Yuxun lamented, "My little ancestor, you've done nothing, and yet this has happened. If you were to do anything more, what would happen?" Nangong Mo remained unperturbed amidst the crowd's scrutiny. "Are you ready? Shall we go eat?" "Yes, let us eat." Famished. As Xia Yuxun took a few steps forward, Nangong Mo quickly followed, taking her hand and walking forward as if it were the most natural thing in the world. They're holding hands. At first base, the sound of shattered hearts echoed among the girls. It's all right, it's just first base. Keep observing. Today, the cafeteria was buzzing with activity, filled to the brim with people. Silently wait here for me. I shall fetch the food. By the way, what dishes do you prefer? Asked Xia Yuxun as she set down her bag. I'll accompany you. Nan Gongma attempted to rise, but was firmly pushed back down by Xia Yuxun. Stay put. Just look at the chaos you've created. What have I done? Nan Gongma feigned innocence. Xia Yuxun gestured towards the overcrowded cafeteria. If you go to get food, the vendor will be overwhelmed. So let me handle it. Hand over your meal card. Reluctantly, Nan Gongma handed her the card, feeling utterly frustrated. Is this school truly exaggerated? There's so many girls, and each one more intimidating than the last. I regret stepping into this den of tigers. Is it too late to turn back? Chapter 237. The most fantastical pair senior. Please, you go first, senior. We wouldn't want to starve the handsome guy. Xia Yuxun quickly returned with the food. Here, the dishes are decent, but of course, they can't compare to what you have at home. Nan Gongma took a bite of the fish she had expertly deboned and smiled brightly. It's delicious. I'm glad you like it. You're not so hard to please after all. As they dined, whispers began anew. Ah, they look so sweet together. So warm. Such harmony. The girl with a doll-like face exclaimed, This cannot continue like this. The tall girl patted her head. Calm down, just observe. Don't get your hopes up. Go wash up and sleep. The doll-faced girl declared with conviction. In this situation, we cannot wait any longer. Strike first to gain the advantage. The bold flourish while the timid perish. I must intervene robustly and crush this budding romance before it blossoms, ensuring they are forever separated, leaving no hope for this life. Only then can I have my chance. That's not really like you to say. Where did you steal that from? The freckled girl asked suspiciously. The doll-faced girl swiftly pulled out a pink cartoon notebook from her bag. Both the freckled and tall girls read aloud. Xia Yuxun's quotes. The doll-faced girl cherished the notebook, brushing off non-existent dust from the cover before opening to the first page. The first quote read, A gentleman is merely a patient wolf. This was Xia Yuxun's depiction of Mingxian after long acquaintance. The second quote was, I never hold grudges. If I have a grudge, I settle on the spot. Ahem, this we all can attest to. Senior is so cool. Just then, they were interrupted by a voice from across the room. Dio, 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 Dio. Your illustrious senior is calling for you. The doll-faced girl was stunned for a moment before being urged to run over, her cheeks flushed with excitement, utterly adorable. Dio, Dio, come sit? Xia Yuxun beckoned. Mo, this is the duo I mentioned, a lovely girl. Duo, allow me to introduce, this is my. Xia Yuxun's sentence was cut short by Nan Gongma's interruption. I am her boyfriend. The mere 6 words from Nan Gongma caused an uproar in the cafeteria, a tidal wave of gasps and exclamations. This shocking revelation left Duo heartbroken, lying her head on the table. Senior, have you forsaken Xia Yuxun? Once, you two were the epitome of love at C University, a legendary couple. I feel I can no longer believe in love. Xia Yuxun's notoriety at C University was largely due to Mingxian. Xia Yuxun's expression darkened. Love? There is none. But the legend? That is indeed true. We are apparently recognized as the most fantastical couple of the year. Back then, Mingxian had deliberately clung to her to evade a horde of admirers, leading everyone to believe they were a couple. Almost a year later, the misunderstanding that she was Mingxian's girlfriend still persisted. Now, Yuxun and I are together, Nan Gongma said nonchalantly, ignoring Xia Yuxun's murderous glare. After a moment of lamentation, the crowd suddenly erupted in even louder screams. Oh my, isn't that Xia Yuxun? Chapter 238. The source of disturbance at this moment, the editor was teary-eyed. Senior Xia, you truly are the legend of C University. In less than half an hour since your appearance, you have already created the biggest gossip of the year. I must ask her about her feelings later. Meanwhile, Xia Yuxun was burying her head on the table, wishing for eternal slumber. What? Mingxian is here too? My goodness. Mother Mary and Shakespeare. Nan Gongma, coming here today was a colossal mistake. She vowed to maintain a low profile. A few previous visits to the campus had gone unnoticed, but with this calamity, she was destined to be anything but inconspicuous. Xia Yuxun buried her head like an ostrich, muttering, You cannot see me, you cannot see me. Yuxun. Unfortunately, Mingxian was already striding towards her. Everyone's eyes were glued to Xia Yuxun. How could he possibly miss her? Duo promptly vacated her seat, trembling as she said, Oh, Xuezhang, please, take a seat. Thank you, classmate. No need to thank me. Duo fainted at last, and her companions rushed to carry her away. Calamity. Xia Yuxun sighed. Mingxian swaggered over to the seat beside Xia Yuxun, affectionately linking his arm with hers. Darling, I'm so hungry. This is a cafeteria, if you're hungry. Why not get your own food? Xia Yuxun barked, remove your hands. Mingxian was unfazed by her harsh demeanor, dragging her meal closer to himself. I'm having this. Hey, you can't eat that. I've already had it. Xia Yuxun fiercely defended her food. That doesn't matter. Mingxian was already indulging. Across the table, Nan Gongma glowered at the sudden appearance of Mingxian, his expression darkening. What a convoluted situation. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. This scene was also captured by the magazine Crew S cameras. Tomorrow, an article titled, Senior Xia's Scandalous Affair with Xuezhang would be published. Xia Yuxun had no choice but to return for another serving, glaring at Mingxian. Eat up. I hope you choke. I want this. Before Xia Yuxun could even use her chopsticks, Mingxian snatched her food again. Then what am I supposed to eat? Xia Yuxun was on the brink of a breakdown. Why on earth are you here? I heard this guy was actually coming to school obediently, and I was curious who had the power to persuade him. So I came to see for myself. As expected, my wife is impressive. Mingxian affectionately pinched Xia Yuxun's cheek. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. Xuezhang is so handsome and charming. His affectionate demeanor was driving the girls to madness. Ouch, that hurts. Xia Yuxun smacked his hand away. I barely touched you. Mingxian feignait d'innocence. She is hurt. Don't touch her. Nan gongmo anxieusement interposed, séparating ou Mingxian est richingond. What is going on? Mingxian's expression turned serious. Let me see. It's nothing. Just an accident. Xia Yuxun hastily summarized the situation. After listening to the unexpected explanation from Xia Yuxun, Mingxian drew a conclusion. It served him right. Xia Yuxun angrily retorted, Beast. You have no sympathy whatsoever. Chapter 239, The Exclusive Shield. Chapter 239, The Exclusive Shield. All content collected on this site has been uploaded by members purely for personal enjoyment and to facilitate communication. All copyrights belong to the original authors. This site respects intellectual property rights. If a copyright holder believes that their work has been published here in a manner detrimental to their interests, please indicate so, and we will promptly remove. This site merely provides storage space and operates as an information storage service provider as defined by relevant laws, without any direct profit from charging fees, thus exempting us from liability upon notice from rights holders. The works, community discussions, library comments, and advertisements are personal actions and do not represent the stance of this site. And advertisements made by this site are personal actions and do not reflect the stance of this site. Copyright 2013, 263 Chinese. All rights reserved. Execution time, 394,447 seconds. Dinner was finally consumed amidst the tumult. After the meal, the trio strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus, trailed by a large group of gossiping onlookers who thought they were being discreet. How dare you claim to be Yuxuan's boyfriend? Nangong Mo, with his hands clasped behind his head, replied nonchalantly, Well, you're not in school anymore. Are you seeking death? How dare you say you're Yuxuan's boyfriend? Nangong Mo, hands clasped behind his head, replied nonchalantly, But you cannot use Xia Yuxun as a shield. Nangong Mo shot him an indignant glare. Who are you to forbid me? Because she is my exclusive shield. Moreover, but you must not use Xia Yuxun as a shield. Nangong Mo shot him a defiant glare. And who are you to say that? Because she is my exclusive shield. I couldn't care less where you hide it. I'm determined to claim her. She promised to protect me. Did she? Nangong Mo quickly sidled up to Xia Yuxun. I don't care where you put it. I'm determined to claim her. She promised to protect me. Did she? Nangong Mo quickly sidled up to Xia Yuxun, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Xia Yuxun nodded. Yes, I did say I would protect you. But then she quickly added, No, not that way. Just because I said I would protect you doesn't mean I want to be your shield. Nangong Mo began to employ his best tactics, pleading with puppy eyes, Sister, what are you two clamoring about? Silence. You two rascals think I am invisible? I'm already taken. No one shall covet me. Mingxian scoffed, teasing. What are you two arguing about? Shut up. You two jerks, do you think I'm invisible? I already have a partner. No one is allowed to have designs on me. Mingxian scoffed. Then may I ask, who is your partner? Leng Zixing, Nangong Montauk replied. then burst into laughter. Kid, when did you become so humorous? This time it seems serious. Lung Xiqing confessed to her, I'd rather die than believe it. Mingxian scoffed, though a flicker of panic in his eyes betrayed him. Xia Yuxun, now thoroughly annoyed by his demeanor. What s with that expression? Why don't you believe it? Am I really that bad? You want to die, huh? Then I'll be the one to take you out. You scoundrel. With that, the two began to chase Nangong Mo in mock fury, while the onlookers whispered excitedly, wow, the battle is intense. But strangely, despite it being the senior who strayed, it appeared as though she was the one chasing after the senior. You and T understand. Mingxian and Nangong Mo followed her gaze, only to see Lung Xiqing, someone who should not be here, approaching them. As he walked, clad in a white shirt. What was that for? Mingxian cried out in pain. Does it hurt? Xia Yuxun asked blankly. Of course it hurts. Try pinching yourself, he retorted, rubbing his arm. In a short span of time, to attract such exceptional individuals, the senior truly is remarkable. So handsome. Today is simply unforgettable, a tall girl exclaimed, only to see the one person who should never appear here. Lung Xiqing, walking toward them step by step. Amidst the tranquil waters, she'd crawl out of her grave. Isn't he a student from our school? Obviously not. He looks like a successful person. I'm shivering with excitement. He.S. so charismatic. This guy looks familiar. Oh, I remember. I've seen his photo on a university forum. He is Lung Xiqing. Is it really him? Lung Xiqing, the president of Lung Enterprises? Well, it's hard to say. I heard from my dad that he might have left Lung Enterprises. Oh my God. Her eyes brimming with tears. Should we bring the sixth girl, who is still fainting in the dormitory? Of course. Even if she is dead. Much less school boundaries. True. Oh, Lung Xiqing. So handsome. Nangong Mo glanced at Mingxian, whose face had turned ashen, and nudged his arm. Looks like your popularity isn't all that impressive. The moment Lung Xiqing arrives, you've lost a significant territory. Your throne is in jeopardy. As Lung Xiqing drew nearer, the sparks in Mingxuan's eyes burned ever more fiercely. Cheng. Xia Yuxun, in a daze, murmured his name. Lung Xiqing diverted his gaze from Mingxian and glanced at her with indifference before brushing past her, heading straight for the principal's office, leaving her heart shattered into pieces. Have some pride. A university is our arch-rival. Don't hit me. Handsome transcends all boundaries, let alone school boundaries. True, Lung Xiqing. So handsome. How dare he ignore me? Could it be that everything he said was merely a figment of my imagination? Xia Yuxun, fuming, decisively approached him, blocking his path. Lung Xiqing halted, his gaze cold as he regarded her. She had a knack for appearing unexpectedly in his life, intruding into every corner of his existence. Xia Yuxun murmured, her expression dazed. Lung Xiqing diverted his gaze from Mingxian, casting a fleeting glance at her before brushing past, heading directly, leaving her heart shattered into pieces. Xia Yuxun, are you certain he actually confessed to you in that unbelievable manner? Mingxian sneered. That glance was indeed acknowledgement. Aside from her, no one else even caught his eye. Xia Yuxun was on the verge of bursting with fury. Lung Xiqing, was what you said to me last night true? She summoned her courage to ask. Lung Xiqing frowned, finding the question devoid of significance. If she lacked confidence in herself, regarding her with a frosty gaze. She always appeared unexpectedly in his life, catching him off guard in every corner of his existence. Why are you ignoring me? It was unnecessary. Lung Xiqing glanced past her towards the administrative building behind. Xia Yuxun lowered her head, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. I understand now. At last. When did you ever acknowledge me? Don't tell me that fleeting glance just now counts as acknowledgement. Lung Xiqing remained non-committal. To him, that indeed constituted acknowledgement. Yet fate intervenes. Lung Xiqing furrowed his brow as he watched her retreating figure, utterly puzzled. What exactly did that girl comprehend? Perhaps he would ponder it later. Was what you said to me last night true? She mustered the courage to ask. He furrowed his brows, finding no significance in her question, as the situation had escalated from a typical love triangle to a perplexing quadrilateral. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper was exasperated, contemplating what headline would best encapsulate the unfolding drama. Why did he not respond? There was no need to. Lung Xiqing gazed past her towards the Nangong Mo gazed at Xia Yuxun's sullen expression through the rearview mirror, noting her persistent silence since encountering Lung Xiqing. Xia Yuxun shot a glare at Nangong Mo. Ever since his visit to C University, he stubbornly refused to call her sister again. How frustrating. Had her streak of good fortune dwindled so quickly? Like Cinderella's magic. Perhaps it would be clearer by evening. As Xia Yuxun turned, she muttered, "Lung Xiqing, you scoundrel. Am I destined to chase after you for a lifetime? This is unacceptable." The onlookers were left in a daze, as the situation had now transformed from conventional love triangle into a perplexing quadrangle. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper racked his brain. "Have you lost your mind?" he retorted. Xia Yuxun murmured, "How can one's personality vary so drastically between day and night?" This statement unsettled Mingxian, prompting him to ponder what Lung Xiqing was like at night. By day, he was a refined gentleman, but at night, well, why should he divulge that? Xia Yuxun abruptly halted her thoughts, contemplating whether this man had a dual personality. "Yuxun," Mingxian leaned closer, probing, "Have you ever been with him?" Considering the presence of minors, he chose a more tactful approach. Xia Yuxun could not suppress the memory of last night's wickedness from Lung Xiqing, her face flushing with heat. "You have." Seeing her expression, Mingxuan's hands balled into fists. The tension affected even Nangong Mo, who was driving. "Yuxun, what soul possession? Have you lost your senses?" Xia Yuxun muttered, "How can someone's personality change so drastically? But do not let him take from you. Once he possesses you, your value diminishes. A man's words during courtship are the least trustworthy." He gazed at Xia Yuxun, his eyes filled with anguish, as if witnessing the destruction of something he cherished. In essence, Mingxuan's message was clear. "Xia Yuxun, you must not give yourself to another, a charming daydreamer by day and a wolf by night." Yuxun Mingxian suddenly leaned closer, pressing her for an answer. "Have you ever been involved with him?" Considering their audience, he chose a more subtle approach. Xia Yuxun couldn't help but recall Lung Xiqing's wicked heat flooding her cheeks in an instant. You two have seen her expression. Mingxian clenched his fists. The tension in the car grew palpable, even causing Nan, who was driving, to feel uneasy. "Yuxun, I've told you countless times, do not give yourself to him until you're certain of his feelings. Even if he professes his love, do not allow him to take from you. Once he has what he desires, you will hold no value. The wounds unseen are often the hardest to heal." The outcome of not intervening was that Xia Yuxun consumed nearly half a bottle of whiskey, his eyes filled with a painful longing, as if he were witnessing his most cherished possession being tarnished. In essence, Mingxian's message was clear. "Xia Yuxun, you must not give yourself to anyone else. You are meant for me." Men's declarations of love are utterly unreliable. This phrase echoed relentlessly. Is it truly so? Yet, he never held her in the end. No, that must have been because she was unwell, if not for that reason. Despite the alcohol, her face was ghostly pale, devoid of any color. "Darling, please, hand me the drink. Let us call it a night, shall we?" Resorting to gentler tactics, her fingers entwining in her hair. "We have never been together, never." The notion of being together felt far too extravagant for her. Chapter 242. Are you even a woman? Mingxian raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely. Once she's intoxicated, she won't notice the difference." Nangong muntak asuot. Thus, the two began to whistle casually. Recalling Qin Minjing's advice to allow her to express herself, no matter how she chose to do so. Anything. Mingxian and Nangong Mo requested a bottle of mineral water and hurriedly swapped her drink with water. In the restroom, standing before the mirror, Xia Yuxun stared at her ghostly reflection. One hand pressed against her abdomen. The pain was unbearable. The alcohol had caused her lower belly to cramp violently. Exclaiming in frustration, "Have you had enough? Can your body handle this?" "What's wrong with me? I'm just on my period," Xia Yuxun retorted irritably. She exited the restroom. The tangible pain gave her a twisted sense of clarity. Better to feel pain than to be numb. When Xia Yuxun returned, Nangong Mo and Mingxian anxiously observed her, hoping she was sufficiently drunk to confuse water with alcohol. To their surprise, she declared, "Senior, dear Mo, I'm going home. Thank you for keeping me company. Goodbye." The two men exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had miscalculated and rushed after her. Why the sudden decision to leave? Xia Yuxun clutched the glass protectively, regarding him with suspicion. This approach was futile. Perhaps Nangong Mo leaned closer to Mingxian and whispered a suggestion. "Are you? It's still early. It's only 9. Just as Mingxian was about to protest, Xia Yuxun clung to him, slurring, "He asked me to go. I need to use the restroom." Xia Yuxun felt an urgent need and staggered away. The opportunity. "Thank goodness your father is back." Mingxian sighed in relief, realizing no one could rein her in otherwise. Just as Xia Yuxun was about to enter the car, Xia Yuxun was startled by her ghostly pallor. One hand pressed against her abdomen. The pain was excruciating. The strong liquor had caused her lower abdomen to cramp. Upon entering, she discovered blood had already begun to seep through her clothes. Thankfully, she wore black today, but she had to return to change. Xia Yuxun forced herself to exit the restroom. The vivid pain brought with it a twisted sense of exhilaration. Just as Nangong Mo reached to help Xia Yuxun, a group of 4 or 5 men suddenly surrounded the vehicle. Liang Qian's smile was disingenuous as he said, "Mr. Apologies. Miss Xia is wanted by our boss." At that moment, Mingxian felt a gun pressed against his waist. To his astonishment, it was Xiang Yuan. Goodbye. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances before rushing to catch up with her. Why the sudden change of heart? Were you not adamant about staying? Having circled behind him without his notice. Indeed, those surrounding Lung Xiqing are no ordinary individuals. As the standoff continued, Xia Yuxun stumbled forward, losing her balance and falling into Mingxuan's embrace. What is happening now? In broad daylight, do you intend to forcibly seize a virtuous woman? As soon as Xia Yuxun's words fell, a flock of crows cawed overhead. What was she seeing that warranted such a declaration? And where was this virtuous woman? Suddenly, no one could manage her. Just as Xia Yuxun was about to get into the car, she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. Chapter 2. Sister-in-law. It was Little Pink Pig. Xia Yuxun approached, delivering a hearty slap to Liang Qian's shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Xiang Yuan stared incredulously at Xia Yuxun, who he believed was unmatched in speed and agility. He never anticipated that her reflexes would be so astonishingly quick. Though her strength may not be the greatest, her coordination and mental acuity were remarkably swift, even in her inebriated state. Was this woman not excessively formidable? Liang Qian's smile was chilling, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Mr. O, I must apologize. Miss Xia is wanted by our boss." At that moment, Liang Qian, who initially assumed Xia Yuxun would not harm Xiang Yuan, began to feel anxious. After all, she was drunk and might act irrationally at any moment. Someone who would rescue rather than harm. Little did he know, this young man was swift and stealthy. Indeed, none of the individuals surrounding Lung Xiqing were to be underestimated. As both parties reached a stalemate, Xia Yuxun stumbled towards them. He became the target of her frustration. Mingxian grew anxious as well. "Yuxun, calm down, put the gun down." Suddenly, Xia Yuxun turned her head towards Nangong Mo. As Xia Yuxun's words left her lips, a flock of cawing crows flew overhead. Which of her eyes had witnessed such daylight? Moreover, where was the innocent woman? Xiang Yuan suddenly cried out in shock. Xia Yuxun, unexpectedly, had twisted his arm and disarmed him. "I promise I won't do it again. Grant me one chance to reform." Xia Yuxun's gaze was icy as she murmured, "Lung Xiqing, I will not give you opportunities every time." As soon as the words left her mouth, she unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, Xia Yuxun slapped Xiang Yuan's shoulder, who was now utterly dazed, shoving the bullets into his hands. "Be cautious. Next time your arrogance may not go unpunished." It was merely a blank shot. Unbeknownst to him, she had disarmed the bullets long before. A collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, their breaths still shaky from the fright. Xiang Yuan, now completely stunned, was left with 2 thoughts. First, surviving a great calamity must herald future blessings. Second, never offend the big sister again. Meanwhile, Liang Qian could only think, how on earth do I report back? Shall I tell the boss that 7 men failed to handle a little girl? Seeing Xia Yuxun preparing to leave in her car, Liang Qian, in desperation, rushed forward and clung to her leg, wailing, "Big sister, you cannot leave." Observing Liang Qian's expression, the others joined in the lament, even managing to squeeze out glistening tears. "Your speed is too slow. Nangong Montag Zeiten Anoyans." Was she genuinely intoxicated or merely pretending? The glimmer in her eyes. Xia Yuxun leaned against the car, arms crossed. "Give me a reason. If it satisfies me, I shall go with you." Mingxian watched the clingy subordinates with growing impatience. "Yuxun, stop wasting time with them. Let us go." Liang Qian's eyes darted, and he quickly replied, "Big sister, if you go today, we will all suffer the consequences." Xia Yuxun was evidently displeased with this reasoning. "That has nothing to do with me." Liang Qian, flustered, finally asked, "Big sister, why don't you go? Don't you like the boss?" Aren't they supposed to be in a romantic phase? Why should I go? The question circled back to the beginning. How about this? Consider my efforts as a big man carrying hundreds of pink pig balloons across several streets in broad daylight for you. Liang Qian, utterly stunned, was left with two thoughts. The first, surviving this misfortune must bring some luck. And the second, from now on, I must not offend the sister. Liang Qian's sole concern was, how do I report this back? Tell the boss that 7 men failed to handle a little girl? As Xia Yuxun prepared to leave, Xia Yuan anxiously inquired, are you satisfied? Xia Yuxun nodded. Let us go. It was only after Xia Yuxun accompanied them a considerable distance that Mingxian and Nangong Mo regained their composure. She actually went. Mingxian leaned back, with a chance to complete the mission, rather than face the boss's wrath later. Leaning against the car, Xia Yuxun crossed her arms and demanded, give me a reason. Mingxian could find no counter-argument. Where to now? Nangong Mo asked aimlessly as he drove. Mingxian wearily rubbed his temples. Take me to a place. 30 minutes later, quick on his feet, suggested, sister, if you don't come with us, we will all suffer the consequences. Xia Yuxun clearly found this reasoning unsatisfactory, stating, mind your own business. Mingxian shot back. Who cares? Go find a woman to fill your lonely heart. I shan't disturb you. Nangong Mo waved and drove away. On the other end of the call, the woman's gentle voice resonated. Luo, stop it. Mommy needs to take this call. Be good and go to sleep. Hello. Mingxian, what is up? Still awake? Just finished giving Luo a bath. I have to coax her to sleep, and I still have some cases to look at. Beside him, Xiang Yuan was utterly despondent, whispering, Liang Qian, what kind of ridiculous excuse is that? Xia Yuxun leaned down to pat Liang Qian's head. Didn't Team Mommy teach you not to eat candy before bed? Mommy, just one piece, please. Listening to Luo's voice, Mingxian hesitated to hang up. It wasn't until they had walked quite a distance that Mingxian and Nangong Mo found themselves still reeling. She actually went. Mingxian leaned back. She chose to settle in this city. Are you sure you want to go to the Jinsei villa? The environment there is lovely. Mingxian could not refute. Where to now? Nangong Mo asked aimlessly as he drove. Weary, Mingxian rubbed his temples and replied. Nangong Mo halted in front of an apartment building. What? Going to seek comfort from your lover? He inquired. It can't be overtime. At a bar? But it's quiet where you are. At home? You rarely stay home at this hour. Go ahead and find a woman to fill the void in your lonely heart. I shan't disturb you. Nangong Mo waved and drove. A soft voice echoed from the other end. Lolo, stop it. Mommy is on the phone. Be good and go to sleep. Hello. Mingxian, is there something you need? Not asleep yet. I just finished giving Lolo a bath. I'll have to coax her to sleep shortly. I still have some cases to review, so I may be up late. On the other end, Lolo seemed to be misbehaving, and Mingxian heard Qin Minjing's reprimand. Lolo, put that down. The little one had quite the keen sight. Will you not invite me to sit for a while? Mingxian waved at Luo. Qin Minjing hesitated for a moment. The light on the second floor is broken, so be careful. As Mingxian stepped into the room, little Luo rushed over with enthusiasm. Daddy, are you here to see Luo? Indeed. Mingxian lifted Luo and told Qin Minjing, tonight, the task of putting Luo to sleep is entrusted to me. The environment there is lovely. The apartment might be a bit noisy. Mingxian expressed his concerns, considering she was alone with a child. I want Lolo to interact with different people. It will be beneficial for her development. Qin Minjing paused briefly. What are you doing now? Mingxian shook softly. Guess. An abnormal mental reaction to severe stressors, such as trauma. Why are there so many peculiar psychological disorders? Is Luo asleep? If you were with a woman, you wouldn't be able to call me. So I cannot guess. You know me well. I am indeed not at the company. Mingxian boredly flipped through the case files, having read Snow White thrice before Luo finally fell asleep. Qin Minjing smiled. I have to read it 5 or 6 times before she dozes off. You should count yourself fortunate. Is that so? Mingxian gazed at her, his suddenly deepening eyes rendering her somewhat uneasy. I'll get you a glass of water. Just as she took a step, Mingxian waved from beneath the street lamp. Daddy, Lolo exclaimed, stretching her arms wide in excitement from afar. The little one had quite the keen eyesight. Will you not invite me to sit for a while? Mingxian waved at Luo. Qin Minjing hesitated for a moment. The light on the second floor is broken. Mingxian, do not act this way. Qin Minjing's tone was cold and rejecting, as if seeking to shatter her final semblance of composure. Mingxian mockingly remarked, no matter how well you disguise it, Your reactions cannot deceive anyone. While speaking, he had already carried her into the bedroom. Mingxuan, then I shall leave it to you. Qin Minjing did not stand on ceremony. There was too much to do this evening. His gaze was filled with an aggressive intensity. Have you lost your mind? Let me go. Qin Minjing struggled. Do you not want to? After 2 years apart. Why are there so many peculiar psychological disorders? Is Luo Luo asleep? Qin Minjing asked calmly after a moment of surprise. Managing psychological states was her profession. Leaning against the desk, Mingxuan boredly flipped through the case files. Having read Snow White thrice before Luo, finally, I have to read it 5 or 6 times before she dozes off. You should count yourself fortunate. Is that so? Mingxuan gazed at her. But you truly love that man? If it were genuine love, why did he abandon you and Luo? What now? Do you intend to remain chaste for him? Mingxuan bit her lip in frustration. You bastard. Do not touch me. You can be louder. It would be best to wake Luo. With that, Qin Minjing ceased her resistance. This man remained as shameless as ever. Mingxuan, what do you truly want? 2 years ago, during those 2 months in Italy, to him, she was merely his attending physician. Mingxuan, do not act this way. Qin Minjing's tone was cold and rejecting. As if seeking to shatter her final sentence, she understood that a man like him could never be bound to her. Therefore, even when ensnared, she always maintained a facade of calm composure before him. What on earth do you intend to do? Qin Minjing suppressed her anger. What do you think I want to do? Don't you know? His gaze was filled with an aggressive intensity. Have you lost your mind? Let me go. Qin Minjing struggled. Do you not want to? After 2 years apart, do you not miss me at all? Mingxuan questioned with an air of disbelief. This woman had been indifferent to him since their reunion at her mother's banquet. By the time she discovered she was with child, he had already left her 2 months prior. An orphan, she had climbed to her current position through the sponsorship of a corporate magnate. Having grown up without any relatives, she yearned for a family, believing this to be a gift from the heavens. Thus, she recklessly chose to keep the child. Her days with Luo were fulfilling and filled with joy. Mingxuan bit her lip in frustration. You bastard. Do not touch me. You can be louder. It would be best to wake Luo, often warmly inviting her for tea and showering affection upon Luo. She felt truly fortunate. At Lady O's birthday banquet, she had not expected Mingxuan to return, yet was surprised to see him, holding Luo as he fed her cake. In that moment, the calmness she had maintained for 2 years surged once more. She understood that a man like him could never be bound to her. Therefore, even when ensnared, she always maintained a facade of calm composure before him. For once she revealed even the slightest hint of her emotions, and they would part on amicable terms. He waved his sleeve, leaving not a trace behind. Yet within her, he had this small life he would never know existed. He had always believed his precautions were well executed, forgetting that during that one drunken night, he had taken no measures. Could their bodies and souls truly be divided? Or was it because her indifference had ignited his desire for conquest? After struggling for a while, Qin Minjing became utterly still. She had climbed to her current position through the sponsorship of a corporate magnate. Having grown up without any relatives, she yearned for a family. His mind filled with the image of Xia Yuxun drunkenly leaving with others. Observing the dazed expression on Mingxuan's face, she had never regretted her decision. Though she and Mingxuan had since parted ways, Lady O continued to treat her well, muttering under his breath, "What a woman devoid of romance. Did you not know this by now? If you seek romance, you may as well find another woman." Yet was surprised to see him, holding Luo as he fed her cake. In that moment, the calmness she had maintained for 2 years surged. Chapter 247. Stimulated only upon their reunion did she realize how much she had missed him. Before she could gather her emotions, he informed her that his return was for another woman and requested her assistance. The man who had once claimed he would never love another woman confessed to her that he had fallen for a girl. Faced with his request, she humbly chose to oblige. Now, she could not comprehend why he treated her in such a manner. How could a man love one woman while entangling himself with another? Rather than making it seem like I'm forcing you, I believe we could continue. Qin Minjing shot him a glare. Have you been stimulated tonight? Is she with Lung Xichen? Mingxuan's expression resembled one who had swallowed a fly. Qin, you are becoming quite the fortune teller. Just mentioning this makes me furious. This was merely basic reasoning. The period during which Xia Yuxun was ill was enough for Lung Xichen to clarify his own heart. Yet, their personalities were utterly incompatible. A flicker of self-mockery crossed Qin Minjing's eyes as she coldly remarked, "Could you hasten? I have numerous case files to review." At her words, Mingxuan's muttering under his breath, "What a woman devoid of romance. Did you not know this by now? If you seek romance, you may as well find another woman. This leap would be difficult for them to overcome." Thus, as long as they could not trust one another, there would be an opportunity for Mingxuan. Mingxuan, vexed, tossed himself beside Qin Minjing. How would she feel? Let me tell you, she would feel nothing. Do you understand? Now, fulfilling your needs is the only remaining act I can undertake. Chapter 248. It's hard for me to let go. Boss, I leave my sister-in-law in your hands. It's infuriating. Mingxuan, you express your love for her in my presence. You will never comprehend your own cruelty. Qin Minjing nonchalantly dressed, her tone somewhat mocking. Have you been drinking? The heavy scent of alcohol on her made him frown. Xia Yuxun pushed him away, steadied herself, and gazed at the hazy figure before her. Now that you see me, I can leave. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to go, but the sharp pain in her abdomen almost made her collapse. Is she with Long Xiqing? Mingxuan's expression resembled one who had swallowed a fly. Qin, you are becoming quite the fortune teller. Just mentioning this makes me furious. And sleep with her pudding. Stumbling a few steps, she was pulled back by Long Xiqing. A surge of anger ignited within her. Let go! Let go! Long Xiqing. They required a long time to adjust. Especially Long Xiqing, a man emotionally detached, unlike Mingxuan, having expended her last ounce of energy dealing with Xia Yuan. Long Xiqing's expression darkened as he pulled Xia Yuxun inside. I can't go on. It really hurts. Xia Yuxun refused to move forward. No, don't walk so fast. Long Xiqing dismissed her complaints as drunken ramblings, not slowing his pace in the slightest. Please, I feel awful. She bent over in agony. Noticing her pale complexion, which seemed alarmingly abnormal, Long Xiqing finally halted. What's wrong? Xia Yuxun promptly pushed his hand away. None of your business. I want to go home. I'll help you to the bathroom. Liang Qian and Xiang Yuan helped the inebriated Xia Yuxun to Long Xiqing. Long Xiqing staggered back a step, catching Xia Yuxun as her unsteady body suddenly swayed. Have you been drinking? The heavy scent of alcohol on her made him frown. Xia Yuxun pushed him away, steadied herself, and gazed at the hazy figure before her. Now that you see me, I can leave. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to go, but the sharp pain in her abdomen almost made her collapse. He feared she wouldn't absorb anything. Yet, he was unwilling to let her leave. Xia Yuxun, in a fit of stubbornness, squatted down and refused to move. And sleep with her pudding. Stumbling a few steps, she was pulled back by Long Xiqing. A surge of anger ignited within her. Let go! Let go! Long Xiqing, you insufferable jerk, I can't stand you. She attempted to break free from his grip, but found herself utterly drained of strength. Having expended her last ounce of energy dealing with Xiang Yuan, Long Xiqing's expression darkened as he pulled Xia Yuxun inside. I can't go on. It really hurts. Xia Yuxun refused to move forward. No, don't walk so fast. Long Xiqing dismissed her complaints as drunken ramblings, not slowing his pace in the slightest. Please, I feel awful. She bent over in agony. Noticing her pale complexion, which seemed alarmingly abnormal. I can't bear the thought of you going back to be hurt. Xia Yuxun was taken aback. What did you say? Did she just imagine that? Long Xiqing seemed to have uttered a sweet nothings. It's nothing. He awkwardly turned his head away, hastily rising to fetch a box from the study. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he suddenly recalled something, inhaled deeply, and softened his tone. I understand. It's your time of the month and you're not feeling well. Let us not argue anymore. Initially, he had planned to discuss many things with her that evening, but given her current state, Xia Yuxun blinked in surprise. If I'm not giving it to you, who else would I give it to? Long Xiqing looked at the pink phone in exasperation. Chapter 249, going to buy for you. Xia Yuxun declared she wouldn't accept charity. She dialed her home number, but no one answered. Dad is out all night. My clothes are stained. Pad? Oh, you must mean that thing. Long Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, kneeling down in resignation. Didn't he consider that? Turn the tables. Long Xiqing mercilessly plotted against his potential father-in-law. You're so clever. Xia Yuxun admired. But I still want to go home. Why? I won't live in shame any longer. If I must be beaten, so be it. It's not my first time. Long Xiqing's arm slipped beneath her knees, effortlessly lifting her and placing her on the sofa. This time, it's not you being cowardly. It's me. I'll go buy it for you. Long Xiqing tapped her forehead, exasperated. Wait for me to return. At the supermarket, as Lung Xiqing entered, the sleepy female cashiers instantly perked up. When he approached the women's product section, a collective gasp could be heard. "Good evening, sir. Which type would you like? Scented or unscented? With wings or without? Cotton soft or netted? Day use or night use? Regular or extra long?" Listening to the enthusiastic inquiries of the saleswoman, Lung Xiqing felt a rare sense of being flustered. "Recommend a few options. XXX is nice, it's mini fresh, and..." Just as the saleswoman began to elaborate, Lung Xiqing interjected, "I'll take that one." He then moved on to the lingerie section. Chapter 249, Going to buy for you. Xia Yuxun declared she wouldn't accept charity. She dialed her home number, but no one answered. "Dad is out all... I wonder if I'll ever see him again." To their surprise, Lung Xiqing returned just 10 minutes later, having realized that Xia Yuxun insisted on a specific brand. Turn the tables. Lung Xiqing mercilessly plotted against his potential father-in-law. "You're so clever." Xia Yuxun admired. "Do you so despise spending time with me?" Lung Xiqing's expression suddenly turned cold. Xia Yuxun whimpered, "I'd rather be with my pad. You have none here? Why not just have a subordinate buy it for you?" Xia Yuxun murmured. "Some things are better done by myself," he replied. Xia Yuxun felt a twinge of emotion. "I'll go buy it for you." Lung Xiqing tapped her forehead, exasperated. "Wait for me to return." At the supermarket, as Lung Xiqing entered, the sleepy female cashiers instantly perked up. When he approached the women's product section, a collective gasp could be heard. "Good evening, sir. Which type would you like? I would have gotten you a heating pad earlier." Xia Yuxun shook her head, preferring his hand over any remedy. "Why do you have women's clothes here?" Xia Yuxun asked, somewhat sulky. Lung Xiqing recognized her thoughts and replied helplessly, "Because these are your clothes, you silly girl." "Mean it?" Xia Yuxun looked bewildered. "You left them in my car." Suddenly, Xia Yuxun remembered, "Oh, right. I almost seduced you that time." Lung Xiqing chuckled softly. "You hold grudges, don't you? Next time, I'll let you succeed." Xia Yuxun rolled her eyes. As night fell, it seemed he transformed into a wolf once more. Chapter 250, Our Child. "Are you going to drink or not? I wonder if I'll ever see him again." To their surprise, Lung Xiqing returned just 10 minutes later, having realized that Xia Yuxun insisted on a specific brand. Damn that woman. Why didn't she clarify earlier? After half an hour of effort, he finally succeeded in getting her sorted. Xia Yuxun changed clothes and sleepily nestled into his embrace. It was hard to imagine Lung Xiqing buying pads and lingerie for... "Why not just have a subordinate buy it for you?" Xia Yuxun murmured. "Some things are better done by myself," he replied. Xia Yuxun felt a twinge of emotion, poked her head out from under the covers. "Will it really?" "Of course." Lung Xiqing's expression was serious. Xia Yuxun blinked. Had she perhaps disturbed his ancestors in a past life? "Does it hurt?" Seeing her slightly damp eyes, Lung Xiqing felt a pang of regret. "Had I known, you must obediently take your medicine, understand?" Xia Yuxun nodded, taking the medicine bowl, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about his words. Halfway through, it suddenly dawned on her, and she coughed. "What do you mean, our child?" Lung Xiqing gently patted her back, which had been choked, and asked, "Did I say something wrong? You saw Luo looking enviously, and then you clung to me, asking for my help." Shut up. Stop talking." Xia Yuxun buried her head beneath the covers, exclaiming, "I can't face anyone. How could that be? I think it's quite adorable." Lung Xiqing pulled down her blanket. "Adorable? My foot. Don't you want to have children with me?" His expression bore a hint of injury. Xia Yuxun looked as though she might cry. "Please." The danger in Lung Xiqing's tone was palpable. "No," Xia Yuxun replied firmly. She couldn't believe he would dare to feed her with his mouth. "Xia Sun, not taking care of yourself like this will affect your health if we have children in the future, you know?" Lung Xiqing casually remarked. True to his nature, he always knew where to strike at Xia Yuxun's vulnerabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, she, who had resolutely refused just moments before, "Don't shout. It's just that your personalities differ so greatly between day and night." "Does it?" Lung Xiqing did not perceive any difference. "Of course it does. Why do you ignore me during the day? And why that attitude towards me?" The thought of it made Xia Yuxun feel aggrieved. "You must obediently take your medicine, understand?" Xia Yuxun nodded, taking the medicine bowl, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about his words. It suddenly dawned on her, and she coughed. "What do you mean, our child?" Lung Xiqing gently patted her back, which had been choked, and asked, "Did I say something wrong? You saw Luo looking enviously, and then you clung to me, asking for my help." Shut up. Stop talking." Xia Yuxun buried her head beneath the covers, exclaiming, I can't face anyone. How could that be? But does that mean you should never acknowledge me again? Why did you send someone to kidnap me? You tell me to leave, and I do. Don't ask me such terrifying questions. Lung Xiqing chuckled softly, his perfect face, favored by creation, glowing. Call me Aiken. Xia Yuxun trembled at his gentle tone, fearfully asking, cough, are you really Lung Xiqing? Are you sure you haven't been possessed by a spirit? Lung Xiqing's good humor was abruptly curtailed by her teasing. Xia Yuxun. Xia Yuxun quickly covered her ears, his lips nearly brushing against hers, his deep gaze filled with allure and warning. So, when will you no longer be able to endure? Fine, let us talk. Xia Yuxun desperately tried to retreat within herself, her heart racing. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and mumbled, I can endure any day. Lung Xiqing chuckled softly, the sharpness in his eyes suddenly softening as he lightly kissed her lips. Good. Don't you think that is a bit excessive? Having seen her laughing and chatting with Mingxian during the day, he had exercised restraint, convincing himself to trust her. However, waiting for 3 hours only to receive news of her with Mingxian at a bar was disheartening. Now, she was blaming him. Xia Yuxun was immediately furious. Just as he was about to leave, Xia Yuxun reluctantly tugged at the hem of his shirt. Aiken, does this mean we are officially dating now? Lung Xiqing looked at her and replied, we have known each other for so long. The process of dating can be entirely skipped. No, that won't do. It's not the same. Xia Yuxun immediately objected. She had never experienced love before. How could such an important process be omitted? If you want, I will cooperate. But one day, if I can no longer endure, I absolutely won't allow you to dictate my life like this. Can we do things like everyone else? Can I invite you to the movies, take you to the amusement park, treat you to dinner? If I give you flowers, will you accept them? Those things should be done by me. Lung Xiqing said, bemused, ruffling her hair. Xia Yuxun wore an expression of disbelief. But you are Lung Xiqing. Xia Yuxun desperately tried to retreat within herself, her heart racing. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she bit her lip, closed her eyes, and mumbled, but this happiness makes me uneasy, as if it were stolen, lacking a sense of belonging. She wrapped her arms around his waist, not daring to let go. Upon waking in the morning, she even hesitated to open her eyes. She walked on eggshells, savoring this fragile happiness. Lung Xiqing kissed her lips softly and murmured, no wonder you are so utterly captivated by him. The next morning, Lung Xiqing woke her, prepared breakfast, escorted her home, and shared a kiss. Just as he was about to leave, Xia Yuxun reluctantly tugged at the hem of his shirt. Aiken, does this mean we are officially dating now? Lung Xiqing looked at her and replied, we have known each other for so long. The process of dating can be entirely skipped. No, that won't do. It's not the same. Xia Yuxun immediately objected. She had never experienced love before. How could such an important process be omitted? If you want, I will cooperate. His previous statement implied he preferred to jump straight to marriage, but it was evident that she had not grasped the underlying meaning. Xia Yuxun, can we do things like everyone else? Can I invite you to the movies, take you to the amusement park, treat you to dinner? If I give you flowers, will you accept them? Those things should be done by me. Lung Xiqing said, bemused, ruffling her hair. Xia Yuxun wore an expression of disbelief. But you are Lung Xiqing. Dad, you're back. Xia Yuxun rushed to greet him. Yuxun, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 252. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. Xia Yuxun's face was pale, his eyes deeply sunken. Could it be excessive indulgence? Xia Yuxun thought impurely, then obediently sat down. Cuff, actually, Dad, you don't need to tell me. I already know, you know? Xia Yuxun's voice trembled noticeably. I think you've had a hard time all these years, so whatever decision you make, I will support you. I believe this is also what Mom hoped for, finding one another once again, returning to the original owner. The phrase resonated within Xia Yuxun like a fine vintage wine, intoxicating her. Lung Xiqing, when he chose to speak sweetly, was truly remarkable. But can we really do this? With so many obstacles ahead, she couldn't see the path forward. You knew all along. Why haven't you left? Why don't you go find him? Xia Yuxun was stunned, looking at her father in confusion. Huh? Leave? Who should I look for? Xia Yuxun was lost in his own world, gripping his hair tightly while murmuring, blood is thicker than water. How could I have been so foolish? I should have realized when he was giving you blood. I should have thought of it long ago. Dad, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Xia Yuxun felt bewildered. She couldn't grasp a single word. Xia Yuxun, in his current state, appeared genuinely unwell, leaving her inexplicably uneasy. "I'm not your biological father. You already knew, didn't you?" Xia Yuxun had once thought that Lung Xiqing confessing his feelings for her was the most unbelievable thing in the world. At this moment, she realized it was not. She gazed at the pained Xia Molin with a look of bewilderment, suddenly unable to comprehend the meaning of his previous words. Observing his daughter's expression, Xia Molin realized he had misunderstood something. She was entirely unaware. "Yuxuan, you don't know?" Summer Yuxuan's face twisted in confusion as she struggled to maintain an appearance of nonchalance. Xia Yuxuan said earnestly. Her father was a good man, but she understood that Mom never truly loved him. Still, he had remained loyal to her for so many years. She genuinely hoped that one day, her father could find his own happiness. Thus, if he chose to remarry, she would bless him. Xia Mulin held his head in agony. "Dad," Summer Yuxuan interrupted him immediately. "You're being overly dramatic. Even if you're remarrying, who should I look for?" Xia Mulin was lost in his own world, gripping his hair tightly while murmuring, "Blood is thicker than water. If you two decide to marry, I can move out if it's inconvenient. But why would you say such a thing?" At last, Xia Molin understood that she had mistakenly believed his late-night absence was due to another woman. "Remarry? Yuxuan, there has only ever been one person I love in my life." Leaving her inexplicably uneasy. "I'm not your biological father. You already knew, didn't you?" Xia Yuxuan had once thought that Lung Xiqing confessing his feelings for her was the most unbelievable thing in the world. At this moment, she realized it was not. She gazed at the pained Xia Molin with a look of bewilderment, suddenly unable to comprehend the meaning of his previous words. Observing his daughter, Xia Molin realized he had misunderstood something. She was entirely unaware. "Yuxuan, you don't know?" Summer Yuxuan's face twisted in confusion as she struggled to maintain an appearance of nonchalance. "Please don't scare me. I have no one else." With his simple declaration of "you are not," Xia Molin dismissed all their familial ties. He had hesitated to reveal the truth, unsure of how to begin, yet inadvertently spoke the words aloud. Now he had no choice but to continue. Your biological father has now come looking for you, and this secret can no longer remain hidden. He is wealthy and powerful, 1,000 times better than me. There's no need to push me away like this. I've never objected to you finding another mother." Summer Yuxuan's agitation rendered her, "But my selfishness has squandered all that should have belonged to you. You have accompanied me for 23 years, and I am content. I should no longer delay your future." Xia Molin understood that she had mistakenly believed his late-night absence was due to another woman. "Remarry? Yuxuan, there has only ever been one person I love in my life. I could never betray Ruoxin by marrying another woman. She is my only wife," Xia Molin declared. "But I am your only daughter," Summer Yuxuan exclaimed. No, he had brought this upon himself by revealing the truth, thereby ending their last chance. This was the second time Summer Yuxuan witnessed Xia Molin cry. The first was when her mother passed away, when that once formidable man wept beside her mother like a child, as if the entire world had collapsed. After her mother's death, he fell into a deep depression, drinking and gambling excessively. At such a tender age, she had to care for both herself and her father. "Please don't scare me. I have no one else." With his simple declaration of "you are not," Xia Molin dismissed all their familial ties, leaving Summer Yuxuan feeling as if the ground had crumbled beneath her. "Yuxuan, if circumstances allowed, I would selfishly keep this secret from you for a lifetime." However, Summer Yuxuan was thrown out and spent the entire night drenched in rain at the doorstep. The next morning, when Xia Molin awoke from his drunken stupor and discovered her, a mere martial arts instructor, "He can provide you with the best life. He said something very true. Yuxuan, you deserve happiness." Xia Molin returned to his normal self, no longer self-destructive. "Biological father? What secret? I don't care. You're my father, my only dad. I don't want anyone else. I want to go anywhere." Summer Yuxuan attempted to suppress her turmoil and tears, striving to remain composed. She firmly believed there must be some misunderstanding. Yet, upon witnessing Xia Molin weeping before her, all hope shattered. She had always believed that Xia Molin was the only person in the world with whom she shared blood ties. They were kin, bound by sinews, even when bones shattered. The first was when her mother passed away, when that once formidable man wept beside her mother like a child, as if the entire world had collapsed. As if uprooted, Xia Molin struggled, finally inhaling deeply, trembling as he pushed her away. Go. Dad, doesn't tea want to burden you any longer? Whenever Xia Yuxun was drunk, he would utter nonsensical statements, often casting her out. The Lung family would even seek you as a bride. Chapter 254, A Difficult Choice. Dad, please stop. I beg you, don't say that. Do you not want me anymore? Xia Yuxun gradually distanced himself from her. You shouldn't be burdened by me, Yuxun. Don't you hate me? You should hate me. She was burning with fever, on the brink of collapse. He frantically carried her to the hospital, kneeling before the doctor, pleading for her life. Eventually, Summer Yuxun felt as if she were plummeting into an icy abyss. The right path? And what about you? If you cast me away, what will happen to you? Once you leave, this home will lose its meaning for me. I will take everything belonging to Ruoxin and leave here. I will not allow that scoundrel to disturb her again. Xia Yuxun gritted his teeth. Summer Yuxun choked back tears. Why must you treat me this way? You can take my mother's ashes, yet you want to leave me behind? Yuxun, you have grown up. You no longer need me. Seeing you in pain, in this vast world, amidst the sea of humanity, they were eternally inseparable. As if uprooted, Xia Yuxun struggled, finally inhaling deeply. I was never afraid because I knew there was an unchanging home behind me. Friendship, love, power, wealth. Even if I lost everything, I still had you. The Lung family would even seek you as a bride. Chapter 254, A Difficult Choice. Dad, please stop. I beg you, do you not want me anymore? Xia Yuxun gradually distanced himself from her. You shouldn't be burdened by me, Yuxun. Don't you hate me? You should hate me. You have a wealthy father. You should have been a carefree princess. Yet my selfishness has delayed your life for 23 years. Now, you must return to the right path. He had finally summoned the resolve to make what he believed was the best decision for her. Yet seeing her in such despair made it impossible for him to remain steadfast. Dad, please don't do this. Even if you're not my biological father, I will not allow that scoundrel to disturb her again. Xia Yuxun gritted his teeth. Summer Yuxun choked back tears. Why must you treat me this way? You can take my mother's ashes, yet you want to leave me behind? Yuxun, you have grown up. You no longer need me. Seeing you in pain, I am powerless to help you. Allowing you to leave is the only thing I can do. Who says I don't need you? Dad, do you know that no matter what I faced, no matter how much hardship I endured outside, including the man you love, Xia Yuxun knew she liked Lung Xiqing. Previously, he believed their differing social standings would lead to unhappiness, but now it was different. Because you were there, I dared to recklessly forge ahead, to charge forward without restraint. What will I do if you leave? If I wander too far and lose my way home, who will bring me back? She clung tightly to her father's. You are clearly capable of coexisting, sighed Xia Yuxun, shaking his head in exasperation. You speak so recklessly. A young lady should exhibit a bit more restraint. It is my failure in teaching you, allowing you to grow up with such a boyish demeanor that you have trouble finding a boyfriend. Dad, you are the one speaking nonsense. I know you taught me martial arts so that I could protect myself. As for not having a boyfriend, that's by my own choice. Chapter 255, A Deliberate Visit. After a moment of silence, Xia Yuxun hesitantly inquired, So, what is your decision? Without hesitation, Xia Yuxun replied, We shall maintain the status quo. But you haven't even met him. Perhaps seeing him would change your mind, Xia Yuxun argued. Xia Yuxun firmly grasped his shoulders. Dad, have a little faith in yourself. Don't you want to know who your biological father is? Summer Yuxun retorted, I don't care. Whoever he has not been present for the past 23 years, and I certainly do not need him meddling in my future. He can give you everything. I will give you 3 days to ponder over it. After that, you may provide me with your answer. During this time, let us reflect and calm our emotions. She had the chance to change everything, and he needed to make her aware of this. Summer Yuxun replied angrily, Please, Dad, my man is marrying me, not him. She eventually came to realize that the 23 years of nurturing far outweighed the significance of blood ties. She finally comprehended the source of her mother's pain during her childhood. You are clearly capable of coexisting, sighed Xia Yuxun, shaking his head in exasperation. You speak so. Her mother would not have endured such suffering or married her father. That man, who had caused her mother pain and harmed her father. You are the one speaking nonsense. I know you taught me martial arts so that I could protect myself. As for not having a boyfriend, that's by my own choice. Leaving her in torment? Her father must despise that man, and it was no wonder he said that if she acknowledged him, he would leave. How could two people coexist under such circumstances? Whether it was her biological father or her dad, that choice required no contemplation. she would undoubtedly choose her dad. And me too, will you? Can you truly believe that the daughter you have raised for 23 years is heartless? I could never abandon you for this sudden appearance of someone else. With a sigh, Xia Yuxun replied, Yuxun, please don't rush your decision. I will give you 3 days to ponder over it. After that, you may provide me with your answer. During this time, let us reflect and calm our emotions. One would like to speak with you. Me? Xia Yuxun exclaimed, pointing at herself in surprise. Yes, she wants to see you. What does she want with me? Xia Yuxun asked, a hint of wariness in her tone. I'm not sure. You'll find out when you go, Ahua urged. Oh, Ahua abruptly halted her. While she remained unaware of her biological father's true identity, she was certain he was a scoundrel who had abandoned them. Otherwise, you've never lost a fight since childhood. Ahua, who lived nearby, was quite familiar with Xia Yuxun. Mrs. Lung regarded Xia Yuxun's conversation with Ahua with evident displeasure. This woman was quite flirtatious. Any man would engage in conversation with her. Faced with Mrs. Lung's stern expression, Xia Yuxun felt uncertain about how to initiate dialogue. After all, she was still Ah Cheng's mother. Perhaps a gentler approach was best. Mrs. Lung, what a coincidence. Are you here for a stroll as well? Mrs. Lung shot her a cold glance. Her expression one of irritation at having to look at her. I specifically came to find you. Chapter 256. As long as he is yours, it turned out it was not mere coincidence. She had been waiting here deliberately, likely for a considerable time. According to her usual schedule, she would have arrived at the park by 6 o'clock, but today, due to recent events, she had come early. No wonder Mrs. She usually frequented upscale clubs. What brought her to this small park today? Just as Xia Yuxun contemplated avoiding her, Ahua suddenly approached. Xia Yuxun politely apologized. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This statement carried a tinge of sarcasm. Mrs. Lung indeed frowned. Having grown weary of waiting and ready to get to the point, did you know that Xiqing left the company for you? Goodness, what a heavy accusation to launch right at the start. Although she knew it was unwarranted, Xia Yuxun felt a thrill of delight upon hearing those words. I believe I do not wield such influence, she humbly replied. Even if it were due to me, I would merely be a catalyst. This woman was quite flirtatious. Any man would engage in conversation with her. Faced with Mrs. Lung's stern expression, Xia Yuxun felt he had always believed that Lung Xiqing had inherited their father's ailment, while he had not, so he was destined to bear this burden. This was what he owed Lung Xiqing, and also what he owed the Lung family. He often called her foolish, but she thought he was the truly foolish one. Why should his health become a source of pressure and burden? Unlike Xiqing, who had suffered from illness since childhood, he had to endure far too much. Now that Xiqing had returned and the company was on the right track, she did not see anything wrong with Lung Xiqing leaving the company at this time. She believed he deserved better opportunities. However, she hoped he would not sever ties with his family. Mrs. Lung observed her with a smirk. Let me make one thing clear. Do not harbor any illusions about gaining anything from Xiqing. If he leaves the company and marries you, he will have nothing, and you'll have even less. This vixen was clearly after money. She could not fathom that if Xiqing lost everything, Xia Yuxun would still stand by him. What a heavy accusation to launch right at the start. Although she knew it was unwarranted, Xia Yuxun felt a thrill of delight upon hearing those words. It was baffling that Mrs. Lung's perspective revolved solely around wealth and interests, completely disregarding Ah Cheng's feelings. Xia Yuxun's attitude left Mrs. Lung momentarily speechless. Lung Xiqing was the sort who despised being constrained, yet due to his father and brother's illnesses, he had shouldered all responsibilities alone. Even if you genuinely care for Xiqing, it is a selfish kind of love. Have you ever considered his perspective? Do you realize your presence could lead him to have nothing, rendering all his years of effort in vain? I must inform you, if he does not return to the company within 7 days, all of his assets will be frozen, including his car and house. Furthermore, do not expect to inherit a single penny from the Lung family. From now on, all ties with him will be severed. Huh. I shall see if you truly want him. Mrs. Lung dropped this bombshell. Let me make one thing clear. Do not harbor any illusions about gaining anything from Xiqing. If he leaves the company and marries you, he will have nothing, and you'll have even less. This vixen was clearly after money. She could not fathom that if Xiqing lost everything, Xia Yuxun would still stand by him. Xia Yuxun found this notion laughable. Nothing at all. How could that be? At the very least, she still had Lung Xiqing. He was all she truly desired. Even if he had erred, a reprimand would suffice. How could they truly adopt such an indifferent stance? Did the familial bonds in the affluent class truly hold such little value? In their eyes, was their son merely a pawn to maintain their interests? Even if you genuinely care for Xiqing, it is a selfish kind of love. Have you ever considered his perspective? Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? He is still your flesh and blood. What you're doing will only cause him more pain. Xia Yuxun felt her words lacked power, and her current position was hardly suitable for such declarations. Indeed, upon hearing these words, Madame Lung immediately let out a derisive laugh. How is it? Are you finally revealing your true colors? Are you beginning to feel anxious? Let me tell you, the words I speak today will be upheld. I shall see if you truly want him. Mrs. Lung dropped this bombshell. Xia Yuxun was utterly unprepared for the gravity of the situation and had not anticipated the Lung family's cruelty. No wonder, Lung, you have been relentlessly pursuing Xiqing since childhood, plotting for years, waiting for this moment. However, even if you win Xiqing's heart, it will be futile. I reiterate, the Lung family will never permit your existence. Dressed in a faded sports outfit, she stood before the imposing and regal Madame Lung, appearing extraordinarily small and powerless. Were it anyone else, she could easily scorn the wretched wealthy, perhaps even beat them up. Yet, this person is none other than the mother of Lung Xiqing. If she wishes to be with him, she must gain her approval, which is utterly unattainable. Xia Yuxun realized how naive she had been. Xia Yuxun felt a pang of sorrow for Lung Xiqing, and her appreciation for her bond with her father deepened. Mrs. Lung, how absurd! If it were truly about money, she could easily abandon her impoverished father and seek refuge with her scoundrel biological father. If she were to mention this to Madame Lung, the latter would surely think she was mad with greed. Before leaving, Madame Lung could not resist giving her a well-meaning warning. Do not utter anything about still having Xiqing. Xiqing is a clever man. By the time he returns to his senses, you will have lost everything. That which does not belong to you will never belong to you, no matter how unscrupulous your methods may be. I have seen too many like you, forcefully intruding into a world that does not belong to you, with only a tragic end awaiting. The tale of Cinderella belongs in fairy tales. In reality, one must match their social standing. Do not be so naive, Madame Lung. The Lung family will never permit your existence. Dressed in a faded sports outfit, she stood before the imposing and regal Madame Lung, appearing extraordinarily small and powerless. If we were to constantly adhere to established standards, would it not be exceedingly dull? Many things cannot be understood without personal experience. If she wishes to be with him, she must gain her approval, which is utterly unattainable. Xia Yuxun realized how naive she had been, foolishly believing that winning Xiqing's affection was sufficient, unaware of the harshness of reality. In their eyes, everything revolved around wealth and power, leaving no common ground for conversation. Xia Yuxun shrugged indifferently. So what if there is no outcome? At least I will not be left with regrets. Xia Yuxun lay helplessly on the grass in the park, holding a book to shield her face. Madame Lung's words lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. With only 2 days remaining until the 7-day period mentioned by Madame Lung, would a Chun truly be cast out by his family, as she had said? Why had Lung Xiqing not mentioned this to her at all? She had even subtly inquired several times, yet he remained silent, insisting she should not concern herself with anything. But this situation arose because of her. How could she possibly ignore it? Lost in thought, she suddenly found a soccer ball hurtling toward her. Watch out! Xia Yuxun, with her view obstructed by the book, was unaware of the danger. Before she could comprehend what was happening, a figure darted in front of her. She lowered the book and witnessed the soccer ball collide solidly against Lung Xiqing's back. Xia Yuxun quickly sat up. Che, are you hurt? Let me see. She hurriedly examined the spot where he had been struck, noticing a distinct soccer imprint on his white shirt. Xiao Sun, I am not that fragile. How can one know what is impossible without attempting it? Madame Lung paused, gazing into the distance, as though recalling something, then spoke with a frosty tone. Young people are indeed young, unaware of the vastness of the world. I can tell you the outcome of your attempts. It is no outcome. It's all right, go play. Xia Yuxun gazed at the suddenly appeared Lung Xiqing in astonishment. Che, how did you end up here? Since returning, I often come here for a stroll, but unfortunately, I hadn't encountered you until today. Lung Xiqing sat down on the grass. It was dirty and cold. Let me place a book for you to sit on. Lung Xiqing grasped her hand as she reached for the book. She had even subtly inquired several times, yet he remained silent, insisting she should not concern herself with anything. Xia Yuxun realized his sensitivity to such matters due to his frail health since childhood and quickly apologized. It was my fault. I want to do it again. Don't be upset. Okay. Ache, your hair is truly magnificent. So soft. With a resigned sigh, Lung Si-che replied, don't casually touch a man's head. Xia Yuxun scratched her head. Why not? Because it can lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Leng Si-che's cheeks slightly flushed, still feeling the lingering touch of her soft fingers in his hair. Xia Yuxun could not fathom the connection between the two. However, Lung Si-che looked at her with a mix of exasperation and amusement at her anxious demeanor. A small boy stood nervously hesitant to retrieve his ball. Lung Si-che picked up the ball and returned it to the child, gently patting his head. Be more careful next time. Brother, I'm sorry. Conversing with Xia Yuxun, who was utterly devoid of emotional intelligence, was undeniably exhausting. Yet, Lung Si-che found it rather delightful. Xiao Sun, you are aware of brother's situation, right? Xia Yuxun's breath caught in her throat. Could it be that Madame Lung's words were true? Were they genuinely severing ties with a Chun? Leng Gusi nodded. I have advised him numerous times, but to no avail. Father has given him 7 days to become engaged to Miss Bai. The wedding preparations are all set. If he does not show up, the Lung family will publicly disown him in front of all the guests, providing an explanation to the Bai family. At that point, there will be no room for negotiation. Xia Yuxun's expression turned blank, murmuring why. Why did he not tell me anything? Don't be upset. Okay. Ache, your hair is truly magnificent. So soft. With a resigned sigh, Lung Si-che shook his head. Though I long for brother to return, I desire his happiness even more. Currently, still feeling the lingering touch of her soft fingers in his hair. Xia Yuxun could not fathom the connection between the two. However, she recalled someone had mentioned something similar before. How peculiar. As for Lung Si-chun, she never dared to touch his head. What can I do to help him? You need only to love him well, Lung Si-che said, concealing the disappointment and pain in his eyes. Conversing with Xia Yuxun, who was utterly devoid of emotional intelligence, was undeniably exhausting. Yet, Lung Si-che found it rather delightful. Xiao Sun, you are aware of brother's situation, right? Xia Yuxun's breath caught in her throat. Could it be that Madame Lung's words were true? Were they genuinely severing ties with a Chun? Ling, especially when that person is Lung Si-chun. Indeed, standing on the precipice of happiness is fraught with difficulty, and a single misstep could lead to a devastating fall. If he does not show up, the Lung family will publicly disown him in front of all the guests, providing. Although Lung Si-chun had suggested she directly inform Xia and Mo Lin about their relationship, it truly was not the right time. She did not wish to create conflict with her father now. Lung Si-che shook his head. Though I long for brother to return, I desire his happiness even more. Currently, many matters are being conveyed to me by brother in secret, allowing me to barely manage. However, I will strive to learn how to run the company, so he can pursue what he truly wishes to do. Xia Yuxun hugged her knees, burying her head in distress. And what about me? What can I do to help him? You need only to love him well, Lung Si-che said, concealing the disappointment and pain in his eyes. Xia Yuxun appeared somewhat lost. Is that enough? What kind of K-pop tree am I? At present, I feel like a vine draining his nutrients to survive, not only failing to assist him, but becoming a burden instead. I had never realized this before, but now I see that loving someone is exhausting, especially when that person is Lung Si-chun. Indeed, standing on the precipice of happiness is fraught with difficulty, and a single misstep could lead to a devastating fall. I do, of course. Xia Sun, I have some delightful news for you. What news? I'll tell you when you arrive. Okay, I'll be there soon. Today. After a busy schedule, Lung Si-ching unexpectedly suggested they watch a movie together. After parting ways with Feng Yuan, Xia Yuxun joyfully accepted the invitation. Little did she know, she would soon find herself in a moment of despair. Ouch, I think my arm is dislocated. Why didn't anyone tell me this woman was so formidable? I didn't have time to apply the powder. Who told you to charge ahead? Weren't you eager to claim credit? You brought this upon yourself. Brother Chong, what do we do now? The man referred to as Brother Chong glanced at the woman bound in the back seat. The boss wants her sent to the C4. Unsavory work. ISNT that a bit harsh. How about we have some fun first? Fun? We need to sell her off to Indonesia before dawn. Do we have time for that? What about the money from the sale? The boss said, whatever we make is ours. Chapter 260. Make her disappear, Brother Chong. Feng Yuan would come to escort her for their rendezvous. Upon arrival, They would part ways to engage in their own activities, conveniently allowing her to meet with Lung Xiqing. Xia Yuxun, have you arrived? Lung Xiqing inquired over the phone. Oh, almost there. Just 10 more minutes. Why are you so? Because I didn't want you to wait for me any longer. Well, Xiqing, you've become quite the charmer lately. Is that so? Do you not like it? I do, of course. Xia Yuxun, I have some delightful news for you. What news? I'll tell you when you arrive. Okay, I'll be there soon. Today, elegantly sipped her red wine, her expression darkening. Xia Yuxun, I won't let you die. I will make you wish for death. She thought Lung Xiqing was merely playing around, yet the recent discoveries from a private investigator revealed they were indeed secretly together. The Lung family had granted him 7 days. I didn't have time to apply the powder. Who told you to charge ahead? Weren't you eager to claim credit? You brought this upon yourself. Brother Chong, what do we do now? The man referred to as Brother Chong glanced at the woman bound in the back seat. The boss wants her sent to the sea for unsavory work. Isn't that a bit harsh? How about we have some fun first? Fun? We need to sell her off to Indonesia before dawn. She could not believe he would choose a woman with such a sordid reputation. Bai Qianning discarded her wine glass, her gaze falling on a sharp blade resting on the coffee table. Grasping it, she entered the bathroom. Her long, I guarantee that woman will vanish from your sight forever. The man on the other end of the line vowed confidently. Bai Qianning revealed her first genuine smile in days. Excellent, too. 5 million has already been transferred to your account. Once the job is done, I will transfer the remaining sum. Not a problem. We are already en route. In a private yacht with no customs records, elegantly sipped her red wine, her expression darkening. Xia Yuxun, I won't let you die. I will make you wish for death. At the cinema entrance, Lung Xiqing waited patiently for Xia Yuxun, who had yet to arrive. The audience trickled in, and just as he was about to call her, his phone rang. It was Bai Qianning's home. Hesitating briefly, he answered, Mr. Lung, it's terrible. Miss Bai has attempted suicide in the bathroom. Lung Xiqing's brow furrowed. Call an ambulance. It's already been done, but you should come quickly. I can't handle this. Oh no. So much blood. Terrified. She needed an infallible plan, not only to freeze Lung Xiqing's assets, but also to discreetly eliminate that wretched vixen. She could not believe he would choose a woman with such a sordid reputation. Bai Qianning discarded her wine glass, her gaze falling on a sharp blade resting on the coffee table. Grasping it, she entered the bathroom. Her long, fair legs stepped into the warm water of the prepared bathtub, the thin nightgown clinging to her form, accentuating every alluring curve. She lazily played with the petals floating on the surface, then raised her hand to inspect her wrist, a cold smile gracing her lips. In this Mike reported in broken Chinese. Lena shook her head in disbelief, never anticipating that her carefully laid plans would lead to such an outcome. Initially unsure whether to act against Xia Yuxun, she had overheard a conversation between Nangong Lin and another man. Discovering that Xia Yuxun was indeed the daughter of Nangong Lin and that he intended to leave all his assets to her. How could she, a newly emerged daughter? His phone rang. It was Bai Qianning's home. Hesitating briefly, he answered, Mr. Lung, it's terrible. Miss Bai has attempted suicide in the bathroom. Lung Xiqing's brow furrowed. Call an ambulance. It's already been done, but you should come quickly. I can't handle this. Oh no. So much blood. I'm terrified. As Lung Xiqing strode purposefully toward the parking lot to retrieve his car, he dialed Xia Yuxun. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. They would have simply killed her instead of resorting to such a cruel method. Lena frowned, pondering, what if that girl manages to return? You need to worry. That's impossible. In such a place, she would either perish or become a plaything for men. Satisfied, Lena nodded, about to speak when suddenly the door burst open. Startled, she saw Nangong Mo and breathed a sigh of relief, instructing Mike to close the door. Who are you talking about? Is it Xia Yuxun? Nangong Mo's eyes blazed with fury. Lena approached him with a relaxed smile. Xiao Mo, what are you rambling about? Answer me. Is it her? Nangong Muntak Plesit. Enunciating each word, Lena had never witnessed such fervor from him. He had always been indifferent to everything, yet here he was agitated over that girl. No, just an irrelevant person. She maintained her composure, thankful she hadn't named names earlier. Is that so? Nangong Mo suddenly rushed to her desk, rifling through papers. Xiao Muntak, discovering that Xia Yuxun was indeed the daughter of Nangong Lin and that he intended to leave all his assets to her. How could she, a newly emerged daughter, overshadow me and Xiao Mo after all these years? For the future of her and Xiao Mo, that simplifies things. Lena chuckled coldly, then asked with concern, are those people reliable? If they mess up, it won't be easy to act again. They move quickly. You know our family situation is rather unique. Enough. Do you still wish to deceive me? Nangong Mo roared as he stormed out. Mike, stop him. Lena urgently commanded. Initially, she feared that Nangong Lin would discover this matter and cause trouble. But now that someone was assisting her, it was nothing short of a blessing. This way, she could rest easy, ensuring that no one would obstruct the opportunity to make that woman vanish entirely, even if that someone was Nangong Mo. She saw Nangong Mo and breathed a sigh of relief, instructing Mike to close the door. Who are you talking about? Is it Xia Yuxun? Lena could hardly believe that Nangong Mo would treat her this way, her eyes misty as she stammered. Xiao Mo, everything I did was for you. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from looking at her, knowing that any moment of hesitation could lead to Xia Yuxun's irreversible demise. I will say it again, let me go. This time, Nangong Mo pressed the blade against his own neck. Lena's eyes widened in horror as she gazed at the blade hovering near his pulse. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? I will say it again, let me go. Lena bit her lip, remaining silent and unwilling to relent. In an instant, Nangong Mo made a decisive cut. Blood flowed forth. Among them were photos of Xia Yuxun and her information from childhood to the present. What is this? Nangong Mo's eyes blazed with fury as he clutched a photograph of Xia Yuxun. The proximity of Miss Xia to our family. You know our family situation is rather unique. Enough. Do you still wish to deceive me? Nangong Mo roared as he stormed out. Mike, stop him. And Nangong Mo dashed out without a backward glance. Madam, should we pursue him? Mike inquired. No, it's too late for him now anyway. Ha, that child. This way, she could rest easy, ensuring that no one would obstruct the opportunity to make that woman vanish entirely. Even if that's someone. In a moment of desperation, Nangong Mo seized a fruit knife from the table and pressed it against Lena's neck. Let me go. Impossible, she retorted. Xia Yuxun was either attending lectures or spending time with Lung Xiqing, leaving him with no opportunities to interject. He could only entertain himself by playing with Luo and discussing with Dr. Qin how to win over a woman of substance. Glancing at the newspaper, Nangong Mo pressed the blade against his own neck. Lena's eyes widened in horror as she gazed at the blade hovering near his pulse. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? The Lung family was attempting to force Lung Xiqing's hand through such extreme measures. What gave them the confidence that he would yield? If Lung Xiqing refused to attend, trickling down his neck and soaking into his clothing. Xiao Mo, don't. Lena cried out in alarm. With a low chuckle, Nangong Mo replied, Isn't all for me? You always say so. Is it not true that once I am dead, you will no longer need to do such things? Lena attempted to speak, but words failed her. After a lengthy pause, she weakly waved her hand. Mike, let him go. Mike stepped aside, and Nangong Mo dashed out without a backward glance. Madam, should we pursue him? Mike inquired. No, it's too late for him now anyway. Ha, that child. Scattering the toys over Mingxian like confetti. Wow, she exclaimed, delighted with her display, before continuing her playful antics. Before long, Mingxian was covered in a vibrant array of caterpillars. He showed no signs of impatience. Rather, he occasionally chimed in, Wow, Luo is amazing. When Qin Minjing emerged from her study, she was startled by the sight before her, covering her mouth in astonishment. You all. Luo waved enthusiastically at Qin Minjing. Wow. Daddy is surrounded by caterpillars. Hi. Mingxian greeted, grinning broadly. Your daughter is truly talented. Mingxian's expression shifted imprédictably. Engaged on October 1st? Quite an auspicious date. He mused. Surely, they both knew of this development. The Lung family was attempting to force Lung Xiqing's hand through such extreme measures. What gave them the confidence that he would yield? If Lung Xiqing refused to attend, Mingxian nonchalantly ruffled Luo's hair. What's the harm? Daughters are meant to be spoiled. Qin Minjing's hands paused. Without a father, I must be stricter with her, rather than indulging her. Otherwise, people will say she lacks upbringing. Mingxian frowned disapprovingly. That's not how it works. Because Luo is already missing paternal love. You should give her double the affection. Qin Minjing firmly plucked a green caterpillar from his collar. Excessive love will only lead to indulgence, weakness, and capriciousness. And so what? As long as it's within my capability, it doesn't matter if Luo is a little rambunctious. Mingxian stated matter-of-factly. Their conversation became increasingly strained. with Qin Minjing unable to accept his perspective. Understand this, your capability? You are not Luo Luo's father. So, refrain from such statements. Luo Luo, oblivious to their discussion, continue to play. Unsatisfied with her previous playtime, she crawled back to the corner, grabbed the basket, and returned to Qin Minjing, dumping all the caterpillars onto her. Qin Luo Luo, Qin Minjing exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Just as she stood to reprimand her daughter, Mingxian embraced her. Luo Luo, run. Luo Luo waved enthusiastically at Qin Minjing. Wow, Daddy is surrounded by caterpillars. Hi, Mingxian greeted, grinning broadly. Qin Luo Luo, come here. Qin Minjing yelled, turning her ire towards Mingxian. It's all your fault. You can't come here anymore. Frustrated, Qin Minjing struggled in his embrace, suddenly realizing how intimate their position was, her cheeks reddening. Mingxian chuckled softly. She's just a child. Why are you so angry? Mingxian nonchalantly ruffled Luo Luo's hair. What's the harm? Daughters are meant to be spoiled. Qin Minjing's hands paused. Without a father, childish. She wanted to be angry, but his demeanor made it impossible to sustain her frustration. Suddenly, a ringtone shattered the warm ambience. Nangong Mo's voice burst through. Uncle, you should give her double the affection. Qin Minjing firmly plucked a green caterpillar from his collar. Excessive love will only lead to indulgence, weakness, and capriciousness. And so what? As long as it's within my capability, it doesn't matter if Luo Luo is a little rambunctious. Mingxian stated matter-of-factly. Their conversation became increasingly strained. Yuxun is in trouble. Mingxian hastily donned his coat, rushing out the door. His departure left the once lively room in an immediate silence. Qin Minjing gazed at the caterpillars on her, removing them one by one with a sigh. I hope she is safe. That girl. Qin Luo Luo, Qin Minjing exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Just as she stood to reprimand her daughter, Mingxian embraced her. Luo Luo, run. She was braver than herself, accomplishing everything she wished to do but lacked the courage to pursue. To love someone so fervently and recklessly, even when battered and bruised, one can still blossom with the most radiant smile, much like flowers that bloom after a storm. Even standing beside her, one can be infused with her vitality and passion. I envy her impulsive enthusiasm, her fearless capacity to love and hate, but most of all, I admire her courage. I recall a couple of days ago, being so fierce will scare her. Come now, Daddy will save Mommy. As he spoke, he began to help her remove the caterpillars one by one. You are so. She remained frightened, only daring to watch other children play from a distance. Yet, Xia Yuxun simply scooped Luo Luo into her arms and slid down the slide with her. It's bad. Something happened to Xia Yuxun. Bai Qianing has kidnapped her, and she might already be on her way out of the country to Indonesia. They say they intend to sell her. Listening to Nangong Mo's frantic words, Mingxuan's expression shifted from sunny to overcast, from overcast to stormy. What happened? Yuxun is in trouble. Mingxian hastily donned his coat, rushing out the door. His departure left the once lively room in an immediate silence. Qin Minjing gazed at the caterpillars on her, removing them one by one with a sigh. I hope she is safe. That girl. She always felt a kinship with her, both having fallen for someone they shouldn't have. Knowing full well it was impossible, they still plunged headfirst into the fray. Yet, she was braver than herself, accomplishing everything she wished to do but lacked the courage to pursue. To love someone so fervently and one can still blossom with the most radiant smile, much like flowers that bloom after a storm. Even standing beside her, one can be infused with her vitality. I envy her impulsive enthusiasm, her fearless capacity to love and hate, but most of all, I admire her courage. I recall a couple of days ago when they took Luo Luo to the park. Luo Luo harbored a deep fear of sliding down the slide, always apprehensive of falling. Despite numerous reassurances and reasonings, she remained frightened, only daring to watch other children play from a distance. Yet, Xia Yuxun simply scooped Luo Luo into her arms and slid down the slide with her. After several attempts, Luo Luo began to demand to play independently. In her interactions with Xia Yuxun, she never merely contemplates or speaks of things, but insists on trying for herself, refusing to give up until upon learning that Lung Xiqing had developed feelings for Xia Yuxun, she might have suspected ulterior motives on his part. However, she found it impossible not to love such a girl, even as a woman herself, let alone for a man. And what of her? She only knew how to evade and surrender, even afraid to mention Luo's existence to him, fearing disappointment in the end. She's a psychological expert. Is there something wrong? Lung Xiqing asked with a furrowed brow, his voice instantly turning cold. It's not me who has a problem. It's Yuxun. Wasn't she supposed to be with you tonight? Why aren't you together? Xuan interrogated. I don't think I owe you any explanations. Xuan scoffed. I don't want to know. Just wanted to inform you that Yuxun has been kidnapped. Haha, you must be the last to know. In the damp, moldy air of the ship's hold, rows of iron barrels filled with sardines stood stacked. Hidden within each sardine's belly was a trace of poison, but collectively, Lena would have no chance of redemption. Stop asking so many questions, will you? I overheard it while drinking at the bar. Nangong Mo casually. A long horn sounded as the ship approached the shore. Xia Yuxun slowly opened her eyes to the dim surroundings, the air thick with a nauseating stench. The cacophony of the horn, the churning water from the propeller, and the howling sea breeze mingled, all indicating that she was in an unfamiliar place. What blind date? It's clearly Lung Xiqing. Mingxian pressed the number for Lung Xiqing with determination. In the hospital, just as Lung Xiqing had delivered by Qianing to the emergency room, his phone rang. He hurriedly answered, Xiao Sun. How many times have I told you not to turn off your phone? Where are you now? Hearing Lung Xiqing's words, Mingxuan's heart sank. She was not with him. Having focused solely on romantic matters, she had not anticipated sudden adversity. The dull sound of wood scraping echoed as someone approached, the dawn light spilling into the hold. After a moment of adjustment, she opened her eyes to see the same ruffians from the previous night. The man known as Brother Chong led a group of thugs behind him. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Xia Yuxun inquired, assessing her captors. One of them caressed her smooth cheek. We are businessmen. Kidnapping you is, of course, for sale. Have you arranged everything? Brother Chong impatiently turned to his subordinate. The underling with a broken arm, now in a cast, hurried over. It's ready. We can send her now, just in time for tonight's auction. But I heard tonight's guests are quite prestigious. This woman might not be suitable for the stage. Xia Yuxuan's lips twitched. Come here. I promise not to kill you. What makes you think I'm unworthy of the stage? Nonsense. Get her cleaned up and dressed properly. After spending so much to secure connections, are we going to let it go to waste? Brother Chong shouted, prompting several subordinates to obediently drag Xia Yuxun away. Having been drugged previously, Xia Yuxun maneuvered her mouth close to a wire, using it to snag the rag and pull it free. Seriously? I've never encountered human traffickers at 3, but here I am at 23. The absurdity was not merely encountering them, but that they had successfully captured her. Blame it on her recent infatuation. The flamboyant woman exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Perfect. We'll keep her here until tonight's transaction. Xia Yuxun was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? The dawn light spilling into the hold. After a moment of adjustment, she opened her eyes to see the same ruffians from the previous night. The man known as Brother Chong led a group of thugs behind him. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? Xia Yuxun inquired, assessing her cap. One of them caressed her smooth cheek. We are businessmen. Kidnapping you is, of course, for sale. Have you arranged everything? Brother Chong impatiently turned to his subordinate. The underling who had previously been injured by Xia Yuxun remarked, glancing at the seemingly docile girl asleep in the back. Brother Chong snorted. But I heard tonight's guests are quite prestigious. This woman might not be suitable for the stage. Xia Yuxuan's lips twitched. Come here. I promise not to kill you. Will she be okay? Shut your mouth. But still, with her in such a lifeless state, how can she face anyone? Brother Chong pondered. What a calamity. Are we going to let it go to waste? Brother Chong shouted, prompting several subordinates to obediently drag Xia Yuxun away. Having been drugged previously, would her mind not shatter? Based on her observations along the way, Xia Yuxun discerned that they were executing a meticulously devised plan, likely premeditated for quite some time. Applying makeup, styling her hair, and selecting outfits. Hours later, Xia Yuxun hardly recognized her reflection. Seriously, do you really need— Who could it be? What should she do? Aiken was still waiting for her. Did he know that she was in peril? If he couldn't find her, dressing me up like I'm going out to sell myself is considered perfect? As night fell, Xia Yuxun was ushered into— I truly do not wish to burden you further, but this time, trouble has sought me out. The more Xia Yuxun contemplated, the more her thoughts spiraled into chaos, leading her to a state of overwhelming drowsiness. In desperation, she pinched her thigh fiercely to stave off sleep. The underling who had previously been injured by Xia Yuxun remarked, glancing at the seemingly docile girl asleep in the back. Brother Chong snorted. She wouldn't be able to make a fuss here. Brother Chong, could it be that the drug was too strong? She seems completely out of it. Will she be okay? Shut your mouth. But still, with her in such a lifeless state, how can she face anyone? Brother Chong pondered. What a calamity. Xia Yuxun reacted like a startled beast, striking Chong Gu across the face in a furious retaliation, gripping his wrist tightly. With a slight exertion, would her mind not shatter? Based on her observations along the way, Xia Yuxun discerned that they were executing a meticulously devised plan, likely premeditated for quite some time. Yet Xia Yuxun had expended all her stored strength, panting heavily and drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 267. The Deal. She flung Chong Ji's hand aside, glaring fiercely at him. Who could it be? What should she do? Aiken was still waiting for her. Did he know that she was in peril? If he couldn't find her, the blond man named Lan Xiao seized his raised wrist, observing Xia Yuxun with intrigue. Wait, this woman has a certain appeal. Xia Yuxun's anger flared anew. I truly do not wish to burden you further, but this time, trouble has sought me out. The more Xia Yuxun, the more her thoughts spiraled into chaos, leading her to a state of overwhelming drowsiness. In desperation, she pinned. 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted before a nightclub, its incessantly flashing neon lights dazzling her senses. Is this the name? Lan Xiao turned to regard her disheveled appearance with a look of pity, as if observing a naive child. Hey! Xia Yuxun attempted to protest, but was swiftly dragged inside. Chong Gu, nursing a swollen half of his face, exclaimed in delight. What does this mean? Xia Yuxun reacted like a startled beast, striking Chong Gu across the face in a furious retaliation, gripping his wrist tightly. With a slight exertion, astonished that this girl could fetch such a price, far exceeding his expectations, Xia Yuxun was ushered into a lavish room, clad in that wretchedly seductive nightgown, confined with a group of other girls. 4 or 5 guards stood at the entrance, engaged in idle chatter, their lewd laughter echoing. There are quite a few prime specimens this time. That blonde one, TSK, incredibly alluring. And that Japanese girl, her figure is truly. Of course, the attendees of today's auction are all distinguished individuals. However, did you see that Chinese woman who just came in? How did someone like her get in? The person who brought her in must have paid a handsome sum. But who knows the taste of the wealthy? Don't be fooled by her appearance. She might possess remarkable skills in the bedroom. Xia Yuxun listened to the conversation outside, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. However, you dare to purchase me without even knowing who I am? Aren't you afraid of repercussions? Xia Yuxun clung to her. Lan Xiao turned to regard her disheveled appearance with a look of pity, as if observing a naive child. Hey! Xia Yuxun recalled how Mingxian had once mentioned such occurrences. This must be a trivial game of the elite. Nightclubs across the globe hosted such auctions. Lan Xiao signed a check for him, declaring deal. Chong Ji's grin widened as he gazed at the numerous zeros on the check, longing to be claimed. After a while, a sleazy man entered, distributing a bottle of water and a box of crackers to each of them. Regaining your strength is paramount, he said, and Xia Yuxun, caught off guard, consumed the offerings. The man smirked lewdly before exiting and shutting the door behind him. These are nothing compared to what I brought. A blonde beauty discarded the water and crackers, retrieving a pill bottle from her bag and elegantly swallowing a few pills. Xia Yuxun glanced at the English label on the bottle and suddenly realized, quickly inserting her fingers into her throat to induce vomiting. Damn it, there's an aphrodisiac in the food. Chapter 268. The Informant. Baldy, grab us a few bottles of wine. The server, referred to as Baldy, actually had shoulder-length hair tied back with a simple rubber band. However, due to his initial bald appearance, the name had stuck even after his hair grew out. Having gone a day and a night without food, she could not bring herself to vomit. She glanced at the girls beside her. And we don't tip. The sleazy man growled, downing a gulp of wine. Today, the drinks are on me. Can I take a peek? Baldy inquired. Xia Yuxun recalled how Mingxian had once mentioned such occurrences. This must be a trivial game of the elite. Nightclubs across the globe host. Many women had already succumbed to the effects of the drugs, the atmosphere thick with springtime allure. Baldy blushed profusely while observing. Enough. The boss will be here soon, the sleazy man urged. Seeing Baldy reluctant to pull away, he yanked him out, mocking, Look at you, such a loser. Laughter erupted among the group. In the men's restroom, he said, and Xia Yuxun, caught off guard, consumed the offerings. The man smirked lewdly before exiting and shutting the door behind him. These are nothing compared to what I brought. A blonde beauty discarded the water and crackers, retrieving a pill bottle from her bag and elegantly swallowing a few pills. Xia Yuxun glanced at the English label on the bottle and suddenly realized, quickly inserting her fingers into her throat to induce vomiting. Damn it, there's an aphrodisiac in the food. Chapter 268, The Informant. Baldy, grab us a few bottles of wine. The server, referred to as Baldy. Seeing the grim expression on Lung Xiqing's face, Liang Qian dared not continue. It had already been a day and a night without any information. The Baldy server complied, fetching several bottles of fine wine, which were quickly snatched away. And we don't tip. The sleazy man growled, downing a gulp of wine. Today the drinks are on me. Can I take a peek? Baldy inquired, peering lustfully through the door's crack. The sleazy man chuckled, slapping Baldy's shoulder. You rascal. Go ahead and look. Ha ha ha. Inside the room, Xia Yuxun was not one to provoke anyone. While Ming Xian had mentioned by Qian Ning, yet she was still bedridden, not yet out of danger. Even if it was she, he had no means to extract answers. At that moment, Lung Xiqing's phone rang abruptly. Could it be the kidnappers? He hastily answered the call. Baldy's earlier sleazy demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he meticulously typed and sent a text message. At a luxury hotel upon receiving news the previous night, Lung Xiqing immediately dispatched his private jet to Indonesia. In City A, the domestic authority, there is no information, and no suspicious individuals were spotted near the cinema. He reported to Yuan, who had accompanied him to Indonesia, spoke urgently. We are also probing here, but without any concrete leads, it's nearly impossible to locate someone in such a vast area. Isn't it the most famous nightclub in East Indonesia? They hold a regular auction every Monday night. Could my sister-in-law have been? If it is indeed that place, it could spell trouble. The owner of that nightclub is rumored to be a formidable character. Chapter 269. The show has just begun. Lung Xiqing interrupted him, asking how long it would take to reach A. Even by helicopter, it would take at least half an hour. Moreover, our plane is parked at a private airport. Given the magnitude of the situation, he could not conceal it from Xia Yuxun. Their private relationship had been inadvertently exposed. Who could possibly orchestrate such an act? Can we trust this message? Liang Qian called after him. Uncertain, which is why I asked you to check. Most importantly, he cannot afford to overlook any glimmer of hope. At this moment, within the nightclub, the opulent exhibition hall was already bustling with esteemed guests, while waitstaff diligently served drinks. In front of everyone loomed a massive screen, only to receive a new text message. The person you seek is in City A. The auction begins in 20 minutes. Hurry. Upon reading the message, Lung Xiqing's expression shifted drastically. Boss, what is it? She is at A. I never expected she would truly be sold to such a place. I hope she is still safe. Xiao Sun, wait for me. I need to investigate the owner of this number. Lung Xiqing swiftly donned his coat as he handed the phone to Liang Qian. Liang Qian, astonished by the message from the unfamiliar, isn't it the most famous nightclub in East Indonesia? They hold a regular auction every Monday night. Could my sister-in-law have been? If it is indeed that place, it could spell trouble. The owner of that nightclub is rumored to be a formidable character. Chapter 269. The show has just begun. Lung Xiqing interrupted him. The more desired she becomes. At that moment, the women on the screen, under the influence of drugs, began to react, their moans filling the exhibition hall. Yet, the guests appeared disinterested. Lan Haoyang lounged with his legs crossed, dozing off in his chair. Can we trust this message? Liang Qian called after him. Uncertain, which is why I asked you to check. Most importantly, he cannot afford to overlook any, claiming the women seemed fully aware of the cameras in the room, making their performance all too contrived. Lan Haoyang glanced at the screen, noting, but what about the one in row 2, position 6? I bet she's the real deal. Young Master Lan, your eyes are remarkably sharp. They had prepared. Upon the host's conclusion, the large screen flickered to reveal the auction items for the night. The screen was divided into 9 sections, each displaying different rooms. 9 rooms, each adorned in distinctive styles, housed beautiful women on large beds. Xia Yuxun glared angrily at the women writhing and moaning around her. Enough with the noise. Spring has passed. What are you all carrying on about? Frustration bubbled within her as her body reacted vigorously. The food she had consumed earlier refused to stay down, and she felt despair wash over her. To spare no expense in acquiring numerous so-called unprocessed and untrained natural beauties. The allure of a woman increases with her reluctance. The more she resists, the more desired she becomes. At that moment, The women on the screen, under the influence of drugs, began to react, their moans filling the exhibition hall. Yet, suggestively rubbing against her body. Xia Yuxun recoiled in shock. "Excuse me, are you out of your mind? I am a woman. I feel terrible. Please help me." Muttering that watching such displays was less entertaining than going home to watch a film. Others echoed his sentiment, expressing their boredom, claiming the women seemed fully aware of the cameras in the room, making their performance all too contrived. Lan Haoyang glanced at the screen, noting, "This auction is indeed losing its appeal." Lan Haoyang opened his notebook, logging into the site, pondering why he even came to this tedious auction. "I received insider information that she truly is the real deal." 10 minutes later, he couldn't comprehend how such a monotonous event could rake in so much money. A young man beside him, excitedly watching the screen, leaned over to ask, "Hey, young Master Lan, which one should I choose tonight?" Lan Haoyang, with a gesture of nonchalance, raised his head from his notebook. Positions 1, 3, 7, and 9 are all trained by Lan Xiao, so their skills are guaranteed. As for positions 2, 4, and 5, their elegance suggests they might have noteworthy backgrounds. He chuckled. Imagine bringing one home, and she might reveal herself as the daughter of a prominent enterprise, demanding you take responsibility. No way. Don't believe me? This wretched room had no windows. The architect must have been raised on a diet of nonsense. Just as she was lamenting her fate, another woman crawled over to her, suggestively rubbing against her body. Xia Yuxun recoiled in shock. "Excuse me, are you out of your mind? I am a woman. I feel terrible. Please help me." The woman spoke in Chinese, revealing she too was from China. "But I am in no position to assist," Xia Yuxun replied. Chapter 270. The auction, how is it? Has anything caught your eye? Nothing particularly special. It's rather dull. Sigh. I hope this... The OFA group had incurred the ire of the Tianlin group and suffered greatly. Yet this young man seemed unconcerned, living lavishly. Ah, the upper class is indeed something else. If it weren't for supporting Lan Xiao, that cunning merchant, he wouldn't be here at all. He couldn't comprehend how such a monotonous event could rake in so much money. A young man beside him, excitedly watching the screen, leaned over to ask, "Hey, young Master Lan, which one should I choose tonight?" Lan Haoyang, with a gesture of nonchalance, raised his head from his notebook. Positions 1, 3, 7, and 9 are all trained by Lan Xiao, so their skills are guaranteed. As for positions 2, 4, and 5, their elegance suggests they might have noteworthy backgrounds. He chuckled. A CEO soon pressed the button for number 6, bidding 5 million. The young heir's face fell, regret etched across it. The first half concluded with 3 women sold from the first batch, among which the most sought after was number 6, whose price had soared. It had transformed into a marketplace for women seeking to climb the social ladder, akin to an ancient emperor's selection of concubines. Lan Xiao elegantly sipped his red wine, observing that the tastes of these men had indeed shifted, now favoring more innocent and pure women. Following a brief intermission, the second half commenced. Xia Yuxun was taken to a makeup room, adorned in a red qipao, her hair styled, and high heels secured. Wrapped tightly, she was ushered into a room decorated in the style of the Republic of China. What is happening? Are we filming? Goodness, it can't be that sort of film. Can it? Chapter 271. You Heartless Fiend. As the second batch of 9 women made their entrance, the 5th position featured a room styled in an ancient Tang fashion. She was the very woman who had earlier sought Xia Yuxun's assistance, petite and delicate, appearing even more enchanting in traditional attire. Upon entering the room, Lan Haoyang turned his attention to the screen displaying the 6th position. Despite being under the influence of drugs, the woman still resisted the 2 men. She could no longer contain herself, succumbing to tears brought on by the oppressive strangeness of her situation. It was unbearably hot. Leaning against the cool wall, a CEO soon pressed the button for number 6, bidding 5 million. The young heir's face fell, regret etched across it. The first half concluded with 3 women sold from the first batch, among which the most sought after was number 6, whose price had soared. It was worth noting that the Korean woman had been sold for a mere few thousand by her impoverished parents, but was now fetching a staggering 10 million. Lan Xiao elegantly sipped his red wine, observing that the tastes of these men had indeed shifted. Now he was drawn to her not merely due to her unusual reactions, but also because she bore an uncanny familiarity. It felt as if he had encountered her before. The other men, previously indifferent, began to take note of her as well. The 9th girl, Xia Yuxun, had entered the room with poise. Can it? Chapter 271. You Heartless Fiend. As the second batch of 9 women made their entrance, The fifth position featured a room styled in an ancient Tang fashion. She was the very woman who had earlier sought Xia Yuxun's assistance, petite and delicate, appearing even more enchanting in traditional attire. Upon entering the room, a qipao would suit her. Did they not recognize the elegance she possessed? If anything, a shaman's cloak would have been more fitting. Bundling her up like a dumpling was meant to convey an alluring restraint. The hairstyle was acceptable. At least it offered some relief from the heat. Xia Yuxun was overly self-deprecating. Although not tall, her 165-centimeter stature was hardly short, and with a physique honed by consistent exercise, the well-tailored qipao accentuated her curves, exuding femininity. As long as she remained silent, her mere presence radiated classical beauty. When Xia Yuxun clumsily unbuttoned her collar, rather than diminishing her allure, eliciting gasps of awe from the men watching her. While all eyes were fixated on the fifth girl, Lan Haoyang discreetly observed the movements of the ninth girl in the inconspicuous corner. Her observations led her to conclude that the room contained little more than a few pieces of furniture styled from the Republic of China and an exceedingly suggestive large bed, an ominous sign indeed. Xia Yuxun collapsed onto the table, her eyes landing on a teapot. Instinctively, she licked her dry lips, but hesitated to drink the water provided. In her agitation, calmly assessing her surroundings like a leopard entering unfamiliar territory, in stark contrast to the previous girl's vulnerable demeanor. After a thorough inspection of the room, she irritably unfastened a complicated button at her collar. What nonsense! Were these people blind? They couldn't possibly think that just because she was of Eastern descent, a qipao would suit her. Did they not recognize the elegance she possessed? If anything, a shaman's cloak would have been more fitting. Lan Haoyang, who had just taken a sip of red wine, spluttered it all over his laptop screen. Curiosity erupted among the crowd. Xia Yuxun was overly self-deprecating. Although not tall, her 165-centimeter stature was hardly short, and with a physique honed by consistent exercise, the well-tailored qipao accentuated her curves. Try to recall the name, she had shouted. Lung Xiqing. Could it possibly be the Lung Xiqing of the Lung family? How could that be? Others quickly chimed in, suggesting it must be a coincidence or a homonym. The crowd soon diverted their attention back to the ninth girl, whose eccentricity piqued their interest further. Lan Haoyang finally remembered why she seemed so familiar. She was indeed the petite bodyguard who accompanied Lung Xiqing. Her observations led her to conclude that the room contained little more than a few pieces of furniture styled from the Republic of China and an exceedingly suggestive large bed, an ominous sign indeed. Lung Xiqing had become quite irate and went after her. Later, when she drunkenly collapsed, Lung Xiqing had even carried her out. That incident almost made headlines, and he had to intervene to prevent it, leaving Lung Xiqing indebted to him for a meal. Could it be that two people could resemble each other so closely? It was implausible for this bodyguard to have traveled from City A to a nightclub in Indonesia. Could it be? Was she kidnapped? He had sensed that Lung Xiqing's feelings toward her were anything but ordinary. Recently, he had heard whispers about Lung Xiqing's affairs. Could she be the woman he referred to? Lan Haoyang, who had just taken a sip of red wine, spluttered it all over his laptop screen. Curiosity erupted, wondering what the Eastern woman's bold proclamation meant. Ah, it seemed she was calling for help. The young man, Ofa, scratched his head in confusion. And now, as she thrived elsewhere, they resorted to such underhanded tactics to bring her back? No wonder Lung Xiqing was reluctant to return to that soulless household. What did it matter how vast their fortune was if they were left with nothing but money? It seemed they had reduced Lung Xiqing to a mere tool for profit. Lan Haoyang finally remembered why she seemed so familiar. She was indeed the petite bodyguard who accompanied Lung Xiqing. He recalled her presence at his last birthday banquet when Lung Xiqing had brought her along. At the time, when Li Yunjia attempted to flirt with her. Whatever it is, I can't right now. Sensing Lung Xiqing's intent to end the call, Lan Haoyang quickly exclaimed, Xia Yuxun. Lung Xiqing's finger hovered over the hang-up button, and he had to intervene to prevent it, leaving Lung Xiqing indebted to him for a meal. Could it be that two people could resemble each other so closely? I know. I just received the news and am on my way there. How do you know her whereabouts? Lung Xiqing inquired, puzzled. Lan Haoyang, now brimming with excitement, slapped the table. Indeed, she is your little bodyguard. No wonder she looks so familiar. But you're quick on the draw. Have you seen her? The one he had searched for all these years, the childhood friend who had been dismissed from her job for him? If that were the case, everything would fall into place. He speculated that this incident was likely orchestrated by the Lung family to compel Lung Xiqing's return. What a travesty. What would he possibly mean? After a moment of shaky camera work, the focus settled, and Lung Xiqing's eyes widened in realization. Xiao Sun, what did it matter how vast their fortune was if they were left with nothing but money? It seemed they had reduced Lung Xiqing to a mere tool for profit. The bids are promising. If she hadn't just shouted your name, I would have never recognized her. Did she call for me? What did she say? But I have urgent matters to attend to and can't join you for drinks. Lung Xiqing replied, on the verge of hanging up. Not for drinks. Lan Huayang in dozet. Mimicking Xia Yuxun's tone. Lung Xiqing, you heartless scoundrel. I've saved you so many times. This is a perfect opportunity for a hero to save a damsel in distress. Are you coming or not? Ha ha. Your little bodyguard certainly has character. I've seen quite a few top executives take notice of her. Haoyang, she seems a bit unusual. Lung Xiqing remarked anxiously as he observed the screen. Slapped the table. Indeed, she is your little bodyguard. No wonder she looked so familiar. But you're quick on the draw. Have you seen her? Lung Xiqing's voice was laced with urgency, as if he wished to yank Lan Haoyang through the phone to extract every word from him. Xiqing, turn on your video. I'll show you. She is right in front of me. Lan Haoyang's words filled Lung Xiqing with astonishment and joy, yet also a flood of skepticism. Can you find a way to rescue her? The thought of those men touching his beloved Xia Yuxun filled him with a fierce desire to erase them from existence. Seated in the front row, Lan Haoyang managed a clear shot, explaining as he filmed, "Hurry over. Your little bodyguard is being auctioned off. And I could have secretly gotten Xia Yuxun out. But now, it's all out in the open, and those seated below are not to be trifled with. Let alone the mastermind behind it all. If we suddenly swap her out, it would break the rules, and that is simply not feasible. However, rest assured, those men who just went in 1T harm her. After all, she is ultimately meant for the highest bidder. They will only engage in foreplay. Are you joking? This is a perfect opportunity for a hero to save a damsel in distress. Are you coming or not? Ha ha. Your little bodyguard certainly has character. How could he endure them doing foreplay? His furious roar startled Lan Haoyang, who quickly covered the phone. Keep your voice down. Don't panic. I'll contact my cousin right now to see if there's a way. Lung Xiqing had never felt so out of control, so frantic. Listen to me, Haoyang. Her willpower is unwavering. She endures like no other. As Lan Haoyang spoke, he shifted the camera to show Lung Xiqing the reaction. Lung Xiqing's heart raced in alarm. Damn it, they actually drugged her. Just as he finished speaking, he saw men entering each room one after another. Haoyang, can you find a way to rescue her? The thought of those men touching his beloved Xia Yuxun filled him with a fierce desire to erase them from existence. Lan Haoyang hesitated. If you had said this earlier, it would have been manageable. My cousin, who was kicked out by his family for being idle, is in charge here. Breathing heavily, the buttons of her chi pao had been nearly undone, revealing her porcelain neck and delicate skin. Don't be anxious, little beauty. Big brother is coming to help you. The two lecherous men approached her step by step. Xia Yuxun grabbed a teacup to throw at them, but with no strength left. It veered off course. This wasn't tea working. She had not only ingested the drug, but had also been given an excess of another before arriving, leaving her utterly powerless. Her head spinning. If this continued, she would be unable to protect herself. Her vision blurred further, sweat dampening her hair, and she smashed the last teacup at her feet. The two men exchanged glances, puzzled by her actions, as many women who came here understood the process and sought to draw attention to themselves. Amidst the crowd's confusion, I'll contact my cousin right now to see if there's a way. Lung Xiqing had never felt so out of control, so frantic. Listen to me, Haoyang. No matter how high the bid goes, you must ensure she is bought. It seemed the only way out. Don't worry, I understand. Just as Lan Haoyang made his promise, the two men stared in shock at her self-harm. Xia Yuxun, please, don't hurt yourself anymore. Lung Xiqing's heart ached at the sight. Meanwhile, the guests began to scrutinize the girl with curiosity. She must be trying to wake herself up. So bold. What a character, I like it. Admiring murmurs floated through the crowd, piercing Lung Xiqing's ears, making him wish to eliminate them all. At that moment, the man labeled as number 5 could no longer contain himself and began to strip off his clothes. Please, what do you want me to do? Big brother is coming to help you. The two lecherous men approached her step by step. Xia Yuxun grabbed a teacup, slowly removing her garments and exploring forbidden territories in another tired routine, and the guests soon lost interest in number 5. Turning to the corner where number 9 stood, her head spinning. If this continued, she would be unable to protect herself. Her vision blurred further, sweat dampening her hair, and she smashed the last teacup at her feet. Xia Yuxun only aimed to make her movements easier when the time came. A craftsman must sharpen his tools. Fighting in a cheap how? That was a death wish. As one man stepped closer, Xia Yuxun unexpectedly stood up, pivoting her left foot, her form shifting, executing a flawless whirlwind kick that sent the man crashing out the door. The pain jolting her from her stupor. Yet, she found it still insufficiently awakening, and she made another cut. What are you doing? The two men stared in shock at her self-harm. Xiaoxuan, please, don't hurt yourself anymore. Lung Xiqing's heart ached at the sight. Meanwhile, needing to seize the moment and subdue her opponents with minimal effort. Her explosive power was astonishing. The man struck in the head fell unconscious, unable to resist. The second man, filled with rage, lunged at her, pinning her onto the bed as she fought desperately. Lung Xiqing's vehicle sped through the city streets. The man labeled as number 5 could no longer contain himself and began to strip off his clothes. Please, what do you want me to do? You have to say it. I don't know, it's so hot, so uncomfortable. Please, gimme. The man lewdly touched the girl's body, slowly removing her garments and exploring forbidden territories in another tired routine, and the guests soon lost interest in number 5. Turning to the corner where number 9 stood, but more so was the glimmer of golden coins swirling in his eyes. He had nearly missed this opportunity, fortunate to have kept this woman. Xia Yuxun only aimed to make her movements easier when the time came. A craftsman must sharpen his tools. Fighting in a cheap how? That was a death wish. As one man stepped closer, Xia Yuxun unexpectedly stood up, pivoting her left foot, her form shifting, executing a flawless whirlwind kick that sent the man crashing out the door. Not sparing a glance at Lan Haoyang. Lan Xiao, she is Lung Xiqing's woman. Lan Haoyang shouted in fury. Even the woman of a god cannot be released. In Lan Xiao's eyes, only money mattered. He had no time for idle chatter. Lan Haoyang helplessly slapped his forehead, knowing this would happen, needing to seize the moment and subdue her opponents with minimal effort. Her explosive power was astonishing. The man struck in the head fell unconscious, unable. What did you just say? Lan Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality, finally attentive to his words. Relieved that Lan Xiao was finally listening, Lan Haoyang reiterated, I said, she is Lung Xiqing's woman. Are you joking? If she is Lung Xiqing's woman, why are you bidding like mad? Lan Xiao shot Lan Haoyang a disparaging look. Disbelief plastered across his face. Of course, it's precisely because she is Lung Xiqing's woman that I cannot allow anyone else to bid for her. Lan Haoyang secured his phone and rushed backstage. At that moment, Lan Xiao was fixated on the footage from Xia Yuxun's room. His astonishment and admiration. What about you? You're selling your brother's woman. El Nexi was thoroughly confused by him. No, please clarify. How could this woman possibly be related to El Ing Schn? You can't be suggesting it's because she just called out something like CHN, right? Have you lost your mind? Don't block my path to fortune. Go somewhere else if you wish to sulk. Lan Xiao remained glued to the screen. After Xia Yuxun had dealt with the two men, two towering black men appeared, their arms as thick as her thighs. By now, in Lan Xiao's eyes, only money mattered. He had no time for idle chatter. Lan Haoyang helplessly slapped his forehead, knowing this would happen. I'm sorry. Everyone in the exhibition hall craned their necks. One of the black men restrained her limbs while the other leaned in, attempting to kiss her forcefully. What did you just say? Lan Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality, finally attentive to his words. Relieved that Lan Xiao was finally listening, Lan Haoyang reiterated, I said, she is Lung Xiqing's woman. Are you joking? If she is Lung Xiqing's woman, why are you bidding like mad? Lan Xiao shot Lan Haoyang, Oi Ing and El Nexi, who were arguing fiercely backstage, abruptly fell silent, stunned by the scene before them. They saw Xia Yuxun trembling, slowly pushing herself up with one hand, the other gripping her torn clothes. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, indicating an injury. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, what about you? You're selling your brother's woman. El Nexi was thoroughly confused by him. No, please clarify. How could this woman possibly be related to El Ing Schn? You can't be suggesting it's because she just called out something like CHN, right? Forcing her to resort to such a desperate means of self-defense. Though he had witnessed her bravery before, this was the most shocking instance yet. After Xia Yuxun had dealt with the two men, Two towering black men appeared, their arms as thick as her thighs. By now, Xia Yuxun had completely exhausted her strength. When the two men approached, they immediately tore her clothes and began to assault her. It turns out that you were never the real beast. I misjudged you. Upon hearing her words, ultimately, due to the angle, no one saw what transpired. Only hearing the beast that assaulted her let out a heart-wrenching, clutching one side of his head as he collapsed to the ground. The other black man, panicked, rushed over to just as Lingschn felt suffocated by the pain in his heart. He heard his name, spoken softly, pulling him from the depths of despair. Fa-in. Due to the intense struggle, the medication in Xia Yuxun's system had completely taken effect, overwhelming her with waves of unfamiliar sensations that rendered her near agony. Her mind involuntarily recalled Lingschn kissing and caressing her, his silence when angry, the slight curve of his lips when happy, the furrowed brow when troubled. Her thoughts were filled with him. Fa-in, so useless. In her palm, she tightly grasped a shard of porcelain, blood dripping steadily from her fingers. This pain, deeply connected to her heart, could not bring her back to reality. The two black men stared at Xia Yuxun as if she were a monster, retreating in fear, no longer daring to approach her. Xia Yuxun murmured, her head bowed, weakly uttering those words. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a beast. It turns out that you were never the real beast. I misjudged you. Upon hearing her words, she no longer relied on glasses as before, but she still wore black contact lenses daily. However, after the recent violent struggle, the lenses had fallen out. Chapter 277. Intense bidding. The sudden appearance of her purple eyes on the screen astonished everyone, especially combined with the blood dripping from her lips and her expression of struggle and endurance. This bloody yet provocative scene struck a powerful impact, utterly stunning. After a brief silence in the audience, "You greedy fool, I've warned you, and I've been more than patient. You ought to be mindful." Oying threw down his words and hurried back to the bidding. Just as he returned to the exhibition hall, he was met with a shockingly high number. 50 million. A man with chestnut hair and sunglasses obscuring most of his face suddenly spoke. The entire room fell silent. After the silence came a fervent uproar. Oh my God, 50 million? Who is that man? He's bidding $50 million. I don't know. He seems familiar. Perhaps a Danish man. Ah, I remember. He was the one who won the fiercely contested Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost at the last car show for 300 million. Recently, I promised I would never make you wait again. Yet here we are. It's not that you're useless. Do not be so harsh on yourself. It's my fault. I failed to protect you. When Xia Yuxun finally lifted her head, a fleeting purple light flashed in her dazed eyes. Since recovering from her depression, the man asked arrogantly, speaking fluent Chinese. Oying intended to jump out and bid 1 million to buy time. But just as the auction was about to conclude, Xia Yuxun, who had been lying motionless on the bed, suddenly sprang up, especially combined with the blood dripping from her lips and her expression of struggle and endurance. This bloody yet provocative scene struck a powerful impact, utterly stunning. Calmly dialing a number and sending a photo, commanding his subordinates to find this girl. A smirk of intrigue played on his lips. Oying threw down his words and hurried back to the bidding. Just as he returned to the, he was met with a shockingly high number. 50 million. A man with chestnut hair and sunglasses obscuring most of his face suddenly spoke. After the silence came a fervent uproar. Oh my God, 50 million? Who is that man? He's bidding $50 million. I don't know. He seems familiar. Perhaps a Danish man. Ah, I remember. He was the one who won the fiercely contested Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost at the last car show for 300 million. Recently, he feared the outcome would be disastrous for him. In the dead of night, in L's luxurious villa, the winery he invested in 10 years ago was finally starting to turn a profit, though this year's best-performing investment was still in Indonesia. After DOB reported for quite a while, he noticed that N was still absent-minded, so he tentatively said, "By the way, boss, I just heard that an exceptionally interesting woman arrived at it tonight. She's incredibly formidable. Despite being on drugs, she managed to kick one man away, incapacitate another, taking advantage of the guard's inattention to dash out the door. The two black men quickly pursued her, calmly dialing a number and sending a photo, commanding his subordinates to find this girl. A smirk of intrigue. Chapter 278. Caught in the crossfire. There's such a fiery woman. It wouldn't be arranged by El Nexi, would it? And raising an eyebrow. Boss, let me pull up the video for you. D.O.B. hurriedly opened his laptop, eager to show the footage he had just received. He hadn't seen it himself yet, and leaned in, excited to discover who this woman truly was. Amidst a cacophony of noise, and upon seeing L-Schn, he froze, his face paling, muttering the words, "I'm done." Given L-Sch's expression was even more severe, as if a Category 12 typhoon had swept through. After watching the brief video, the winery he invested in 10 years ago was finally starting to turn a profit, though this year's best-performing investment was still in Indonesia. I only just learned that this person is actually Miss Xia. I hadn't even had the chance to view the video before this chaos erupted. Nangong Lin, furious. Snap, stop wasting time. Quickly find her. If she loses even a single hair, you should dig your own grave. The final scene depicted Xia Yuxun escaping through the door. That girl must have already fled. Regardless of whether she had managed to escape or was recaptured, I demand to see her immediately. Get out. Nangong Lin's expression was grim as he kicked Scarface out. Halfway through, he called back, "Wait, come back." Scarface hurriedly returned, bowing submissively. "Yes, boss, what else do you command?" "Prepare a flight to Indonesia immediately." "Yes." Scarface thought, the boss is actually going in person. He had never seen Nangong Lin so enraged. Scarface, frightened, rushed out to contact the people on the other side. What trouble had he stumbled into? This was clearly none of his affair. He felt utterly wronged. He hadn't seen it himself yet, and leaned in, excited to discover who this woman truly was. Amidst a cacophony of that girl bore a striking resemblance to her mother, even sharing her fiery temperament. When Xia Yuxun bit off that black man's ear and lifted her head, L.N.'s expression was even more severe, as if a Category 12 typhoon had swept through. After watching the brief video, Nangong Lin abruptly overturned the entire computer. "Explain to me, what on earth is happening?" Scarface, trembling in fear, "I only just learned that this person is actually Miss Xia." I hadn't even had the chance to view the video before this chaos erupted. Nangong Lin, furious. He yearned to learn everything about her, to make amends, to protect her. Yet Xia Molin had informed him that she refused to acknowledge him. That girl must have already fled. Regardless of whether she had managed to escape or was recaptured, I demand to see her immediately. Get out. Even failing to see her mother before her passing. Given her nature, how could she possibly accept him? He even began to feel relieved that she remained unaware of his identity as her biological father. At least this way, he could still care for her as a friend. Rushed out to contact the people on the other side. What trouble had he stumbled into? This was clearly none of his affair. He felt utterly wronged. Chapter 279. At all costs, she ran through the narrow alleys, pushing aside objects to hinder those pursuing her. After a chaotic escape, that girl bore a striking resemblance to her mother, even sharing her fiery temperament. When Xia Yuxun bit off that black man's ear and lifted her head, the moment her contact lenses fell away, revealing her violet eyes, Nangong Lin's heart nearly stopped. Her eyes were identical to his. She refused to stop. Her arms scraped against the wall, bled, the crimson mingling with the dirt, staining her white shirt. She looked utterly disheveled, yet striking. Nangong Lin recalled the panic and disgust that washed over him when he first saw his own reflection in the hospital. What had transpired in her life over these years? Staring hopelessly at a wall piled high with debris. Under normal circumstances, she might have jumped over, but now it seemed impossible. Was she to return? A group of men spotted her and immediately gave chase. Xia Yuxun hazily discerned that these individuals were not from the nightclub. Who could they be? Regardless of their identity, they were certainly not good people. Just as despair settled in, the nightclub's group arrived as well. "Who are you?" they inquired. He even began to feel relieved that she remained unaware of his identity as her biological father. At least this way, he could still care for her as a friend. The nightclub representatives retorted, "Our boss has declared this woman is not for sale." The ensuing dialogue devolved into a cacophony of various languages, akin to curses. Then the two factions clashed violently, amidst which Xia Yuxun stealthily slipped away, unnoticed. When Lung Xiqing arrived, he found only two groups locked in a fierce struggle. With no sign of Xia Yuxun, panic surged within him. He had lost her again. At that moment, the world seemed to collapse around him. He cradled his head in anguish, feeling utterly powerless. Lung Xiqing clenched his phone tightly, his expression shifting dramatically. Finally, he made a decision. He dialed a number and coldly commanded, Liang Qian, mobilize all personnel from Night Wolf in Indonesia. You must find her within 10 minutes at all costs. What? Boss? Are you sure? Liang Qian exclaimed, utterly astonished. Execute my orders immediately. Lung Xiqing replied without hesitation. But this could expose your identity. Boss, should you reconsider? Staring hopelessly at a wall piled high with debris. Under normal circumstances, she might have jumped over, but now it seemed impossible. Was she to return? Aware from years of experience not to oppose him at this moment, fell silent. Understood. After an efficient 10-minute search, Lung Xiqing's phone rang. Boss, we found her. They were certainly not good people. Just as despair settled in, the nightclub's group arrived as well. Who are you? They inquired. Upon seeing that familiar silhouette, Lung Xiqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Every sacrifice had been worth it. Boss, I brought the car to wait for you. The nightclub representatives retorted. Our boss has declared this woman is not for sale. The ensuing dialogue devolved. Chapter 280. I arrived too late. As Lung Xiqing moved closer, Xia Yuxun instinctively shrank back in fright. She buried her head, clutching a shard of porcelain in her palm, her mind racing to gauge the approaching footsteps. If she couldn't subdue him, she would have to use it on herself. From ancient times, who has avoided death? Let my loyalty shine through history. Xia Yuxun's mind flashed with these lines of poetry. Closer, closer, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Suddenly, Xia Yuxun raised her hand, closed her eyes, and with a surge of resolve, plunged the porcelain shard into the body of the approaching figure. The sharp piece embedded itself in Lung Xiqing's collarbone. He grimaced but disregarded the pain, wrapping his arms tightly around her in astonishment. Xiao Sun, I have come too late. The touch sent Xia Yuxun into a violent tremor. She forcefully pushed him away, pressing the shard against her throat. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Xiao Sun. Lung Xiqing looked on, alarmed by her frantic state. Panic flooding his heart. She can't be having another episode. Get away. Don't touch me. Xiao Sun, it's me, Ah Cheng. Xia Yuxun, confused and dazed, shook her head violently, murmuring to herself, Xia Yuxun, calm down. It's just an illusion. Don't trust him. Don't approach. In truth, the effects of the drugs had begun to distort her perception, causing her to see the faces of those beasts morph into his. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing realized that she was mistaking everyone for him due to the effects of the medication. Liang Qian first ensured that all subdued men were taken away before retreating rapidly with his trained subordinates, leaving the two alone. Chapter 280. I arrived too late. As Lung Xiqing moved closer, her mind racing to gauge the approaching footsteps. If she couldn't subdue him, she would have to use it on herself. From ancient times, who has avoided death? Let my loyalty shine through history. Xia Yuxun's mind flashed with these lines of poetry. Closer, closer, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Instinctively, she wanted to protect her last means of defense, retracting her hand to prevent him from taking it. A pang of pain struck Lung Xiqing's heart. It's all right, dear. Relax and surrender yourself to me. Ah Cheng, it's me. I'm sorry. I'm so glad you're safe. Lung Xiqing. She forcefully pushed him away, pressing the shard against her throat. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Xiao Sun. Lung Xiqing looked on, alarmed by her frantic, finally shedding all burdens. The moment her tense nerves relaxed, she slipped into unconsciousness, with a dark glint in his eyes. Murmuring to herself, Xia Yuxun, calm down. It's just an illusion. Don't trust him. Don't approach. In truth, the effects of the drugs causing her to see the faces of those beasts morph into his. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing realized that she was, after ensuring everything was settled and placing her gently on the bed, he was drenched in sweat. Reluctantly caressing her hair, he then stepped into the shower. The heat of his body soon roused Xia Sun, who began to toss and turn restlessly before kicking off the stifling covers. Within moments, her recently washed body was drenched in sweat again. Ultimately, unable to endure it, she sat up abruptly, her starry eyes squinting as she gasped for breath, surveying the unfamiliar room. Ah Cheng, is everything all right? Am I dreaming? It seems like I dreamt that Ah Cheng came to save me. Earlier, instinctively, she wanted to protect her last means of defense, retracting her hand to prevent him from taking it. A pang of pain struck Lung. It's all right, dear. Relax and surrender yourself to me. Ah Cheng, it's me. I'm sorry. I'm so glad you're safe. Lung Xiqing, longing for her mother. In the darkness, her nerves were taut, flinching at the slightest sound, shrinking smaller and smaller. But as time passed, her consciousness blurred. Finally shedding all burdens. The moment her tense nerves relaxed, she slipped into unconsciousness, with a dark glint in his eyes. Whenever her father reprimanded her for misdeeds, her mother would shield her. Her mother never restricted her from anything, as long as she was happy. Despite her father's frequent objections to her mother's excessive indulgence, in their home, her mother held the ultimate authority, and her father always yielded. Sometimes, after ensuring everything was settled and placing her gently on the bed, he was drenched in sweat. Reluctantly caressing her hair, he then stepped into the shower. The heat of his body soon roused Xia Yuxun, who began to toss and turn restlessly before kicking off the stifling covers. Within moments, her recently washed body was drenched in sweat again. Ultimately, unable to endure it, she sat up abruptly, her starry eyes surveying the unfamiliar room. "Ah Cheng, is everything all right? Am I dreaming? It seems like I dreamt that Ah Cheng came to save me." Earlier, she had dreamt of being trapped in a pitch-black cabin, cold and eerie, with doors and windows tightly shut, unable to discern day from night. "Why hasn't my mother come to take me home? Mother, please don't abandon Xia Yuxun." Eventually, realizing her mother would not return, she began to weakly murmur, "Brother Ah Cheng." Suddenly, rhythmic banging sounded on the door of the cabin, the noise echoing terrifyingly amidst the storm. Overwhelmed, she covered her head and screamed, and she lacked even the strength to remain anxious, drifting between wakefulness and slumber. She was closest whenever her father reprimanded her for misdeeds, her mother would shield her. Her mother never restricted her from anything, as long as she was happy, leaving her forever abandoned in darkness. But this time, she grasped that warm hand and heard Pudding's jubilant bark. Xia Yuxun, lost in reflection of that rare, beautiful dream, noticed her freshly changed pajamas and the treated wounds on her body, gradually regaining lucidity. She recalled being abducted to Indonesia, the auction, and, just like in her dream, it was Ah Cheng who saved her. Yet, none of that seemed to matter now. What truly concerned her was the discomfort she felt in her body. When her mother led her far away and instructed her to wait patiently in the cabin for her return, she did not hesitate. Gradually, the endless darkness and silence came to an end, only to be replaced by the howling winds akin to the wails of wild beasts, thunder, and lightning crashing down. Torrential rain pouring. A deafening thunderclap erupted, and a flash of lightning struck down. The darkness was sprinting towards him and tightly embracing his waist. "Ah Cheng." Long Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted her back. "You were frightened, weren't you? It's all right now. Everything is fine. Don't be afraid." The trembling of her body and the panic in her eyes pierced his heart, hoping her voice would drown out the dreadful sounds. After a final, resounding crash, the door collapsed. It was all because of him that she had endured so much suffering. At that moment, waves of self-reproach threatened to engulf Long Xiqing. As he held her to comfort her, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Xia Yuxun's body was unusually hot. He touched her forehead, astonished by the heat. Concerned, noticed her freshly changed pajamas and the treated wounds on her body, gradually regaining lucidity. She recalled being abducted to Indonesia, the auction. It was Ah Cheng who saved her. Yet, none of that seemed to matter now. What truly concerned her was the discomfort she felt in her body. And as their lips met, Long Xiqing's worry and unease transformed into astonishment, overwhelmed by her fervor, taking a moment to regain his senses. Heavenly, he had been so concerned for her safety that he had forgotten such a significant matter. Previously, she had been administered medication. No wonder she had become so. Seeing Xia Yuxun sitting on the bed, staring blankly at him, he was about to approach when she suddenly leaped from the bed. And Cold Sikin let out a muffled groan, helplessly grasping her restless hand. That delicate hand was bound with white gauze, marred with scars. He gently lifted it to his lips, kissing her fingers tenderly. Xia Yuxun, breathless, halted all her movements, seizing the fleeting clarity of her mind to push him away forcefully. Staggering back several steps, just as Cold Sikin was about to approach, she shouted, "Don't come any closer." "Xiao Sun?" Cold Sikin furrowed his brows in confusion. "Get out. Right now." Xia Yuxun turned her back on him, stating resolutely. Her sudden indifference pierced Cold Siqing's heart, and in bewilderment, he enveloped her from behind. "What?" Xia Yuxun struggled fiercely out of his embrace, turning to face him, yet avoiding his gaze, unable to look at the temptation before her. "Leave, or I will go." "Why?" Cold Siqing's expression darkened further. Xia Yuxun clenched her fists tightly at her sides, her face contorted in turmoil. If you stay, as if her blood had found an escape. His cool forehead felt so soothing, and his scent was intoxicating. In a daze, but a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Like what? As he leaned closer, Xia Yuxun panicked and dodged away. You need to leave. Don't push me. This time, before she could escape, Cold Sick Hen reached out and encircled her waist, pulling her back gently to him. His voice unusually tender and considerate. Xiao Sun, it's all right. You don't need to suppress yourself. You could do whatever you wish. At that moment, with such a tone, such words, it was simply too provocative. Xia Yuxun's eyes lit up like two sparkling bulbs, swallowing hard, gazing at Cold Sick Hen with the fervor of a puppy eyeing a bone. The more she looked, the drier her throat became. Staggering back several steps, just as Cold Sick Hen was about to approach, she shouted, "Don't come any closer." Xiao Sun. Cold Sick Hen furrowed his brows in confusion. Get out. Right now. Xia Yuxun turned her back on him, stating resolutely. Her sudden indifference pierced Cold Sichen's heart, and in bewilderment, he enveloped her from behind. What? Cold Sick Hen could no longer contain himself, burying his head in her shoulder to hide the smile that threatened to escape, sighing softly. It's all right, Xiao Sun. I don't want to watch you suffer. After all, this is also my fault. I failed to protect you. In Xia Yuxun's mind, two figures were battling fiercely. I fear that in a fit of passion, I might do something to you. Cold Sick Hen was initially taken aback by her words, but a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Like what? As he leaned closer, Xia Yuxun panicked and dodged away. You need to leave. Don't push me. This time, before she could escape, Cold Sick Hen reached out and encircled her waist, pulling her back gently to him. Like a beast released from its chains, completely unshackled. Noticing the shift in Xia Yuxun's demeanor, Cold Sick Hen chuckled softly, reassuringly patting her back. Don't rush. With such a tone, such words, it was simply too provocative. Xia Yuxun's eyes lit up like two sparkling bulbs, swallowing hard, gazing at Cold Sick Hen with the fervor of a puppy eyeing a bone. The more she looked, the drier her throat became. Just as she was on the verge of breaking down, Cold Sick Hen gently pushed her away, shedding his playful demeanor, and looked at her earnestly. Xiao Sun, think carefully. I do not want to take advantage of you. This foolish girl actually believed she was the one taking advantage. Her naivety was truly worrisome. Yet, it was precisely this innocence that brought him so much joy. Her simplicity was endearing. It's fine. You can take advantage. I don't want to watch you suffer. After all, this is also my fault. I failed to protect you. In Xia Yuxun's mind, two figures were battling fiercely. So I vowed never to bully you again. Cold Sick Hen expressed with difficulty. You can bully me. She was genuinely in distress, nearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 283. Sacrificing oneself to save another. The thoughts in Xia Yuxun's mind were a chaotic whirl, and the remnants of her rationality were overtaken by a surge of unfamiliar emotions. She no longer knew what she was doing, acting like a beast released from its chains, completely unshackled. Noticing the shift in Xia Yuxun's demeanor, Cold Sick Hen chuckled softly, reassuringly patting her back. Don't rush. Exchanging their positions. Then, I shall reluctantly oblige. He whispered in her ear. His words were laden with profound understanding, a selfless sacrifice to save another. Did he think she was joking? It was a miracle she hadn't devoured him whole yet, and he was telling her to take her time? Cold Sick Hen's heart softened like the lush green grass of spring. Xiao Sun, I am sorry. Even if you regret this later, I cannot stop now. I do not want to take advantage of you. This foolish girl actually believed she was the one taking advantage. Her naivety was truly worrisome. Yet, pained and dazed, trembled all over but instinctively nodded, earnestly promising. The little one still had the presence of mind to banter with him. Xia Yuxun felt an unbearable ache, her heart racing, desperately trying to reason with him. I have done many things to hurt you in the past. Cold Sichen's expression turned frigid. The tender feelings he had nurtured vanished in an instant at her words of regret. Regret? Too late. She no longer knew what she was saying. All she understood was that her body ached unbearably, longing for someone to rescue her. If it were those beasts, she would never lose her reason. But the person before her was Cold Sick Hen. Even in her rational state, she was powerless against him. And Cold Sick Hen held the exhausted girl tenderly in his embrace. Ah-chun, I'm here. Ah-chun, what's wrong? I had a dream. A nightmare? No, it was a beautiful dream. What kind of beautiful dream? I dreamed you came to save me. Silly, this is not a dream. I truly came to save you. Yet Xia Yuxun, in her irrational state, could only nod vigorously, seeing the trust and reliance in her eyes. Cold Sikhen's heart softened like the lush green grass of spring. Xiao Sun, I am sorry. Even if you regret this later, I cannot stop. Each time her antics infuriated him to the brink of exasperation. He swore he would sever ties and abandon her. Yet, the image of her from that rain-soaked night would wash over him, rendering his anger impotent. He could never truly turn his back on her, especially when she stumbled into trouble and was hurt. Is it you, Xiao Sun? The terrified scream of the 5-year-old girl was met with Cold Sichen's trembling call. Ah Chun, brother. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes clouded and dazed, and threw herself into his embrace. At that moment, Cold Sikhen, covered in mud and disheveled, instinctively attempted to push her away. Yet, before his feet could find solid ground, he felt as if he were suspended in the air, 9,000 feet high. Xia Yuxun froze, disbelief washing over her as she gazed at Cold Sikhen, the light in her eyes dimming bit by bit. Does even my brother not want me anymore? And Cold Sikhen held the exhausted girl tenderly in his embrace. Ah Chun, I'm here. It was a beautiful dream. What kind of beautiful dream? I dreamed you came to save me. Silly, this is not a dream. I truly came to save you. He drew her back into his arms. Xiao Sun, don't be afraid. I am here. The most touching words in the world are not I love you, but rather I am here. The following morning, Xia Yuxun awoke, nestled in the softness of a large bed, her eyes fluttering open. She stared at the ceiling in a daze, then suddenly turned her head as if recalling something important. To her dismay, she found the space beside her empty. She scrambled to sit up, only to forget her weakened state and tumble back down. Her body felt utterly shattered. Rising was a struggle. Where had Cold Sikhen gone? Though the effects of the medication from the previous night had clouded her mind, she was not entirely oblivious. The memories that made her heart race were too vivid. Brother. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes clouded and dazed, and threw herself into his embrace. Instinctively attempted to push her away. Yet, before his feet could find solid ground, he felt as if he were suspended in the air, 9,000 feet high. Xia Yuxun froze, disbelief washing over her as she gazed at Cold Sikhen, the light in her eyes dimming bit by bit. Does even my brother not want me anymore? The first thing she saw upon waking was not him, but the emptiness of the room, and a pang of sorrow washed over her. However, it was then that Cold Sikhen realized his instinctive reaction had terrified a girl who could no longer bear even the slight. He drew her back into his arms. Xiao Sun, don't be afraid. I am here. The most touching words in the world are not I love you, but rather I am here. The following morning, Xia Yuxun awoke, nestled in the softness of a large bed, her eyes fluttering open. She stared at the ceiling in a daze, then suddenly turned her head as if recalling something important. To her dismay, she found the space beside her. She scrambled to sit up, only to forget her weakened state and tumble back down. Her body felt utterly shattered. Rising was a struggle. Where at Cold Sikhen, though the effects of the medication from the previous night had clouded her mind, she was not entirely oblivious. The memories that made her heart race were too vivid, and her body felt all too real. It was almost unbelievable, yet she had indeed spent the night with Cold Sikhen. She realized with a jolt that she was entirely unclothed, prompting a startled exclamation as she quickly covered herself. Searching the room for any clothing, she eventually found a white shirt beneath the bed. Slipping it on, she could still detect his lingering scent, the sole evidence of his presence. After donning the shirt, she attempted to get out of bed, but her legs nearly buckled beneath her. Frustrated, she cursed under her breath. While she had initially taken the initiative last night, he had surely taken over, balancing the scales, hadn't he? With a heavy heart, Xia Yuxun walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window, leaning against the glass. The thought of her actions under the influence of the drug last night made her wish she could vanish into the earth and never return. Chapter 285. Has he left? The memory of her actions while under the drug's influence filled Xia Yuxun with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in forever. She exclaimed, surprised and a touch aggrieved. Cold Sikhen sighed. Silly girl, where would I go? I was just preparing breakfast. Would you like some? Dazed, Xia Yuxun shook her head. Not hungry. Shouldn't you be? You must be exhausted. Exhausted? She felt utterly spent. How could he even suggest such a thing? Determined to protest his shamelessness in silence, she remained mute. Why so quiet? Are you still upset? Cold Sick-Hen gently inquired. Of course she was upset. It was already generous of him to come such a long way to aid her and risk himself. Just as she began to rise, I promised to be gentler. Next time, she was no cat with multiple lives to spare. Seeing Xia Yuxun's pouting face, Cold Sick-Hen finally relented, asking what she was doing when he entered, noting her scribbling on the window. Chapter 286. So embarrassing nothing, Xia Yuxun hastily replied, eager to erase the evidence. However, Cold Sick-Hen caught her wrist, leaning over to see what she had written. To his amusement, the words Cold Sick-Hen, Big Liar were scrawled in a wobbly hand. Big Liar. He had surely taken over, balancing the scales, hadn't he? With a heavy heart, Xia Yuxun walked slowly to the floor. You clearly said you wouldn't go. Is that all? Cold Sick-Hen asked, his tone laden with implication. At his words, Xia Yuxun's face flushed crimson. Then angrily wrote a few words with her finger. Cold Sick-Hen, Big Liar. Behind her, a familiar warmth enveloped her, causing her heart to skip a beat. She exclaimed, surprised and a touch aggrieved. Cold Sick-Hen sighed. Silly girl, where would I go? I was just preparing breakfast. Would you like some? Dazed, Xia Yuxun shook her head. Not hungry. Shouldn't you be? You must be exhausted. Exhausted? She felt utterly spent. How could he even suggest such a thing? Determined to protest his shamelessness in silence, she remained mute. Why so quiet? Are you still upset? Cold Sick-Hen gently inquired. This man was nothing short of a beast. With his head buried in her neck, he murmured, I'm sorry. When I think of you, I lose control. Next time, her knack for disrupting the mood was unparalleled. Xia Yuxun remained oblivious to Lung Xiqing's reaction, continuing to exclaim in a flurry, Oh my, and my father. He must know about my situation, right? Did you tell him? Please, don't let him know I was abducted, or I'll be utterly humiliated. Cold Sick-Hen caught her wrist, leaning over to see what she had written. To his amusement, the words Cold Sick-Hen, Big Liar were scrawled in a wobbly hand. Big Liar, caught up in her spiraling thoughts of despair. I'm finished. How could this happen now? My father must think I ran away. You clearly said you wouldn't go. Is that all? Cold Sick-Hen asked, his tone laden with implication. At his words, Xia Yuxun's face flushed crimson, realizing how shameless he was. Last night, he had kept insisting she be patient, that it would soon be over, yet he had shown no sign. His teasing gaze stirred something within her, and before she realized it, he had playfully nipped at her neck, marking her. He looked at her with satisfaction, admiring his handiwork. Ouch, that hurts. Cold Sick-Hen, do you have a penchant for biting? She glared at him, her irritation evident. Suddenly, Lung Xiqing finally released her, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Xia Yuxun, could you please close your eyes during a kiss? Fuming, she shot back, Lung Xiqing, it's morning. Cold Sick-Hen sighed in exasperation. At such a moment, could she not exhibit a woman's instinctual response rather than concern for that wretched little dog? Her knack for disrupting the mood was unparalleled. Xia Yuxun remained oblivious to Lung Xiqing. Chapter 287. Don't go too far, I'd like to. Lung Xiqing paused, his gaze appraising her with a fierce intensity. But who told you to dress like this? Xia Yuxun glanced at herself, finding nothing wrong with her long attire, which covered everything it should. She mimicked a gesture from a Huangmei opera, caught up in her spiraling thoughts of despair. I'm finished. How could this happen now? My father must think I ran away. What if he believes I'm out searching for something? What to do? What to do? Chen, I need to go back. With no other option. No matter how one looked at it, he bore the blame. With a sigh of utter defeat, Lung Xiqing lamented, realizing he could not reason with her stubbornness. Without further ado, he opted to express himself through action, unable to resist her captivating ignorance of her own allure, which drove him to the brink of madness. Lung Xiqing, and now you are doing this again first thing in the morning. Am I to live in constant distress? Just as she felt on the verge of suffocation, his touch conveyed a modicum of tenderness, just a hint. She profoundly felt the embodiment of a beast in human guise, an insincere facade of propriety. Time slipped away. I am well aware, he replied nonchalantly, his rebellious eyes seemingly asking, and what of it? Xia Yuxun stared at him. Could you perhaps exercise a little restraint? I'm on the brink of a breakdown. Why can't you comprehend? Chapter 287. Don't go too far, I'd like to. Lung Xiqing paused, his gaze appraising her with a fierce intensity. But who told you to dress like this? Are you truly angry? And what do you think? She retorted, gritting her teeth. I'm beginning to wonder who's the one on medication here. Shaking her sleeves and spinning around. Is there a problem? Besides, how can you blame me? I woke up with nothing but this outfit. His tone as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xia Yuxun found herself at a loss for words, her heart fluttering sweetly yet tinged with apprehension. Finally, she hesitantly asked, "What if we accidentally have a baby?" He had not employed any protective measures. Lung Xiqing soothed her by kissing her forehead. "Do not worry." Without further ado, he opted to express himself through action, unable to resist her captivating. "Don't go too far." Sensing the impending danger, Xia Yuxun squealed and scrambled to the corner, only to be pulled back by his gaze momentarily cooling as he kissed her forehead before stepping onto the balcony. Once connected, Mrs. Lung's anxious voice came through the line. "Hello, Xiqing. When will you return? The engagement banquet has been arranged. Do you want to review what else is needed?" Furrowing his brow, he interrupted, "I will arrive on time in 3 days." Without waiting for a response, he hung up, his expression darkening further. After standing on the balcony for a while to regain his composure, he returned with a facade of normalcy, wrapping Xia Yuxun tightly in his embrace. "Are you truly angry? And what do you think?" she retorted, gritting her teeth. "I'm beginning to wonder who's the one on medication here." "It's nothing," he replied, holding her closer. "Just give me a hug." Xia Yuxun blinked, allowing him to embrace her without further questioning, wondering if perhaps there was an issue at his company. Lung Xiqing silently held her, saying nothing, and their atmosphere was unexpectedly warm. Xia Yuxun relished this moment. Finally, she hesitantly asked, "What if we accidentally have a baby?" He had not employed any protective measures. Lung Xiqing soothed her by kissing her forehead, cryptically stating he wanted to take her somewhere, refusing to disclose where. In truth, Xia Yuxun was reluctant to go. Her body felt fatigued, compounded by worries about her home situation, leaving her devoid of energy. Alas, in this unfamiliar place, she had no choice but to follow this big wolf. "Chin, where are we going? I want to go home. What if Pudding starves? If I don't return soon, my father will kill me." In the car, Xia Yuxun lamented all the way. Lung Xiqing, content, held her on his lap, resting his chin atop her head, saying softly, "Regardless of when you return, your father will still be furious. Delaying your return just means you'll have a few more days to live." Lung Xiqing, what kind of twisted logic is that? I might as well say that dying early is a form of rebirth. All right, let us not argue, shall we?" He soothed, realizing he had riled her up again. Chapter 288. "I'll bite you to death." Though Lung Xiqing appeared unaffected, Xia Yuxun sensed something was amiss. She turned to, "It's nothing," he replied, holding her closer. "Just give me a hug." Xia Yuxun blinked, allowing him to embrace her without further questioning, wondering if perhaps there was an issue at his company. Lung Xiqing silently held her, saying nothing, and their atmosphere was unexpectedly warm. "Can't we spare a thought for the single dogs?" Despite his usual indifference towards women, Lung Xiqing found himself inexplicably drawn to teasing Xia Yuxun, almost addicted to it. He often provoked her until she shouted in exasperation, only to then scramble to soothe her, just as he was doing now, compounded by worries about her home situation, leaving her devoid of energy. Alas, in this unfamiliar place, she had no choice but to follow this big wolf. Chin, and he could no longer bear to watch. After their playful quarrel, Lung Xiqing produced a notebook and placed it on Xia Yuxun's lap. "Let me show you something." "What is it?" she murmured. "Your precious Pudding and your father, who will surely scold you upon your return," he said, opening a video. As the video played, Xia Yuxun's face lit up with joy as she rushed to embrace the screen, planting a kiss on it. "Pudding, my dear, I miss you dearly." In the scene, Pudding is curled up, dozing in front of the grand door, resembling a fluffy, adorable ball of fur that one simply wishes to cuddle. "Go to hell. Who is causing the ruckus here? Don't speak to me like I'm a child." Xia Yuxun snapped back. "Indeed, you are not. Can't you at least appear a bit melancholic? Instead, you've not only failed to lose weight, but actually gained some. What an ungrateful little creature." It seems that the gift Cold Xiqing sent truly reflects its owner. Chapter 289. "It's better to die a little later. Are you at ease now?" Observing Summer Yuxuan's affectionate demeanor, Cold Xiqing feels a twinge of jealousy. "What about my father?" Summer Yuxuan hurriedly inquires. "Wait." Cold Xiqing types a few lines in a dialogue box. The perspective shifts, moving from down to up, stumbling several times before revealing an aerial view of the courtyard. The more Summer Yuxuan looks, the more suspicious she becomes, pondering why the angle seems so peculiar and strangely familiar. Cold Xiqing chuckles lightly. Familiar? And he can no longer bear to watch. After their playful quarrel, Lung Xiqing produced a notebook and placed it on Xia Yuxun's lap. Let me show you something. Who is spying? Who is so unfortunate? Summer Yuxun asks, perplexed. Xiang Yuan, cold Xiqing replies. Oh dear, that child has such bad luck. Summer Yuxun comments. In the front, Xia Yuxun's face lit up with joy as she rushed to embrace the screen, planting a kiss on it. Pudding, my dear, I miss you dearly. In the scene, such an easy task, and he stole it from me, making me accompany the boss all this way, through wind and rain, only to be subjected to a display of affection. It's truly miserable. As Summer Yuxun and cold Xiqing converse, the image reveals Xia Mo Lin stepping out, his piercing gaze directed towards them. Although she knows he cannot see her, Summer Yuxun instinctively swallows hard and shrinks back. Suddenly, a cry of despair emanates from the video, followed by a flurry of chaos. Summer Yuxun's lips twitch as she deduces, he must have been hit by my father's slippers. Well, it seems you are quite experienced. Cold Xiqing laughs. Could you refrain from belittling me? Summer Yuxun glares at him with annoyance. This guy's wit is becoming increasingly sharp, finding joy in teasing her to the brink of frustration. How outrageous! How did she even come to like this fellow? Could it be that she has a masochistic tendency? The more Summer Yuxun looks, the more suspicious she becomes, pondering why the angle seems so peculiar and strangely familiar. Cold Xiqing chuckles lightly. Familiar? It seems you often climb walls. Summer Yuxun's face falls. No way. Were you spying? Cold Xiqing responds helplessly. Do you think your father would allow us to? Please do not worry. Where's she? Xia Montaklin ordentlich in Kvias. She is with our president. Just as Xiang Yuan finishes speaking, a cacophony ensues. Liang Qian, who is driving, listens to Summer Yuxun's words, utterly speechless. Come on, where is the misfortune in Xiang Yuan's actions? He merely took a quick photo. Such an easy task, and he stole it from me, making me accompany the boss all this way, through wind and rain, only to be subjected to a display of affection. It's truly miserable. As Summer Yuxun and cold Xiqing converse, the image reveals Xia Mo Lin stepping out, his piercing gaze directed towards them. Although she knows he cannot see her, Summer Yuxun instinctively swallows hard and shrinks back. Suddenly, a cry of despair emanates from the video, followed by a flurry of chaos. Summer Yuxun's lips twitch as she deduces, he must have been hit by my father's slippers. Well, it seems you are quite experienced. Cold Xiqing laughs. Could you refrain from belittling me? Summer Yuxun glares at him with annoyance. This guy's wit is becoming increasingly sharp. However, she is genuinely touched by his thoughtfulness, and whenever she recalls this place, she will remember not the harrowing kidnapping incident, but rather the sweet vacation they share in Bali. The area is teeming with honeymooning couples, and they too are influenced by the ambience, feeling significantly more relaxed. Covering her ears. At this moment, in the Jingwu Hall, the unfortunate Xiang Yuan scrambles on the ground. I just came to deliver a message. Your daughter has been found. But the crux of the matter lies not in the sights themselves. The most important aspect is his presence by her side. He accompanies her to climb the Gugbor in Bali, witnessing the unparalleled sunrise together as they greet the first rays of morning light. I think it's better for me to die a little later. Summer Yuxun makes a wise decision. Xiao Sun, in watching the traditional Ramayana dance at the open-air theater in Prambanan, Cold Xiqing engages in activities he typically would not partake in, complying with her every desire. We may not have such opportunities to spend quality time together. Cold Xiqing sighs, his expression somber, his attractive features seemingly touched by frost. Watching the sunset as Cold Xiqing approaches from behind, wrapping his arms around her. The scent of his post-bath freshness envelopes her, his skin pleasantly cool against her. Summer Yuxun realizes with dismay that she is becoming increasingly enamored with his presence. What would she do if he were to leave one day? However, she is genuinely touched by his thoughtfulness, and whenever she recalls this place, she will remember not the harrowing kidnapping incident. Burying her head against his heartbeat, believing that only by listening to the rhythm of his heart can she find some semblance of peace. Cold Xiqing momentarily falters. Uluwatu's Love Cliff, the Sea God Temple, the Holy Spring Temple, Mount Kinamani, Gili Islands. Cold Xiqing patiently accompanies her to explore every site that piques her interest. But the crux of the matter lies not in the sights themselves. The most important aspect is his presence by her side. She has noticed this expression on him multiple times over the past few days, externally calm, yet internally suppressed with unspoken concerns. Cold Xiqing is adept at concealing his emotions. He joins her in a batik class in Yogyakarta, sharing breakfast at a stall in the floating market of Kalimantan. Is there something you wish to tell me? A flicker of struggle crosses cold Siqing's gaze as he gently strokes her head and slowly states, Xiaosun, we will be returning tomorrow. Yes, I know. Summer Yuxun nods, her eyes fixed intently upon him, not wishing to miss a single nuance of his expression. A wave of ominous premonition washes over her, and her heart begins to race. I have something to tell you. Cold Siqing's demeanor grows increasingly grave. What is it? The unsettling premonition in Summer Yuxun's heart sharpens, and she suddenly finds herself stubbornly unwilling to hear what he has to say next. I can tell you, but you must promise not to react impulsively and patiently listen to my explanation. All right? Cold Siqing cautions uneasily. Am I that impulsive? Summer Yuxun pouts in dissatisfaction. You're too much, you know. Cold Siqing sighs in resignation, contemplating his words for a moment before finally articulating, Xiaosun, after we return tomorrow. A flicker of unnoticeable melancholy flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regains his composure. Silly girl, aren't we already eloping? Despite Cold Siqing's light-hearted tone, struggling to comprehend his words. What is he saying? Why does she understand not a single word? It takes her a while to digest his statement. Cold Siqing is saying he is getting engaged by Qianning the day after tomorrow? Indeed, that is precisely what he said. It feels as if a thunderbolt has struck her. Shock, resentment, sorrow, and fury. All emotions parade across her face like a flickering lantern. Is there something you wish to tell me? A flicker of struggle crosses Cold Siqing's gaze as he gently strokes her head and slowly states, Xiaosun, we will be returning tomorrow. Yes, I know. Summer Yuxun nods, her eyes fixed intently upon him, not wishing to miss a single nuance of his expression. I just wondered why you've suddenly been so kind to me. Huh, how foolish I am, truly. A callous mother might treat her child well before abandoning them, and a man may shower his wife with affection just before straying. My senior truly did not deceive me. Xia Yuxun spoke in a rapid-fire manner, her eyes reddening as her emotions escalated. Just as Lung Siqing was about to step forward to explain, Xia Yuxun pushed him away once more and retreated step by step. You're too much, you know. Cold Siqing sighs in resignation, contemplating his words for a moment before finally articulating, Xiaosun, and now you count the spoils. Does that not bring you a sense of accomplishment? She gasped for breath, trembling as she removed the bracelet he had gifted her, throwing it forcefully at him. Do you realize how cruel you are? After obtaining everything, just when I thought I was the happiest, you yanked me down from the clouds, watching me shatter into pieces. Is this amusing to you? Quite entertaining. I assent it. I tell you, I refuse to play this game any longer. Lung Siqing, heart-wrenched, pleaded, Xiaosun, please let me explain. Explain what? She retorted. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth remains, and you cannot deny it. She has never concealed her emotions, laying bare her most vulnerable side before him. Witnessing such a display from Xia Yuxun caused Lung Siqing's heart to ache profoundly. He attempted to embrace her. Xiaosun and I. Before he could finish, Xia Yuxun forcefully pushed him away, letting out a low laugh. It was truly a case of elopement. Xiaosun, Lung Siqing exclaimed in horror, his heart racing as he dashed forward, only to feel a brief relief when he saw her land safely and swiftly flee. This was the second floor. That damned woman. Hadn't they agreed not to act impulsively? Was this her idea of restraint? How foolish he was to trust that Xia Yuxun would not act recklessly. He should have bound her with a rope or kept her bettered instead. Yet, who could have anticipated that despite his attempts to block her at the door? And now you count the spoils. Does that not bring you a sense of accomplishment? She gasped for breath, trembling as she removed the bracelet he had gifted her. Listening to her desperate and pained accusations, he, too, felt the weight of despair. He had not intended to reveal the truth at such a moment. Watching me shatter into pieces. Is this amusing to you? Quite entertaining. I assent it. I tell you, I refuse to play this game any longer. Lung Siqing, heart-wrenched, pleaded, Xiaosun, please let me explain. Explain what? She retorted. Regardless of the circumstances, the truth remains, and you cannot deny it. Chapter 292. This world is too insane. Xia Yuxun ran frantically, losing track of time. The wind howled past her ears, carrying away her uncontrollable tears. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the railing by the sea, transitioning from silent sobs to a full-blown cry. Finally, spent from her tears, she leaned against the railing, facing the ocean breeze as she shouted hoarsely, lungs seeching, "What the hell did I do wrong for you to treat me this way? Just because I love you." Only to feel a brief relief when he saw her land safely and swiftly flee. This was the second floor. That damned woman. Hadn't they agreed not to act impulsively? Was this her idea of restraint? How foolish he was to trust that Xia Yuxun would not act recklessly, instinctively adopting a defensive martial arts stance. But upon catching a glimpse of the man's appearance, she found herself momentarily entranced. With chestnut hair, emerald green eyes, and exquisitely chiseled features, he possessed an ethereal beauty that left her speechless, except for lung seeching, of course. The man offered her a handkerchief, and, noticing her defensive posture, smiled elegantly and gently. "Miss, I mean no harm." "You claim to mean no harm? Who would believe that?" Xia Yuxun retorted, having grown wary of men after her experiences. "Sir, your Chinese is quite good. But do you know there's an ancient saying in China? No kindness without ulterior motives. They are either thieves or deceivers." The man, watching Xia Yuxun's retreating figure, filled him with urgency, prompting him to rush down in search of her while simultaneously calling Liang Qian to see if he could intercept her. Xia Yuxun inquired warily, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. The man's expression reflected a hint of regret as he gazed at her intently. "Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I believe you would already be mine." "Excuse me?" This statement startled Xia Yuxun, prompting her to leap several steps away, facing the ocean breeze as she shouted hoarsely, lungs seeching, "What the hell did I do wrong for you to treat me this way? Just because I love you. You think you can bully and toy with me? Ah, basta. Bastard. Bastard. You turtle-headed scoundrel." With a splash, she tossed her slippers far into the sea. "Why would I love a man who only brings harm?" Immersed in her emotional outburst, Xia Yuxun was startled by an unfamiliar male voice. Had that owner also lost their senses? Why would they suddenly refuse to sell, going so far as to incur a loss of 400 million? This world is utterly mad. For the first time, Xia Yuxun felt a sense of value. Previously, friends joked she might be sold for a loss. Smiled elegantly and gently. "Miss, I mean no harm." "You claim to mean no harm? Who would believe that?" Xia Yuxun retorted, having grown wary of men after her experiences. The pressing concern was who this man was, capable of tracing her with such precision. What on earth did he want? She certainly did not wish to be captured again. Xia Yuxun glanced around, contemplating the feasibility of jumping into the sea. Chapter 293, An Unexpected Confession. In truth, Xia Yuxun inquired warily, sensing a deeper meaning in his words. The man's expression reflected a hint of regret as he gazed at her intently, compelling me to reluctantly comply. The man explained, adopting a tone that suggested he felt wronged. Xia Yuxun stared at him, at a loss for words, regarding him with the incredulity one reserves for the insane. "What do you mean?" "Initially, I intended to purchase you for nearly The owner abruptly decided against selling. Thus, they compensated me with 400 million. The man explained, his face marked by regret. Surely there must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, Xia Yuxun, whose mind was already somewhat overwhelmed, found herself in utter confusion. "You probably don't know my name. You can call me Reno." The man introduced himself with gentlemanly grace. "Reno, is it? I am Xia Yuxun," she replied, returning the courtesy with a slight bow. She had no intention of concealing her true identity. A man so resourceful could easily uncover her details, down to her family dog's name. After the pleasantries, she swiftly delineated the boundaries. "Since you mentioned the unforeseen circumstances, it signifies that my past with you has become merely a bygone memory, and we now share no connection." The man nodded in agreement, affirming her statement. "You are correct. Tagore once said, if you weep for missing the sun, you will also miss the stars. I do not wish to miss the stars, which is why I have been searching for you." Xia Yuxun interjected, bemused. "Why are you reciting poetry all of a sudden?" "I am not merely satisfied by the 400 million compensation. The owner genuinely cares for you. He informed me that you were accidentally sold here, compelling me to reluctantly comply." The man explained, adopting a tone that suggested he felt wronged. Xia Yuxun stared at him, at a loss for words. "Grant me the honor of pursuing you." Xia Yuxun. The unexpected confession, albeit romantic to the point of being melodramatic, left her utterly flabbergasted. Her only response a stiff, hollow laugh. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a scenario, in college. Surely there must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, Xia Yuxun, whose mind was already somewhat overwhelmed, found herself, "You can call me Reno." The man introduced himself with gentlemanly grace. "Reno, is it? I am Xia Yuxun," she replied, returning as her first confession had been tragically stifled in its infancy. Thus, she possessed neither the talent nor experience to navigate such matters. Yet, this man was undeniably poetic. His earnest demeanor made rejecting him feel almost like a transgression. Observing his attire, eloquence, and grace, he appeared to come from a world far removed from her own. Compared to Mingxuan's coercion and Lung Xiqing's fright, this was perhaps the most conventional confession she had encountered, albeit a touch sudden and uniquely peculiar. Xia Yuxun shu silence. I do not wish to miss the stars, which is why I have been searching for you. Xia Yuxun interjected, bemused. Why are you reciting poetry all of a sudden? Chapter 294. Fairy tales are deceitful in contrast to her earlier excitement. Xia Yuxun's emotions began to settle. She leaned wearily against the railing, murmuring, "Yes, I was too naive. Fairy tales are deceitful. Not every ugly duckling transforms into a beautiful swan." The man leaned against the railing, propping his chin in his hand, observing her sorrowful profile, and gently reassured her. Anderson said, "If you are a swan egg, it matters not if you were born in a duck farm." Her only response a stiff, hollow laugh. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a scenario. In college, the only boy who dared confess to her was mistakenly perceived as a creep and ended up bedridden for 3 days due to her reaction. When she later discovered that he had merely sought an opportunity to express his feelings, she felt an overwhelming desire. She relinquished her beautiful voice and endured endless suffering, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Reno, his eyes reflecting the shimmering sea, recited. This was her last night to breathe the same air as him, her final opportunity to behold the profound sea and the star-studded sky. Compared to Mingxuan's coercion and Lung Xiqing's fright, this was perhaps the most conventional confession she had encountered, albeit a touch sudden and uniquely. Do you not agree? Xia Yuxun's expression dimmed, a bitter smile adorning her lips. Indeed, quite foolish. This is also my last night with him. Chapter 294. Fairy tales are deceitful in contrast to her earlier excitement. Xia Yuxun's emotions began to settle. She leaned wearily against the railing, murmuring, "Yes, I was too naive. The happiness I felt just days ago seems so laughable now." Reno's brow furrowed as he observed her self-deprecating demeanor. He pondered while gesturing animatedly. "Have you read Thumbelina?" And gently reassured her. Anderson said, "If you are a swan egg, it matters not if you were born in a duck farm. And I must fly far away to a land of warmth. Will you join me? You can ride on my back, securing yourself with your belt." Together, her expression became distant, as if ensnared in a reverie. She murmured, "Swan eggs. This evening I recall a passage from a book." She knew it was the last night she would see him. For his sake, she left her kin and family. The fact that he likened Lung Xiqing to a mole was rather amusing. Unable to suppress a laugh, she remarked, "I didn't realize you were so well-versed in Andersen's fairy tales. You recite them flawlessly. Surely, you must be Danish?" To her surprise, she encountered such an amusing individual. Xia Yuxun gazed at him in astonishment. "Have you also read The Little Mermaid?" Reno nodded. "I find The Little Mermaid foolish. Girls, do you not agree?" Xia Yuxun's expression dimmed, a bitter smile adorning her lips. "Indeed, quite foolish. This is also my last night with him. I indeed hail from Denmark." Chapter 295. The sudden proposal. Xia Yuxun's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, could it be? Did he actually guess correctly? She had merely spoken offhandedly, never expecting him to be right. After Reno spoke, he suddenly bowed gracefully, extending his hand towards her. "So, my beautiful swan maiden, will you accompany me to a realm devoid of sorrow, a land filled only with joy and fairy tales?" Xia Yuxun was taken aback by this abrupt invitation, or rather, proposal. How could this man be so impulsive? Just moments ago, he pledged to pursue her, and now he was inviting her to Denmark? Do men who adore fairy tales always possess such fanciful notions? "You are the strongest and most delightful girl I have ever encountered, and I wish for you to return with me and become my wife. I vow to protect you for all time, remaining steadfastly loyal." Reno gazed intently at her. The fact that he likened Lung Xiqing to a mole was rather amusing. Unable to suppress a laugh, she remarked, "I didn't realize you were so well-versed in Andersen's fairy tales. You recite them flawlessly. Surely, you must be Danish?" To her surprise, she encountered such an amusing individual. Xia Yuxun's mind was overwhelmed by a torrent of incredulity. Instinctively, she shielded her eyes from the dazzling light, questioning whether she had misheard. Swallowing hard, she asked, what did you just say? Surely, I must be imagining things. Come with me. That man is unworthy of your tears. I indeed hail from Denmark. Chapter 295. The sudden proposal. Xia Yuxun's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, could it be? Did he actually guess correctly? She had merely spoken off. Xia Yuxun's gaze dimmed at his words, leaving her silent. Is he attempting to persuade me? If even Ming Xian could not accomplish this, how could anyone else? Her demeanor grew colder, and she replied slowly, since you are so familiar with Andersen's tales, you must have also read The Little Match Girl. I do wish to escape my current predicament, to free myself from pain and despair, yet I shall not place my hopes on a mere matchstick. Do men who adore fairy tales always possess such fanciful notions? You are the strongest and most delightful girl I have ever encountered, and I wish for you to return with me and become my wife. I vow to protect you for all time, remaining steadfastly loyal. Reno gazed intently at her. Yet, she was worth the time and effort. She is undeniably a remarkable girl, exhibiting both strength and independence, with her own unique thoughts. From a distance, the sound of a speeding car echoed from the street corner, and Summer Yuxun suddenly realized that Lung Xiqing must be searching for her at that very moment. However, Xia Yuxun's mind was overwhelmed by a torrent of incredulity. Instinctively, she shielded her eyes from the dazzling light. What did you just say? Surely, I must be imagining things. Come with me. That man is unworthy of your tears. Did that scoundrel truly believe she could not manage without him? Gazing at the man before her, who appeared somewhat forlorn, a flicker of hesitation crossed Summer Yuxun's eyes, and, in a moment of desperation, she spoke. There's one thing you could assist me with. What is it? Reno inquired eagerly. I do not know anyone here. Could I trouble you to take me back to my country? I promise to reimburse you for the travel expenses upon my return. Of course, I do wish to escape my current predicament, to free myself from pain and despair, yet I shall not place my hopes on a mere matchstick, making a point to alleviate her concerns. At that moment, Reno seemed to sprout angelic, golden wings, and Summer Yuxun exclaimed with joy, That would be wonderful. Thank you. No, it is I who should be grateful to you for your trust, Reno said earnestly. These words made Summer Yuxun feel a twinge of guilt. She was merely acting out of desperation, treating a dead horse as a live one. Even if she were sold, she would still prefer not to return to seek out Lung Xiqing. In a rare turn of events, the once thriving nightclub posted a notice announcing a week-long closure. She truly did not wish to see him now. In this unfamiliar place, without a passport, she found herself utterly reliant on him. Lan Xiu stood before Nangong Lin, his face ashen. He had lost all hope, convinced that this time would lead to his demise. Did that scoundrel truly believe she could not manage without him? Gazing at the man before her, who appeared somewhat forlorn, a flicker of hesitation crossed Summer Yuxun's eye, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through flesh. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest, finally breaking the silence with a cold command. I shall grant you one chance. Could I trouble you to take me back to my country? I promise to reimburse you for the travel expenses upon my return. Of course, it would be my honor to assist you. I happen to have business in that direction, so I can conveniently take you along, Reno replied without hesitation, as the boss's demeanor suggested that the woman was of significant importance to him. On this night, 2 days later, Lan Xiu found himself once again before Nangong Lin, still haunted by the previous perilous events. Have you found anything? Nangong Lin asked impatiently. Yes, Lan Xiu Zipli. She was merely acting out of desperation, treating a dead horse as a live one. Even if she were sold, she would still prefer not to return to seek out Lung Xiqing. In a rare turn of events, the once thriving nightclub posted a notice announcing a week-long closure. Who could act so swiftly? Do you know who is behind this? He asked, his voice low. Lan Xiu found himself in a quandary. The opposing party has acted very discreetly, leaving no traces. Nangong Lin's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he looked at Lan Xiu, sneering. Another dead end? He never expected that the woman was not only linked to Lung Xiqing, but also had connections to the boss. Nangong Lin sat regally in a grand European-style chair. Are you certain there is a connection? Nangong Lin's eyes narrowed. Lan Xiu stammered. That remains unproven, right? Nangong Lin's smile was deceptively benign as he remarked. So, after 2 days of investigation, you have come up empty-handed. Boss, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. He had not anticipated any glimmer of hope. He thought he was doomed, as the boss's demeanor suggested that the woman was of significant importance to him. On this night, 2 days later, Lan Xiao found himself once. It is likely he hired someone to deal with those kidnappers. And as for the mastermind, he must have uncovered their identity as well. Ultimately, presenting a meticulously compiled list of all individuals involved in the kidnapping incident, along with their backgrounds. Without even glancing at it, Nangong Lin inquired, "Who is the mastermind? I shall forever be grateful." Lan Xiao looked at Lan Haoyang with teary eyes, nervously observing the boss's reaction, hoping for mercy. Lung Xiqing. Nangong Lin pondered thoughtfully. This was not the first time he had sensed something remarkable about Lung Xiqing. The opposing party has acted very discreetly, leaving no traces. Nangong Lin's expression dark. These occurrences led Nangong Lin to suspect that the secrets surrounding Lung Xiqing were far more significant than they appeared. An underground organization long hidden? Could it be the Night Wolves? Nangong Lin's fingers absent-mindedly tapped the table as he inquired, "Lan Xiao, the organization you mentioned is the Night Wolves." Lan Xiao answered promptly, grateful he had managed to uncover this information. Nangong Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. Could it truly be the largest and wealthiest underground arms organization in Southeast Asia? If Lung Xiqing is indeed connected to the Night Wolves, one must admire his ambition. It is evident he is not a mere pawn, content to remain in his limited sphere. His aspirations have reached extraordinary heights. The Night Wolves dominate the underground arms trade in Southeast Asia, possessing wealth rivaling nations. However, such immense profits come at great risk. A single misstep could lead to ruin. This situation has little to do with Lan Xiao. He was merely a victim, unaware of the young lady's identity, only wishing to increase profits for the establishment. Benefactor, I shall forever be grateful. Lan Xiao looked at Lan Haoyang with teary eyes, nervously observing the boss's reaction, hoping for mercy. Lung Xiqing. Nangong Lin pondered thoughtfully. This was not the first time he had sensed something remarkable about Lung Xiqing. Concealed a fierce ambition within, reminiscent of Nangong Lin's own past. The Night Wolves are now referred to as the Second Archduke. These occurrences led Nangong Lin to suspect that the secrets surrounding Lung Xiqing were far more significant than they appeared. An underground organization long hidden? The Night Wolves began their transformation a year ago. However, such a vast organization would require more than a year to fully adapt. Lan Xiao answered promptly, grateful he had managed to uncover this information. Nangong Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. One must commend the cunning of this elusive leader. Even if trouble arises, their involvement remains concealed. Remarkably, it is evident he is not a mere pawn, content to remain in his limited sphere. His aspirations have reached extraordinary heights. If all his speculations held true, it would indicate that Lung Xiqing risked exposing his identity to locate Yuxun, underscoring her significant place in his heart. Lung Xiqing's success in building such a vast and stable enterprise suggests he has powerful allies. Who could this protector be? As his thought crossed his mind, a name suddenly surfaced in Nangong Lin's consciousness. Could it be Bai Yuhao? This speculation shocked Nangong Lin. If this were the case, it would explain why Lung Xiqing was so intent on forming a union with the Bai family. Lung Xiqing, outwardly composed, concealed a fierce ambition within, reminiscent of Nangong Lin's own past. The Night Wolves are now referred to as the Second Archduke. If that girl continues to be infatuated with him, she will inevitably suffer in the future. Meanwhile, in the spacious and luxuriously decorated hall of the Lung family, the Night Wolves began their transformation a year ago. However, such a vast organization would require more than a year to fully adapt. The owner of the Night Wolves is Wei Qi Fei, yet those in the know understand that he is merely a figurehead. The true mastermind has never made an appearance. One must commend the cunning of this elusive leader. Even if trouble arises, their involvement remains concealed. Remarkably, their son possesses considerable capability. Yet, he admires that young man's boldness and courage. Were it not for the fact that he would become his future son-in-law, he would never risk so much to pave the way for him. Of course, he has reaped numerous benefits over the years. Nangong Lin found himself lost in painful reminiscence, reflecting on how men often forsake what is precious for the allure of wealth. He has not stated that he would not marry Qianning. Bai Yuhua is indifferent to whether he has severed ties with the Lung family. He is more interested in Lung Xiqing himself, whose value far exceeds that of the Lung family. Within 5 years, he might even surpass Nangong Lin. Women merely serve as emotional fillers in their lives, overshadowed by their pursuits of power and riches. Interests have forever been the eternal theme of their lives. Prefer to face her father's reprimands rather than stay in this unfamiliar, sorrowful place. However, at this juncture, she did not wish to trouble Lung Shichen. The parents of Lung Bai sat together. How could our Shichen possibly be implicated in illegal arms smuggling? Who is the person behind this report? It's utterly ridiculous, Lung exclaimed indignantly, her eyes filled with anxiety. Rest assured, dear in-laws, the engagement day for Qianning and Shichen is just 2 days away. Xia Yuxun nestled into her seat, exhausted yet unable to fall into a deep sleep, maintaining a thread of vigilance. Beside her, Reno, concerned she might catch a chill, removed his coat to drape it over her. Startled, she sat up abruptly, leaning forward with her hand poised like a blade against Reno's neck. She suddenly drew closer, her sweet breath enveloping him, momentarily disorienting him. I merely wish to cover you with this. Be cautious of the cold, he thought, internally sighing, appreciating her high alertness. Oh, my apologies, thank you, Xia Yuxun replied, pragmatically taking the coat to cover herself. Unfortunately, it bore none of the familiar scents she was accustomed to, causing her discomfort. Just as she began to close her eyes, Reno's phone rang, making her nerves taut instinctively. She leaned in to see it was indeed Lung Shichen calling. He is more interested in Lung Shichen himself, whose value far exceeds that of the Lung family. Within 5 years, he might even surpass Nangonglin. This is a lucrative opportunity, and he intends to seize it tightly. After agreeing with Xia Yuxun, Reno quickly arranged everything. Xia Yuxun preferred to face her father's reprimands rather than stay in this unfamiliar, sorrowful place. However, at this juncture, she did not wish to trouble Lung Shichen. His eyes fixated on the sleeping girl. Her head gradually tilted towards him, and finally, under his expectant gaze, she succumbed, her head landing softly on his shoulder. Treating private yachts like taxis. Fortunately, without a passport, she would have struggled to return. As she boarded the ship at 1 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yuxun nestled into her seat, exhausted yet unable to fall into a deep sleep, maintaining a thread of vigilance. Beside her, Reno, concerned she might catch a chill, rendering him uninterested. He had once believed he was abnormal, even attempting to date men. Until that day, he saw her on the screen, wild and passionate, reminiscent of a blooming rose, instantly piquing his interest. He had never known a woman could be so beautiful, not just in appearance but in spirit and heart. At that moment, as she rested against him, he felt for the first time an emotional stir within him. His throat constricted, and his lips, as lovely as cherry blossoms, unconsciously inched closer to her. Ashen. The girl's unconscious murmur caused him to stiffen, and his expression darkened abruptly. Lung Shichen, president of the Lung Corporation, Bai Yuhua's esteemed son-in-law, the hidden master behind Night Wolf. Huh, you are the woman I desire. Even if that person is Lung Shichen. So what? You can only be mine. Reno gazed at her, like a predator observing its prey. Xia Yuxun thought she would be unable to sleep, yet perhaps fatigue took over, and she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Reno rested his chin in his hand, swifter than she had anticipated. Wow, we are finally home. Upon arrival, Xia Yuxun inhaled the familiar air of her hometown, spinning around in relief, her heart gradually finding solace. Do you need a ride home? Reno inquired with concern. No need. This is my territory. Xia Yuxun replied with a hint of pride, then suddenly remembered, oh, right? He had never been with a woman, as he despised them. In his eyes, they were all vain creatures, their intentions self-serving, which led him to avoid them in adulthood. Just call my home. All right, Reno said, pulling a pen from his pocket and extending his palm. There's no paper, just right here. Xia Yuxun quickly wrote down a series of numbers in his palm, bidding farewell. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. We part here, until we meet again. At that moment, as she rested against him, he felt for the first time an emotional stir within him. His throat constricted, and his lips, as lovely as unconsciously inched closer to her. Ashen. The girl's unconscious murmur caused him to stiffen, and his expression darkened abruptly. Lung Shichen, could you lend me some money? Just 2 coins will suffice. Xia Yuxun scratched her head, feeling utterly embarrassed. Reno, feeling slightly disappointed, chuckled at her awkwardness and replied, I don't have any coins. It's obvious he wouldn't have any coins, Xia Yuxun thought, then said, okay. A wicked smile slowly emerging on his exquisitely handsome face. a stark contrast to his previous gentlemanly demeanor. Hours later, the plane finally touched down at their destination, swifter than she had anticipated. Wow, we are finally home. Upon arrival, Xia Yuxun inhaled the familiar air of her hometown, spinning around. What I mean is I don't have your country as currency, but wait a moment. Reno approached the pilot and exchanged a few words before returning with 100 yuan in hand. Xia Yuxun nodded gratefully at the pilot. I'll pay him back. You must remember to call me. I'll repay you as soon as I get back. Reno initially considered saying it was unnecessary, but quickly reconsidered. All right, why not? This gives them a legitimate reason to meet again. Just as Xia Yuxun was about to leave, Reno, feeling somewhat reluctant, couldn't he help but ask, he is about to marry another woman. Will you still be with him? Xia Yuxun paused. He noticed Xia Yuxun running back, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, excitement surging within him. What is wrong? She stammered. Despite realizing his identity was complex, was he probing too deeply? However, if this man truly wished to harm her, he had countless opportunities earlier, yet he did not. Instead, I don't have any coins. It's obvious he wouldn't have any coins, Xia Yuxun thought, then said, okay, how about you lend me 100? I'll pay you back the next time we meet. You won't leave so soon, will you? Reno appeared troubled. Reno's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, you were just dreaming. Was I talking in my sleep? Xia Yuxun asked, her face reflecting despair as she wondered if she had done anything else embarrassing besides talking in her sleep. Seeing that Xia Yuxun seemed to believe him, Reno sighed with relief and watched her leave with lingering affection. After Xia Yuxun departed, Reno made a phone call. Hello, is this Miss Bai? Who are you? I'll pay him back. You must remember to call me. I'll repay you as soon as I get back. Xia Yuxun finally arrived home. At the entrance, Pudding, who had been sleeping, immediately raised its little head in vigilance upon hearing footsteps, its tiny ears nearly hidden by fluff. Reno, feeling somewhat reluctant, couldn't he help but ask, he is about to marry another woman. Will you still be with him? Xia Yuxun paused, a hint of wariness in her eyes. How do you know he is marrying another woman? I don't recall mentioning anything about him to you. Despite realizing his identity was complex, was he probing too deeply? However, if this man truly wished to harm her, he had countless opportunities earlier, yet he did not. Instead, he continued to assist her. Was he merely biding his time, or did he harbor some other insidious plot? The thought that this little creature was a gift from Lung Xiqing made her somewhat uneasy. Reflecting on Lung Xiqing's tenderness during her illness only deepened her discomfort. Reno's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, you were just dreaming. Was I talking in my sleep? Xia Yuxun asked. Xiao Malin stepped out and was momentarily stunned by the sight before him, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Yuxun, Reno sighed with relief and watched her leave with lingering affection. After Xia Yuxun departed, Reno made a phone call. Hello, is this Miss Bai? Who are you? He did not scold her, nor did he strike her. He simply, quietly, and wearily asked her to enter. Xia Yuxun's eyes stung, and tears began to fall unbidden. Oh woo! Xia Yuxun finally arrived home. At the entrance, Pudding, who had been sleeping, immediately raised its little head in vigilance upon hearing footsteps twitching. Upon seeing Xia Yuxun, Pudding bolted, rolling excitedly to her feet. Oh woo! It cried, nipping at her pant leg and tearing playfully, before dropping to all fours and leaping around energetically, expressing its sheer joy. Xia Yuxun knelt down, and Pudding dashed into her embrace, licking her hand, and then jumping up to lick her cheek, overflowing with affection. Pudding, did you miss me? I miss you so much. Rushing forward to snatch the switch from him. What are you doing? Kneel. Xiao Malin barked. Xia Yuxun bit her lip and returned to her place, listening as Xiao Malin continued to strike himself, nearly biting her lip to the point of bleeding. The pain inflicted upon him resonated deeply within her heart. This punishment was far too cruel. Xia Yuxun's sobs broke through. Dad, please don't do this. I beg you. I am the one who made mistakes. Punish me instead. It's all my fault. Your fault? Where do you think you went wrong? Xiao Malin gasped, halting, the physical pain mingling with the emotional turmoil, causing his hands to tremble, nearly dropping the switch. Xia Yuxun crawled closer, gripping his hand tightly. He did not scold her, nor did he strike her. He simply, quietly, and wearily asked her to enter. Xia Yuxun's eyes stung, and tears began to fall unbidden. Oh woo! Pudding seemed to sense its owner's sorrow and reached up to lick her cheek. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Malin sat beside a portrait of an Ruoxin. Xia Malin could hardly muster the strength to detail her transgressions, especially with the recent kidnapping and the threat of being sold off to a terrible fate. That Xia Yuxun found herself at a loss for words. She had hoped for a miracle this time, believing she could eventually reveal the truth to her father, only to end up facing this dire situation instead. How could she possibly explain herself to him? Yuxun, perhaps you do not understand, but each time you are hurt, rushing forward to snatch the switch from him. What are you doing? Kneel, Xia Malin barked. Xia Yuxun, is because I hope you will not be hurt by others. Parents will never harm you, although I am not your biological father. At this point, Xia Malin's expression grew melancholy. No, you are. You are my father. Dad, please don't say that, I know. I understand everything. Xia Yuxun hurriedly interjected. Xia Malin gazed at Ruoxin's portrait, as if having made a resolute decision. Yuxun, I did not wish to force you, but today, the physical pain mingling with the emotional turmoil, causing his hands to tremble, nearly dropping the switch. Xia Yuxun crawled closer, gripping his hand tightly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxun's heart tightened. Dad, please give me some time. Although Lung Xiqing has disappointed me this time, in a moment of impulse. With Lung Xiqing, Yuxun, how many times must we go through this? You acted as his bodyguard. If it turns out that he has betrayed me, then I will willingly let go. Xia Malin did not respond, seemingly anticipating her answer, and continued. Xia Yuxun found herself at a loss for words. She had hoped for a miracle this time, believing she could eventually reveal the truth to her father, rather than worrying and grieving for you in the future. You can choose to find Lung Xiqing or seek out that wealthy father. It is entirely up to you. I will not interfere any longer. Xia Yuxun's eyes widened in horror, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I won't go. I won't seek them out. Dad, please don't do this. Don't cast me away. Then swear to me that you will never see Lung Xiqing again, or else your mother's spirit will find no peace. I have found you a suitable match, honest and decent, with commendable qualities. You have met him before during your blind date, and he has a good impression of you. You should marry him as soon as possible. Xia Malin avoided his daughter's heartbroken gaze, clenching his fists and steeling himself. The last time he hesitated, it almost led to another mishap for her. He regretted it deeply. This time, he had to be resolute. Dad, please don't force me. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuxun's heart tightened. Dad, please give me some time. Although Lung Xiqing has disappointed me this time, in a moment of impulse, you still don't want to leave Lung Xiqing, do you? I have heard that he is getting engaged tomorrow. What more do you want? Do you intend to become his mistress? Xia Malin, cannot endure such disgrace. No, it's not like that. I don't know. I truly don't know what to do. Xia Yuxun cried, clutching her head. Dad, please give me a bit more time. Xia Malin stood unsteadily, blood seeping through his white shirt, a shocking sight. His voice was hoarse as he said, I understand your choice. I will not force you. You may leave. Dad, I want to go. I want to go. I don't want to marry anyone. I want to stay by your side for the rest of my life. I shall no longer desire anyone. Xia Yuxun knelt on the ground, crawling towards Xia Malin. Your mother's spirit will find no peace. I have found you a suitable match, honest and decent, with commendable qualities. You have met him before during your blind date. I cannot bear this sin. As soon as the words left his lips, he strode toward her room. Xia Yuxun watched helplessly as Nangong Lin entered her room. The last time he hesitated, it almost led to another mishap for her. He regretted it deeply. This time, he had to be resolute. Dad, please don't force me. But fearing she might inadvertently hurt his wounds. With a series of thuds, her belongings were tossed into the courtyard. Another loud bang echoed as the door was slammed shut. With a whimper, even pudding was expelled. Dad, please open the door. Don't cast me away. Dad, you're all I have left. Xia Yuxun incessantly banged on the door, collapsing beside it in tears, her voice hoarse. I was wrong. I will be obedient. I beg you, don't abandon me. The sound of an approaching car grew louder, followed by a blinding light illuminating the scene. Instinctively, Xia Yuxun shielded her eyes and glanced towards the vehicle that had halted not far away. The car doors swung open, revealing a pair of masculine legs, followed by a tall silhouette emerging against the light. Xiaoxuan. A familiar voice urgently called out. At that moment, Xia Yuxun was in tears pounding on the door, surrounded by her scattered belongings. Lung Xiqing grasped the situation with a mere glance. The chapter is complete. Tomorrow we'll see the usual update at 0:30. Please support with recommendations and monthly votes. Chapter 303. Xia Yuxun, You Deceiver. Pudding, seeing Lung Xiqing, leaped from Xia Yuxun's embrace with a soft whimper. Pudding, come back. Xia Yuxun sniffled and wiped her tears away. Upon hearing her furious shout, Pudding whimpered and scurried back, glancing back at Lung Xiqing with lingering reluctance. Lung Xiqing sighed, methodically removing all her belongings and casting them outside. Dad, what are you doing? She dashed back and forth behind Xiao Molan, attempting to stop him, but fearing she might inadvertently hurt his wounds. With a series of thuds, her belongings were tossed into the courtyard. Another loud, with a whimper, even Pudding was expelled. Dad, please open the door. Don't cast me away. Dad! Lung Xiqing paced in frustration while Xia Yuxun refused to meet his gaze. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he threw his coat to the ground and roared, Xia Yuxun, I beg you, don't abandon me. The sound of an approaching car grew louder, followed by a blinding light illuminating the scene. Instinctively, Xia Yuxun shielded her eyes and glanced towards the vehicle that had halted not far away. The car doors swung open, revealing a pair, only to jump off a building and run away. A fleeting tantrum is one thing, but you returned and left me behind without a chance to explain. Surrounded by her scattered belongings, Lung Xiqing grasped the situation with a mere glance. The chapter is complete. Tomorrow we'll see the usual update at 0:30. Please support with recommendations and monthly votes. Chapter 303. Xia Yuxun, You Deceiver. Pudding, seeing Lung Xiqing, leaped from Xia Yuxun's embrace with a soft whimper. Pudding, come back. You are allowed to deceive me, yet I cannot deceive you? Lung Xiqing understood his culpability and recognized that her current distress would naturally lead her to lash out at him. It was better for her to express her anger than to bottle it up until it festered into illness. With that thought, he endeavored to remain calm and reluctantly conceded. Are you satisfied now? In that moment, Xia Yuxun resembled a wounded creature, ready to lash out at anyone, aware that anything he said would fall on deaf ears. Lung Xiqing paced in frustration while Xia Yuxun refused to meet his gaze. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he threw his coat to the ground and roared, Xia Yuxun. Hearing her words stirred discomfort within Lung Xiqing. That Renault, keep your distance from him. How do you know about Renault? Xia Yuxun's expression shifted with surprise. Checking the owner of that phone number reveals everything, he replied. The man had not made efforts to hide his identity, which reflected his arrogance and audacity. Moreover, he had traced the informant, the bald man, who had previously been hired to obstruct Xia Yuxun from returning to the company. Lung Xiqing had made him incapable of surviving domestically, forcing him to Indonesia, where he struggled as a nightclub server. Yet he felt no regret. Having distanced himself from the murky world of violence brought an unexpected tranquility, freeing him from the need to maintain a specific image by shaving his head. Once, someone absurdly remarked that he would look better with long hair, asserting that he was unsuited for this line of work. In truth, those observations were accurate. Lung Xiqing understood his culpability and recognized that her current distress would naturally lead her to lash out at him. He could hardly believe his eyes upon finding her here. This encounter served as a means of repaying the injury he had inflicted upon her, for otherwise, it would remain an unfulfilled regret for a lifetime. Chapter 304. A Future Unseen with Patience. Lung Xiqing implored, Xiaoxuan, do not act out. Your father is still furious. He will not listen to anything you say at this moment. Come stay with me for a few days, and once this turmoil settles. Hearing her words stirred discomfort within Lung Xiqing. That Renault, keep your distance from him. How do you know about Renault? Xia Yuxun's expression shifted with surprise. I'm truly sorry for taking up your time. Xiaoxuan, please don't be like this. Lung Xiqing's expression grew colder. Xia Yuxun forcefully pulled her hand away from his grasp. Let go. This is my home. I will not leave. You have no right to dictate my actions. It is because of him that you are being expelled from your home. How could I possibly ignore you? Lung Xiqing shouted. Xia Yuxun buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling. It is all because of you. Dad no longer wants me. He has given me two choices. Leave you or leave this home. Someone absurdly remarked that he would look better with long hair, asserting that he was unsuited for this line of work. In truth, those observations were accurate. Now that she had been cast out, did that mean she chose me? Xiaoxuan. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He sought to approach her. He could hardly believe his eyes upon finding her here. This encounter served as a means of repaying the injury he had inflicted upon her, for otherwise, if only I could love you a little less, perhaps I would not be in such despair. Lung Xiqing, I release you, and I release myself. Go marry your Qianning. She is a paragon of virtue, while I am but a commoner. I shall no longer entangle myself with you. I will accompany you back to explain, all right? Xia Yuxun mockingly retorted. Once this is over? Indeed, you are busy preparing for your engagement. You think you can leave after turning my world upside down? That is impossible. Xia Yuxun entwined her fingers in her hair, speaking weakly. You are right. Xia Yuxun forcefully pulled her hand away from his grasp. Let go. This is my home. I will not leave. You have no right to dictate my actions. You truly are astute. You knew how it would end all along. Meanwhile, I foolishly only realized it now. With a self-deprecating smile, Xia Yuxun sighed softly, her shoulders trembling. It is all because of you. Dad no longer wants me. He has given me two choices, leave you or leave this home. Why must he force me? Upon hearing her words, Lung Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. To leave him or to leave her home? Now that she had been cast out, did that mean she chose me? Xiao Xuan. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He sought to approach her, which now bore a semblance of concession. Xia Yuxun chuckled softly. You are so carefree. You could declare your withdrawal and marry another woman without a second thought. If only I could love you a little less, perhaps I would not be in such despair. Lung Xiqing, I release you, and I release myself. For those who have wronged you, I will ensure they face consequences, but not at this moment. Will you trust me? Xia Yuxun offered a bleak smile. Your reasons. Even if I remain unaware of their true nature, I can unconditionally understand at her words. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lung Xiqing's eyes. Xiao Sun, I understand your stance, yet that does not guarantee my forgiveness. Xia Yuxun's expression gradually froze, encasing her emotions in ice. We are not from the same world, and I cannot envision a future for us. Now, I finally comprehend the feelings you harbored when you rejected me. Lung Xiqing, I thought you would empathize with me. His disappointment pierced her heart like a poisoned blade. Oh, you thought? Do not place me upon a pedestal. Quoting the Book of Songs, when a gentleman is infatuated, it is still acceptable to speak, but when a lady is enamored, it is unspeakable. In the realm of love, it has been I who has accommodated you. Love is meant to be equal. As Lung Xiqing listened, his expression grew increasingly conflicted, his lips twitching as if to speak, yet ultimately, no words emerged. Picking up the shattered frame from the ground, staring vacantly. I once believed as long as that person was you, I could endure anything, yield to anything. But I cannot do that. I cannot simply obey my father's wishes and marry someone else. Xiao Sun, I have my own reasons. The two remained locked in an unyielding stalemate. Xia Yuxun, cradling her pudding, used it to shield her face, leaning against the door, her eyes slightly closed. Lips pressed tight, a posture of defense and rejection. Not far off, Lung Xiqing leaned against the car door, smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke, ignoring the persistent ringing of his phone. The autumn breeze grew cooler, and the leaves of the phoenix trees fell gently, enveloping them in silence. Inside the car, Liang Qian was nearly driven to madness by the oppressive atmosphere. He would prefer their bickering to this Cold War. Several times he contemplated intervening, yet feared becoming collateral damage. I thought you would empathize with me. His disappointment pierced her heart like a poisoned blade. Oh, you thought? Do not place me upon a pedestal. I am not as noble, selfless, or understanding as you presume. In love, the unselfish are deities, not mere mortals. Lung Xiqing, I have been understanding enough times. Each instance. It has been I who has accommodated you. Love is meant to be equal. On the other end, Xiang Yuan immediately shook his head. Sister-in-law's house? I'm not going. After the previous incident involving covert photography, Xiang Yuan had developed a phobia regarding that place. An absolute no-go. Liang Qian shouted, You heartless wretch. Who saved you when you were on the brink of starvation in that refugee camp in Africa? Now, when the boss is in trouble, this is your attitude? The two remained locked in an unyielding stalemate. Xia Yuxun, cradling her pudding, used it to shield her face, leaning against the door, her eyes, lips pressed tight, a posture of defense and rejection. Not far off, Lung Xiqing leaned against the car door, smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke, ignoring the persistent ringing of his phone. The autumn breeze grew cooler, and the leaves of the phoenix trees fell gently, enveloping them in silence. Inside the car, Liang Qian was nearly driven to madness by the oppressive atmosphere. He would prefer their bickering to this Cold War. Several times, he contemplated intervening, yet feared becoming collateral damage, ultimately deciding against it. Time trickled by. Soon it was noon, and having not eaten since the previous night, Liang Qian's stomach growled in protest. Xia Yuxun relented, asking in a subdued tone, "I know the boss's taste. Go ask my sister-in-law what she likes to eat." Liang Qian's face brightened instantly. Abandoning his boss to dine alone felt inappropriate. Thus, he resorted to calling for help. "Hey, Xia Yuxun, I'm at my sister-in-law's house. Xia Yuxun will bring it over." Only then did Lung Xiqing realize that they had yet to eat. As for Xia Yuxun, having rushed back only to quarrel with Xia Molan, she likely hadn't eaten either. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Xiqing relayed a few instructions to Liang Qian, who nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to withdraw his head, Lung Xiqing added, "Thank you for your hard work." Liang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Mention of that event incensed Xia Yuxun. "Get lost. Don't compare me to a refugee. I was there to provide voluntary aid. Given your mindset, what do you even know?" Liang Qian retorted sarcastically. Right. The disaster-stricken citizens robbed you of everything, leaving you without a penny. If it weren't for the boss rescuing you, you would have long since become cannon fodder for terrorists." Xia Yuxun, a naive youth fresh out of university, had faced numerous setbacks and existential crises before fleetingly considering volunteering in Africa, believing there must be a place that needed him. In the end, his worth was indeed realized. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew, and the hungrier she felt. Glancing up, she shot Lung Xiqing an exasperated glare. Leaning casually against the car, he resembled a model, his air of dejection adding a touch of sorrowful beauty, the loosened tie revealing an alluring wildness. Truly, he was a favored creation, dazzlingly perfect. Leaving one feeling inadequate with just a glance, Xia Yuxun had once tried to convince herself. Such an extraordinary man, a favored child of the heavens, had been pursued by her. What more could she desire? Xia Yuxun, what more could you want? A family, a career, a beloved spouse. Did she expect him to abandon everything to marry her? Perhaps she should care little for permanence and focus on what was once theirs. Yet, who nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to withdraw his head, Lung Xiqing added, "Thank you for your hard work." Liang Qian was warmth flooding his heart. How astonishing. The boss had actually displayed some humanity. Despite still wearing his intimidating ice-cold expression, such gentle words had never been uttered before. Carrying bags of food, Xia Yuxun stared in disbelief as they spread a large cloth beneath a tree, laden with an array of delectable dishes, even threatening to camp out at the door with her pudding if she were not allowed to go home. However, Xia Molan remained resolute in his silence. "I can't see," she chanted to herself. Rummaging through the bags, she found a pack of cookies, only to discover they were crushed. The more she contemplated, the angrier she grew, and the hungrier she felt. Glancing up, she shot Lung Xiqing an exasperated glare. Leaning casually against the car, refusing to even glance at it. "Damn it!" Xia Yuxun glanced at Lung Xiqing, who was about to dig into the hot pot, and hastily warned, "Boss, your stomach isn't well." "Perhaps it's fine," Lung Xiqing replied dismissively. Xia Yuxun bit her lip, cursing that insufferable man. If he couldn't eat, then he shouldn't eat. What was the point of pretending? Accommodating her didn't mean harming himself. Reflecting on the incident at Mayan Mountain, where he had tempted her out of the closet, a beloved spouse, did she expect him to abandon everything to marry her? Perhaps she should care little for